like we're ready for another day of ML Pop Ball. We're live on Twitch, if I'm not mistaken, so we're ready to get things started here today with the Blue Jays and Cardinals starting things off on ML Pop Ball. I'll be doing play-by-play today, joined by EB from Toronto. How are you? If he's here with us. Not sure we have EB from Toronto with us right now. If we do, I can't quite hear you. But regardless, we have the Blue Jays and Cardinals coming up. Should be a good matchup. Tanner Roark on the mound for the Blue Jays. He's been a great arm to start this season. 2.6 ERA, 5-2 this year. On the mound for the Cardinals is Carlos Martinez, the righty. 3-4 this season, 3.71 ERA. As we prepare to get things started here today. The Blue Jays and Cardinals, exact same records on both sides of the divisional lineups. The Blue Jays, of course, in the AL East, the Cardinals in the NL Central. And despite their identical records, the Blue Jays only 10 games back. I say only lightly, versus the Cardinals, who are 15.5 games back. The Cubs have really run away with things in the NL Central. They're 42-18, 700 winning percentage, which is the best in all of baseball. The Blue Jays, of course, fourth in the AL East. Not quite as far back as the Cardinals, despite their identical records. As we get things started here in St. Louis at Busch Stadium. The Blue Jays lining things up today. Bo Bichette, Biggio, Gurriel, Guerrero, Tellez, Hernandez, the normal lineup from them. And on the Cardinals side of things, Tommy Edman leading things off, just as he did yesterday, followed by Carpenter, Goldschmidt, Paul DeJong, Yadier Molina, and Brad Miller rounding out the first 6 spots in the St. Louis lineup. Here we are, Blue Jays and Cardinals here on Pop Ball to start off the day. It's a good slate of games today as we get underway. Baltimore and Chicago will be up after this at 2 p.m. 3:45, we'll see the Astros and Mets. 5:30, we've got the Yankees and Mariners, and 7:15, Red Sox and Cleveland. 9 o'clock, Detroit and Oakland. And rounding things off as we get underway here is the Rockies and Diamondbacks at 10:45. Carlos Martinez is the pitcher on the mound for the St. Louis Cardinals. Bo Bichette leading things off in the box for the Toronto Blue Jays. 279 batting average so far this season for Bichette. He had a double in yesterday's game. Takes the first pitch outside for a ball, and we're underway.
First pitch, 7:16.
Do we have you here, EB? I know we've had some technical difficulties. Sounds like we still don't have you here as Bichette pops out to lead things off to the center fielder, Harrison Bader, 1 away. Biggio will take the second spot in this lineup. It's his typical spot. I can't really remember a game this year when he hasn't been in that lineup. The top 4 of Toronto's lineup has been pretty stable to start this year. They've seen a lot of different changes in other parts of their lineup, but the top 4, Bichette, Biggio, Guerrero, and Gurriel third, Guerrero fourth, hasn't really changed since opening day. Charlie Montoyo, the manager, feeling pretty consistent and pretty confident in those top 4 guys as Biggio swings and misses 1 and 2. The pitch from Martinez. Up and away, it misses 2 and 2. Martinez, 28 years old, made his debut in 2013 and strikes out Cavan Biggio there for the second out of the inning. Biggio caught looking on that one. He doesn't usually get caught looking, and that'll bring up Lourdes Gurriel Jr., number 13, penciling in the left field today. And as I mentioned, the top four in this Blue Jay lineup very consistently penciling in order. And that's what we're seeing again here today. Gurriel penciling in left field, the same spot he's been in pretty much all year. Martinez trying to get the third out of this first inning and escape it with a relatively good pitch count, 8 innings pitched. 0-1 count to Gurriel. In there, 0-2. I was saying Martinez, 28 years old, 27 last year, of course, for his season there with the Cardinals. Spent his entire career with the Cardinals, at least in the majors. He was a starter in the minors, and he was first coming up through the Cardinals system, and then went to the bullpen when he first came up with St. Louis in the majors, and then back to the rotation in 2015 as Gurriel sends that foul down the left field line. And then after he was in the rotation for a bit, he moved back to the bullpen in 2018 after mid-season injury. That one fouled back again, 0-2. And he stayed in the bullpen 2018, 2019. He made all of his 48 appearances last year out of the bullpen. But he's coming back this year. He's been in the rotation for the Cardinals to start this season off. 3-4 record, 3.71 ERA in the rotation. The 1-2 count to Gurriel. Misses inside, 2-2. That was a two-seam fastball, and it's part of Martinez's repertoire of a fastball, curveball, changeup, sinker, and slider. He started his career off with just the first of those three, which was fastball, curveball, changeup, but he added the sinker and slider later on. And he's efficient there, striking out Gurriel, gets out of the inning unscathed from these Toronto Blue Jays. We head to the bottom of the first. Pitching today for the Toronto Blue Jays is Tanner Roark, making his 12th start of the year. A record of 5-2, ERA 2.60, and as you'll see, 56 hits, a whip of 1.06. It's been a great start to the year for Tanner Roark. Pretty much as good as you would want from a pitcher like him. The Blue Jays signed him on December 18th, 2019, this past offseason, to a 2-year, $24 million deal, and the $12 million they're paying him this year is paying off so far. He's been one of the best pitchers in this Blue Jay rotation. Tommy Edman at the plate takes a second pitch strike, 0-2. And of course, the other dominant pitcher in this rotation has been Hyojin Ryu, who made his comeback from the injured list, which he was on temporarily last night in the first game of this two-game series against the Cardinals. And he pitched 6 innings, gave up 5 hits, only 2 earned runs, and the Blue Jays losing that one 2-1. 2-2 pitch to Edman. Fouled off again. Of course, the Blue Jays stabilizing a bit after their slide earlier this year. They started off the season well. They were pretty much even at 500, 21-21, as Roark strikes out Edman to start the game.
Batting second, the third baseman, Matt.
Roark firing fastballs and strikes in there. Gets Edman swinging at the low ball away. Danny Jansen throwing it back to the pitcher. Matt Carpenter is in here, second batter in St. Louis's lineup. Blue Jays, as I said, stabilizing things after a slide last month, and here in June they are 0-1 after the loss yesterday to the Cardinals, but looking to even things up today with a win. Swung on and sent into deep right field. Teoscar Hernandez running back. He's not there. It's off the wall. He throws it into second base, and Matt Carpenter is there with a stand-up double to start this game off for him, leading doubles in terms of the St. Louis Cardinals. Carpenter with his 12th double of the year. It'll bring up Paul Goldschmidt. Goldschmidt, a ever formidable hitter. Not the situation you want to be in if you're Roark with a runner on third base and then a very good hitter at the plate. Goldschmidt hitting .318 so far this season. He had a walk in yesterday's game. He's at first base today. Swings and sends it up the middle. Kevin Biggio sends it on to first base. Second out of the inning, but it'll advance Carpenter to third. Bring up the next batter in this lineup, Paul DeYoung, .254 batting average. Grounds that first pitch back to Kevin Biggio. Biggio with the busy first inning sends it on to Rowdy Tellez. So the Cardinals get a double and nothing more. We head to the top of the second inning here on ML Bop Ball.
Leading off for Toronto.
So a quick first inning for both teams despite the double from Matt Carpenter. It's the only hit we have so far as Vladimir Guerrero takes a few practice swings and gets ready to face Carlos Martinez. Martinez's first pitch is skied into left field. Fielder is under it. Brad Miller making the catch. One down. And I mentioned the fast pace of these early few innings.
Number 44.
Guerrero wasting no time there with the first pitch and just going ahead, hitting it into left field. And it brings up Rowdy Tellez. Tellez recently moving up the pecking order in this lineup. He has been performing better as of late and one of the best bats in Toronto's lineup. Surprising enough to say. Of course, we didn't expect that entering this year, but that's how it's turned out and how things have gone so far this season. Of course, the rotation has been a pleasant surprise, and then the lineup has been a unpleasant surprise in terms of production from them. But of course, it is still only June 2nd, still lots of time to go in this Blue Jays season and in this season for all teams, including these Cardinals, who, yes, they are 15.5 back, but they have the exact same record as the Blue Jays, and they are facing a formidable division in the form of the Chicago Cubs, who have the best record in all of baseball right now. Tellez swings and misses. He strikes out at the hands of Carlos Martinez. Martinez's third strikeout of today. Bring up the sixth spot, Teoscar Hernandez. I mentioned the unpleasant surprise of this Blue Jay lineup. Hernandez was at one point earlier this season the most productive bat in the Blue Jay lineup, along with the likes of Bo Bichette, but he's cooled off recently. You can see he had a double yesterday along with a RBI. The only RBI the Blue Jays had in their 2-1 loss to the Cardinals, but Hernandez has cooled off lately. He was hitting upwards of 250, but now you can see he's down to 238.
Ball 3.
Takes another ball, 3-0.
No strike. Nope, that's ball 4.
Pitch for Martinez, misses again. It's a 4-pitch walk with 2 outs here to Teoscar Hernandez. Martinez looking frustrated with himself, giving up that free pass when he was so close to getting out of the inning. And Hernandez is the first Blue Jay base runner in this game. We'll see what Randall Grichuk can do with it. We mentioned the cool streak that Teoscar Hernandez has been on. Randall Grichuk has been on a little bit of a hotter streak as that ball has popped out. And it doesn't matter. The walk is erased with that fly ball to right field, and we head to the bottom of the second. Yadier Molina leading things off.
Leading off for St. Louis.
Molina stepping in here. A dramatic split between road and home stats. 217 average at home. A home run, both home and away, but only 2 home runs this season. Because we're quite a few months into this 2020 year. As Roark fires the first pitch strike to start the inning. That one sent into right field. It's shallow. Hernandez is not going to get to it. The blooper falls in. And Molina is on base here in the second inning.
The left fielder, Brad Miller.
We have EB from Toronto in here with us. Can we hear him?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
All right.
Beautiful. We figured out the technical difficulties behind the scene, and we apologize to those of you listening, but it's great to have things figured out now. And the Cardinals with a runner on here in the second inning, none out for Tanner Roark and Brad Miller at the plate. That one's popped up on the infield. It's going to get deep enough for Bo Bichette on the outfield grass. Makes the catch, first down.
So I see I haven't missed much in terms of scoring so far.
Not at all. There's only, before this second inning, there was, or at least the bottom of the second inning, there was only 2 base runners. Now 3, of course, with Molina on first. But we had a double from Matt Carpenter and a walk to Teoscar Hernandez. But so far, that's been it in terms of production until Molina had his single this inning. That one's going to be sent just deep enough into the outfield. It's going to go all the way to the wall. Randall Grichuk picks it up as we have Yadier Molina holding at third. Blue Jays with 2 runners on here. The Cardinals threatening in the second inning.
That was a nice piece of hitting from Quintana going the other way. And lucky for the Blue Jays, Molina has 0 speed literally, so he couldn't score.
Roark looking to settle down, get the next 2 out of these innings without allowing a runner home for the Cardinals. Facing their pitcher, Martinez. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on and sent into right field. It gets down. Molina's going to come home. They're going to try for him at home, but he's safe. And it's a single from the hitter, Carlos Martinez, the pitcher for the St. Louis Cardinals, that drives in a run here in the second inning. It's 1-0 St. Louis Cardinals.
Bad 2-2 bad for a pitcher. And you can see the hitter coming up now, Harrison Bader, not doing too well, though he has done well in the last 10 games, 10 for 30.
Bader still not solidly embedded with this major league team with the Cardinals, but doing his best so far this year, and good against Roark. 333, 2 for 6 in his career against Tanner Roark. A 1-1 count. And the Blue Jays can't be happy with giving up the first run of the game to none other than the pitcher, Carlos Martinez. You mentioned not a bad batting average for him so far this season, but still embarrassing for them. 196 career batting average for Martinez. He has 1 home run and 8 doubles in his career.
That's not bad at all, and I've seen them use him as a pinch runner in the past, so he can run a little bit if you need him to.
Bader fouling that one off, 2-2.
I actually thought they could get Molina at the plate because He was chugging very slowly towards home, but it didn't work out.
If they had a shot of getting anyone out there, it would have been at the plate. They didn't really have anywhere else to throw. But yeah, you mentioned Molina. Of course, he has 0 speed, literally. So that was their one chance of getting out, and they could have had a shot but didn't get the tag down in time as Bader strikes out, and we go to the top of this lineup with 2 outs. Tommy Edman back up. He struck out in the first inning.
Edman more of an infielder, but playing the outfield. Not really a lot of room for him to play on this Cardinals infield, which is pretty good.
Edman drafted out of Stanford in 2016. Takes the ball up, 3-0.
A nice rookie year last year.
Roark with the 3-0 pitch. In there for a strike, taken by Edman, and it was right down the middle. Edman seemed pretty patient, waiting for Roark to throw him a strike after 3 straight balls.
And the last thing Roark wants to do is walk him and have Carpenter come up with the bases loaded, so he has to make a good pitch and get out of this inning.
And he drives it to a full count there, getting Edman to foul it off. So we'll see what he does here. You mentioned you don't want to have Carpenter come up with the bases loaded, but he does walk him just on the edge of the strike zone. Roark upset either with his own pitch or with the call. So we take a view at where it landed here. It looks like it just missed the right side of the plate.
Jansen tried to present it to the umpire, but they didn't get the call in. So Carpenter, who's already doubled, is going to come up with a chance to do some damage.
Bases loaded. 1 out away from getting out of this is Roark, but 1 hit away are the Cardinals from breaking this game wide open, or as wide open as it can be in still only the 2nd inning. The 0-1 pitch from Roark. Fouled off by Carpenter. That one misses, 1-2. Roark throws a sinker, slider, curveball, changeup, and the rare 4-seam fastball. He is trying everything to get the Cardinals out in this inning and keep the Blue Jays in the game. They scored only 1 run yesterday.
Yeah, they could have had a couple of better breaks in the game yesterday. Some ground rule doubles that might have scored them a couple more runs if they hadn't been ground rule doubles.
We'll see if they get more of a break today in terms of offense. But Tanner Roark's job is keeping the Cardinals' offense in check, and so far failing to do that early in this game. The 2-2 pitch misses upstairs, full count.
And another very dangerous hitter on deck in Paul Goldschmidt. And all the runners will be moving now, so gotta figure a way to get Carpenter out.
The 3-2 pitch. In there for a strike. Carpenter caught looking. Tanner Roark escapes the inning with only 1 run allowed. And the Blue Jays hanging in there. The Cardinals failing to capitalize on their chance here. As we head to the top of the 3rd, I mean, if you look at this game, of course, we don't know what the outcome is going to be, and it's so early, but looking back at this game, if I was a Cardinals fan, I'd be very frustrated with the Cardinals for not scoring there. Even if they do end up winning, it's very frustrating to leave the bases loaded and only get 1 run in that inning.
It's nothing you ever want to do is leave the bases loaded, but that was a good pitch to Carpenter. He looked a bit stunned that it was called a strike, but looked like it just caught the corner there.
Danny Jansen, the number 8 batter, in here against Martinez. Martinez is a right-handed pitcher, and Jansen traditionally has better numbers against lefties, but he's in here regardless instead of Reese McGuire as he takes that pitch low, 2-1.
both these catchers have really been struggling offensively. So I guess Charlie Montoya is trying to see if anybody can take this starting catcher's job and run with it.
2-2 pitch. In there for a strike. Jansen swinging his bat in frustration. Gets called out, and fourth strikeout of the day for Carlos Martinez.
Tanner Roark.
Brings up Tanner Roark, the pitcher for the Blue Jays. He spent 7 years in the National League. This is his first year over in the, or excuse me, second year over in the American League. So lots of experience with the bat. He has 351 career plate appearances. We'll see what he does here.
Yeah, last year with Cincinnati, he hit a home run, and the home run was against his former team, the Washington Nationals. I looked that up earlier today.
So he has some power. Let's hope he can do something here. It would certainly make for a good story. And I mean, we're seeing battling pitchers on the mound, but battling batters in the batter's box. Martinez with a single last inning to drive in the Cardinals' run. Interesting, and of course, we're both American League guys. I think, or at least I'm an American League guy. So it's interesting to see the batters, or excuse me, the pitchers shape up here in the batter's box. But 2-2 count now to Tanner Roark.
Yeah,
Taken for a ball.
Who has the advantage in these interleague games in the National League ballpark? I don't know if it's the American League with the advantage or the National League, because their pitchers are obviously much more experienced with swinging the bat.
3-2 count is swung and grounded into left field for a single for Tanner Roark. So both pitchers today with a single already in one at-bat each for them. Tanner Roark just getting to that ball, shooting it through the gap in the left side of the infield.
Might be a better offensive game for the pitchers than for the other players.
It's the first hit of the game for the Blue Jays, and just to accentuate the offensive woes that the Blue Jays have had. You mentioned yesterday's game, a couple of ground rule doubles that were unfortunate for them in terms of it limited their offensive production, but only one run yesterday, and now the first hit coming from the pitcher, no less. The Blue Jays struggling offensively as Bo Bichette is in here. 1-1 count for Martinez.
Second most RBI on the team, so it's a good opportunity for him to drive in. Maybe both Roark and himself if he gets a hold of one.
Swings and misses at that one, 1-2.
Good slider down the way.
The pitch for Martinez. Swung on and missed, an inside pitch. Chokes up and misses it. The fifth strikeout of the day already for Carlos Martinez, and the second out of the inning.
Slider away, and then the four-seamer down and in, and Bichette can do anything with it. And here's another really struggling hitter.
0-1's the count.
Kevin Biggio, not quite the numbers that were hoped of for him. 211 batting average entering this at bat. 212 entering this game before he struck out in the first inning.
A lot of strikeouts lately for him. He had an 0-for-4 game with all four being strikeouts last week.
And surprising because, I mean, Biggio is heralded for his good eye at the plate and his patient approach. And we saw last year there was some frustration from Blue Jays coaching staff that he was actually too patient. But we're seeing, different woes this season as that ball gets away from the catcher, Molina, but is kept in front of the plate and keeps Tanner Roark at first base.
Good contact there. I think he's being more aggressive this year, but I don't think he's swinging at the right pitches, leading to a lot of strikeouts and things like that.
2-2 count for Martinez. He holds off that one. The eye pays off. That pitch just above the strike zone. And it drives the count full. Again, 2 out here. Tanner Roark, the pitcher, on first base.
He'll get a head start here, so maybe if Biggio hits something in the gap, he can score.
He doesn't. He swings and misses at that one. It was in the bottom part of the strike zone, and he just misses that one. So Martinez gets all 3 outs this inning from strikeouts and has, if I'm not mistaken, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 strikeouts so far in this game. Paul Goldschmidt leading things off for the Cardinals.
Goldschmidt, a long-time Diamondback, traded over before last year to St. Louis, and he's having a very nice year so far this year.
Played 161 games last season, which was remarkably the most of his career after many, many years in the majors. You mentioned with the Diamondbacks and, of course, now with the Cardinals. And off to a great start this year, .317 batting average entering today's game.
I remember he got off to a slow start last year, and I think some Cardinals fans were worried about Goldschmidt, but he usually picks it up and puts up the numbers that we've seen throughout his career.
Slider from Roark makes the count 2-2. Swung on, fouled back. Do this again. Pitch from Roark. Swung on, sent right back to the pitcher and right up the middle. Randall Grishik all the way in deep center field, or at least center field, picks the ball up, throws it in. It's a leadoff single here for Paul Goldschmidt in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Roark just dancing out of the way of that ball, sent right back up the middle.
Yeah, Goldschmidt with the nice hitting there, hits it up the middle, and it's a good thing he did that now with no one on base, then he come up with bases loaded last inning.
Just goes to show the importance of the strikeout of Matt Carpenter in the last inning, and the fact that the Cardinals didn't have the opportunity to see Goldschmidt on with the bases loaded, and he steals second.
I wonder if they try to hit and run because the Young swung right through the pitch. You don't think of Goldschmidt as a base stealer, but he has a little speed. He's deceptive.
I was about to say, like, when I think Goldschmidt, I don't think speed, but it worked out there, and you said the hit and run may have been on, but regardless, the Cardinals get the stolen base anyway, and now they eliminate the chance of a traditional double play with Young at the plate, and that ball grounded up to Kevin Biggio, sent on to first. It'll advance Goldschmidt to third, and again, the importance of that stolen base there. They don't get the double play.
Young did exactly what he had to do, moved the runner to third. Now he's there with less than 2 outs. Another productive out gets him in, and he's a guy who's already singled and scored today.
Speaking of deceptive speed, Yadier Molina doesn't have any speed regardless of deception or not. See his career hit numbers just above 2,000, as we saw flash on the screen.
He got his 2,000th in the game against the Phillies that we had here on Bop Ball a few weeks ago.
Roark just threw his 50th pitch here in the 3rd inning. Both pitchers with a little bit of a higher pitch count than you would like, but both keeping it at least somewhat managed, as he gets a swinging strike from Molina. Another swinging strike, 2-2.
A couple of good pitches there. Molina had a 2-0 count, and he let it rip, and then missed him, and he missed another good slider there.
2-2 count from Roark. This is outside, full count. And talking about that pitch count for Roark, he has had a few full counts so far this game, which has hurt him in terms of his pitch count, and that ball is sent up to Bo Bichette. He'll send it on to first, but not before Paul Goldschmidt comes around to score the St. Louis Cardinals' second run of this game. It's 2-0 Cardinals with 2 outs here in the 3rd inning.
Here's another productive out from the Cardinals. They got that runner on base to lead off the inning. He steals, advances on one ground out, and then scores on another. So they're playing fundamental baseball here.
Yeah, it's the type of baseball that's kind of foreign to the Blue Jays. But the Cardinals, you mentioned it, just getting the single, that's all they got. And then Goldschmidt steals second. They get the ground ball from DeYoung to advance Goldschmidt to third, and then they get the ground ball from Molina to send him home. And just like that, the Cardinals have doubled their runs this game and doubled their lead, put them in a little bit of a safer position, albeit in only the third inning. But Roark, with a 2-0 count to Brad Miller, gets a strike in there, 2-1.
He hasn't been as sharp as we've seen him in the past, falling behind some hitters.
That one popped foul.
Made a nice pitch there on the other hitter's count to get back in this.
2-2 pitch from Roark. Misses outside, 3-2, and you mentioned not as sharp as he has been previously. So far this season, he's been a shining light in the Blue Jays rotation. 5-2, 2.6 ERA, but just falling behind early in this game, and another 3-2 count as that ball is fouled off and will drive his pitch count even higher. Again, 60 pitches now. Still only the third inning. Swung on and missed. Gets a strikeout of Brad Miller. It'll end the inning, but not before the Cardinals add to their lead with a little bit of fundamental baseball. It's 2-0 Cardinals heading to the top of the fourth.
So we have the 3, 4, 5 hitters coming up, and they're going to have to start getting something going if the Blue Jays want to get back in this game. So far, their only hit came from the pitcher, so they need to figure Martinez out.
And doesn't bode well with Gurriel coming up in here. Of course, he has good seasonal numbers, 247 batting average, but struck out 3 times in yesterday's game against the Cardinals. That ball gets away from Molina, 1-1.
Up and down the lineup, a lot of strikeouts lately.
3 strikeouts yesterday, also from Randall Grichuk, 2 from Rowdy Tellez, and 2 from Bo Bichette, although Bichette did have a double.
Yeah, and Rowdy Tellez was put in the lineup. He's usually the DH, but was put in the lineup for these interleague games at first because Travis Shaw has been struggling as well. And Tellez has been the best hitter on the team, so hopefully he can pick it up today.
Gurriel grounding that one to third. The throw in time to first. Matt Carpenter with a strong throw there. 1 down.
Pitch speed comparison. Carlos Martinez, 96. Lieutenant Roark, not too bad, with 94 at his fastball.
And Carlos Martinez, a pitcher on the mound that has been compared early and often to Pedro Martinez, of course, the Hall of Fame pitcher, pitched for the Red Sox and the Expos. And so much compared that his nickname is Little Pedro, Baby Pedro, Baby Martinez. We've heard both, but he's drawn a lot of comparisons for his stature, for the way he pitches, for his frame when he pitches.
When healthy, I think he's one of the better starters in baseball. He just hasn't been healthy or always consistent in his career so far.
Right, struggled with injuries last year, stayed in the bullpen, had a little bit of injury issues in 2018, which sparked his initial transition to the bullpen. Of course, traditionally a starter, came up in the Cardinals system as a starter. When he came up to the majors, he transitioned to the bullpen the first time as that ball was popped into left field. Left fielder under it makes the catch, 2 down.
I remember him pitching in the postseason in 2013, and he was coming out of the bullpen. He looked pretty impressive. It hasn't always been consistent.
Spent 2013, 2014 in the bullpen, and then 2015 got the nod to switch into the rotation, stayed there for a few years, and then, as we mentioned, 2018, partway through the season, transitioning back to the bullpen. Rowdy Tellez is up to bat. You mentioned he's moved up in the lineup, but 2 strikeouts in yesterday's game. 266 batting average this season.
He was up around 278, I think, on the weekend. So last couple of games have been a struggle for him.
1-1 pitch is fouled off, 1-2. Tellez bulked up a little bit over the offseason, didn't put on more weight, but he lost some excess weight and built it back as muscle as he strikes out to end the inning. Another strikeout for Carlos Martinez. It's his 7th of the day. We head to the bottom of the 4th. The Blue Jays, again, offensive struggles yesterday. Offensive struggles continue today. They've had a walk and a single, but nothing more through the first 4 innings for them. Of course, the single coming from the pitcher, Tanner Roark. The walk coming from Teoscar Hernandez, who notably also had a walk yesterday along with 2 strikeouts. So, again, lots of strikeouts for these Blue Jays, not just because of Carlos Martinez on the mound, but also just because it's a pattern that we're seeing from them so far this season, and especially as of late.
They had a game on Sunday against the Orioles where they struck out a bunch of times, and the Orioles obviously are even in a worse spot than the Jays. So this offense has really struggled for quite a while now.
Wasn't the point or the part of the Blue Jays that we thought would struggle, and that ball is sent deep into left field. Lourdes Gurriel is going to chase it all the way down to the wall. He'll throw it in, and it's a stand-up double for Colton Wong. His 2nd double today. He had a double in the 2nd inning, and the 3rd double today for the Cardinals as a whole.
Yeah, he hit his double right as I came in the booth, and pretty much in the same spot.
Martinez, the pitcher, now up. He takes the bunt, and it bounces right back to the pitcher. Got a little bit too much speed on that one. Isn't able to advance the runner at second, Colton Wong, having to stay.
I thought he would try to go quick there, but he stayed where he was. Had he tried, Roark probably could have done a favor throw him out.
Yeah.
So I think he's going to break there.
Outside, that's the ball.
The Jays lucky to get that bunt that ultimately Martinez just got a little bit too much velocity on and bounced right back to Roark. So Wong having to stay at second, getting the out of Martinez at first. The 2-0 pitch swung on, fouled back, 2-1.
Definitely important to get Bader out here, a guy who's been struggling with the bat all season.
That one sent into right field, and it gets down. Colton Wong holding at third base, but the Cardinals, with only 1 out here, still threatening again in the 3rd inning with runners on for the 4th consecutive inning. They've had runners on in every inning of today's game. And now a runner just 90 feet away from adding to this tally here in the 4th.
Yeah, bottom of the order getting it done. Wong did advance to 3rd on that bunt, so he could only go to 3rd on that single. But now he got the top of the order again.
That one sent into left field and caught on the fly by Lourdes Gurriel, shallow enough to hold Colton Wong at 3rd. No attempt of the sac fly from the runner, Colton Wong.
Lourdes Gurriel Jr. may not be thought of as a good outfielder, but he had a lot of assists last year.
Yeah, his transition to the outfield went smoothly, and he's been, if not a defense plus outfielder, at least a neutral asset for the Blue Jays. Roark with a grab there, throws it onto first, gets the 3rd out, and the Blue Jays with a nice grab from Roark, escaping the inning here with a runner on 3rd, but no runs come across. 2-0 here, still heading to the top of the 5th. And we were talking earlier about this small ball, this fundamental baseball by the St. Louis Cardinals, and they continued it this inning. They tried it with a bunt from Carlos Martinez. Didn't work out, but they still got Colton Wong over to third base. Almost got him home with that sac fly. So we're seeing two different types of approaches to baseball. The Blue Jays with, the power, the plain hitting part of baseball, and again, lots of strikeouts. And then the Cardinals on the other side of things, playing the small ball, bunting, getting the sac fly, getting the stolen base, getting the ground ball to get a runner home, stuff like that.
Yeah, they're really, really good at all the fundamentals. And I don't know, I'd like to see the Blue Jays try doing things like that, because obviously the boom or bust offense, the boom or bust offensive approach isn't really working for them. So maybe we should try something different. I know it's not commonly done in the American League, though. It seems like there's the big difference there.
Yeah, and of course, all of baseball in general shifting away from type of small ball, not especially in the American League. You really don't see teams that are bunting, teams that are putting emphasis on small ball. But at the same time, it would be nice to see the Blue Jays, pick up a little bit of speed. And of course, we have seen progress, or at least supposed to see progress, as Fernandez strikes out to make my point a little bit less valid. But they've been getting a lot younger, and part of that has been getting at least a little bit more speed. They now have Bichette, Biggio, they're all right on the base paths. Guy like Teoscar Hernandez, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., well, they might not be speed demons on the base paths, they're at least a little bit more agile as that ball drops in from the hitter, Randall Grichuk. The Blue Jays get a little bloop single here in the fifth inning.
Maybe that'll get him going. Grichuk against his former teammate gets that single. And he's a guy who can run a little bit.
Grichuk, of course, formerly on the Cardinals, traded to the Blue Jays in the 2017-2018 offseason in exchange for Dominic Leone and Connor Green, both pitchers. Leone in the majors with the Blue Jays at that point. Green, I believe, was still in Double-A or perhaps even Triple-A at that point. Never made it to the majors with the Blue Jays. I think he's with the Royals now, if I'm not mistaken.
He's in the minors with the Royals. I remember seeing him pitch in spring training. A guy who can throw about 100, but doesn't always know where it's going. So hasn't really gotten his command yet.
Jansen. Go ahead.
Leone struggled with the Cardinals, and now he's with the Cleveland Indians. So I don't know that the trade worked out really particularly well for either side so far.
Of course, Grichuk, we saw him, of course, he has a single today, but struggling this season, a little bit better as of late, but still struggling. Struggled last year. The Blue Jays, seemingly confident in him despite of his struggles. They signed him to a 5-year extension worth $55 million in April of last season. That ball almost got away from the catcher Molina, but Randall Grichuk will hold at first.
Grichuk, I think, I think this is what he is. He's probably a lot of strikeouts. Probably won't bat for average, but when he gets a hold of one, it goes very far. He actually had a home run in Baltimore the other day.
Jansen still staying alive in this full count. 2 foul offs in a row. See what he does here. See what Martinez's pitch will be. The 3-2 pitch. Fouled off again.
I think he probably swung at ball 4, but had to protect.
Working the pitch count higher for Martinez. Martinez at 75. This is his 76th. And fouled off again by Jansen. Even if Jansen doesn't get on base, as you just said, it's a nice at-bat. It works. Martinez gets him to throw more pitches and gets the Blue Jays to see more of his repertoire here in the 5th inning, and pops that one up deep into left field. The runner going back. Under it is the left fielder, Brad Miller, makes the catch. 2 down.
Plate appearance. didn't get on base, but he did make him work. And we see if, I guess Roark will continue because he is the only other hit for the Blue Jays, and he's actually pitched very nicely so far.
High pitch count for Roark as well, but despite of it, only 2 runs allowed. Grounds that first pitch right to the first baseman, runs it onto first, and that's 3 down. So the Blue Jays get a single. Nothing more from the Cardinals. The Cardinals are still up 2-0. And the Blue Jays not really showing much of the fight offensively. At least they got the single that inning from Grichuk, but it was a kind of bloop single, lucky single just based on the placement of the outfielders. Paul Goldschmidt will come up, and he scored the first run for the Cardinals, kind of manufacturing it with a single and then a stolen base, and then coming around on 2 ground balls.
What do you got?
Thought he may have gone Lambert, but the umpire says no.
1-1 count here for Goldschmidt. That one landing in. Goldschmidt doesn't try to swing at it. 1-2 count.
Good pitch to hit too, so Roark got lucky there.
Goldschmidt got a few MVP votes last year. Walked in yesterday's game. Takes the ball there, 2-2.
He's a solid player in his career.
Doesn't get the kind of attention that big market players would. He's spent, as you mentioned earlier, lots of his career in Arizona, now in St. Louis, but has been quietly plugging away and consistently putting up great numbers for whatever team he ends up on. And so far in his career, at least Hall of Fame caliber. Depends on how his final years turn out, as Lourdes Gurriel chases that one down. He's at the wall, he leaps, and he doesn't get it. It's off the wall. Grichuk throwing in, and Goldschmidt will run onto third. He slides in, he's safe with a triple from that ball that just kept carrying and carrying. Bounced off the wall. The Blue Jays, I thought, played it well in the outfield. Grichuk with a quick play and throwing it in, but Goldschmidt, he knew it was deep. He knew he would have to hustle, and he just kept running around to get the triple.
There's that deceptive speed I was talking about. You would not think that he would even try for a triple, and the graphic showed that was a second. So he has a little bit of speed, a lot more than you'd expect from a first baseman.
Coming into this game, I mean, I'm an American League guy, so I've really never watched with my own eyes to see Goldschmidt play. I've only looked at his stats, and seeing today, I'm very surprised by his speed. Of course, we saw the stolen base in the 3rd inning when he was on base, and now, of course, the triple. And it puts the Blue Jays in a tough spot. It puts the Cardinals in a very advantageous spot. You got a runner on third, still none out. And the heart of the Cardinals lineup coming up. Paul DeYoung up to bat, a 1-0 count from Roark.
And despite his, I think it was 220 with runners in scoring position, we saw how good the Cardinals have been in this game at the fundamental baseball. So all he has to do is make contact, and another run comes home.
Makes contact there, but just a little bit late, sends it foul. They have 3 outs to work with to get the runner on third home, and they get rid of the first out that they had to work with. Roark's 5th strikeout of the game. Paul DeYoung sent packing after grounding out to second base in both of his first 2 at-bats.
Last time when he grounded out, he advanced Goldschmidt to third, he ended up scoring.
Brings up Molina, who again will have the same goal: hit a ball in the air or even on the ground, hit it really anywhere, make contact, hit it fair, and you probably will drive Goldschmidt home. See what he does here. 0-1 count from Roark. Taken. Looks like it might have clipped the strike zone, but called a ball. 1-1 count. Misses again. 2-1. Molina with a good eye in this at-bat. Fouled off. 2-2.
The pitch was in a bit of a dangerous spot, but Molina didn't do anything with it other than foul it off. He's obviously a veteran, so he knows what he's got to do.
37 years old, 16 years in the majors, and still catching for the Cardinals pretty much every day. Played 113 games last year, which was his lowest since 2014. Popped that one up into left field. It's deep enough to get Goldschmidt home. They're going to hold him at third.
That's twice now. Yeah, twice now the Cardinals haven't run on Gurriel. I guess they got the scouting report that he's got a pretty good arm right there.
And because of his good arm, because of the strikeout of Paul DeJong, now the Cardinals only have one out to work with. And at this point, it's no longer just about making contact. Now you have to actually get a hit to get that runner home. So far, whatever happens with this at-bat here against Brad Miller, good job by Tanner Roark on the mound to get it to a point where he can actually have a path to escaping this inning.
He's done a very nice job so far. And obviously no run support to this point. And that was what happened to him in his last start. He was up against Ryan Yarbrough of the Rays, who is leading the world in ERA. So while he pitched fairly well, the Blue Jays didn't score any runs.
That was the story yesterday's game as well. Ryu pitching 6 innings, only 2 runs allowed, and the bullpen, Trent Thornton out of the bullpen, not giving up a run as well, but the Blue Jays just not scoring anything either. We have a trivia question from the big guy in chat, our trusty trivia asker. He asked, who's the only player in MLB history with 30-plus home runs and less than 60 RBIs, as he gets a strikeout to escape the inning. Goldschmidt with the leadoff triple doesn't get anywhere. And the Cardinals still only up by 2 here as we head to the 6th inning. And just to continue that trivia question, the only player in MLB history with 30-plus home runs, less than 60 RBI, and less than 60 runs scored. I assume you mean in a single season. So I'm going to take a first guess of Chris Davis. He was on some pretty bad Orioles teams, but still had power. So that's my first guess. I don't know if you have any guess, Evie.
I'm going to think about that one a little bit. Usually the big guy sticks to the teams that are playing, so I would think it might be a Blue Jay or a Cardinal. I wonder if it could be... there you go, he just said that. He played on one of these 2 teams. So I wonder if it could be Goldschmidt. I mean, I know he had a lot of home runs but in Arizona, but I don't know if he had a lot of RBI.
That one popped up foul. Molina thinks he can get to it. It's just out of play from Bichette. I guess on these 2 teams, I can guess Brad Miller because he had 30 home runs in 2016, but he's kind of had his ups and downs as a player. The following year, actually, in 2017, he only hit 9 home runs. So I'm going to guess Brad Miller as my next guess, but it's a good question from the big guy. 2-2 count to Bichette. In there for a strike. Bichette upset with the call. It's the 9th strikeout of the day for Carlos Martinez. Just like that, the Blue Jays with 1 out in this inning.
That might have looked a bit high to Bichette, but I think it got out of plate. So the big guy says no to Goldschmidt and no to Miller, but the player in question is still an active player.
Well, I'm stumped. Maybe, I don't know, just a guy, an old Blue Jay, not currently on the Blue Jays. I can just name off power hitters. Jose Bautista, Edwin Encarnacion, Justin Smoke. I don't think Rowdy Tellez has ever played enough to hit more than 30 home runs. I think he had about 20 last year. That ball sent foul by Captain Biggio.
F. Corporal is guessing Jose Martinez, who's now with the Tampa Bay Rays.
1-2 count. Swung on, sent foul to left field side, just past Blue Jays dugout.
Now we have another. He says no to Martinez, and it isn't the Blue Jays. It's Cardinal.
Oh, okay.
Well, maybe Yadier Molina. I don't know if he's ever hit 30 home runs, but
it's been around long enough, certainly, to at least put up one season like that. Again, 16 seasons in the majors. 37 years old. That one diving stop by the second baseman, thrown on to first. They get the out. Biggio looking frustrated with the play there from the second baseman, Colton Wong, diving to his left, just getting up in time, throwing it on to first. What a good play.
Colton Wong, excellent defender, and poor Biggio, he finally makes contact and finds a glove.
It's got to be frustrating for him. He struck out in his first 2 at-bats. He didn't strike out yesterday, but he's been striking out more and more this season, so it has to be frustrating for him to finally put the ball in play, and then when he does, nothing comes of it. But Lourdes Gurriel Jr. is up here. He's 0 for 2. He had a strikeout in the first inning, grounded out to third base in the fourth, and pops that one up just in front of home plate. Molina makes the catch, 3 down, and that'll end the inning. So we head to the bottom of the 6th. The Blue Jays still have nothing to say for their 2 hits and handful of base runners. Colton Wong, who made that fantastic defensive play, is coming up here.
Now pitching for
and we have a pitching change for the Blue Jays, with Sean Reed Foley coming on. 8 games, not a very good ERA. More strikeouts than walks, though. Not a huge sample size, but
the second baseman.
Tanner Roark leaves the game after his high pitch count takes him out early. 5 innings pitched, 2 runs allowed, and a bunch of hits. I believe he only struck out 5 batters, perhaps it was 6 strikeouts. So not the smoothest of starts for him today, but again, he only gave up 2 runs, so you can't complain too much. Sean Reed Foley, again, you mentioned, out of the bullpen. 1-0 count, misses again, 2-0.
Roark pitched well, I thought. Got out of a bunch of jams and kept it close. Once again, no run support for him, so the best he can do is get a no decision if the Blue Jays rally in the late innings.
Just tallying things up here, he had 8 hits given up. He gave up at least 1 in every inning, a double in the first, and then 3 hits in the second, another hit in the third. That one sent deep foul. Another hit, or 2 hits in the fourth, and then a triple in the fifth. So couldn't keep the Cardinals off base, but that broken bat dribbler in front of home, Danny Jansen, plays it smoothly, throws it on first. First down.
Start here. Try to keep the Cardinals off the board and try to get back in this game. Oh, saw them off. That replay showed it. Oh, it looks like Carlos Martinez will be done for the day. We have Justin Turner with that odd spelling coming off the bench, just called up from the minors.
That's the ball. Ball 1, no strike.
So Martinez and Roark, both starters, out of this game, and just tallying up Roark's strikeouts. Again, he had 3 in the first 2 innings and another one in the third to raise his tally to 4, and then 2 in the fifth. So he ends the game with 6 strikeouts, and again, 8 hits, only 2 runs allowed. Good job by Roark to keep the Cardinals out of the scoreboard. 2-0 count from Sean Reed. Foley misses low. 3-0 to Justin Turner, or Turner.
One more hint from the big guy that this player who we're looking for still plays in the NL Central, but a different team.
Turner fouls that one off. Full count.
And it's not Jason Hayward, so.
That one popped up. It's going to be fair and playable for Teoscar Hernandez. Makes the catch. 2 down.
Now batting, the center fielder, Harrison Bader.
Good job here by Reed Foley getting the first 2 men out, dealing with the bottom of the order. And he needs 1 more, so we can go to 7th.
That one Popped up again to deep right field. Teoscar Hernandez will sit there, make the catch to his left, and that'll end the inning. So 2 pop-ups and a ground out right in front of home plate. End the inning. Sean Reed Foley, despite a lot of balls thrown by him, gets the 3 outs and doesn't give up a base runner. And John Brebbia is in to pitch 38 games already this season. 2.18 ERA has been fantastic out of the bullpen.
51 strikeouts and 41 in the third innings. That's very impressive. As the big guy gave us the answer, it's Jed Jerko, not a guy we would ever guessed. So he's with the Brewers now. The Cardinals and the Padres, but yeah, I would not have guessed his name at all.
Ball, that's just out.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. leading things off in the 7th inning. Takes the second pitch, ball 2-0. In their first strike, 2-1.
Don't think Charlie Montoya was too thrilled with that call. Looked a bit low from the vantage point we have.
I got to count 2-2.
Guerrero 0 for 2 today. He is popped up to left field in both of his at-bats. Swings and fouls that one off. We'll stay at 2-2. Nice night here at Busch Stadium in St. Louis. And of course, always a beautiful stadium here and one of the best in baseball.
Sure, there are quite a few Blue Jays fans who traveled. Obviously, the Blue Jays don't go to St. Louis too often, so it's a nice opportunity to see this ballpark in the city.
Guerrero striking out for the first out of the inning, and third out for him today. Still hasn't been on base. He had 2 hits in yesterday's game, both of them singles, to go along with a walk and a strikeout, but disappointing so far today. Game after that nice game yesterday, one of the highlights for the Blue Jays offensively, and they didn't have much in the way of offensive production yesterday, same as they've been struggling today. Blue Jays still no runs, only 2 hits today. That ball sent to the first baseman. Goldschmidt will take the out to first.
2 fairly quick outs for Brebbia here, 10 pitches. Not a lot of chances left for the Blue Jays. The closer, who's already warming up, Giovanni Gallegos, has been lights out. We got to save yesterday.
The window of opportunity is closing fast for these Blue Jays as Teoscar Hernandez gets up to the plate. He walked in the 2nd inning, one of only 3 base runners today for the Blue Jays.
A little anxious there and swung right through that slider.
Swings and misses again through that changeup. Looks like 1-2 count. Hernandez, the longest tenured Blue Jay on this roster, came around in 2017 at the trade deadline and strikes out on that one. So Blue Jays go down in order here in the 7th inning as we take a look at John Brebbia's nice performance coming out of the bullpen for the Cardinals, keeping the Blue Jays off the board. Moving to the bottom of the 7th, and of course, the 7th inning stretch here at Busch Stadium.
Leading up for the Cardinals, the right fielder.
Foley's still out there. He's going to have to deal with the top of the lineup here.
Reed Foley retired. Batter's last inning in order with a ground ball and 2 pop-outs, or fly-outs, excuse me, to right field.
Important inning, obviously, to continue to put up zeros by the pitching staff.
Tommy Edmond course, had a walk in the second inning. Struck out in the first. 2-1 pitch from Reed Foley. Misses inside, 3-1. And just a quick mention to those of you watching, you can donate to Meals on Wheels with the link below the chat. 100% of the proceeds raised go to them. And Gurriel with a nice diving catch in the outfield. We've been talking about his defense all night, and it's all smiles from Gurriel with that diving catch as we take a replay here. Laid it all out to get that ball from Tommy Edman to keep the Cardinals off the base paths, and what a play from him.
I thought that might drop, but he did a very nice job there. Laying out, keeping it in his glove, and retiring the leadoff batter.
So he's made a few good throws from left field. He's made a wonderful catch now from left field. Just an all-around great day for him defensively. Not so much offensively. Held hitless and hasn't gotten on yet today, but great day for him in left field. And again, his story is a very interesting one because he came up as an infielder, played as an infielder with the Blue Jays when he first came up, but then transitioned to the outfield. And I mean, the rest has all been history. He really hasn't seen much of any struggles since moving into left field. And of course, we saw some great plays at Yankee Stadium, Fenway Park when he first came up into left field. And that has just continued and exemplified here tonight with some great plays and great throws from left field. Striked out, Matt Carpenter. Carpenter chatting with Danny Jansen behind the plate. Sean Reed fully pumped up with the second out of the inning.
He's got some good stuff as well. He's another guy who has had some starts. Relief hasn't been able to put it all together in the majors. He's always had a problem with walks, which come back to haunt him.
That one, first pitch, popped up into deep right center field. Randall Grichuk makes the catch, no problem, and it'll end the inning. So Sean Reed Foley, despite his previous struggles, is putting together a good appearance here today, and he is up to bat in this top of the 8th inning, so I expect his day to be done. But a nice day for him regardless. Andrew Miller, the ever-formidable closer, struggling this season, is in to pitch for the Cardinals.
Righties 345, lefties 286 against him. So if the Blues want to get back into this game, this is probably the inning to do it. Of course, Miller is well remembered from his dominance of the Blue Jays in that 2016 ALCS.
Seems to be a shadow of what he once was, though, here as we just took a look at his stats. Struggling this year with the Cardinals. Grichuk, one of the only Blue Jays with a hit today. His hit came in the 5th inning. It was kind of a bloop into center field, but it got down, and Blue Jays, of course, unable to do anything with it. And he stuck at first base. Oh, 0-2 count here to Grichuk.
Let's see if we can get on base again. Miller's got that fastball, that slider.
Swings and fouls that one off. Again, 0-2. Blue Jays looking to get anything they can this deep in the game. They have 6 out left to work with, and they lose one right there. A strikeout of Randall Grichuk, his first of the game after 3 strikeouts yesterday. As we take a look back at our starters from today.
Both did well, I thought. More strikeouts, obviously, for Martinez. And Roark kept his team in the game. That's really all you can ask for. He even chipped in with a base hit. Other than that, no run support again for him.
Yeah, Roark really didn't have all of his pitches or all of his greatest stuff today, but it seemed he just found a way to make it work. He gave up, again, 8 hits, but he only gave up 2 runs. So kudos to him to keeping the Blue Jays in this, but it hasn't been worth much so far. Still no runs on the board, only 2 hits today from Toronto, a single from Randall Grishik and a single from Tanner Roark. And that's all the Blue Jays have to go along with a walk. And Danny Jansen not giving them anything here, striking out again.
Now batting.
Racking up the strikeouts on the Cardinals today. There's another one there. 2 in a row for Miller. And I guess we see a pinch hitter. Yep, Joe Panic looks like.
Number 2.
Joe Panic coming in for Sean Reed Foley.
You're on the bench for 8 innings, and now you're a left-handed batter, and you're gonna face Andrew Miller, who has been pretty good against lefties despite struggling this year in his career. He's been lights out.
Maybe a change of scenery in the lineup is exactly what the Blue Jays need, because haven't got anything going so far today but a swinging strike at that first pitch, or excuse me, second pitch. 0-2 count.
The count is 1.
Takes that one low. 1-2.
30,333 in attendance to see the Bluebirds and the Redbirds. Very nice.
After this game, both teams with an off day tomorrow before the Blue Jays head back home to face the Texas Rangers. Then the St. Louis Cardinals head to Pittsburgh to play the Pirates with Chris Archer, Adam Wainwright on the mound for that duel. Joe Panic strikes out. It's the, if I'm not mistaken, the 14th strikeout of the day for the Blue Jays. A horrific day for them at the plate. Horrific day for them at the plate, but strikeouts keep coming for the St. Louis Cardinals pitching staff. Wilmer Font in to pitch for the Blue Jays.
21st appearance, 4-3 record, 21 for innings, 23 strikeouts. He picked up a win in Baltimore on Friday. He pitched 2 innings in extra innings, and the Blue Jays won 6-4.
Font, formerly of the Tampa Bay Rays, here with the Blue Jays. Throws a first pitch strike, 0-1.
Bounced around a little bit, and he's been an opener for the Blue Jays. He did that last year. He did that with the Rays as well. Did this time there.
That one sent into left field for a leadoff single for the Cardinals. Again, Cardinals not with much offensive production on their own side, but still enough to, looks like, pull out an inevitable win in today's game.
And their 9th hit there, I believe, after that single. So.
Blue Jays bullpen well rested from yesterday's game. Only used 1 pitcher. That pitcher being Trent Thornton for 2 innings in yesterday's game against the Cardinals. So they've got a lot of slack, and so far using 2 pitchers. Sean Reed Foley came in first, pitched 2 perfect innings, and now Font in.
He's good.
1-0 count to Molina. Popped up, going to be just foul. Danny Jansen is under it, makes the catch, 1 down.
And again, hopefully Font can strand that runner at first and give the Blue Jays a fighting chance against a very, very tough closer. And I'm going to guess will come in Giovanni Gallegos.
Brad Miller up to bat. He's 0 for 3 today. 2 strikeouts to go along with a flyout to right field in the second inning. A couple guys warming in Toronto's bullpen. Thomas Pannone from Cranston, Rhode Island. Jordan Romano from Markham, Ontario.
Yeah, he's doesn't live too far from me.
Homegrown talent is rare for any MLB team. Pretty rare for these Toronto Blue Jays, as seems to be more products in Major League Baseball from south of the border than north of the border. But Blue Jays finding an exception to the rule. And Jordan Romano, hopefully, will be a good piece of this bullpen for years to come. He's shown some promise in his little major league career so far. That
was
one
good
swung
to
on and missed.
Very nice pitch there from Fonte Miller.
The second baseman.
Romano made his major league debut last year, and he had an injury that I think probably inflated his numbers a little more than he would have liked.
And then picked off of waivers by a team that's escaping my brain right now. I feel like
he
it was
was
the Rangers.
The Rule 5, yeah, I think it was the White Sox who traded him to the Rangers immediately,
Okay.
and he didn't make the cut with the Rangers because, you know, the Rule 5 guys, they have to stay on the major league roster the entire year. So when he didn't make the team, we just gave him back to the Blue Jays.
1-1.
Blue Jays happy for that. Using him out of the bullpen this year.
Yeah, I think he's got the stuff to be an excellent back-end reliever.
Colton Wong at the plate. 2 doubles earlier today to go along with a ground out to, or not really ground out, just a little dribbler in front of home plate that came in the 6th inning. So great day for him at the plate as he tries to get something going here against Wilmer Font. 2 outs. Swings and sends that one to Bo Bichette. Bichette shovels it quickly to second. And Biggio records the out. It'll end the inning. So the Blue Jays coming up here in the top of the 9th with the top of the order. Their last chance to get anything going here with 3 outs left.
The time to do it. And it will not. Let's see, we're going to see double switch first of all from Mike Schilt.
Your attention, please.
The National League
The changes
working
for St. Louis.
wonders
Now
for
pitching
this
and batting in the third box.
management here today. And you mentioned this guy coming out of the bullpen.
Giovanni.
These are very good numbers, obviously.
Now
14
playing
for
left
14.
and batting eighth.
Batter's not doing much off him, and he picked up that 14th save in the ball game yesterday. So we'll see if the Blue Jays can figure out Gallegos, who came over from the Yankees as part of that Luke Voigt deal.
Throws a first pitch ball to Bichette, 95 miles an hour, 4-seam fastball. Just missing the strike zone up. Well, if the Blue Jays hope to get anything going up here in the 9th inning, you have exactly the guys you want to do it with, the top of the lineup. Of course, perhaps not being the most productive this season, but Bichette still relatively good numbers this year, and I mean, always the ability to hit from Biggio, Gurriel, and Guerrero. That one skied into left field. It's going to be caught easily by the left fielder, Brad Miller, 1 down.
I think he's a double switch. I think they made him change in left field. Looks like it. Maybe Lane Thomas, I would guess.
National League, always trying to trip us up.
It's not Dexter Fowler. They used Turner off the bench. So I'm thinking that's Lane Thomas. So it definitely wasn't Miller. Maybe someone in the chat caught the double switch. But if not, that would be my guess. They have 2 backup catchers and about all of outfielders on their bench.
Well, I'll refrain from using any names in defensive plays this inning, because after that double switch, who knows what the defensive alignment is. But Kevin Biggio up to bat here. Bad day at the plate for him. 2 strikeouts and a ground out. He's over.
Retired on a nice play by Colton Wong his last time.
One of the 2 defensive gems in this game. The other one coming from Lourdes Gurriel Jr. with a dive and grab in left field. 2-1 count from Gallegos to Biggio. Misses outside, 3-1.
This is where I hope to see the Biggio patience, not swinging at bad pitches and hopefully getting on base.
One of the Blue Jays' last shot to get something going here in the 9th inning. The pitch. Swung on and fouled back. Full count. Been an atrocious day at the plate for the Blue Jays. Not much better for the Cardinals, but they had just enough to get ahead in this game, and Biggio swings through that one. 2 down here in the 9th inning. The Cardinals 1 out away from a victory here today.
He's got the unfortunate hat trick over the 3 strikeouts. His struggles continue. I don't know if Charlie Montoya will think of giving him a couple of days off or moving him down. We'll see what he does.
Lots of strikeouts from the Blue Jays. They've had 14 today, or excuse me, 15 today with that Biggio strikeout. And of course, 1 out left to work with here with Gurriel at the plate. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Well, coming up after this game, we have the Orioles and the Cubs facing off. So if you're a Cardinal fan or a Blue Jay fan, both of those teams relevant to these teams playing here today, as Gurriel strikes out, and that's the ball game. Another strikeout for the Blue Jays, their 16th of the day. What a horrific day for them at the plate, but a good day for the St. Louis Cardinals, coming away with a win here and celebrating in the outfield for them today. A great start from Carlos Martinez, shut down the Blue Jays, and they got just enough offensive production to come away with the win today.
And sweep this short 2-game series. Blue Jays are going to have to figure something out with the offense. Too many strikeouts, and really didn't do anything. When you have 2 hits and one of them is from your starting pitcher, it's not a very good day. So maybe they can take the off day to relax a little bit, and maybe some home cooking will do them good. Because they return home to, I think they have the Rangers, and then I think the Mariners after that.
Yeah, going home to face the notorious Texas Rangers, but you mentioned just an awful day at the plate for them. 16 strikeouts, and you mentioned the hits. Only 2 hits, one of them coming from Tanner Roark, of all people, the starter today for the Blue Jays, and his hit was just, it was a line drive, but it was just through the gap on the right side of the infield, so that wasn't a great hit. And then the other hit from Randall Grichuk is just a blooper into center field. So both of the hits coming from the Blue Jays were not hits to be celebrated by any means. And then the other time they got on base was a walk to Teoscar Hernandez in the second. So the offensive woes continue for the Blue Jays here after scoring only 1 run on 4 hits in yesterday's game. They scored none on 2 hits in today's game plus a walk. But again, we're looking at the player of the game right here, Carlos Martinez. A great start from him. 6 innings, 9 strikeouts, and no runs allowed.
A very nice day for Martinez, and not a very good day, to put it lightly, for the Blue Jays. But Tanner Roark did an excellent job, really getting out of multiple jams and keeping his team in the game. That's for the second straight start that he's had that he's pitched well and has gotten 0 run support. I mentioned the last time was against the Rays, and he was up against Ryan Yarbrough, who is the AL leader, if not the major league leader in ERA. So he's had a couple of tough matchups. Really can't blame him for this. He did his best.
He, as we mentioned earlier, he didn't really have his stuff earlier on in the game. Again, he gave up 8 hits, but he found a way to make it work and keep the Cardinals away from home plate, only ending up giving up 2 runs. And then the bullpen, doing a good job keeping things shut down. But again, this offense for the Blue Jays really struggling. And Roark, he has great numbers this season, 2.6 ERA coming into this game. It'll increase a little bit after today's game, but not by too much, I imagine. So really just tough day at the plate for the Blue Jays, but a good day for the Cardinals. Paul Goldschmidt, we talked about him earlier, surprisingly speedy. He had a single and a triple and came around and a stolen base. Yeah, good day for him at the plate. Colton Wong, 2 doubles, 2 for 4 for him. Good day for him. Yadier Molina coming around to score the first run of the game for the Cardinals, 1 for 4 with an RBI. Matt Carpenter with a double in the first inning to go 1 for 4. So disappointing day at the ballpark for the Blue Jays, but very encouraging for the Cardinals, who, entering this game, the 2 teams had identical records. This game could go really either way. but it ended up going to the St. Louis Cardinals, who are now 28-34 on this year. They're fourth in the NL Central. The Blue Jays now 27-35, fourth in the AL East, falling a little bit further than the 10 games back they were entering this game.
Boston had a win last night, so they actually jumped the Blue Jays in the standings. They were at fourth for a while, but they defeated Cleveland last night. Yeah, I don't know about the Cardinals. I was going to ask you this, but obviously I had a little bit of technical difficulties at the start. Are you surprised that the Cardinals are where they are, given that they have a pretty good pitching staff, pretty good lineup? They won the division last year, took them to the last day, but I'm kind of surprised that their record is what it is.
Yeah, well, they've been like one of the most dominant teams in baseball over the past, even just, I guess, decade. But it is strange to see them struggling so far this year. And I mean, you see the number of 15 and a half games back, and it's kind of jarring because, of course, well, like 15 and a half, but you have to understand that the Cubs are 42-18. They have a 700 win percentage, and that's the best in Major League Baseball by far so far this season, the second best being the Minnesota Twins. So I guess it is odd to see the position that the Cardinals are in this season, but with today's win, they're 28-34. They're only 6 games below 500, and you still have so much time to work with. So I guess it is surprising to see them in this position, but I'm not overly concerned because I don't think it's too late to make a comeback at this point. It's still possible for them to, improve their play and rise in the standings.
We see the highlights. Actually, last year they clinched the division on the final day, so you never know what will happen. There's Carlos Martinez with the RBI. And Manaea with the other RBI, and that was really all she wrote for the Cardinals today.
Yeah, we're talking today about the Blue Jays' offensive woes, but there's certainly not that much to root for on the Cardinals side today at the ballpark, whether that was a credit to Blue Jays pitching or the Cardinals' bad hitting today. But again, yesterday as well, the Cardinals struggled to score. They only scored 2 runs yesterday as well, so 4 games in this short 2-game series for them. So I don't know if you've been keeping track of other games for the Cardinals this season, but is this offensive production from them uncharacteristic, or have they kind of been struggling with offense
they've
all
been
year?
struggling too.
Okay.
I've watched the games that we've had here on Pop Ball. I guess the Blue Jays are just struggling a little bit more. They're struggling so bad that we were like, we were 20 minutes early by the time this game concluded. I see we already have Hines in the booth with us. He's going to do the next game. We spoke of the Cubs, who are setting the world on fire. How are you doing, Hines?
I'm doing good, and I'm definitely relishing the Cubs right now. Not something I think anyone expected coming in to this season.
Now, on paper, your game should be really easy for the Cubs, but of course this is baseball, so you never know what will happen, right? With the Orioles coming into Wrigley.
Yeah, I mean, the Orioles not on the best of runs, and the Cubs had that tough series against Cincinnati, so they're looking to finish out the homestand strong. And you're right, on paper, this should be an easy 2 games for the Cubs, but the Cubs have a habit of losing to teams that they shouldn't lose to, so we'll see.
The Cubs, of course, best team in Major League Baseball now. They're 42-18. The Twins, I thought they were far in a way the best team, but the Twins only 1 game behind. They're 42-19 with an extra game played, but 2 of the best teams in Major League Baseball, and of course the Orioles, one of the worst teams. They're 21-39. So like we said, on paper this should be an easy game for the Cubs to win, but who knows what happens.
What do you think's done it for the Cubs this year, Hines? Is it just that everyone's healthy? Because last year I think they had a lot of health issues that kind of set them back. It's mostly the same team now that they had last year.
Yeah, I think most of it's the same, as you said. I think the offense, no matter what, they're going to be the offense you would expect. I think definitely they're players like Chris Bryant, who's currently one of the top MVP candidates, early on in the season, has been overachieving compared to, I think, his last year totals. But I think for me, it's been the pitching. To see John Lester coming out with I think he's 8-1 in ERA under 2.
Yeah.
The guy we're seeing today, Quintana, he's up there in ERA. He's 8th in the league in ERA. Something he hasn't been doing with the Cubs really since he got here. And then Kyle Hendricks, I think it was coming into the season, he was expected to be that sort of silent ace for the team. But overall, even the bullpen has been just unreal this season. ERAs are so low among a bullpen when all they did was sign a couple guys to 1-year deals. I mean, Dan Winkler's on a 1-year deal, Jeremy Jeffress, Ryan Tepera, all on 1-year deals in the offseason, and they're performing amazing.
Yeah, you mentioned Tepera and Jeffress, a couple of former Blue Jays. Nice to see them doing well. And I saw Kimbrel's pitching pretty well. He's the 8th inning guy now. I don't know, Mark, did you see the game that we had here yesterday between the Cubs and the Reds?
I didn't know.
They combined for, I think it was 11 home runs between the two teams.
Wow.
Yeah, I watched that because it was right before the game I did color for yesterday. And I believe, if I remember correctly, that's the highest combined homer total in a Cubs game since the crazy 23-22 game against the Phillies in 1979.
It's been a bit.
Yeah. But that whole series has been crazy. They had the first game of the series ended 10-9, in which the Cubs scored 6 in the last 2 innings, and then had that back-to-back.
That was right before the first game I called here on Ball. We had I
had the pleasure of calling that.
Yeah, yesterday was a wild day. Bottom line, in addition to just that Cubs game, there was a Yankees and Mariners game, which the Yankees won 12-0 with a complete
gave up
game.
1 hit.
Yeah, complete game shutout from Garrett Cole, who had I don't know if it was a perfect game or just a no-hitter into was it the 8th inning or the 7th inning?
The 8th inning. Yeah, he gave up a hit in the 8th. And earlier, I think I don't remember if he had a walk or a hit batter, but
okay.
Yeah, it was a no-hitter, and then he gave up a hit in the 8th. That's twice in 3 starts that he's done that to the Mariners. He's taken a no-hitter in the 8th inning. So I'm sure the Mariners are happy that they won't have to see him again, because they'll be done with the Yankees after this series for the year.
Yeah. Well, crazy baseball going on here and lots of good games to watch. But as a reminder to everyone listening, we have the Orioles and Cubs coming up after this game. And then later today, 3:45, the Mets and the Astros. And then 5:30, the Yankees and Mariners finishing up that series. And then 7:15, the Red Sox and Cleveland. 9, the Tigers and Oakland. 10:45, the Rockies and Diamondbacks, all times Eastern time. Good slate of games coming up. Encourage you to stick around for those. But most importantly, this Orioles-Cubs game coming up right after we finish our little post-game scrum here in about 10 minutes.
And I will be back on the call tomorrow at 12:15, and we've got the Angels and the Rangers, and actually quite an interesting AL West matchup. Obviously, you have Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani who will be on the mound, but the Angels, I think, are maybe 1 game under 500 or something like that. They're very close to Texas, who I think is maybe 1 game over. Obviously, the A's have done a really nice job in that division. I mean, we see Mike Trout with the most walks in the American League, which doesn't surprise me. So, yeah, that should be a very interesting game. I think, Mark, you've got another Blue Jays game coming up on Thursday.
Yep, we have the Rangers and Blue Jays. This is the first game of that series because Blue Jays have an off day tomorrow along with the Cardinals. It'll be Chase Anderson and Mike Minor facing off on the mound doing that game, which is at 2, I believe, Eastern time. And then again on Friday, we have another Blue Jay game. I'm not on the mic for that one. We have our good man Justin calling that one along with one of our newer broadcasters. So that's also at 2. A couple good Blue Jay games coming up. I don't think we have any more Cardinal games up until Saturday. I'm not even sure if we have one on Saturday, but be sure to stick around if you're a Blue Jay fan. A couple more good games coming up this week.
See these slugging percentages up here. Trout at 695. Jordan Alvarez setting the world on fire. I don't know if we'll see him in the game with the Mets because it's an interleague game. He's usually the DH, so. But I think he's still leading with RBIs. And look at Mike Trout that has a little cold icon. I think he's like 345 or something.
By his standards.
Yeah. So I think I'm looking forward to that game tomorrow between the Angels and Texas to see how that goes.
Any chance you get to watch Mike Trout is a gift.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's one of those guys you always enjoy watching as long as he's not playing against your team.
Even if he is playing against your team, I enjoy it. It's kind of like I don't know, like when James Paxton threw a no-hitter against the Blue Jays, like you hate to see it, but at the same time you love to see it. Like it's just great to see players perform at the best of their physical abilities.
Yeah, last year was Justin Verlander who had a no-hitter in Toronto.
Yeah.
And it was, by the ninth inning, I said to myself, you know what? Yeah, I'm just gonna, let him get the no-hitter, whatever. So you don't get to see, you don't get to watch a lot of no-hitters, right? So
yeah,
you took it that far.
The Verlander one was a little bit more bad for me, I guess. I was happy about Paxton because he's a Canadian guy. Verlander, he already had no hitter. Like, who cares?
Verlander was a crazy game because the Blue Jays used an opener and they had a bullpen game, and they managed to keep the Astros off the board. I don't know how they did it, but for 8 innings, there was a scoreless game. And then they scored a couple in the 9th inning, and that was it.
Yeah, I watched the Cole Hamels no-hitter against the Cubs with 2015, so it was a little bit ago. But I don't think, now looking back, I can really appreciate it because Cole Hamels is a great pitcher. I think in the moment it definitely wasn't as satisfying as it may have been.
It's against your team,
but it's history.
Once you see it, you sort of appreciate it once you see. Look at this Yarbrough with home runs allowed, only 2 all year. It's pretty impressive. That's why the Blue Jays couldn't do anything against them the other day.
Well, they're playing the Twins this series. They had game 1 yesterday, which the Rays won in what was a pitcher's duel through 7 between Barrios and Glasnow, and then I think it's supposed to be Yarbrough is going to be facing Kenta Maeda, so it's going to be the two of the best pitchers in the American League facing off.
I don't expect to see a shutout for Chase Anderson. He might need to do that on Thursday if he wants to win.
Yeah, he threw one against the Red Sox. I think it was just 2 hits against him. Impressive. And we also saw Ryu on that list of shutouts, but no Blue Jays on the list of strikeouts in terms of pitchers. Certainly would be if it was hitters. But we see Garrett Cole leading the line there.
Looks like another 300 strikeout season on the cards for him.
There's Kenta Maeda, you mentioned him, and it's interesting that Ryan Yarbrough does not get a lot of strikeouts apparently. Oh, there's a lot of complete games for the Blue Jays here. Ryu, Roark, Henderson, Shoemaker had one the other day against the Orioles. He had a complete game shutout.
Pretty much the whole rotation.
Yeah, no, they've done a nice job. I think Charlie Montoya will have to do something with the offense to figure that out.
Looks like there are definitely a lot more complete games in the American League this year. They didn't even fill up the screen for the National League, if I remember correctly. Cubs have 1 with John Lester.
And just picking up on this that we're seeing here, innings pitched, Ryu is at 7th. He has 78.1, but he missed, I don't know if it was just 1 or if it was 2 starts, but he was on the injured list, so I'm surprised to see him high up, especially after missing a start this year.
Yeah, he's done a really nice job, and it's nice to see. Again, tough luck loser. And see Anderson there on the list of walks allowed, only 15, which is good to see. I don't know. I can't really say much about the pitching. I see Lance Lynn there. He's going to be the starter for the Rangers tomorrow. And the good whip you see there with Roark, who we just saw, and Ryu. These guys have been surprisingly good. It's a shame the Blue Jays don't have more wins to show for it.
Yeah, this offseason, the Blue Jays went out. They spent $24 million on Roark, they spent $80 million on Ryu. They got Chase Anderson via trade. They went out and got all these pitchers because they knew they needed pitchers. But so far, it's paid off. They've made the right decisions getting Chase Anderson, who's been doing well. Ryu has been excellent to start the season. Roark as well has been excellent. So their gamble has paid off this season.
Pitching war is good. You see, I'm actually surprised to see some of them on these top 10 lists. Now we're going into batters. And you won't see Blue Jays probably leading the league in any offensive categories.
Except for strikeouts.
Yeah, if we get there. This is Mike Charlie again with that cold streak, his 4.3 WAR.
How unfortunate for him.
Yeah, and I don't see a lot of Orioles on these lists either. So for the next game,
I think I counted maybe 3 leading the league in triples. Is Hayes?
Oh yeah,
Iglesias. Iglesias is 5th in doubles, and there was someone else I saw. I don't remember who it is off the top of my head.
And I saw that John Means is going for the Orioles in your game. I didn't really see how he's doing, but he's been like their top guy the last couple of years.
Well, all his ERAs is like 3.73. The whip's, fairly good given that he's playing on this Orioles team. 2-6, that's unfortunately to be expected at this point, I guess.
Yeah, 373 is not so bad when you're playing for the Orioles. I think.
Yeah.
The way that we see 21-39. This is a really, I'm looking forward to watching this one because I'm curious to see if it'll play out the way it should or not.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Quintana's actually made his first start for the Chicago Cubs in 2017 against the Orioles. And went 7 innings, 12 strikeouts, 3 hits, no runs. So we'll see if he can get that back.
It's obviously a very different lineup than he faced back then. A lot of young players on here.
There are only two hitters. Only 2 hitters are remaining from the 2017 team, which were Mancini, who's obviously not starting, and
Chris Davis was on the bench.
Yep.
I think.
Yeah.
So he's going to see a bunch of guys he probably hasn't faced before. But knowing him and knowing this lineup, he should have a good day. But again, you never know.
We'll see.
All right, well, looks like things are about to get underway here for the Orioles and Cubs. So I guess we can hand things over to you. But it was a great game, and I really enjoyed our call, EB. And good luck to you.
I enjoyed it too. Sorry that I kind of missed the beginning, but
no worries.
That out. And I'll be back here tomorrow, so I hope everybody tunes in and stick around for this next one. It should be good.
All right. Well, thanks, guys. You can see the slash lines for the teams coming in to this game here. It's going to be a 2-game set between the Chicago Cubs and the Baltimore Orioles. And you can see here it's a misty day at Wrigley Field here in early June. Cubs coming in 43-18. Doing, I believe, better than they were in 2016. And you can see how happy they are right now. They're feeling really good, and I think that's the big thing. Always have a positive atmosphere. See, Quintana, we mentioned in the pregame, whip at 1.13, ERA under 3. So he has had a very good season, definitely overachieving, and we'll see. This is his second start against the Orioles since that other game in 2017, their first matchup between the two teams since 2017. The first pitch in from Quintana, tries to go with the fastball away. It'll be outside for ball 1. Cubs entering in first in the National League Central and with the best record in MLB. That one got a little too much plate. That is ripped, but foul. Just tailing a little bit. We'll see what the weather forecast is here and if the wind is going to be helping or hindering these batters today. We've seen some balls go flying so far at Wrigley during this Cubs homestand, so could have a high-scoring game, could have a low-scoring game. We'll see how it goes as he swings over the top of that curveball for strike 2. See, wind blowing in from center field as we get our weather report. So maybe we won't see as many homers, but they're definitely guys who can power the ball against the grain of that wind.
I got to count 2-2.
Glacius at the dish, the shortstop for these Baltimore Orioles.
3 balls, 2
And it's
strikes.
now 3-2 as he watches a curveball in the dirt. Quintana's going to want to try to limit pitch counts to help his bullpen out a little bit today, as that's going to be looped out into right field to Steven Souza Jr. making the start here with the lefty John Means on the mound for Baltimore. Good approach there just to poke it the other way. And it'll bring up Hanser Alberto. See, 208 over his last 6 games. Hit 303 last season with the team. One of the big performers in a team that was not performing very well. They will have the 2nd overall pick in this year's draft coming up too. So be interesting to see who they go with, whether they're going to look for some offense or some pitching. Of course, Adley Rutschman, the 1st overall pick in 2019's draft, is on the bench today. Already made the majors. Curveball in the dirt. Good block there by Contreras. Quintana is utilizing his curveball a fair amount. He's going to work that off of that fastball that he has. Not overpowering with the velocity. That's chopped to Baez. The turn. Can they get it? And it is a 6-4-3 double play. And that's a tough one there for Javi Baez to turn.
Batting third, the left fielder, number 25.
Get a look at it. He had a turn against his momentum there. Guess we won't get a replay. And that's going to be a tough turn. You see Bodie got upended though. So definitely a tough turn. We've seen the Cubs pull off several tough double plays of late. So it'll be Anthony Santander at the dish here, the 3-hitter. First pitch is fouled away. EB, who just left the broadcast, mentioning that Jose Iglesias, who we're seeing today, might have a little bit of a good eye of Quintana, having played against him when he was with Detroit and back when Quintana was with the Chicago White Sox. Also was with the Cincinnati Reds last season, so he did get some at-bats against the Cubs as well. So we'll see if his experience will help them against the left-hander today.
2-1.
2-1 on that fastball, down and away from Quintana. 2-2 fouled away. That one got a little too much plate, but now sets up a 2-2 count and maybe another breaking ball for him to put at that back foot of a righty hitter. And that one definitely didn't get to that back foot. Hung up in the zone. Santander though early on it and launches it into the grandstands.
Count is 3-2.
And there was that back foot curveball. See Renato Nunez standing on deck for the O's in the cleanup spot.
Ball 4, take the base.
And Quintana loses him. Ball 4.
Batting
Quintana this
the
season
third baseman,
has
Renato.
limited walks pretty well, and also has had way more strikeouts than he had in previous seasons. He's working to the K a lot more rather than pitching to contact. We see him pitch to contact a lot last season. Did hurt him a bit. The long ball was a problem, but this year he's worked things out. See Nunez 3 for 3 with a homer in his last game. It was against Toronto 2 days ago. Had a getaway day yesterday. Come over to Chicago. Nice pitch there as that catches the outside part of the zone with 2-seam fastball there. 1-1. That one is fouled back. Looks like Quintana's getting several pitches elevated where he doesn't want them to be the curveball. In that case, a little bit of a sinker or 2-seam or whatever you want to call it. up in the zone. That's not the spot for it. The throw over. Rizzo can't handle it. Might have had a chance to get him there had Rizzo kept the handle. You don't see him drop too many of those over at first base. Got a nice slap tag that he has in his back pocket. Biked in the dirt from Quintana. You mentioned came over in a trade mid-July over the All-Star break in 2017. Didn't have to travel much, just going cross town from the White Sox to the Cubs. Not something you see very often, only the second time that's happened since 2000. The only other one being the left-hander Neil Kotz, a reliever for the Cubs. Saw the team make the postseason in 2008. The 3-2 pitch. Fouled away, good. High fastball from Quintana. Might look to break a breaking ball off here. Try to get him to swing and miss over it here. Nunez has had some issues with the strikeout, leading the team. But he takes another walk, and this could be a sign of what's to come for Quintana today. He's going to have to find the strike zone. 24 pitches already here in the top of the first. Nothing for the Orioles to show for it so far. Single, double play, walk, walk. But they're going to want to take advantage of those walks, and Quintana's going to want to look to find the strike zone because he's missing by a fair amount. First pitch to Rio Ruiz is hit deep into right field. Souza camps under it. Cubs right fielder will make the squeeze, and Quintana gets out of that first inning with no harm done. It's 0-0 after the top of the first. John Means, the only All-Star from this Orioles team last season. See, the record's not there, but as we mentioned in the pregame again, not really something you worry about when you're pitching for the Orioles. The ERA has been pretty good. See a fastball changeup combo from the lefty, and it's no surprise to anyone that the Cubs had struggled against lefties last season. That was their kryptonite, and that really hurt them a lot. We see a different lineup than we do against right-handers, which was common for last little while. And Means' first pitch is a called strike to Chris Bryant, leading the National League third base All-Star voting. No surprise there, leading the Cubs in almost every offensive category and in top 10 in the league in those exact same categories.
Nope, that's the ball.
That's 1-1. Means was second in the Rookie of the Year voting last year. Not often you see a pitcher win the Rookie of the Year, but going 12-11 on a not so good Orioles team, to say the least, is quite respectable. The whip at 1.14, which is about where, for reference, where Hungjin Ryu is this season, which is up in the top 5, I believe, in the American League.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Ball 2 to Anthony Rizzo, throwing that fastball low.
We got 3 and 2.
Ball 3 high. Cubs been working their walks this year. Bryant swings at ball 4 there. Tried to go with the elevated fastball. Looks like walks could be a key today. Quintana with 2 already in the first inning, and Means already and a 3-2 count. But great pitch there. Took something off with that changeup, and that'll be strikeout number 1 of the game for him.
The first baseman, Anthony.
See that high fastball twice in a row for ball 3, and then the foul ball, and then just takes something off there, eases the ball down to the bottom of the zone, and coming off the 93, that's very hard to hit. See Anthony Rizzo, the first baseman for the Cubs, fouling one away. Rizzo, one of only 2 Cubs to have played in the last time these two teams played at Wrigley, which was 2014, as he rips that one into right, but right fielder camping under it. Should be an easy catch, and it is for out number 2.
Batting third, the shortstop, Javier.
Nice day in Chicago. Javier Baez, the other of the two Cubs hitters to have played in that 2014 Cubs-Orioles series in Chicago. Javi along with Rizzo, and then Kyle Hendricks, who we will not see in this 2-game set. Also was on the team then. See 7 RBIs in his last 9 games for Javi Baez. That one is lofted to center. Wynn's gonna push that one back, and the catch will be made in center field. So that will be out number 3. A quick inning for Means in the first.
Leading off for the Orioles, the center fielder,
Austin Hayes. As we mentioned, up there in triples this season. He has 4 of them. Tied for second in the American League, which I believe is also tied for second in the major leagues. That's a little flare, but should be easy for the second baseman David Bodie there in shallow right field.
Batting 7, the right fielder, Dwight Smith Jr.
Just like that, it'll be out number 1 for Dwight Smith Jr. You can see the road splits much better than the home ones. Something you don't see very often. Most players like to play in their home ballpark, but Smith, that average way higher on the road.
That's a ball.
Fortunately for him, the Orioles are only playing this 2-game set on the road before they go back for another homestand back in Baltimore. They'll be playing 2 really tough teams. Got a pretty bad stretch for them. Got the Cubs here for 2, Houston, and then Minnesota back at home. So 2 top teams they're gonna have to face back in Baltimore. Quintana is behind him, 2-1. Over the heart of the plate, and that one is ripped into the gap. Looks like Almora tracks that one down. Great running grab from him. So that will be 2 outs, and it's going to be a quick inning so far for Jose Quintana. Exactly what he's going to want after that 25-pitch inning in the first. Severino laces that one down the line, but just gets foul. Taken off waivers from Washington before last season.
1-1.
That 1-1 is looped into center, but carried a little more than I thought, and will be going right to Almora. So he does get the quick inning, does Quintana. So it'll be Contreras, Souza, and Schwarber due up in the bottom of the Cubs' second. Wilson Contreras second in the NL All-Star voting. Going to see a lot of those top 5 in the All-Star voting for these Cubs players. They've been on a tear on the offensive and on the pitching end, as that is sliced the other way, but a good catch on the run in right field. I thought that might get down for extra bases.
Batting 5th, the right fielder,
John Means only 12 pitches through 1 1/3 right here. Brings up Steven Souza for the Cubs, a signing in the offseason. Average not there, but he's been getting his starts here against left-handed pitching, giving the left-handed hitting Jason Hayward notably struggles a lot against lefties. He'll be on the bench for today. That's a hanging curveball. Again, no power behind it, and this right fielder is active today. That's the third time he's had to make a catch here.
Batting fifth,
So quick out number 2.
Kyle Schwarber.
Will be Kyle Schwarber coming up. 0 for 3 with a walk in that homer fest with the 11 homer game between the Cubs and the Reds. Watches a pitch high. He would have wanted to get involved there. You can see 15 homers. Only tied for 7th in the National League. But he's been swinging a hot bat still this season, leading the team in homers. Getting that average 254, which is something you want to see from Kyle Schwarber. Good pitch there from Means. Paints that fastball. Doesn't come in hard, but coming in at 91, if you can place it, that's all that matters. What pitchers like Kyle Hendricks for the Cubs, Greg Maddux, obviously, Hall of Famers, made his living on, and that's a great slider. And that'll be a quick inning for Means again, as that wipeout slider will end this with his second K. We're through 2-0.
Leading off for the Orioles,
Been a quick 2 innings, and here is John Means.
John Means.
No DH here in the National League, at least not yet. So John Means will be getting that bat against Quintana.
0-1.
Going right at him with that fastball. Mentioned the Quintana trade earlier. That's looped into left field. Is that going to bleed? It will. It drops for John Means. So the pitcher gets a hit. The American League pitcher gets a hit, I should add to that. Just gets an elevated fastball, and sometimes all you got to do is just make contact, let it drop where it may. So a leadoff hit for the pitcher will bring up Jose Iglesias.
Nope. Ball 1.
As EB from Toronto, our previous broadcaster, mentioned, the second game in a row where an AL pitcher got a hit. Tanner Roark in that Blue Jays Cardinals game. So both these NL Central rivals facing
Inside, ball 1.
American League East oppositions. Quintana now down 2-0. Not where he wants to be in general throughout this game. He's been struggling to find his command, something this season hasn't been a big issue for him, but in previous years, at least with the Cubs, it has. Two-one pitch. Ripped. Javi Baez makes the play, and he caught it on a line. Couldn't tell if he trapped it or if he caught it.
The second baseman.
Honestly, you almost wish he trapped it. If he had caught it on a hop, might have had a chance at 2. Iglesias has some speed, but with the reaction to Javi Baez, he could easily try to turn 2. But it's only 1 out there.
No, that's low.
Ball low to Hanser Alberto. Just out of the zone. Alberto second on the Orioles in hits this season. That one misses low again, and for back-to-back batters, Quintana down 2-0 in the count to an Oriole batter. Contreras wants it high, doesn't get it high. That one went right down the middle, but Alberto just manages to get ahead of it. Neither of these pitchers throwing smoke out here, mostly low to mid 90s on the gun.
Nope.
Curveball misses, and now it's 3-1. Quintana's curveball's been the main pitch that he's been missing. Occasionally missing that sinker as well. The fastball's been okay. But you're going to want to find the zone here, 3-1. Gets him to chase, and that's popped up. Javi Baez under it. He'll make the catch. So 2 outs here after that leadoff single.
Left fielder, Anthony Santander.
So it'll be Anthony Santander was the first walk of 2 in that in the first inning, excuse me, for Quintana. That time he does get the call on that fastball down at the bottom of the zone. Santander brought in from Cleveland in the Rule 5 draft by the Baltimore Orioles a couple of years ago. Don't see many Rule 5 draft picks really break the majors too often. In this case, Santander will. And it's been a very good pickup for him at 261 last season. Average currently sitting only at 219, but there's plenty of baseball left this season, though. Swung on and missed there. Great changeup from Quintana. Just throws it outside the zone, gets him to chase. So K number 1 for Quintana will end this 3rd inning at 0-0.
Leading off for the Cubs,
David Bodie.
the second baseman.
See, in the All-Star voting as a 3rd baseman, his natural position, however, this year he's been playing exclusively second base. Hitting .237, 9 homers. Looking to be the 6th Cub in their starting lineup to break the 10-homer plateau. And he gets a good pitch to hit there, but it's popped, and Iglesias will make the easy catch. He will want that one back for sure.
Batting 8th, the center fielder.
See the AL East standings here. Baltimore 15.5 out. You can see Toronto and Boston fighting for that 3rd spot as mentioned in that previous broadcast. Tampa Bay holding on to the New York Yankees, who are in 1st. Brings in Albert Almora. He's getting the start over the switch hitting Ian Happ. He gets the starts against lefties most often as he watches a called strike in from John Means. Fights that one off. Is it going to get caught? No. Surprised they didn't try to make the catch there. There was plenty of room, but maybe not enough time to make the grab.
Inside, ball 1.
See what Means wanted to do there with that curveball. He wanted to go back foot to Almora, get him to swing and miss, but a good eye. Goes back to the well, and fish still aren't biting today for John Means. Almora lifts that one into center, but a good running catch there in center. I thought that one was gonna drop, but for the 2nd time, a nice line drive with nothing to show for it for the Cubs. And that'll bring in Means' opposite number, Jose Quintana, and just like that, flies it. Is that gonna drop? No. Great running catch there by Hayes. So that's another 1-2-3 inning. No hits so far for the Cubs through 3. Still 0-0.
Leading off for Baltimore.
This game's rolling right along here. We're in the 4th inning. Nothing. Only a couple hits so far in the game. All the offense going the way of Baltimore, which is something I think surprised most people. Called strike 1. That's what you got to do if you're Quintana. Get that first pitch strike. Pump that fastball in there until they hit it. Another fastball gets the foul. Seems like that's the pitch that's been working for him so far this game. The curveball sort of lost its positioning for him. He hasn't gotten the control on it. But a 1-2-3 pitch strikeout for number 2 for Quintana.
Up next for the Orioles.
3 straight fastballs. Almost looked like he changed arm angles there. Looked like he sort of dropped the arm a little bit, changed the angle, and gets the K to start the inning. Back to back, going back to last inning. Hit far and foul by Rio Ruiz to start off this at bat.
That's a ball.
Watches thinker down. Last game 1 for 3 with a homer, 2 RBIs for Rio Ruiz in a win over Toronto.
Nope.
7-3 the final score of that game. 6 extra base hits for the Orioles. So their offense, while stagnant over their last 7-game homestand, only 2 wins to show for it. Good outbreak in that last game, but today 3 straight Ks now for Quintana.
Now batting, the center fielder, Austin Hayes.
Down and away, that's where you want to go. Lefty-lefty matchup makes that a hard one to hit. So Quintana maybe finally finding himself somewhere as that's grounded to short, and a quick inning for Quintana. So they go 1-2-3 in the top of the 4th, and quickly we are going to the bottom of the inning.
Leading off,
Game flying by still.
third baseman,
It's going to be Chris Bryant leading off for the Cubs. 2 for 10 with 2 homers in that 4-game set against the Reds. One yesterday launched onto Waveland Avenue over the left field stands. That's a ball low. Shifting on Chris Bryant here. Tends to be something that he's seen a little more this season. Last year, not much shifting against the Cubs with the exception of their lefties, Hayward, Schwarber, and Rizzo. But now you're seeing a lot of teams shift for both righties and lefties against this Cubs team. 1-2. Mentioned that Cubs-Reds series, a big one there as it was going in. Cubs were 6.5 up on them. Swung on and missed. Good changeup from John Means will get his 3rd strikeout. Both lefties today at 3 on the K. Good changeup low, and that's been his bread and butter today as he strikes out Bryant for the 2nd time. Both times on that low changeup. First pitch to Anthony Rizzo is fouled back. Going back again to that Red series, it was an interesting series. They had 2-1 losses, bookended by 2 really high-scoring victories, 10-9 in the first game, and then 7-6 in the second. Ugly swing from Rizzo on that curveball. Huge homer game. If you look just those 2 games, it was 19 homers between the 2 teams. Fouled off by Rizzo, and quickly behind 0-2. You can see Means only 9 balls so far this game. Cubs will face the Reds for more at Great American after this series. Game 1 will be on Friday here on Bop Ball. Hit the other way by Rizzo against the shift, but right at the 3rd baseman on the other side of the bag. So it'll be a quick out number 2. Man on the mound, John Means, getting pitches to go where he wants. Been the ace of this staff for the Orioles. And getting his way so far with these Cubs hitters. They've been rather aggressive so far. Not too many worked counts. Baez turns on that changeup foul.
Ball inside.
2-1 to Baez. Expect that changeup here almost. It's a fastball count, but it's got a good one. Looked like it was a fastball actually. Shot over to first. Another quick inning. We're going to go to the 5th. Still nothing. Cubs without a hit through 4. Going to the 5th inning here. I can certainly say this is different than my last call of a Cubs game. That big 10-9 affair. Jose Iglesias standing there getting some warm-up hacks here. Brandon Hyde, manager of the Orioles, former Cubs base coach, took the job,
The right fielder.
I believe 2018, if I remember correctly, after Cubs won the World Series and Buck Showalter left the club. So Dwight Smith will watch a ball from Quintana. 2-0. Quintana's been working that pitch count better so far. Had that 24 pitch first inning, and then the following 3 combining for only 40. So he's been doing rather well, though he's behind 3-0. Again, counts have not been in Quintana's favor today. Good pitch. Looked like it could have been ball 4, but that's the life of an umpire, calling those pitches, and that will be ball 4. Walk number 3 for Quintana.
For the Orioles, the catcher, Pedro.
Loses another batter, and it will be Severino, who flew out in his first AB. Called strike 1. Ball in the dirt, 1-1. Severino claimed off waivers from Washington before last season. Something the Orioles have been doing a little bit of. They don't necessarily have the big money to splash, being one of the bottom feeding teams in the league over the past couple years, but waiver pulls, Rule 5, have been go-to ways for them aside from their upper first round draft picks. Playing out for a decent squad, looking to rebuild. Good fastball up, and it'll be 2-2. The 2-2. Up and popped. Rizzo in shallow right will make the catch. Looked like a tough play. He had to turn around over the other shoulder to make the catch. But a good high fastball there. You can see painted perfectly on the corner there. Not much you can do with that if you're a right-handed batter. And that'll bring up John Means. Bunt situation. Gets it down, and a nice bunt at that. No one's covering first, and John Means beats it out. Cubs not going with their standard bunt defense, in which Anthony Rizzo's all the way by that pitcher's mound with Baez covering first. A little bit of a no man's land bunt there. By, both Bodie, Rizzo, and Quintana going for the ball. So an infield single for John Means, so that'll be his second hit of the game. Grounded to third though. Bryant tags the runner, throws to first. And that will end the inning with the double play. Unorthodox by Chris Bryant, but just as soon as the Orioles got something going, it's already gone. So nothing through top 5. Sideline reporter Heidi Watney talking to us today about this Chicago Cubs ball club on a tear. See David Ross pushing the right buttons in his first season as the Cubs manager. A lot of people questioned how he could manage managing his former friends and former teammates, but so far keeping the egos in check and getting them to play postseason baseball at this point. Contreras at the dish here, the 2-time All-Star catcher, looking to make it 3 as he rips that one foul. Be 0-2. Good changeup again from John Means. That's strikeout number 4, and I believe at least 3 of those 4 have been on that low changeup. I mentioned it back in the first inning. Fastball changeup can be a deadly combo when worked correctly. When it's not executed, it can be very harmful. But when you execute it like John Means has been today, changing the eye level, changing the speeds, it's hard for these batters to hit. The 0-1 to Steven Souza, swung on and missed. Souza, 3rd round pick in the 2007 draft. Starting out in Washington, a couple of trades sending him to Tampa Bay and then to Arizona before signing that free agent deal with the Cubs. Real low risk, high reward deal for the Cubs. A cheap 1-year deal for a guy coming off of knee surgery. Souza wasn't even sure if he was going to be able to play again in Major League Baseball. Coming back, putting in the hard work, and he's back to starting on this really good Cubs team. That's where that fastball changeup combo can hurt you. Changeup right down the middle there. Souza's only able to foul it off. Goes with the fastball, that time down the middle. John Means got to try to locate here. You can't throw someone 3 straight pitches down the middle. It doesn't normally work well for you when you do. Goes with the breaking ball down out of the zone. Will work at 3-2. Maybe Souza can get the first walk of the game for the Chicago Cubs. And that is swung on foul. No one's going to be able to get there. That was ball 4. Cubs a little jumpy today against a pitcher who they haven't faced before. So ball 4 there will get Souza on. Walk number 1 for the Cubs. Their first base runner in the 5th inning. Haven't seen the Cubs get shut down like this really in a long time. Even in previous seasons, the Cubs, whether or not they were the best team in the division or not, they really rarely have their offense shut down this thoroughly. So with the first base runner, Kyle Schwarber looking to get something going here for the Cubs.
0-1.
Called strike on a slider. Haven't seen that pitch too much from John Means. Been mainly going with the fastball changeup, but he can work that pitch in against left-handers away to be a good strikeout pitch. Schwarber 4 for 11 in that series against the Reds. The 1-1 pitch. Called strike 2. Called at the bottom of the zone. been a little bit of a wider strike zone by an inch or so by the home plate umpire. It means can't put Schwarber away yet. It's 2-2. Nothing still here in the bottom of the 5th. 1 on, 1 out for the Chicago Cubs. The 2-2 to Schwarber.
I got 3 and 2.
Ooh, that's close. That arguably should have been strike 3. Souza doesn't look like he believes it either. Looks like that caught the corner pretty good, but another 3-2. And Schwarber hits that out to right. Another lazy fly ball. Easy catch. And we have 2 outs.
The batter, number 13, second baseman, David
Smith on the catch there.
Bodie.
Bring up David Bodie now with 2 outs. Ball's been dying in the outfield today. We haven't seen too many deep fly balls despite some pretty good contact by both teams to loft the ball.
That's out.
Looks like today it's going to be a line drive, ground ball kind of day. Will help both of these pitchers.
Hey.
1-1 to David Bodie. Great changeup there from John Means. That's chopped. Is it going to stay fair? It will not. Could have been a nice little cheap hit there for David Bodie. You'll take him how you can get him when you currently don't have a hit. And a beautiful changeup coming in at 80 miles an hour. And John Means strikes out another here. That's 5 Ks on the day for him. Nothing through 5. Head into the 6th inning here. And man, this has been a pitcher's duel in a game which definitely defying expectations, as that's ripped through the left field side of the infield for a base hit. So there we go. Alberto with a single and another hit for the O's.
Anthony Santana.
Just hit it where they aren't. That's how the saying goes, and as I mentioned, it might just be a day where those are the kind of hits you're getting, and you just got to string some hits together against 2 pretty solid lefties on the mound today. Swung on and missed. Big swing there from Santander. Missed. It'll be 1-1. Pitch number 75 from Quintana is grounded hard and foul. The 1-2 pitch from Quintana. Fouled away. If you're just joining us, you have not missed a thing. Do not worry. Currently 4 hits in this game so far, all for the Orioles. That one gets away. Runner's gonna go, and he will be safe.
He's safe.
Might call that a pass ball. It's gonna be a wild pitch from Quintana. Contreras did a good job to try to get his body in front of it. Instead, it just almost popped straight up in the air, and the hang time will allow the runner to get over to second. So our first runner in scoring position since the 1st inning, when there were runners on 1st and 2nd. But there's a strikeout. Good curveball in there from Quintana. Looks like a good pitch and then just drops. Similar to the pitch he threw earlier, which got away from Contreras. So now it will be Renato Nunez in the cleanup spot here. That one just missed. Strike zone a little variable today. A couple calls that arguably should have been strikes. Maybe a couple the other way as well. And that's hit well. Curling foul. See, 2 homers in the last 6 from Nunez. He's got the power. Can he break through this wind coming in from center field? Get something going? We'll find out. It's 2-1. That one is flown into center. Almora camped under it. Out number 2 here. The runner will have to hold at second base. So now it will be Rio Ruiz stepping to the plate. Quintana, 82 pitches so far through 5 2/3 innings for the Cubs. Looking to get through 6 here without giving up a run. For Rio Ruiz, the average 217 with runners on second or third. Fastball from Quintana. Looks like he might be getting gassed a little bit. That's only 89 on a fastball. He's hitting 92, 93 earlier in this game. Strike. Another one of those calls umpire is giving today. It's like he's giving more on that right hand side from your view, and not really giving that inside to the lefties. 2-2 from Quintana, looking to get out of this inning. Fouled away on the fastball. Brought a little more life on it that time. 93 on the gun. The pitch to Ruiz. Did he go? He did. Strike 3 on that sinker. It's going to be strikeout number 4 from Quintana. 4 hits only in this game, only for Baltimore. Can the Cubs get it going here in the bottom of the 6th?
Leading off for the Cubs, the center fielder.
Still nothing here as we head into the bottom of the 6th inning. It'll be 8, 9, and 1 for the Cubs. Almora, still maybe Quintana. We'll see if he's in the on-deck circle still. And then the leadoff hitter, Chris Bryant, looking to get something going here. Quick 0-2. Great backdoor slider there from John Means. Not been his main pitch, but gets it to go there. A little trick up his sleeve that time. That 0-2 right off the knee from Almora, but 1-2 here. Means still hasn't surrendered a hit so far through 5. And that's hit deep to center. One of the deeper fly balls we've seen in this game, but Hayes will make the catch in center, so not much doing for the Cubs to start off this inning.
The pitcher, Quintana.
And Quintana looks like we'll be staying in this ball game. Only around the 84 pitch mark and been pitching very well in this pitcher's duel. In for strike 1. Bit of an anomaly. Jose Quintana pitches from the left-hand side, hits in that right-handed batter's box. Not something you see very often. You'll see some righty throwers, lefty hitters. I was one of those kinds of people. But you rarely see it the other way around. That swung on, grounded to first. Quintana, unlike his counterpart, unable to beat out a weak infield hit. So it'll be out number 2. Chris Bryant at the dish, and if you were looking for offense today, you've come to the wrong ballpark. Nothing, bottom 6. And the Cubs' best hitter, Chris Bryant, 0 for 2 with 2 Ks on the day. Bryant 2-0, looking to maybe even work a walk at this point. The Cubs will take him however they can get him. At this point, only 1 base runner through 5 2/3 so far. That was a walk to Steven Souza Jr. last inning. So the Cubs' struggles against lefties continue so far.
Inside ball 3.
In ball 3. So Rizzo will be standing on deck. Swung on and fouled back. Might have been a pitch to watch for Chris Bryant. Could have been ball 4. Not necessarily a good pitch to hit. You got your boy Rizzo on deck, so I would say, you know, you can trust him in the on deck circle. And that one is hit well, deep center field. It's off the wall, just under the basket in center. And the Cubs have a base runner, well, base hit. The first hit for the Cubs comes for Chris Bryant. Hits it off the wall there, as I said, just under the basket. Well, if you can't, you know, if they shift on you, hit it over them. Why bother hitting it the other way when you can just hit it past them? Don't know where the wind coming in from center field was there. That one had plenty of power behind it. Maybe on another day we'd be seeing a 1-0 ball game, but on this misty day in Wrigley, it's going to be 0-0 runner on second for Anthony Rizzo. Rizzo had 1 homer in that Red series, the game-tying homer off of Rafael Iglesias in Game 1 of that series. The second of 3 in a row for the Cubs to walk it off. Bryant from within 1, Rizzo tied, and Baez won it. Grounded to third, can't get through. The throw to first will get Rizzo. So the Cubs get a hit on the board. But John Means still throwing a great game, and it's still 0-0 in Chicago. Austin Hayes stepping in. 2 righties in the bullpen for the Cubs, Tepera and the Canadian Rowan Wick. I mentioned at the top of the broadcast, not many trades between the White Sox and the Cubs. Not many have happened either between the 2 teams you see today, the Cubs and the Orioles. Only 2 since 2000, or 2 big ones at least since 2000. One of which sending Sammy Sosa over to the Orioles back in 2005, where he only hit 14 homers. His lowest total in a season since 1993. We'll only play 1 more season in the majors before calling it quits. As that's popped to short. Baez will make the play for out number 1. The other big trade deal between these 2 teams saw reliever Scott Feldman and catcher Steve Clevinger going over from the Cubs to the Orioles. In return, they got a nice little package, you could say, with Pedro Strop, who the Cubs faced and hit pretty well in that Red series. And then future 2015 Cy Young Award winner Jake Arrieta. Big steal there for the Cubs. Helped them win their first World Series. Cubs can thank the Orioles front office for a bit of that.
1 ball, 1 strike.
1-1 on Dwight Smith Jr. here. 1-1 the count. 0-2-0 our score. Called strike 2. 93 pitches so far from Quintana. You can see 2 9-pitch innings. If he didn't have that tough first, he might be sitting much lower and looking like he could go 9 if the Cubs were to score first. Baez across the diamond makes the play. 2 outs here in the top of the 7th.
Number 28, Pedro Severino.
It'll be Pedro Severino at the dish, the 8-hitter.
Ball 1.
1-0. couldn't get that sinker to come back, and Quintana's telling the umpire there that was a call to strike a couple innings ago. Why am I not seeing it now? Pitcher's spot will stand on deck, so the Cubs wanted to play it with a bit of strategy. You could walk Severino to try to either force a pinch hitter and get Means out of the ball game, but what a dive there by Almora. Can't get it. Can he get the out at second? Throws it wild, and I'm a little confused at why Almora dove for that ball. He's made some spectacular diving plays in his time, but honestly should have just run and got it. He had the time, he had the space, and then a little bit of a throwaway there, and that brings up John Means. Now the real question is, do you pitch to John Means? He's been hitting so well today. All jokes aside, 2-for-2 for John Means. Beat out a bunt hit last time up, and he could help himself out here, get the first run of the ball game on the board. Will he? He hits that through. Schwarber's got a cannon though, so you got to respect that. But John Means, he has more hits in this game than the Chicago Cubs offense. That is crazy for John Means. And it looks like this could be it for Quintana. David Ross comes out of the mound. Little flip there from Quintana to him. Most managers don't really like it when you do that. Some players get reprimanded when they toss the ball over to the umpire rather than to their manager. It'll be Rowan Wick, one of the amazing bullpen pieces for the Cubs. 4-0, an ERA of 1.46. That whip is also low, in there at 1.3. And it'll be Jose Iglesias who got that single in the first. Hasn't done anything since. Grounded into a double play in his last at-bat, and he's looking to get Baltimore on the board here and get the first run of this ball game across. Curveball drops in there from Rowan Wick. Fastball curveball mix he's got. Maybe occasionally running a tailing fastball in on the right-handed batter. Called strike two. A quick 2 strikes there. 97 on the gun for Rowan Wick. Got to be careful. Can't let a wild pitch let that runner score from third, so be careful with that curveball. The runner will go home, and man, I really shouldn't have said that, should I? Wild pitch from Rowan Wick. Baltimore score first, and that sort of says how this game's been going. Not many hits. Diving play attempt by Almora lets the runner get to second. The pitcher, John Means, gets his third hit of the game. And then a wild pitch from a reliever, Rowan Wick, lets the run score.
That's ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
The 2-2 now from Rowan Wick, looking to just end this inning. Gets a chopper, and that will get through. The runner will hold at third, so it'll be first and third again. And another time when I thought maybe Cubs player could have gotten there. Curveball hung. Definitely a situation where he's trying not to spike it in the dirt again. But it's another hit here. The first Wick is given up, and it'll be Alberto at the dish. Rowan Wick, drafted by the Cardinals in the 4th round, then went to the Padres before coming to the Cubs after the 2018 season. Had a good year last year. That's 1-1 here. Been an odd game today, to say the least, and Wow, I don't know what to say about that swing from Alberto. That one was almost a heat seeker at his face, and he still swung at it. Almost a protection hack there. I will risk it happening again, but I will say you do not want to spike a curveball in the dirt. Instead, it's a fastball. The flip over to Wick, who covers first, and they get out of it. Cubs allow a run here, though. It's 1-0 in a very, very boring game here so far. Well, we've had our imaginary 7th inning stretch here at Wrigley. Former Cub and Harry Carey impersonator Ryan Dempster here to conduct the 7th inning stretch at Wrigley. Full with that white wig and oversized glasses. Another great call here, and that's about all we can say so far. One and 0. That's flown, but Hayes looks to track it down. Will make the catch. A little more carry on the ball so far, but that's a fly out for Baez. Honestly, that imaginary 7th inning stretch by Ryan Dempster probably worth more of the price of admission than this game at this point. A 1-0 affair. One hitter so far by John Means through 6 and a third. Owning these Cubs hitters today. Quickly ahead 0-2, and you can see that pitch count, 81 pitches. That's a very solid pitch total, and he's going to look to try to get through this inning and maybe another one and be able to hand the ball straight over to their closer Givens without any intermediary relievers. And that's grounded. Will it get through? It will, and another hit for the Cubs. You know, when you're getting excited about a base hit through the right side from Contreras, you know it's been a pretty boring game. But that's just how it's been here at Wrigley today. And it's up to Steven Souza Jr. to try to get something here for the Cubs in the 7th inning. Down 0-1. Contreras, a decent running catcher. Above average, I would say. Not similar to the likes of JT Realmuto, but better than your average catcher. So a ball in the gap might be dangerous. Cubs will have the lefty Kyle Schwarber standing on deck. Swings through the fastball. It's going to be 1-2 to Steven Souza Jr. Souza late on the fastball, maybe expecting that nasty changeup he's been throwing all game. John Means might look to go to it here in a 1-2 count. And there it is, and that's another K for him, number 6 on the day. And another instance of the Cubs not being able to get anything off of John Means here. Plate discipline has not been good at all for this Cubs team. Swinging out a lot of pitchers' pitches. That changeup, though, from John Means, man, he's doing everything right today. One 1-0 to Kyle Schwarber. He's had a couple homers off of lefty pitching this year. Had one off of Adam Conley earlier in this homestand against Miami in a 3-2 victory. Maybe looking to hit a late homer here, which would at this point give the Cubs a 2-1 lead should he do so. chopped. Will that get through? No, the throw to second is in time. Fielder's choice ends this inning, and pitching's been great today for John Means. It's going to be through 7. It's 1-0 Baltimore.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching for the
Ryan Tapera coming in out of the bullpen.
Ryan.
Going to see mainly hard stuff coming from Tapera. Cutter, fastball, sinker. So you're either going to be seeing hard running in on a lefty, hard running away on a lefty, or hard without any movement on it. One instance where pitch speed variance doesn't really matter. In this case, he's getting movement on everything, whatever it is.
1-1.
Be 1-1. Today's attendance, 39,393. 39393.
Too high.
Wrigley getting a fair crowd here for a misty, overcast evening against the Baltimore Orioles, and wouldn't be surprised to see a couple fans sleeping out there in the bleachers. Not much to cheer about here. And it's 2-2, and even if you made that long trek from Baltimore here, I think you'd be rather disappointed with the game you saw. Even with the lead, it's not been an entertaining game really, to say the least here, but that's baseball. You get the good, the bad, and the ugly. And it's going to be 3-2. Renato Nunez stands on deck for Baltimore. Tapera looking to try to keep this a one-run game for the Cubs offense.
That's ball 4. Take the break.
Ball 4. That was a close pitch there. The sinker looking to bring it back. Starting it at the front hip. Can't get it to come back, so a walk to start it off here. And it'll bring up Nunez with nobody out. That's a called strike. Cubs bullpen's been doing pretty well this season. We discussed that pre-game. You can see Jefferson Ryan warming up. Had one little implosion in that game, which John Lester got hurt, the 10-9 against
That's the ball.
the Reds on Friday. But other than that, the bullpen has been good, holding a tough team like the Reds. Also held the Miami Marlins in the first 3 games of this homestand. Swung on and missed there from Nunez. It's going to be 1-2. Good front door cutter in there from Ryan Tapera. I don't know what he was looking for there. That cutter started in on the zone, stayed in the zone, and landed right dead center. But Nunez saw something else. What that something else was, I have no clue. But that's strike 3. It'll bring up Rio Ruiz. Tapera done well so far through 27 2/3 innings on the season.
No ball, 2 strikes.
Blows the fastball at 95 by him.
Ball, that's inside.
Tried to get that top part of the zone, couldn't get it. Maybe looking to set up a sinker starting on the bottom away corner and try to work it away from the hitter.
Ball, that's inside.
He opts to go back to the cutter on the inside. Can't get him to chase. 2-2. Cubs not really challenging many of these Baltimore hitters this game so far. It's been a big cat and mouse game, throwing the ball out of the zone, trying to get them to chase. Some occasions they have, but see the wild pitch being the only source of runs so far in this game, as that's flown to left. Kyle Schwarber camped under it. Out number 2.
Up next for the Orioles, the center fielder, Austin Hayes.
Austin Hayes stepping in. If you're David Ross, not much you can say to your pitching staff so far, but I mean, you've done a good job. You kept the game close, especially Jose Quintana. Great game today. Currently in line for an undeserved loss. He was responsible for the runner on third, who eventually scored on the Wick wild pitch. Not a good pitch from Tepera. He's hung a couple pitches right over the heart of the plate. Austin Hayes looking to maybe wait him out here. I think no matter what you're thinking in your head, sometimes you just got to go for that hanging pitch. You don't get them very often. Fouled away. 1-2 here. Tepera looking to get 3 straight outs after the leadoff walk. 96-mile-an-hour fastball is fouled away. Cubs did use a lot of their bullpen yesterday. Ryan went 2/3, Jeffress went 1, Kimbrel went 1, and their closer Winkler as well.
2-2.
Quintana did his job in getting rather deep into this ball game. A little unlucky in that 7th inning not to have maybe gotten out of that inning with no runs. Again, the questionable diving play by Almora, and then that hit from John Means. That's a beautiful cutter from Tepera. Cutter, front door. Cubs coming up in the bottom of the 8th. They need a run at least. So it'll be David Bodie, followed by Albert Almora Jr. in the pitcher's spot, coming up against John Means. Called strike. What else can you say about him today? You see the 2 best relievers in this Baltimore pen, Paul Fry, the lefty, Michael Givens, their closer, standing in the pen. I really don't know what to say about John Means today. He's been the Cubs' kryptonite, and oh my. Ugly swing there from David Bodie. Looking fastball. Even where that pitch started, I don't think that's a pitch you want to swing at, even if it's a fastball there. Anyway, you can see 94 pitches only. We're in the bottom of the 8th. That is quite the feat here in this day and age where strikeouts are so common and thus high pitch counts are so common. But he's been keeping the pitch count down. The Cubs haven't been really working anything. Gotten the 1 walk and the 2 base hits here. Nothing has come from it so far. 3-2 though, the count to David Bodie. Ball 4. So the Cubs starting it off right here with David Bodie. The Cubs have proven themselves to be comeback kings. You can see the pitch sequence here, pounding him in with the breaking ball 3 times in a row with that slider. Then pitches him away for 2. Can't get a chase on either of them. And that will be it for John Means. A great outing from him, to be fair. Deserves all the credit he'll get from this game. He has established himself as the ace of this Baltimore staff. So he leaves a runner on, nobody out, and it will be another lefty, Paul Fry. You can see 9 2/3 innings, 0 runs allowed. And he has absolutely killed lefty batters. That batting average under 100. Now, it'll be Almora to come up to be his first batter. Not going to be seeing a lefty until Anthony Rizzo in the 2-hole should the Cubs get that far. unless David Ross opts to bring in Descalso, Kipnis, or Jason Hayward on the bench.
That's the ball.
That is ball. See Paul Fry, 90 mile an hour on the velocity there. Not going to throw overly hard, mainly a fastball slider combo. Counts for almost all of his pitches. He might throw a changeup in there occasionally. And that's the pitch the Cubs are going to have to lay off with him. That and that slider in on the righties, or away on the lefties. Fastball at the eyes, not the pitch you want. That's lofted, but Smith will make the catch, and that'll be a quick out number 1 for Paul Fry.
The pitcher, number 52.
So we will see here who the pinch hitter for Ryan Tepera is, and it will be the switch hitting Victor Caratini. Had a homer over that last series against the Reds. Cubs backup catcher.
Ball one, no strikes.
Caratini had a great game last year in which he had a 2-homer game against Pittsburgh before the All-Star break. And he's been a really good catcher for the Cubs to have as a replacement in the absence of Wilson Contreras should he get hurt, which he did last season. And just been a great pinch hitter off the bench as a switch hitter. Swings and fouls that one off. Caratini also could potentially be the Cubs starting catcher at some point should the Cubs not decide to re-sign Wilson Contreras. That's popped foul, and that is out number 2 on the pop-up to the first baseman in foul territory. So the Cubs, so far, squandering that leadoff runner. And Chris Bryant will step in, only one of 2 players with base hits in this ball game. Had that double off the wall, and I'm sure he will wish that that one got a couple extra feet to go out, and maybe looking to get one here against the lefty Fry. Ball 1, it's 1-1. 1-0 Baltimore here. Scoring on a wild pitch in the top of the 7th inning. Good start from Quintana and an even better start from the Baltimore starter John Means. 2 lefties getting the job done, and it's going to be Paul Fry trying to get out of a leadoff walk he inherited from Means. The lefty Rizzo stands on deck, and that's should Bryant even get on. Fry is deadly against lefties. And that is flown to left. And that should end this inning. So we head to the 9th here. 1-0 in favor of Baltimore.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention
Be the only Cubs lefty, Kyle Ryan, not had a great year. 4.26 on the ERA. The only Cubs reliever with an ERA above 1.5, like above 2, I believe, with the exception of McGill, who is slated to make a spot start for John Lester day-to-day with a hip injury. And that's lined. Rizzo makes the stop, but Kyle Ryan just sort of standing there. You got to have some awareness here. Any of you young starting pitchers or relief pitchers watching, always cover first on a ball hit to that hit towards the first baseman. PFP is important, and we'll see if that hurts the Cubs in this top of the 9th. Great stop by Rizzo. Could have maybe ended up stopping a potential extra base hit had it got down the line.
Ball 1.
I'm a little intrigued that it is Kyle Ryan pitching. However, I know I mentioned that Jeffers, Kimbrell, and Winkler were all used, and today Wick and Tepera have been pitching, but Kyle Ryan not been the best for the Cubs. Not no lefties coming up in this Orioles lineup, so it's not in there for the matchup necessarily. That cutter's chopped foul. Would have almost expected to see someone like Jeffress, who's been a great middle reliever for the Cubs, coming in. And that swung on and missed. A good cutter just running in on Severino there. Not much you can do when that ball is running into she was running away from him. Excuse me, but anyway, there will be a pinch hitter here. It will be Ramon Urias. He promptly flies that one towards Steven Souza in right field. Will make the easy catch. And that'll be out number 2 here in the inning. And bring up the leadoff hitter, Jose Iglesias. Got 2 hits, and he was batting when that wild pitch scored the only run of this game for Baltimore. 0-1 the count. Ryan mainly relying on that cut fastball. Then throwing it in on the righty batters. That's a jam shot into right. It will drop and short hop Souza in right field. So a 3-hit game here for Iglesias. Just a jam shot single. They all count the same in the scorebook. Whether it's hit 100 miles an hour or hit 50, as long as you end up on first base, it's all the same. Bring up Hanser Alberto.
Count 1-0.
Cubs have Rizzo, Baez, Contreras in the bottom of the 9th inning, and I can only assume it will be against the closer Michael Givens here in a 1-0 Baltimore game. That's lofted into the gap a little bit. The runner will score, and I will go back to question David Ross's decision to bring in Kyle Ryan again, as that's lofted into the outfield. It's going to be 2-0 now. Another just little blooper into the outfield. Been the way to go today in a game which the wind is blowing in here at Wrigley, making it tough for any balls in the air to have any carry on them whatsoever. And that is popped up on the infield in the first pitch to Santander. And that'll be caught by Brian after a little bit of figuring out where the ball is. But we're going to the bottom of the 9th. You can see 2-0 Baltimore, out hitting the Cubs 10-2.
Your attention, please. Now,
And it is Michael Givens, one of only 4 players from the Orioles team that played the Cubs in 2017 left. I mentioned the 2 hitters at the top of the broadcast. The only one I missed was Richard Blyer, the lefty in the bullpen. And he will be facing Anthony Rizzo. Hard fastball, hard slider from Givens at a funky arm angle. Can make him hard to hit. Now the Cubs coming into this inning, they've been the comeback kings. As I've mentioned, they've come back several games, down 1 or 2 in late innings. Did it a couple times against Miami. Did it twice against Cincinnati. But with the wind blowing in, their main avenue of scoring, the long ball, has not been there for them and might make it difficult here off of Givens. Jams him on that up and in slider and fouled off, and it's going to be still 0-2. Givens also only is allowed 1 homer. It would take 2 at this rate for the Cubs to tie, and Rizzo cuts and misses. So you can see John Means in line for the victory today for Baltimore, and a well-deserved victory it would be based on how he's pitched. So it'll be Javi Baez. Gonna have to get on. Even a launched homer into the stands here won't matter if they can't get a second run. So at this point, you gotta just look to get on base and let the big guys, Contreras on deck, try to get something done. It's a good slider away. If you like offense, this has not been the game for you. An RBI single and a wild pitch accounting for the only runs for Baltimore today. 2 strikes to Javi Baez. Setting up in. Tried to get that four-seamer on the corner there. Can't get him to chase. Maybe setting up that wipeout slider down and away. Baez known to chase those pitches. Instead goes up and in. 3-2 to Javier Baez. As I mentioned, Wilson Contreras on deck. Baez has been much better with the walks this season, nearing his total for the whole season of last year. And he draws one here. So the Cubs have a runner on. And with 1 out, bringing up Wilson Contreras. Givens trying to be a little too nitpicky there rather than trying to challenge Baez. Well, I admit it's never a smart idea to challenge many of these Cubs hitters. If there's any time to do it, it's right now. Wind blowing in a game where the Cubs have had almost no offense today. Contreras has the other of the only 2 hits for the Cubs so far. The hanging slider is watched for called strike 1. Lofted, is that going to get down? It will. So the Cubs will have 2 on now with 1 out. Now, if you ask me, I would go to the bench here with Steven Souza up to try to bring in that lefty Jason Hayward's been hitting pretty well recently. Honestly, could say he might have deserved a start here. A couple homers in that homestand so far. And against a righty, I feel like you've got a better chance of hitting that slider than from Givens than Steven Souza does from the right-handed batter's box. The 0-1 pitch here. We have 2 on, 1 out. And an 0-2 count to the Cubs right fielder Steven Souza. Kyle Schwarber, the big power threat, would be on deck.
1 ball, 2 strikes, count.
And if you're Souza, you want to just make sure, worst case scenario, you don't ground into a double play. You don't want to be another out here, but you got Schwarber on deck. You just know that a double play ends this ball game, and you can't win if the game's over. Ripped foul. Fastball, a little too much played from Givens. A 2-2 count. Souza drew a walk earlier in the game off of Means. Swung on and missed, and that will be out number 2 and strikeout number 2 from Givens. Just slings the fastball by him. And now Kyle Schwarber, the Cubs' home run leader, is the Cubs' last hope. Cubs have had late game heroics with 2 outs before. Can they do it again here down to their final out at Wrigley? The 0-1 pitch from Givens. Chopped. Foul. That one almost stayed fair and would have most certainly ended the ball game. Schwarber didn't run on it, but it's no 2 count. Pitch from Givens. Swung on and fouled into the dirt. The fastball that time. Might be looking to mix it up with the slider. Gotten the K on the other lefty, Rizzo, like that. But here it is. That one is skied. That is deep. Smith is under it. And there will be no late game heroics in Chicago today against his former team, Brandon Hyde. His club gets the win in the first of a 2-game set at Wrigley Field. If you're the Cubs, you got to be disappointed with how this game has gone. It's just, it was a long and boring game, thus really until towards the end. A run in the 7th and a run in the 9th. The only runs in this ball game. But you can see 10 hits for Baltimore compared to the Cubs 3. John Means had it working today, and the Cubs had no answer for him. 7 innings, 2 hits, 2 walks, and 6 Ks for John Means. And Jose Quintana, not a bad game for him, really. 6 2/3, 6 hits, 5 strikeouts, and 3 walks. Did allow the 1 earned run, so he will be tagged with the loss despite it being the Rowan Wick wild pitch that got to him. Michael Givens earns his save today. 1 inning pitched, giving up the hit and the walk, making it interesting here at Wrigley, but the 2 strikeouts help him get the save today. But big thing, Cubs shut out today. You don't see that terribly often, though I will say Cubs haven't lost many games. This is only their 19th loss, I believe. All of them have come in low-scoring games, so when the offense isn't on for the Cubs, they just can't seem to string runs across. When their offense is there, they're hitting bombs left, right, and center. As we get the highlights quickly, you can see the first highlight coming in the 6th inning. That tells you how boring this game has been to the neutral fan, at least, and definitely for some Cubs and Orioles fans as well. And here is that run. A wild pitch on a curveball. Severino will score, and John Means, remind you, had 3 hits. That is very impressive in what I believe might be his first major league game hitting. You can see that play there to end the top of the 7th, ending that potential threat. And then a little looping single here from Hanser Alberto gives the Orioles their 2nd run. A little bit of insurance to work with in the top of the 9th inning. And it was Michael Givens shutting the Cubs down in the 9th, striking out Rizzo here. Good slider on the inside part of the plate. Struck out Steven Souza with a runner on, and then 2 runners on, excuse me. And then to end the game, Kyle Schwarber, on a normal day in Wrigley without the wind blowing in, that might be gone, and we might be seeing Cubs fans coming home with a victory. But it's caught there on the track by Smith. So tomorrow we'll be seeing either John Lester or Trevor McGill, depending on how healthy John Lester is and whether he will be able to pitch, facing Alex Cobb, the former Tampa Bay Ray, in Game 2 of this 2-game set. And I'm joined here by one of our next 2 announcers, Big Fun. So how are you doing?
All right. Bit of a shock here. You don't usually call a lot of baseball games an upset, but the Orioles coming into Wrigley Field and shutting out the Chicago Cubs has to be marked as an upset. I heard you talking about John Means and his history as a batter. He made 3 plate appearances in 2019. Only recorded one at bat, recorded a hit in that at bat. So good for him. He also drew a walk, and I presume, yes, his other plate appearance was a sacrifice bunt. So overall, John Means at the plate for a pitcher in an incredibly small sample size has found success.
And for an American League pitcher, that's something you don't see very often. Maybe in the future he makes it to a National League team and gets a chance to utilize his bat skills.
Could be. We got in the next game up, David Peterson, although he has struggled on the mound in his rookie campaign, he does have a double to his name. So we have seen here throughout the 2020 ball season some pitchers productive with the bat. As 3 hits for John Means today? Is that right?
3 singles for him. Got 2 of them to go through. One was a little sacrifice bunt gone wrong. Nobody covered first for the Cubs. So chalk that one up to a little bit of a mental error, but in the scorebook it still counts as a hit.
Yeah, it looks like a line drive tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly.
John Means, one of the rare bright spots for the Baltimore Orioles in a difficult season. 2 hits over 7 there. Great outing.
Yeah, maybe I'll have to not talk any trash about the Orioles now that they've beaten my Cubs, especially not if we play them again later in the season in Baltimore, which I don't know when that series is, but I believe it's somewhere later on. But
let's see, when do the Orioles and Cubs reconvene? Later here in 2020. Wait for my broadcast partner for the next game, Chris Sacchi, to join the booth. It'll be the continuation of interleague ball on this Tuesday. We're going to have the Astros visiting the Mets. These are going to be games 3 and 4 of their season series. Back in April, Mets and Astros split a couple of games.
Maybe they're not. Doesn't look like they're returning. I'm looking at the Cubs' schedule.
Perhaps we already missed. Perhaps it's already happened.
I look back. It did happen. Yep. It was in April 14th and 15th.
Not sure how those went as we get a look at the lineups for the Mets and the Astros. Mets rolling out their regular lineup against right-handers: Rosario, McNeil, Alonso, Conforto, Cespedes, Cano, Ramos, Nimmo, and David Peterson, the pitcher. J.D. Davis on the bench. Against lefties, he gets the start. And then the Astros will be going with Altuve, Brantley, Bregman, Yordan Alvarez. Normally the DH will start. Astros can't keep his bat out of the lineup. I'll tell you more about Yordan Alvarez's bat during the game. Then it'll be Correa, Gurriel, Springer, Maldonado catching against the right-hander. Against the left-hander, Peterson. Maldonado gets the starts against lefties. And then McCullers bringing up the rear.
Well, I noticed that it looks like the Astros are going with their retro alternates, the white with the orange and yellow.
They definitely won't. They definitely won't be, because I am gonna stamp that. I will stamp that out in a heartbeat.
All right.
Don't you fret. As Chris Sacchi joins us in the booth now. Chris, how are you today?
Good. Thanks for having me. I mean, this is a big game for the Mets. They've been struggling a little bit this year. Both teams under 500, so as this new series starts, a chance for both these teams to start their season a little bit on a higher note.
Well, Chris, did you catch the result of the game preceding ours?
No, what happened there?
Baltimore 2, Cubs nothing.
Wow.
Cubs only 3 hits on the game. John Means went 7, and I think I'll attribute a lot of that to the wind blowing in at Wrigley. No power behind really anything except for the 1 extra base hit of the game by Bryant.
Well, Cubs got a chance to bounce back tomorrow. Pitching matchup tomorrow. Who's that going to be for tomorrow?
Going to be Alex Cobb for the Orioles facing either John Lester or Trevor McGill, or whoever may make a spot start for the Cubs. I think currently it's scheduled to be McGill, but we'll see how John Lester's feeling and whether or not we get Mills even in there.
Well, let's take a look if we've got a minute. If we look at the Astros lineup, went over it just before, but we'll let you know again. Altuve, Brantley, Bregman, Alvarez playing left in the National League, Correa, Gurriel, Springer, Maldonado starting against the left-hander Peterson, and McCullers, Josh Reddick, and Garrett Stubbs taking spots on the bench against the left-hander in the National League. Chris, what are you looking for in this game, both out of the Astros, who are a surprise struggling team despite the offensive successes of Bregman and Alvarez in the middle of the order, and the Mets, who have just struggled in general?
Yeah, I'm looking for, like I said, both these teams, you're right, they're struggling a little bit. The Astros, with first-year manager Dusty Baker, find themselves below 500. But, both of these teams earlier in the season played a 2-game set in Houston. They split them. I'm expecting a similar kind of series here. I think the pitching on both sides for both these teams, especially at the back end, has been struggling a lot. So I think in terms of this game itself, we're looking for the first win of the season for David Peterson here, and he's really struggling. The Mets, we know Stroman is out. We know that Noah Syndergaard is out. So, Peterson is a player. Rick Porcello is struggling for them. Another player who needs to get on track on the mound for the Mets before their season really gets out of hand.
And we're going to see if David Peterson, who is 0-5 in his 7 starts as a rookie, can bounce back. And, the Astros have really been struggling on the mound as well. You take a look at a guy like Lance McCullers, 2-6 with a 5.58 ERA. Tomorrow's starter, Josh James, a guy who is supposed to be one of the future studs in the Astros rotation. He's 1-7 with a 6.10 ERA.
Yeah, for both of these teams, it's been the pitching. The starting pitching is a reason why both these teams find themselves in disappointing seasons. Last year, both squads were comfortably above 500. The Mets 5 games above. We all know what the Astros did making it to the World Series, but a total different turn of events for these teams so far in 2020.
Take a look at David Peterson. He has had some good starts mixed in, but clearly has struggled since being brought up to fill the rotation hole vacated by Marcus Stroman. Stroman lost for the year with a torn labrum in April. Mets originally had been considered whether or not just to give one of Michael Wacha or Rick Porcello a rotation spot. Both of them ended up with spots as a result of the injury to Noah Syndergaard. There is going to be a little bit of a change on the horizon, at least for this weekend for the Mets. That's fine. Jersey-wise, road is good for Houston, good old Grays. For the Mets, classic homes. You love to see it. Hines, any last thoughts before you head out?
One question. Are there going to be any hit-by pitches today? I feel obligated to ask.
I don't know.
All right. Well, with that, I will leave you guys to your game. So have a good call.
Signs, and that will lead us into Game 3 of the Major League Ball schedule on this Tuesday, June 2nd. I'm sure the question's about to be asked. So the weather in New York City is cloudy today. Cloudy weather. No clear skies here in New York. Pretty gray day. Cover us for cloud cover momentarily, I would imagine.
Yes, sir. The stereotypical beautiful day for baseball maybe doesn't apply as much here in today's ball game this afternoon.
There we go. So, welcome to Major League Ball on Twitch.tv. I am the Big Fun, Eric Barman, joined by Chris Sacchi. This is going to be game 1 of 2, a little midweek interleague series. The Mets and the Astros back in April. Mets and Astros splitting a couple games at Minute Maid Park. And now the Astros making their return visit to Citi Field. Today's pitching matchup will be the rookie for the Mets, David Peterson, still looking for his first big league win, going up against Lance McCullers Jr. on the mound for the Astros. Both of these teams struggling mightily. Mets coming in at last place in the NL East at 22-37. They enter the day 16 games back of the defending World Series champion Washington Nationals, while the Houston Astros enter at 27-33, 7.5 back of Oakland in the AL West. Chris, why don't you give us some information about Mets starter David Peterson?
Yeah, like you said, he's still looking for his first win. An ERA close to 8 underscores the Mets starting pitching issues. We talked about how Brody Van Wagenen, the general manager, brought in both Rick Porcello and Michael Wacha to fill in those holes, maybe to contend for one spot in the rotation. But now we see both of them firmly in the rotation, except for Porcello, who will be replaced by Corey Oswalt soon. But then you see the lack of depth has shown that now Peterson, a young starter, has had to be pushed into a role, and so far he's been unsuccessful.
First pitch of the game, a fastball inside from Peterson. Peterson out of Aurora, Colorado, brings a 5-pitch mix. A couple of fastballs, a curveball, slider, and a change. A pretty standard mix for a starting pitcher. We'll face Altuve, Michael Brantley, and Alex Bregman to get things started, as this one is lined into the glove of Pete Alonso at first base for the first out of the game. Rest of the lineup for the Astros. In the cleanup spot is Yordan Alvarez, getting the start in the field in the National League. Carlos Correa, the shortstop, hits 5th. Yuli Gurriel, the first baseman, hits 6th. Center fielder George Springer hits 7th. Catcher Martin Maldonado hits 8th. And then Lance McCullers hits 9th. First pitch from Peterson to Brantley, swing and a miss. Mets defensive alignment, left to right in the infield, starting at third base. Third baseman Jeff McNeil. Shortstop Ahmed Rosario. Second baseman Robinson Cano. First baseman Pete Alonso. Doing the catching is Wilson Ramos. Fans still filing into Citi Field here for this interleague affair. 0-1 to Brantley. Swung on and lifted into right field. Moving over the right fielder, Conforto makes the catch, and it's a couple quick outs for Peterson. In the outfield, left to right for the Mets, it's Yoenis Cespedes in left, Brandon Nimmo in center, and Michael Conforto making that catch out in right field. Here comes Alex
Peterson. Oh, sorry there, Big Fun.
No, you're all right.
Peterson. The first rounder in 2017, this is an example of somebody who's probably a bit overmatched at the major league level as of this season, but the Mets are still encouraged about his progress going forward, especially somebody who out of the University of Oregon, like I said, a first rounder going number 20 in that draft, 2017.
Alex Bregman took a fastball low, 1-0 pitch now. Swung on, grounded foul, 1-1. Bregman and Alvarez have done the vast majority of the damage in the Houston Astros lineup. Alex Bregman coming in at 3.1 WAR here in early June. Takes that one inside, 2-1. Changeup that missed. 2-1 on the way. Rounded towards short, backhanded by Rosario. Makes the flip across, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for David Peterson to get things started. We head to the bottom of the first. Mets are going to come up here on Major League Ball on Twitch.tv. As we take a look at Lance McCullers Jr. making his 13th start. Tell us a little more, Chris.
Yeah, McCullers, like we said in the open, another pitcher who's struggling. I mean, this was a player who had a big part in 2017 for the Astros in the World Series run out of the pen. He shows an impressive 12-6 curveball. But so far this season, he hasn't been able to get a handle on his pitches. Look for him to establish that curveball for looking strikes, though, because it's still a big part of his game.
Colors will start against Ahmed Rosario. First pitch, a fastball, misses, 1-0. Next lineup is Ahmed Rosario, Jeff McNeil, Pete Alonso, Michael Conforto hitting cleanup, Yoenis Cespedes, Robinson Cano, Wilson Ramos, Brandon Nimmo hitting 8th, and David Peterson rounding things out, hitting 9th. The 1-0 from McCullers to Rosario is a knuckle curve, lifted into center field, settling under it is Springer, and he'll make the catch. Defensive alignment for the Astros, starting at third base, is Alex Bregman, shortstop Carlos Correa, second baseman Jose Altuve, first baseman Yuli Gurriel, doing catching Martin Maldonado, left to right in the outfield, that's Yordan Alvarez, George Springer, and Michael Brantley sliding from left to right to make room for Alvarez. Here's Jeff McNeil, first pitch swung on, lined into the Astros dugout for a foul.
McNeil loves swinging at that first pitch, no surprise there.
The 0-1 is low, 1-1. McNeil coming into this one, hit 336 fourth in the National League. That is outside, 2-1. McNeil actually in the top 10 in all three batting slash lines. He is 4th in average, 7th in on-base percentage, 10th in slugging, and 7th in OPS. 2-1 is inside from McCullers, 3-1. McCullers has a couple of different fastballs that he augments with a knuckle curve and a changeup. Now a 3-1 to the Mets' third baseman today is in there for a strike. Count now runs full, 3-2.
McNeil must be sitting off speed pitch there because that was 94, but inside a pitch he could have turned on. Instead, the count is run full.
McCullers brings home his first full count pitch of the day. Rounded, just foul on the outside of the first base bag. Even the shift was Gurriel, would have scooped it up if it was fair, but instead it'll be another 3-2. In there, strike 3 called, two-seamer on the inside corner. Catches McNeil looking, and there are 2 outs for the Mets in the bottom half of the first.
We saw 2 very good fastballs at 94, 95 with movement from McCullers on the glove side. And for some reason, McNeil, usually an aggressive hitter, especially in that 3-1 count, hooked them both times for strike 2 and strike 3.
I'll bring up first baseman Pete Alonso. First pitch swinging, and this one is hit deep to left field. Alonso knew it, no doubt about it. Pete Alonso gets the Mets on the board in the bottom half of the first with a monstrous home run, 436 feet to left field, and the Mets lead it 1-0.
Alonso jumping on that fastball, 110 even off the bat. McNeil was first pitch swinging just behind that fastball, and like I said in the at-bat previously to McNeil, McCullers was spotting it well, but that one was golfed out of there by Alonso. He must have been looking fastball as he deposited that one into deep left center.
Alonso now 15 home runs on the year, came in tied for 10th in the National League with 14. He's bumped that up. That is RBI number 43. Let's take another look at it on replay. McCullers knew it, Alonso knew it, Maldonado knew it. That's just a pitch. As a pitcher, you shake it off, you had a bad pitch, you come back, you try again. First pitch to Michael Conforto, big swing and a miss. McCullers coming back with the off speed, the knuckle curve, getting Conforto jumping out in front 0-1.
Hey, good job by pitching backwards there. You probably would not have seen another first pitch fastball, especially in the zone.
Another knuckle curve is inside, but Conforto swings out in front of it, misses again. McCullers quickly ahead 0-2 and has command of this at bat, trying to bounce back from the home run allowed to Alonso. The 0-2 to Conforto, fouled off. Fastball that might have been a little bit up and away, but Conforto defensively swinging away. Now another 0-2. Just misses 1-2. McCullers trying to use that two-seamer almost a little bit like a sinker. Not happy with the home plate umpire. Thought he caught the zone on that.
Yeah, he's barking a little bit, but great two-strike approach there by Conforto, fouling off a tough pitch up and then leaving that one low.
1-2 now. Nope. Low and away, 2-2. McCullers trying the two-seamer again with even less success. Michael Conforto's worked the count back even, faces a 2-2, and takes it outside the count all the way back to 3-2. Second full count of the inning for McCullers.
Yeah, he's got to try and pull back here after the home run and then getting frustrated over that no call.
Maldonado sets up. In there, strike 3 called. A couple of backwards Ks sandwiching this Pete Alonso Titanic home run to give the Mets a 1-0 lead after 1 inning. Take a look at that, folks. We head to the top of the second. Mets 1, Astros 0. Where did that land? Second deck.
Yeah, it's in a second deck.
Shot. Middle of the order for the Astros here in the second. Yordan Alvarez, part of a two-man race for MVP already. It's hard to say if anyone other than Alvarez or Mike Trout wins MVP, it'd be a stunner. It'll be Alvarez, Correa, and Gurriel here for the Astros in the second. I'll tell you about the successes of Yordan Alvarez momentarily. Swings and misses wildly, though, at that Peterson slider, 0-1. Alvarez coming in leading the American League in multiple categories. Here's the 0-1. Swung on and missed again. Peterson, a couple of great sliders, getting the AL batting leader off balance. Peterson ahead 0-2. The pitch. Swung on and missed. David Peterson strikes out Yordan Alvarez on 3 pitches. First out of the second.
Yeah, no fastballs there. Slider, curve. Alvarez is probably looking for a fastball just like Alonso, but we saw last season's playoffs, Alvarez struggled a little bit, especially when attacked with off-speed stuff.
And here's Carlos Correa, first pitch to him. There is a fastball lifted to right field, moving back. Conforto a few steps, makes the catch, and there are 2 outs in the second. Come back to Jordan Alvarez when he comes up again later in the game. Just give you a little fact on him. Leads the American League with 72 RBI. That is 15 RBI clear of second place Jorge Soler. Jordan Alvarez is in a class almost his own, only approached by Mike Trout. But recently, Trout has been struggling, and Alvarez has jumped out into the lead in a lot of these AL batting categories. First pitch to Yuli Gurriel, misses outside, 1-0. This has been kind of the thing for Peterson. He starts off well, but once he starts getting towards the end of his first trip through, gets into the second trip, he starts to struggle as he misses the first 2 to Gurriel here.
It's good for him, though, getting spotted a quick 1-0 lead. Always nice for a young pitcher to get ahead in the game.
Grounded to short once again. A 6-3 will end the inning. So, David Peterson, the rookie looking for his first big league win, has set down the first 6 Astros. Middle of the second, Mets 1, Astros nothing. Watching Major League Ball on Twitch.tv. Please, folks, remember that we are all doing this to help raise money for charity, especially right now. Please consider a donation to Meals on Wheels. There is quite a lot going on. Don't really have the time or honestly the mental energy to get into it during a Major League Ball broadcast, but any money you could throw in the direction of Meals on Wheels would be deeply appreciated by everybody in the Major League Ball community. Yoenis Cespedes leading things off for the Mets here in the bottom of the second, taking the fastball inside 1-0. Cespedes has struggled since returning May 1st, just hitting 115, ahead 2-0 now. But he has heated up a little bit of late.
Yeah, 28 strikeouts for Cespedes and 87 at-bats this year. He's been overmatched, but he hasn't also played in a long time, and now maybe starting to get his feet wet just a bit.
2-0 is lifted into left field. Pitch that was high and into Cespedes that he reached for, caught by Alvarez, first out of the inning. We'll bring up Robinson Cano, the Mets second baseman, getting him started against the right-handers as he... And if you are enjoying this little bit of baseball-adjacent escapism, you think you know somebody who could use it on a day like today, pass them the link. Twitch.tv/MLBotball. Got 4 more games coming up for you after this. First pitch to Cano from McCullers, outside 1-0. And the Astros defense shifts the other way. Major League Ball managers loving the shift. 1-0 to Cano. This one is lifted to right field. It's going to send Brantley over, makes the catch. Couple quick flyouts for McCullers.
A great location on McCullers from 2 veteran hitters that are probably looking to put a charge in the ball. Both Cespedes and Cano getting under each pitch. He buried that fastball into Cespedes just enough for him to lift it into left. And then that curveball just low enough for Cano to simply lift it into right field for 2 quick outs.
Here's Wilson Ramos, one of the lone bright spots for the Mets over the weekend. Couple of home runs against the Dodgers in a series the Mets were swept in. Had an off day before getting the Astros here today. McCullers, first pitch to Ramos is inside 1-0. His last time out last Wednesday at home against Oakland. McCullers went 6 2/3 with 5 hits, no runs allowed, ended up taking no decision in an Astros loss. That one's over for a strike, 1-1. Austin Pruitt took that loss, giving up the 2 runs over 2 innings of relief. Now the 1-1 to Ramos. Swung on, grounded to the right side, picked up by Altuve. Easy toss, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Lance McCullers. We head to the third. It is still Mets 1, Astros nothing. You're watching Major League Ball on Twitch.tv. Big Fund, Eric Garment, Chris Sachi bringing you this one. And you see it on the Twitch screen, but we'll tell you the rest of the schedule. We got the Yankees at Seattle up next, followed by more AL action with the Red Sox and Indians, and the Tigers visiting the A's, and then we close it out with Ball After Dark and NL West, the Rockies and the D-backs. Big storyline in the Yankees-Seattle game. James Paxton's first start of the year coming back from his rehab stint at Scranton Wilkes-Barre. He'll do it in Seattle. First pitch to George Springer, curveball for a strike from Peterson, 0-1.
Yeah, Paxton facing off against his old team. The Yankees could certainly use a shot in the arm with more pitching. Their offense has been great all season, but looking for more consistency out of their start.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Peterson misses, count now 1-1. Slider didn't slide there.
Yeah, Peterson has not been afraid to show his off-speed pitches through the first round of this lineup.
Now the 1-1 on the way to Springer. This one is popped up behind the plate. Out of the crouch is Ramos. Stands off to the side of that Mets word mark. Makes the catch for the first out of the third inning. And in the Twitch chat, Griffey Grizzly says, if the announcers see this message, say hello. So a hello to Griffey Grizzly. We love that interaction in the Twitch chat. We also got a Go Mets from Texas Supernova. So keep yourselves involved. We love having that fan interaction here. Get a little noisy, make a little chatter. Here's Martin Maldonado, veteran catcher, standing in against Peterson. First pitch, inside, 1-0.
Ball 1, no strike.
Now the 1-0. Just catches the bottom of the zone, 1-1.
Good job right there by Peterson once again. This is his 8th start of the year, and he looks just a little bit more confident today. He struggled so far to start, but for a lot of young rookies, it takes some time before they really get themselves moving.
Maldonado grounds this one weakly up the third baseline over the bare hand of Jeff McNeil. We're going to have to see if that gets ruled a hit or an error, but either way, Maldonado is on base. Considering nothing is popping up, saying it might be an error, that's going to be a lead on one-out hit for Maldonado. Tough play for McNeil. Might have rushed it considering the base runner. Now Lance McCullers squares to bunt, pulls it back 1-0.
Yeah, you're right. You have the catcher, the number 8 hitter going down the line. You have time. No reason to try to barehand that ball, especially because it was a high chopper.
McCullers squares again. Pulls it back. Peterson struggling to find the zone. Not sure why he's going with the slider against McCullers, is just trying to give himself up.
Yeah, first time out of the stretch today for Peterson. That could be a factor.
2-0. This one's successfully bunted. Alonso goes to second, gets the lead runner Maldonado. No return throw from Rosario. So that is one of the downsides of trying to lay down a sac bunt with a slow runner. If it's not really deadened in front of the plate and you bunt it a little too strong like McCullers did here, heads up play by Alonso to spin around and throw it down to second. So mark it as a 3-6 fielder's choice that allows McCullers to reach and bring up Jose Altuve with 2 outs.
A great wherewithal by Alonso, picking up his teammate McNeil. You know, remember when Pete Alonso first came up as a rookie last year, his defense was a concern, but he's worked very hard at it, and now he's a plus defender.
Jose Altuve gets that first pitch from Peterson off the netting on the first base side, 0-1. Altuve lined out to Alonso his first time up. 0-1. Low, 1-1.
I got 1 ball, 1 strike.
McCullers is on first, 2 outs here, top of the third. Fastball misses to Altuve, 2-1.
That play by Alonso is also quite important because instead of Peterson facing Altuve with the runner in scoring position, he now has the opposing pitcher at first.
2-1 now. This one is chopped foul. Count now 2-2. For the Mets in the bottom half of the third, it will be 8-9-1. Nimmo, Peterson, and Rosario. 2-2. Low, 3-2. So Lance McCullers in the dugout jacket. We'll get a move on this pitch from Peterson. Pitch number 30 of the outing on the way. High, ball 4. So McCullers advances to second. Altuve takes the first walk issued by Peterson, heads on down to first. Now there are 2 on for Michael Brantley. And this is where Peterson has seen the wheels fall off. Gets himself into a little bit of trouble, sometimes not even his own fault, as that Maldonado play should have been made, arguably. Neal tried to hot dog it a little bit, and it got over his bare hand. And if not for that, maybe this inning's over. Instead, 2 on for Brantley. Owls off that first pitch. A strong fastball from Peterson.
A good point there about Peterson. For a young pitcher, you can let things snowball very quickly. Another lefty for the Mets, Steven Matz, had a very difficult time overcoming some mental adversity when he first came up. He has since gone over that and overcome that, but for Peterson, ever since he's gone into the stretch, he's been a bit out of whack.
Head 0-2 on Brantley. Pitch on the way. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Another 3-pitch strikeout for David Peterson. This time sitting down Michael Brantley with 2 on and 2 outs for the Astros in the third. No runs, 1 hit, 2 runners left on base. Middle of the third. It's still Mets 1, Astros nothing. Brandon Nimmo will get things going for the Mets here in the bottom of the third. The Big Fund, Eric Arment, Chris Sacchi, bringing you this interleague matchup here on Major League Ball. Our third straight one to get the day going. First pitch misses to Nimmo, 1-0. The last game, if you missed it, bit of a shock result. Baltimore Orioles shutting out the Chicago Cubs at Wrigley Field. Brandon Nimmo out in front of that one, fouls it off 1-1.
Nimmo missed a big part of last season, but came off at the end of the year when the Mets were trying to make a stretch run. He loves working long at-bats, as he is already facing his 4th pitch upcoming here. Good 2-strike approach as well. He's a man who likes to get on base via the walk, and does so by almost sprinting to first base.
1-2 from McCullers. Rounded, fair over the bag. Nice. Scoop picked by Gurriel down the line there. That'll be the first out. Not an easy play for Gurriel to make. Kind of a little bit of an in-between hop. You saw him kind of sweep the glove up to make that play. Here's Peterson. 3 for 9. Takes that one low. 1-.
Peterson also with a double and the walk on the year for good measure.
Swings at this one, lifts it into left, coming on, diving and making the catch is Michael Brantley. Great defensive play by Brantley. He was already playing shallow, had to rush in to get that weak fly ball. Full extension from Brantley, and it's 2 outs here in the third.
That's quite the play by Brantley. Very risky too, because Citi Field is deepest in right field. If that ball gets by him, more than likely you'll see Peterson on second base.
First pitch to Ahmed Rosario, fastball in for a strike. Rosario entering today 10th in the National League in batting, came in hitting .317. Impressive for a player who really struggled through the entire month of April. Swing and a miss at that knuckle curve, 0-2 now. McCullers getting that knuckle curve working.
Rosario's made great strides, had a great second half last year, and despite a tough April, has continued to prove himself with the bat and his defense. We've seen him make a couple of nice plays at shortstop today as well.
McCullers jawing at the home plate umpire again after that fastball was deemed to have missed high, 1-2. Couple of times McCullers has had a little bit to say after a pitch did not go his way. 1-2 to Rosario now. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Third strikeout for Lance McCullers. Finishes off the inning, a 1-2-3 inning for the Astros here in the third. We're a third of the way through this one. The Mets lead 1-0. Head to the 4th inning now. It will be Alex Bregman, Jordan Alvarez, and Carlos Correa entering the day. Bregman is hitting .345, good enough for third in the American League. First pitch swung on, grounded to the right side. Robinson Cano makes the toss to Pete Alonso. 1 pitch, 1 out for Peterson. That'll bring up Jordan Alvarez. I was talking to you about how he leads multiple offensive categories in the American League. Entering the day, Alvarez in first place in batting average, slugging percentage, doubles, and RBI. He's also second in home runs, tied for second with 20, second in OPS, first pitch misses 1-0, and third in on-base percentage. So right now, it's a 2-man race, it really feels like, for AL MVP, at least a couple months and change into the season, 2-0 now, between Alvarez and Mike Trout, and potentially Alex Bregman not too far behind those two guys. 2-0 now to Alvarez. misses. So Peterson, after striking out Alvarez on 3 pitches in his first at-bat, misses with the first 3 pitches of this one. He falls behind the Astros left fielder, 3-0. Gather himself on the mound. 3-0. Check swing inside. Anyway, it's a 4-pitch walk. Second walk issued by Peterson. And we'll bring up Carlos Correa with 1 on and 1 out. Good job by Alvarez holding back on that one. Wanted to take a bite on that inside heater, but wisely held up. So here's Correa, who flew out to right in the second. Peterson gives a look at first. First pitch, line to the right side. That one is going to drop in. Corner, Michael Conforto picks it out, relays it in to Cano, and everybody's going to stop right there. So, first pitch swinging, Carlos Correa doubles down the right field line. And just like that, the Astros have 2 runners in scoring position with nobody out. Yuli Gurriel at the plate. First pitch to Gurriel, swung on, fouled back into the screen, 0-1. Sorry, excuse me, 1 out in the inning. Bregman grounding out on that first pitch.
Yeah, second time through the order. This is important for Peterson. This is where he's found most of his struggles this season.
0-1 to Gurriel, high, 1-1. Mets would presumably trade an out for a run here, get him to 2 outs in the inning. But Peterson could have different tactics in mind. 1-1. This one lifted into left field is going to get all the way to the wall. It's going to bounce, take a hop off the wall, and the Astros are going to take a lead on this Yuli Gurriel 2-run double.
The center fielder, number 4.
Yeah, Yuli Gurriel signed out of Cuba. He's played in a lot of big games over there and a consistent performer for the Astros over the past 3-4 years. And he knows how to put a quality at-bat together. He's got the platoon advantage, and just like that, gives the Astros a 2-1 lead here.
As Gurriel's 26th and 27th RBIs on the year. So I say hello to Stitching Lemon Limer in the chat. First pitch to George Springer in there for a high strike with a fastball. 0-1.
Yeah, we love some action in the chat, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us today, and we're happy to give you your baseball fix.
0-1 grounded, scooped up by McNeil. Good throw across to Alonso. 2 outs in the inning.
Now batting, the catcher.
Gurriel on second base after the 2-run double, hoping that Martin Maldonado can keep things alive for the Astros here in the 4th. Maldonado chopped a grounder over the outstretched hand of Jeff McNeil for the Astros' first hit last inning. First pitch swinging, weakly grounded back towards the mound. Peterson off, makes a good throw to Alonso, and that will do it for the Astros here in the 4th. 2 runs on 2 hits, 1 left on base. They take their first lead of the game into the bottom of 4th. It's Astros 2, Mets 1. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. Two, 3, and 4 for the Mets here in the 4th inning. McNeil, Alonso, and Fordo. Alonso, all of the Mets offense so far. Their lone hit was a run in the first. First pitch from McCullers to McNeil is inside on the knuckle curve, 1-0.
Good chance for the Mets here to try and get one back. You've got McNeil, and then, like you said, the powerful Alonso, and then the powerful Conforto. Probably the 3 most productive hitters in their lineup coming up against McCullers.
1-0 now. Low and inside, 2-0. Stitching Lemon Limer says, can't hear the trash can banging. That's because the Astros are on the road. It's a home-only system, and generally frowned upon these days. 2-0 misses, now 3-0 to McNeil, who struck out looking first.
Yeah, expect McCullers to try to come into the zone here because you have Alonso on deck who got him last time with that second deck home run.
Now the 3-0 to McNeil, taking all the way. Fastball inside for a strike, 3-1.
For some reason, McNeil's had a tough time pulling the trigger on that fastball in, whether it's moving in on the hands or just a straight fastball. He's been hesitant today.
Now a 3-1. Swung on, lifted the other way towards left center. It's sending Alvarez back to the track, and he makes the catch. So McCullers fell behind 3-0 to McNeil, but works his way back into a deep flyout for the first out of the fourth. Here's Pete Alonso, homered into the second deck in left field, his first time up on a first pitch fastball that he was all over.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if McCullers either goes off-speed pitch here or tries to bury a fastball. I don't think you'll see that same pitch again.
First pitch from McCullers. Knuckle curve this time, it was at the knees. Alonso might have been looking at fastball, ended up a little bit late. The pitch fouled it off, 0-1. Now the 0-1. High for a strike. Colors with that fastball riding up in the zone, now ahead of Alonso. EBTO says he suspects the trash cans followed the Astros to Toronto in their recent series. Never know. 0-2. Swung on and missed. A 3-pitch strikeout of Alonso by McCullers. Fourth strikeout, the Astros starter. We'll bring up Michael Conforto, who struck out in his first bat with 2 outs.
That was beautiful pitching by McCullers. Curveball that got Alonso confused. Like you said, he was probably looking fastball. Then he gives him the fastball, but he gets it up enough to where Alonso can only look at it. And then has a totally different offering on the third pitch, a changeup that he buried just below the zone.
First pitch to Michael Conforto is low, 1-0. EB says maybe they bought some Canadian trash cans. Yeah, maybe they came in bags too, and you had to put them in a pitcher, make them work. A little Canadian humor. 1-0 misses, 2-0. Conforto ahead, pitch on the way, swinging and a miss, 2-1.
McCullers well on track here for that shutdown inning. You don't want the Mets to try to tie the game after the Astros recently took the lead in the top of the fourth.
That one misses high, 3-1. Yoenis Cespedes still struggling, hoping to get a shot with a runner on base here. Pitch upstairs, ball 4. So it's a 2-out walk. Gives the Mets a little bit of life here in the bottom of the fourth, and their second base runner of the game. So here is Cespedes, flew out to left in the second inning, his first time up.
Sorry there, Eric. Not too much.
Yeah, all right.
That Conforto was walked there. You have the better advantage with the platoon with Cespedes, and he's also been struggling this year despite picking it up just a bit as of late.
Nope, that's a ball.
First pitch to him just misses, 1-0, knuckle curve that McCullers tried to pinpoint on that inside corner at the knees. A little surprised to not see him have a little bit more to say after that one. Might just be trying to pick his spots, trying to find his spots in the zone here, 1-0. Big swing and a miss. Cespedes fooled by that knuckle curve, 1-1.
Yeah, Cespedes has had quite the up and down tenure with the Mets. You remember 2015 being traded over and tearing the cover off the ball, a big part of the Mets World Series appearance team. Pretty much healthy in 2016, another solid year, but ever since then he's been battling injury. He had the wild boar incident in 2019 that knocked him out last summer, but here in this year, in his contract season, trying to regain his form.
Pitch in the dirt, scoots away from Maldonado. Ball 2 to Cespedes, moves Michael Conforto into scoring position on the wild pitch. So now, the average single by Cespedes could be enough to tie this game up. He has struggled in runners in scoring position opportunities, but has one here against a pitcher who has struggled all season in Lance McCullers. Good heads-up base running by Conforto.
Yeah, Conforto moved into second. Not a bad idea to bury the changeup because he got Cespedes with a couple of them earlier. But that one was so low that even Cespedes on 2 strikes let it by.
Now a 2-2 from McCullers. Low, 3-2. Robinson Cano waiting on deck should the inning continue. So it's a full count from McCullers to Cespedes. Michael Conforto on second after a 2-out walk and wild pitch. Offering from McCullers. Lined into the glove of Jose Altuve. So Cespedes ends up with an RBI opportunity, makes some solid contact, but puts it into the glove of Altuve. He wishes he could have that one back. It was a pitch to hit that he just did not get a good eye on. After 4 innings, it's Astros 2, Mets 1. 9, 1, and 2, McCullers, Altuve, Brantley for the Astros here in the 5th.
McCullers.
First pitch from the rookie left-hander.
Ball, that's the
Misses 1-0. First time up, McCullers tried to sacrifice bunt. Ended up bunting it a little bit too strongly down the first base line. It was scooped up by Alonso, who threw out Martin Maldonado at second. McCullers ended up stranded at second base in that inning. 1-0. Grounded towards the middle. Diving play by Rosario. Can't get it. It's a lead-off single for Lance McCullers. He's on base for the second time today.
Now back, second base.
Well, this could have been a great chance for Peterson after a tough inning last time out to get his first out against the opposing pitcher, but he missed the first pitch. It forced him to get into the zone. A fastball, good piece of hitting there by McCullers, just went right with the pitch. So instead of having 1 out in the top of the order, now Peterson will have to contend with Altuve. With runner on and nobody out.
And that really changes the complexion of the inning when you let the opposing pitcher get on to lead things off. Check swing by Altuve, but he went around on that fastball 0-1.
ball, that's out.
This one misses 1-1. Peterson about to throw pitch number here in the 5th inning. He's kept the pitch count, but needs some help from the offense. Solo homer from Alonso is not going to cut it anymore. 1-1. This one is ripped down the left field side, foul, 1-2. Out in front of that one, Altuve had the eyes for it.
For McCullers, I'm sorry, Eric, that was his first hit since 2016.
1-2. Lifted down the right field line. It's shallow, coming in Conforto. He's not going to have a play. And it looked like he could have had a shot to make a play at second base. Kind of throws up a little bit. Aggressive base running from the Astros turns that little bloop into a double. Let's take another look at this one. Just kind of dropped it into no man's land. And look at that. There's a chance there to make a play at second base. I guess Conforto was trying to prevent McCullers from coming all the way around to score on that one, like hitting the cutoff man instead. First pitch to Michael Brantley, a strike. So Peterson, who had to deal with second and third, 1 out in the 4th, now has to deal with second and third, no out here in the 5th after the McCullers single and the Altuve double. 0-1 to Brantley.
No ball.
Big swing and a miss at a high fastball, 0-2. Peterson can... Sorry, go ahead.
Conforto not helping out that young pitcher. He double clutched. I don't think he expected Altuve to bust it into second, but you're right. Now Peterson contending with a tough situation here.
This one is popped behind second. Moving back on it is Cano. No chance for a tag up. So that is 1 piece out of 3 for Peterson taken care of, reducing that pop out. But he's going to have to face 2 of the best hitters, not only in the American League, but all of baseball, and Alex Bregman and Yordan Alvarez. Between the 2 of them, 0 for 3 with a walk and a run scored. And if Peterson can dance out of this, might give him that energy to pitch late into this game. Hits the dirt with the first pitch to Bregman, 1-0.
And I don't know if it's... I don't think we've seen the graphic yet. It seems to be nobody warming in the Mets pen, so this is his situation to get out of.
1-0 way out in front of that one is Peterson, 1-1. So normally the Mets' long relief man would be Corey Oswalt, but Luis Rojas making the decision during the off day yesterday, making a statement that Corey Oswalt is actually going to get the ball to start Saturday's game at Washington. 1-1 is lined foul by Bregman. So Oswalt has been taken out of the bullpen so he can pitch on full rest. And Rick Porcello has been moved in, but Porcello started on Sunday, so the Mets might be without a long man. 1-2 pitch lined foul into that camera well on the third base side.
Yeah, the Astros seems to be right on these off-speed pitches. Altuve and then Bregman crushing them, but just foul.
1-2. Swung on into the glove of McNeil. A hot shot to the hot corner. Kind of made McNeil lean back to catch that one, but a great play on a screaming line drive, and the Astros now have 2 outs. But if David Peterson is going to get out of this inning with no damage, he's going to have to do it either against Yordan Alvarez or just work around him and try and face Carlos Correa. 2 outs here, top of the 5th. McCullers on 3rd, Altuve on 2nd. The pitch.
Ball 1.
Low, 1-0.
Remember last time?
Look at that number. I'm sorry, Chris. 458 with runners in scoring position is Yordan Alvarez. It almost seems comical to say, but those are video game numbers. In there for strike 1 and 1.
Beat me right to the joke.
Gotta stay sharp. 1-1 now to Alvarez. Fouled off. David Peterson potentially 1 strike away from getting out of a 2nd and 3rd no-out situation. That would be huge for the rookie. Peterson set quickly, 1-2, low, 2-2. Tried to get Alvarez to bring the bat head down towards that low fastball. Couldn't get him to bite. Count now 2-2.
He's got a ball to play with here. We'll see if he tries to get another off-speed pitch. He's got Alvarez earlier with a couple of sliders.
2-2, swung on and missed. Yordan Alvarez strikes out for the 2nd time today. And David Peterson, still looking for that first big league win, pitches out of 2nd and 3rd, no outs against 3 of the best bats in the American League, in Brantley, Bregman, and Alvarez. 2 hits, 2 left on, no runs for the Astros. Halfway home, Flushing, Queens. It is Astros 2, Mets 1. You see Yoenis Cespedes there. Not sure why he's out on deck. He lined out to end the last inning. But his struggles continuing, especially with runners in scoring position there. And maybe he'll get an opportunity later in the game to have an impact. But it's going to be 6-7-8, Cano, Ramos, Nimmo to start things off for the Mets against McCullers here in the bottom half of the 5th.
That was an exceptional job by Peterson. At 2nd and 3rd, nobody out. Dances out of trouble with no runs to score. Even if he doesn't win this game, that's a great job. A building point for him.
First pitch from McCullers to Cano, a curveball right over the heart of the zone. And that could be a turning point in this game, Chris, if the Mets are able to come back and win this one, allowing no run situation. Cano floats this one the other way, foul against the shift. If that drops in, that's definitely a hit, maybe a double, depending on the way it rattles around that sidewall. But instead, it's an 0-2 from McCullers to Cano. And this one is sharply grounded foul outside of 3rd base. We'll do it again.
Yeah, Mets need a base runner here. They got to support their young pitcher.
0-2. Grounded into the shift. Moving in on it. Altuve makes the toss. And that's the first out of the inning.
The batter, the catcher, Wilson.
I'll bring up Wilson Ramos, who grounded out to 2nd. His first at bat. Ramos a couple of home runs over the weekend against the Dodgers. Trying to keep that bat hot. Colors misses inside 1-0. Now here's that 1-0 pitch. Ramos sharply to the right side. Altuve to his right makes the play. Couple groundouts to 2nd. Get things going for the Mets here in the 5th.
Up next for the Mets.
Yeah, a couple of decently hit baseballs, but both runners, Cano and Ramos, just have no foot speed. At this point in their careers, it doesn't put much pressure on Altuve. You got to take his time on both throws.
Here's Brandon Nimmo. Rounded out to Gurriel his first time up. First pitch. Swinging, fouled off 0-1. Now, if you're the Mets and you are struggling, if Nimmo gets on base, do you pinch hit for Peterson? Outside, 1-1.
Yeah, that's a big part of the decision-making for Luis Rojas. Peterson did a great job of getting out of last inning. 2nd and 3rd, no outs with no runs to score, but it probably taxed him a good deal. So we'll see if Nimmo gets on, whether Rojas pulls the trigger on that move.
Big swing and a miss out in front of that knuckle curve, 1-2. Almost might be a little bit better for the Mets if Nimmo gets out. You can postpone that decision to the bottom half of the 6th. Obviously, you need base runners to make a comeback. But they're not going to get one here. Brandon Nimmo down strikes. Strikeout number 5 for Lance McCullers. Mets still with just the 1 hit through 5 innings. It's Astros 2, Mets 1. Once again, folks, we're all doing this here as a volunteer venture. We're all doing it for charity. Please consider a donation to Meals on Wheels, especially right now. They are an organization that could use your help. First pitch to Carlos Correa is grounded foul on the outside of 3rd base, 0-1. It'll be Correa, Gurriel, and Springer. There's Correa and Gurriel hitting back-to-back doubles after an Alvarez won the 4th. That gave the Astros their offense. Curveball hits the zone, 0-2 now.
That was a beautiful curve on 0-1. Getting right in there, lower inside corner. Even if Correa gets the bat on the ball, he's probably yanking that foul.
Almost set up inside for that 1-2 pitch, but it ended up high. Peterson still ahead here. Still pitching well in the 6th. 1-2. Swung on and missed. Strikeout number 4 for David Peterson. Sets down Carlos Correa to get the 6th inning started.
Look at this. This is a high slider here after the high fastball. I don't know if Ramos wanted this one so far up, but it honestly worked because the slider probably looked like a fastball out of the hand and Correa was way out in front.
First pitch to Gurriel, fouled into the knees of Ramos and trickles away 0-1. Gurriel providing all of the runs the Astros have scored with that 2-run double off the base of the left center field wall in the 4th. 0-1 pitch from Peterson. This one is grounded to third. McNeil picks it up on hop, makes the throw, 2 outs in the inning.
Man, Peterson is really pitching with confidence here. Like you said, both Gurriel and Correa had back-to-back doubles a couple of innings ago, but this time retires both of them. And if only the Mets could give him some more offense. The only hit of the game, that Alonso double-deck home run that feels like ages ago at this point.
Yeah, David Peterson 1 out away from a quality start against the Houston Astros. Even though they've been struggling, the Astros still a tough team to get quality starts against. It's really been the pitching that has befallen the Astros this year. Their offense has been more than fine. 1 out of Springer. Check swing in there for a strike anyway. 1-1. Good curveball from Peterson. And that'll be a tough decision for Luis Rojas. Pitching well, but he's nearing finishing his 3rd trip through. That penalty only gets worse when you hit the 4th. 1-1. Outside, 2-1. So do you pinch hit for Peterson, let him leave after a strong outing, assuming you bring her out here, or no further damage allowed, and you try to start making that comeback. Even 1 run, you got to come back from it.
Yeah, I would assume the Mets go pinch hitter. If he gets out of this, he can leave happy, and then you can get a leadoff man aboard, potentially with somebody other than the pitcher leading off to home 6th.
As Springer flies out easily to Nimmo, moving to his right. So, a 1-2-3 inning, recorded by David Peterson against the Astros. 2-1. We head to the bottom of this. We will see a pinch hitter in the form of Eduardo Nunez. So, David Peterson gets himself a quality start, but if he's going to get a win, he's going to need the Mets to pick up a couple of runs here in the bottom of the 6th. First pitch to Nunez, outside, 1-0.
And good move by Rojas. Brings up the veteran Nunez. Came up with the Yankees, also playing for the Giants, Red Sox, among other teams, and he's continued to stick with his bat. Not a strong defender, but he's always been a decent hitter here. And for the Mets, they could really use him to get aboard to try to come back in this game, still with just 1 hit in the ballgame.
2-0 now to Nunez, who, even though we're in June and he has 65 at-bats, yet to have an RBI. Way outside on this one, 3-0. Ahmed Rosario waiting on deck. Final numbers for David Peterson: 6 innings pitched, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, 4 strikeouts, and a couple of walks. Hoping to at least get himself a no decision, as Eduardo Nunez, a 4-pitch walk, to get on base to start things for the Mets. Second walk issued by McCullers, only the 3rd base runner the Mets have had.
Another benefit of the pinch hitter, too, is just to give that starting pitcher a different look. McCullers has been cruising as of late. Of course, that last hit was the Alonso homer. But Nunez, all of a sudden, you have a different man in the box. It changes things up. Now you have the top of the order, the man on.
The off-brand Mr. Met trying to rile the crowd up here. Rosario 0 for 2 with a strikeout. That's Nunez on. Bless you. First pitch misses. That's 5 straight balls from McCullers to Mets pitchers here. Mets hitters.
You could think about maybe a bunt and run, hit and run here, but also after the 4-pitch walk, you could just let you could let Rosario just let him rip here, especially because he's had such a strong season at the plate.
5 straight balls to start the 6th inning for Lance McCullers, and it's a hit by pitch. 6 pitches into this inning. Lance McCullers yet to hit the strike zone once, but he's hit Ahmed Rosario here. Mets get their second runner in scoring position in the form of Eduardo Nunez moving up by pitch. So it's Nunez on second, Rosario on first, and Jeff McNeil at the plate with an RBI opportunity. Big spot for the Mets here, trying to bounce back against the Astros, trying to pick up David Peterson. The pitch, first pitch swinging over the glove of Gurriel down the line, rounding third and scoring is Nunez on his way to third. Rosario, and the Mets have tied it up with the first 3 batters of the 6th inning. A scorching RBI single into right field for Jeff McNeil. Mets have runners on the corners, still nobody out, and Pete Alonso coming to the plate.
Eric, that is so fascinating, and that is vintage Jeff McNeil. 6 pitches by McCullers, none of them in the zone. 99 hitters out of 100 take that first pitch, but that's just McNeil, and he ties the game for New York.
First pitch, Alonso hops at a knuckle curve way out in front, wanted that fastball at the knees again. So David Peterson is 90 feet from being in position for his first Major League win if Rosario can make 6. 0-1 to Alonso, way outside, 1-1. So Nunez drew a walk. Rosario got hit by a pitch. McNeil lined that same field, bringing Nunez home to score, tying the game up. A couple of bullpen arms up behind McCullers in the form of Joe Smith and Chris Davensky now. 1-1 to Alonso. 0 and inside, 2-1.
You see the bullpen heating up for Houston. I'm surprised Dusty Baker even let McCullers face Alonso. And so far, he's struggling to put him away here.
Runners on the corners, 2-1. Big swing and a miss. Once again, McCullers started the at-bat with that same pitch, that knuckle curve where the bottom just drops out at the knees. Now 2-2 to Alonso. Alonso, the lone source of offense for the Mets with that home run in the first inning. It was their only hit until Jeff McNeil just now. 2-2. Swing and a miss. He goes down on strikes for the second time. That is a huge strikeout for McCullers, his 6th. It'll bring up Michael Conforto, and Conforto is going to need to avoid that double play ball. Alonso fooled badly. Knuckle curves getting him on all 3 strikes of that at bat. Conforto 0 for 1 with a walk in the 4th. First pitch. Knuckle curve bounces in, 1-0.
Yeah, I knew we were going to probably see that knuckle curve again. It's been the best pitch all night from McCullers, and in this pressure situation, he'll probably go to it often.
1-0. Swing and a miss. There is a changeup. Just missing the zone. McCullers kind of giving a little bit of a different look. Still off speed, but a little faster, a little straighter. Getting Conforto off balance there. Now 1-1. Maldonado waits for it, and this one is grounded. Gurriel, Correa, back to Gurriel. A 3-6-3 double play gets the Astros out of it. They allow the tying run to score, but they don't allow any more. It was runners on the corners with nobody out, and the Mets can't add to that. So David Peterson is still going to have to wait for his first Major League win. As for the Mets in the 6th inning, 1 run on hit, 2 runners left on base. Sorry, 1 runner left on base, of course, that double play. And it's 2-2 as we head towards the back third of this one. Mets are going to see their first reliever come out of the bullpen. And it is going to be Edwin Diaz.
Diaz struggled mightily last year. Sorry, Eric, as a member of the Mets. He started out as a closer, and then by the time the Mets were close to contention of a playoff spot in August, September, he was almost nowhere to be found. Seth Lugo served as a reliever last year, and although Diaz has been better this season, it's in low-pressure situations, but, of course, another Diaz bad outing similar to last season could spell trouble for the Mets, who finally got some offense on the board in the home 6th.
Yeah, Luis Rojas trying to utilize Edwin Diaz in different situations. Having a little bit more faith, guys like Lugo and Betances in later innings. But this is still a pretty high-pressure situation, tie game. Mets have just tied this one up, and Diaz looking for the shutdown inning. 1-0 to Maldonado. inside 2-0. Astros almost certainly will be turning to a pinch hitter in the next spot, the pitcher's spot due up. So if McCullers is done, it'll be 2 earned runs for both starters, but it'll be on the hands of the bullpens to see how this one shakes out. Diaz blows that fastball by Maldonado.
Yeah, 3-batter minimum too changes the complexion of all of these innings so much, because say Diaz has a bad first couple of hitters, you got to ride with him until batter number 3.
2-1 to Maldonado. Fastball grazes that inside corner high. 2-2. Diaz bringing that up at 99 miles an hour. 2-2 pitch. Slider, swing and a miss. There's that put away slider from Edwin Diaz. Comes back from being behind 2-0 to strike out Maldonado for the first out of the 7th.
Yeah, great job to battle back. Those first 2 pitches missed way inside, or at least close enough inside to where Maldonado didn't have to make much of a choice. But then battles back 2 fastballs crackling at 98, 99, and then that slider running away was in the perfect spot for the strikeout. Now left to contend with Diaz here, the pinch hitter.
That'll shut the book on McCullers, who could still get the win should the Astros take the lead here in the 7th. First pitch to Aledmus Diaz, pinch hitting the slider for a strike. Diaz hitting .269 with 3 homers, 14 RBI in mostly pinch hitting and off-day starting roles. 0-1 pitch. Lifted foul, 0-2. The final numbers on McCullers shortly, as Diaz brings home the 0-2 to Diaz. Another slider, this one a little too far outside, 1-2.
That's a great pitch, though. It changes the eye level. The first 2 pitches on the inside half of the plate. And now he can double up on the slider, he can go back to the fastball up.
Diaz struck out Maldonado, looking for another one. Just misses outside, 2-2. Waiting on deck, Jose Altuve. Final numbers on McCullers, I'll give them to you after this 2-2 pitch from Edwin Diaz on the way. High, 3-2. Lance McCullers, 6 innings pitched, 2 hits, 2 earned runs, a couple of walks, 6 strikeouts, hit 1 batter, and allowed 1 run. So while Peterson has earned himself a no decision, McCullers hoping to be in line for a win. Full count offering to Aledmus Diaz. Fouled off, will get another one.
That's a wicked pitch there by Edwin Diaz. A slider at 92 miles an hour. Out in front was Aledmus Diaz.
Another 3-2. This one is lifted to left field, and that one is going to get over the green foul. And a hearty welcome to some of our Korean in the chat. Annyeong to you. Another 3-2. Lifted into right center field, moving back on it. Catch, heading back towards the bullpens for the second out.
Nice job by Edwin Diaz. On 3-2 back-to-back pitches, he goes with the slider. Both times Aledmus Diaz was out in front, forced 2 hard foul balls, then goes with the fastball, and Aledmus Diaz had just to protect and flies out to Brendan Nimmo for the second out of the inning. Edwin Diaz looking good so far. Now has to contend with a tough hitter in Altuve with 2 away.
Altuve 1 for 2 with a walk and a double. Put a little scare into the heart of David Peterson last inning. First pitch, slider in there for a strike from Diaz, 0-1. Altuve with that little bloop double put Peterson in a big spot of trouble as he fouls off that fastball, 0-2. It was Altuve on second, McCullers on first, and they stayed right there as Brantley popped out, Bregman lined out, and Alvarez struck out. 0-2 to Altuve. From there, strike 3 called. Edwin Diaz using that slider as a huge out pitch, gets a couple of strikeouts, and gets through the 7th unscathed. It's stretch time in Flushing, Queens. Still 2-2 Astros and Mets. Listen to Lazy Mary by Lou Ma. If you want the full Mets 7th inning stretch experience, as one-time Met Joe Smith coming on to start the bottom half. Smith, 7 2/3 innings, an ugly 7.04 ERA. They Cespedes, Cano, and Ramos.
Cespedes last time, he lined out to Altuve, just missing an RBI chance. He was frustrated. You could tell it on his face after that play. We'll see if he can rebound here against Joe Smith, the veteran.
Smith, a sinker way inside 1-0. So this one now firmly in the hands of the Astros and Mets. Both starters 2 runs over 6, and they hand it off to the Pens. 1-0 from Smith. Swing and a miss over the top of that sinker by Cespedes, 1-1.
Both starters struggling coming in. Both of them doing a solid job, and now we're all even.
Slider by Smith gets Cespedes reaching 1-2.
Cespedes has had trouble all year on off-speed stuff low. He's been known to go fishing all season. And just another example there, that slider, while a pretty solid pitch, was not too close to the plate.
1-2 pitch. Check swing. No swing. And to answer the question, Dan Justin 1990 pointing out that the Korean viewers seem to be asking when to watch Lewis and Washington 5:30. Get to that in a second. 2-2. Chopped foul. So it is going to be 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time on June 3rd. So that's tomorrow here. I understand that Korea it is already June 3rd. But that'll be about the morning of June 4th, as this one is grounded to Gurriel, flips to Smith for the first out.
Now back, second baseman.
So if our Korean viewers want to see the Astros and the Cardinals and the Brewers, there's no St. Louis, Washington game. There is a Milwaukee, Washington game. That'll be in the early morning hours of June 4th in South Korea. It is Milwaukee, Washington, EB. Here's Robinson Cano. 0 for 2 in this one.
1-0.
Realize that I just wrote that 3-1 round out on the Astros side of my score sheet. 1-0 to Cano. Ripped foul, 1-1.
Smith got lucky there. That was a sinker that was almost middle. But Cano maybe getting a little bit too anxious there out in front. Pulled foul.
And out in front of that slider, yanks it foul, 1-2. 2-2 here, bottom of the 7th. Been some small bursts of offense, but otherwise strong pitching in there. Strike 3 called. Joe Smith freezes Robinson Cano with a strong sinker on the outside corner. 2 outs now in the 7th.
They had great movement down and away from Robbie Cano, and although he was looking for that pitch to be out of the zone, he got to protect on 2 strikes, and Smith 2 up, 2 down.
Bring up Wilson Ramos. First pitch in there for a strike with a slider. Ramos, a couple of ground outs to second in this one.
Yeah, Joe Smith. Sorry, go on, Eric.
No, go ahead.
Joe Smith, he's going to pound that lower part of the zone, and so far has done a great job of doing so to both these hitters so far.
And Ramos will ground out for the 3rd time. Chopper to third, fielded by Bregman over to Gurriel. And it's a 1-2-3 inning for Joe Smith, first man out of the Astros bullpen. Still 2-2. Watching Major League Ball on Twitch.tv, brought to you by donating to Donate Meals on Wheels. Just do it. Think about it. Donate money to Meals on Wheels. I am going to be quiet now so I can see what is going on with this double switch.
Your attention, please.
So this will keep Nunez in the game, I assume. He pinch hit for the pitcher
batting in the 7th.
last time.
Number 38, Justin
See
Wilson.
where he plays, or maybe it's another
Now
player off the
pitching
bench.
and batting 9, number 3, Tomas Nido.
Okay, we're back. It's a double switch getting Wilson Ramos out of the game. Tomas Nido into it. So Wilson will be hitting in the 7th spot. Ramos just grounding out to end that inning. Going with, interestingly, the defensively minded Tomas Nido for the rest of the game behind the plate. 0-1 now to Brantley. This is from Wilson, 1-1. So now it'll be Nimmo, Nido, and Rosario instead of Nimmo, a pinch hitter for somebody like J.D. Davis, and then Rosario in there for a strike from Wilson. Count now 1-2. This one is hit to left field. That one is going to drop and get down in the corner. So the lefty-lefty matchup is won by the Astros. Michael Brantley with lead-off double to get things started against Justin Wilson here in the 8th.
Michael Brantley, I mean, he's one of the best hitters, pure hitters in baseball for a long time. First with Cleveland, then here with the Astros. Goes right with that pitch on the inside part of the plate, sprays it to left, and we'll see Miles Straw come in to run for it.
Straw is going to run for Brantley. Straw, the younger player, has better speed and will presumably stay in right field. Following that, Straw actually was playing a fair bit of right field for the Astros before it was determined by Dusty Baker and the Brain Trust that he wasn't quite producing the way that they wanted him to at the plate. He'll get a chance to make an impact here on the base paths. First pitch from Wilson to Bregman misses 1-0. Paul Sewald, Brad Brock getting loose in the pen.
Yeah, that's
thinking that maybe see Seth Lugo.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if this was, kind of 2019, pre that kind of rule, you might see a righty here against the tough Bregman, especially since Justin Wilson began his tenure in this game with a double. But instead, you're going to have to stick with Wilson here for at least 2 more batters, including Alex Bregman.
Well, he's now behind 3-0 to Bregman. Yordan Alvarez deck, a couple strikeouts and a walk. If Wilson loses Bregman, no doubt he's going to be pitching for a double play. Check swing in there for a strike anyway, 3-1.
Yeah, no surprise to see Wilson pitch carefully to Bregman. Good job to get his first strike. We'll see this one.
This one lifted to deep right center field. This is going to give the Astros the lead. This one is going to be off the wall. Actually holding up with Straw, but he is going to be able to come around and score as that one bangs off the wall. Back-to-back doubles from Brantley and Bregman. Scores Miles Straw and gives the Astros 3-2 lead in the top of the 8th.
Yeah, 3-1 pitch seemed to get away from Wilson. You could have been okay with walking him to get to the lefty matchup with Alvarez. Instead, that one middle. Bregman goes right with it. And Straw, he was able to hold because he's so fast. And just in case that ball was caught, had enough speed to score anyway.
So the Mets now trailing for the second time in this game, 3-2. First pitch to Yordan Alvarez, a slider outside, 1-0. So the Mets came back from a run down in 6th, and they're going to have to come back from at least 1 run down here with fewer outs to play with. 1-0. Swung on, lifted to left field. Coming in for it is Cespedes. Makes the catch, moving over towards the line. Retreating to second is Bregman for the first out. Bring up Carlos Correa, who doubled and scored in the 4th.
We'll see if Rojas, he will stick with Wilson here, despite Wilson facing 3 batters, and you have a couple of right-handers heating up in the pen.
That's Bregman on second. First pitch to Correa. Fastball misses 1-0. Once again for the Mets in the bottom half. Now it'll be Nimmo, Nido, and Ario, and you can't really take Tomas Nido out of this one. Otherwise, you're going to have to go with an emergency catcher, and Mets aren't going to be doing that. 1-0 to Correa. It is swung on, grounded, hot shot to Alonso. Makes the play himself. Saves a run by getting the glove down on that one. Advancing to third is Bregman, but there are now 2 outs for Yuli Gurriel.
And what a play for Alonso there at first, ranging over to his right. If he doesn't snare that one, it could have been a double-up lead there for Houston, 4-2. I talked about his defense earlier. It has certainly been a bright spot unexpectedly since he's come up as a rookie last season.
Gurriel, 1 for 3, brought in the Astros' first 2 runs of that double and 4th. Swings and misses at the 2-seamer, 0-1.
You have first base open here for Justin Wilson. He's battled a little bit. Already pitch number 15 coming from the reliever.
Alex Bregman 90 feet away, 0-1, inside, near the hip of Gurriel, 1-1. Wilson needs to be careful not to uncork a wild pitch here. Lifted foul, 1-2.
Another right-handed hitter and George Springer on deck. It looks like so far Wilson has attacked Gurriel.
This one is lifted to the right field side. Foul off that side wall. Another one. Gurriel coming up. That's in a skid. 1-2 pitch. fouled off. They lost all 3 games to the Dodgers over the weekend after 2 of 3 to the Phillies in the series that preceded it. They were looking to bounce back and start this little 2-game set with a win. Lifted towards right center field, moving over Nimmo. It's the catch on the run. So the Houston Astros with back-to-back doubles take the lead with no outs, but they cannot add to it. Middle of the 8th, Astros 3, Mets 2. This is Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. Coming out of the bullpen for the Astros to try and keep things going, earn himself a hold, as indeed Miles Straw stays in the game to play right
Now
field.
playing right field, number 3. Now pitching for
Joe Smith in line for the win. Ryan Presley will try and maintain the lead for the Astros here in the bottom of the 8th.
Yeah,
So you
go
do
back
former-
to go back to
You're
that
good.
double switch decision by Luis Rojas. You have Nimmo up, but then Nito, who's only 8 for 35 on the year, instead of having the 9th slot be someone, like you said, J.D. Davis off the bench, who's a productive right-hand hitter.
First pitch from Presley to Nimmo is a fastball high for a strike, 0-1. Double-barreled action behind Presley, Chris Davinsky, and the closer Roberto Osuna. Presley set, 0-1 to Nimmo. Fouled off, 0-2. So even if the Mets got set down 1-2-3, they'd still have McNeil, Alonso, Conforto against, presumably, Ozuna in the bottom of the 9th. 0-2. Chopped foul. Just getting a piece of that slider is
That's a great 2-strike approach there. That slider running in close to his back knee. And Nimmo just staying alive there. Continues on 0-2.
Presley misses with this one, 1-2. Bit of a waste pitch with that sweeping curve that didn't really seem to sweep. It definitely curved. But Nimmo now facing a 1-2. Nimmo 0 for 2 with a ground out and a strikeout today. 1-2 pitch. Grounded weakly foul, 1-2. Looked like that one was low, but Nimmo just getting a piece of it to stay alive. Presley set. Another 1-2. Hits Nimmo! Ryan Presley was ahead 0-2 to Brandon Nimmo to start the 8th inning. Ends up plunking him on the hip, and the Mets have a leadoff base runner to start the 8th inning. And to answer the question, I mean, the question was already was asked by our prior broadcaster, Hein, to be a pitch in this game. He was probably asking if the Astros were going to get hit by any pitches, but instead, it's the Mets that have been plunked twice. So Brandon Nimmo, leadoff base runner for the Mets in the 8th. Tomas Nido at the plate for the first time. Entering in the double switch in the top half of the inning, takes a strike, 0-1.
Surprised to see no thought of a bunt here with Nito, especially because you have the top of the order coming up.
I guess the argument against that is if you only have 6 outs to make the comeback, you don't want to give one of them up. But Nito is a double play candidate, 0-1. This one is hit to deep left field. Tomas Nido, is that one going to go? It's going to go! Tomas Nido with his first home run of the year gives the Mets a 4-3 lead in the bottom of the 8th inning. What a shot from Nido!
Wow. He must have heard the chatter. We were talking about him in the double switch. He's only 8 for 35 coming in. I talked about him bunting. You must have heard it, Eric, because he hit that one out of here. Wow, what a job by Nito. Coming into the game, this is his first at-bat of the day. Pulled off the bench.
And that was a no-doubt home run. Nito, not a power hitter by any means. Definitely a glove-first catcher. Got every stitch of that one from Ryan Presley. The bat flip, he knew it. A huge home run for Tomas Nido, and this game is flipped on its head. The Mets now lead it 4-3.
Wow, Luis Rojas must have thought something we didn't.
Here's Ahmed Rosario now. First pitch from Presley. Misses low with a fastball. 1-0.
Hey, good thing you didn't bunt, huh, Eric?
Good thing he didn't bunt. No bunts, just dingers. That appears to be the motto of Tomas Nido in that spot. 1-0 to Rosario. This one is lined Picked up on a hop by Gurriel, steps on the bag for the first out of the 8th inning.
Now batting, number 6.
All of a sudden here, the Mets have new life, and with only one out, you have two of your best hitters in the lineup. Try to add a little bit of insurance here. All of a sudden, the Mets, that Nito home run, a huge momentum swing against Presley, who hit the first batter, Nimmo. That two-strike approach, he stayed alive, led to the two-run home run for Tomas Nito.
First pitch to Jeff McNeil, fastball grazes the bottom of the zone, 0-1. And yeah, can't be understated, Chris, as this 0-1 pitch misses high, 1-1. Ryan Presley ahead of Brandon Nimmo, 0-2. Got it to 1-2, got him to foul off a strong fastball and then tried a slider and just lost it and hit him. This one is lifted by McNeil into right center field, and that one is going to be caught by Springer moving to his left, 2 outs.
Let's also not forget the fine defensive plays by Nimmo in center and Alonso at first last inning. The Astros could have probably added a run or two if those plays weren't made. Instead, the Mets hold it to 1. They entered this inning trailing 3-2, and then there was Tomas Nito.
Here's Pete Alonso, 1 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. Got the Mets going in the bottom of the first with a solo homer to the second deck and left. Takes a fastball for a strike from Presley, 0-1. So for the Mets in the top of the 9th, Dellin Betances will come on to try and record his 8th save in 8 opportunities. Betances being moved to that closer role earlier in the season for Edwin Diaz, who had 2 strikeouts in the 7th inning, was removed from it. 0-1 misses, 1-1 to Alonso now.
Acquisition of Betances was huge for the Mets because their bullpen last season took them out of a lot of ball games.
Ripped through the shifted infield. Pete Alonso picks up his 2nd hit of the day with a sharp single for a 2-out hit, and it'll bring up Michael Conforto with a chance to potentially add to the lead for the Mets. Once again, Tomas Nito entering in a double switch, as exiting is Ryan Presley. Framber Valdez will come on to get the lefty-lefty matchup against Conforto. So Ryan Presley exiting after 2/3 of an inning pitched, allowed 2 hits, and is still responsible for Pete Alonso on first. First pitch from Valdez is low and inside, 1-0.
Yeah, we mentioned it at the open. Both teams, especially the Astros, have been fine on offense this year. It's the pitching that's taken them out of games, and just like that, bottom of the 8th inning on the road, they get burned again.
One of the most unlikeliest of heroes, Tomas Nito, giving the Mets a 2-run homer as Michael Conforto swings and misses at that fastball, 2-1. I think the only other unlikely offensive player the Mets have on the roster would probably be Luis Guillorme. Tomas Nito positioning himself as the hero. Conforto lifts this one to deep left center field. Heading back on it is Springer. He's going to play it off the wall. Has to field it on a high hop, and it's going to be an RBI double. Conforto couldn't tell quite so easily where that one was going to hit. Looked like Springer was tracking it all the way, held up to play it off the wall, and it took a high hop, so he had to leap up for it, and the way that ball was enough to give the Mets a huge insurance run. Michael Conforto with a big RBI double. The Mets lead it 5-3.
Yeah, he's pumped up, as is the entire Mets clubhouse right now. I can assume you have the home run by Nito, trailing 2-3, and then all of a sudden the Mets are up by 2 with another run for Betances. Great at bat off the lefty coming in from Michael Conforto.
And here's Yoenis Cespedes with a chance to add to it even further. Takes a fastball inside 1-0, and like you were talking about earlier, Chris, the 3-batter minimum could be problematic here. 2-0 now to Cespedes, as Valdez will have to can't be removed. Of course, if Cespedes gets on, it'll be another left-hander in Cano. But Cano, a professional hitter, some might say. He can hit well against righties and lefties. But Valdez has already allowed his inherited run score, so that means it's 3 earned runs recorded to Ryan Presley. 2-0 now to Cespedes. Fouled hard to the right side, 2-1.
And now the good chance here for Cespedes, although they might pitch around him or at least pitch carefully. A low-pressure situation, the Mets are already up, and he would love to join the hit and RBI parade today.
2-1.
Ball that's out.
Outside, 3-1. Cano waiting on deck. 0 for 3 in this one. That's already with 3 runs home in the bottom of the 8th after falling behind 3-2 in the top half. Porto on second, 3-1. Swung on and lifted weakly behind second base. Settling under that sky-high pop-up is Jose Altuve, makes the catch, and that will do it for the Mets. But the Mets turn around a 3-2 deficit and take a 5-3 lead, thanks in large part to the Tomas Nido go-ahead home run with no outs, scoring Brandon Nimmo, giving the Mets a 4-3 lead at the time. Porto adds an RBI double, and we're going to get another double switch, so I'm going to be quiet and hear what's going on.
I know I guessed wrong on the last one, Eric, but I would assume Cespedes comes out here for some defense and left with J.D. Davis, who's not a very strong defender either. Here is Dylan Betances trying to save his 8th game and has many opportunities, taking over for the closer's role earlier this season in replacement of Edwin Diaz.
All right, so it is Jake Marisnick entering in the double switch.
My mistake, everyone. I should have remembered Jake Marisnick. Much stronger defender there than Davis.
As ahead of George Springer is Betances. Pitch. Swing and a miss. Betances quickly ahead 0-2. It's 7-8-9. It's Springer, Maldonado, and a pinch hitter. The pitch. Swung on and missed. A 3-pitch strikeout for Dylan Betances to get the 9th inning started. Huge strikeout and a huge sequence of pitches to set the tone here in the 9th.
Eric, don't you just love National League Baseball? You got a pinch hitter coming up in this inning, 2 double switches by Luis Rojas, and the most electric double switch I've seen in a long time is Tomas Nido coming in to catch and then hitting that 2-run homer in the 8th, his first at-bat.
First pitch to Martin Maldonado misses 1-0. So Justin Wilson in his gives up 2 hits and an earned run, but he is in line to win thanks to the offensive output from the Mets in the bottom half of the 8th. 1-0 to Maldonado, high, no. So Betances now hitting 5th in the Mets order. That's where the pitcher spot is. Jake Marisnick enters the game, and he replaces Yoenis Cespedes in the outfield, and he is hitting in the 7th spot should this game continue. Pitch to Maldonado, misses inside 3-0. Speaking of pitcher spots, the Astros one is on deck. They'll have a pinch hitter due up next, presumably. It might be Josh Reddick. That would be my guess.
I'm done guessing today, Eric, so that's all you.
That's fair. 3-0 to Maldonado. Fastball right over the heart for a strike, 3-1. Ellen Betances 7 for 7 on saves this year, looking to go 8 for 8. 3-1 pitch. Inside, ball 4. So Martin Maldonado works a 1-out-1. And that does mean the Astros are going to get the tying run to the plate.
Your attention, please. Pinch hitting for the Astros.
And there indeed is Josh Reddick. Reddick moved out of the lineup because of the need to keep Yordan Alvarez in at all costs. Even though he's a subpar defender compared to Reddick, can't take Alvarez out. First pitch to the pinch hitting Reddick is inside.
Yeah, and the Astros, they do have Kyle Tucker on the bench to potentially pinch run for Maldonado, but they already have used their speediest pinch runner earlier in this game.
That's in there for a strike, 1-1, and that could loom large. Should that number 2 spot in the order come up, it would not be Mike. Instead, it would be Miles Straw coming up to hit in what could be a huge at-bat. Swing and a miss. Reddick misses that high and in fastball. Count now 1-2. Maldonado on first after the walk. That's up 5-3, thanks to a 2-run homer from Tomas Nido and a insurance RBI double from Michael Cordo in the bottom of the 8th. 1-2 pitch. Low in the dirt, 2-2.
The Betances went high fastball up and in at 99. The curveball 15 miles an hour slower in the dirt, but could not get Reddick to chase.
Kansas ready. 2-2 to Reddick. In the dirt, 3-2 waiting on deck, Jose Altuve. So no chance really. Go ahead.
We know Nito's heroics with that home run in the 8th, and also his better defense allows Betances a bit more comfortability for bouncing curveballs in these situations.
3-2, broken bat, pop up in the infield, coming on for Astros are down to their final out. A bat-breaking fastball from Dellin Betances induces that weak contact, and that will mean Jose Altuve is the last hope for the Astros in this one. Maldonado on first, Altuve coming to the plate, 1 for 3 with a double and a walk, and a strikeout. Should Altuve keep it going, Miles Straw would bat for the first time next. Kansas ready, quick look at Maldonado, first pitch, grounded to the first base side, picked up by Alonso, steps on the bag himself, and the Mets take the opener of this short 2-game interleague series, beating the Astros 5-3. Winning pitcher Justin Wilson, losing pitcher Ryan Presley. Dellin Betances picks up his 8th save of the year.
Eric, this game was a blast, punctuated by the Tomas Nito home run. It's games like this that could give a team a lift. I know the Mets are now 14 games below 500 after this win, still in the basement of the National League East, but you get this big win, interleague play at home, can't hurt, especially having that late rally there as you see 3 runs in the home 8th.
3 runs, 7 hits, no errors for Houston, 5 runs, 5 hits for the Mets. The biggest hit of them all, once again, cannot overstress it. No doubt, player of the game in his one at bat, Tomas Nito, turning the tide for the Mets after Brandon Nimmo was hit by a pitch to start the bottom of the 8th. Tomas Nito taking Ryan deep. Mets added another run, and that is going to be your final score, 5-3. Our next first pitch on Major League Baseball isn't going to be for about 17 minutes. Before we bring you the Yankees and the Mariners, I imagine that will afford us time to take a look at the box scores and possibly the highlights as we take a look at the box. The hits were really spread out for the Astros. Nobody with more than 1. 5 doubles in the game for the Astros. Among their 7 hits, they were only able to get 3 runs. Alex Bregman, his 43rd RBI, with his go-ahead double in the 8th. But it wasn't enough, as the Mets bring home 5 runs themselves. The big hit, of course, once again, I keep saying it because I still can barely believe Tomas Nito brought in a double switch. You rarely see when a team is trailing, or rather it was a tie game at the time, the defensive catcher come in a double switch, let alone bringing in a catcher in a double switch. But it pays off big time for Luis Rojas and the Mets.
Yeah, that was epic. It was also even crazier because we wondered what Luis Rojas was really thinking there. You take out Wilson Ramos, who's a good offensive catcher, and I also said that Nito should bunt, so of course he hits that home run to prove us all.
We take a look at the highlights. First big highlight, bottom of the first, Pete Alonso taking Lance McCullers deeper than deep into the second deck in left field with this 436-foot monster shot. Then the Mets would be quiet for quite some time. As we get another look at this diving play by Michael Brantley on a soft fly ball from David Peterson. Full extension heading in towards the infield from Brantley. Saved presumably extra bases of that one high. Top of the 4th, Yuli Gurriel got the Astros 2-run double. A hop off the wall and scored Alvarez and Correa. Then in the 6th, Mets only their 2nd hit of the game with runners on first and second. Jeff McNeil with a sharp single into right tied the game. Then top of the 8th, Alex Bregman with this RBI double to right center field off of Justin Wilson. And it looked like the Mets were going to have a tough time coming back in this one, as you see Brandon Nimmo fielding that hop. But then, big hit of the game, Tomas Nito, this hanger from Ryan Presley that he crushed into left field, a no-doubt home run. just getting over that old Great Wall. Not only get over that Great Wall of Flushing, kind of got over that Hillary seating section. Then Michael Conforto, after Pete Alonso singled with 2 outs, adding to the fun. This RBI double to left center field gave the Mets an insurance run. Didn't even need it, as despite a walk in the top of the 9th, Dellin Betances came on to record his 8th save of the year. Started by striking out Springer with that slider. And then the last out of the game, Jose Altuve chopping this one into the glove of Pete Alonso, took it to the bag himself, and that would be it. So once again, the winning pitcher, Justin Wilson. The loser is Ryan Presley. Dellin Betances picks up the save as we start to get you ready for, at 5:30 Eastern Time, the Yankees visiting the Mariners. And I apologize if I get this. Matthias Weilman? I'm not sure, but he's in the booth now.
Wow, that was very close, if not perfect.
Was it Weilman or Weilman?
It's Weilman. It's my ancestors were German originally, so I guess technically it would be Weilman, but I can't say I've ever responded to someone calling me Matthias Weilman before. But I can't tell you how many different pronunciations for my first name I've gotten. So big star to you.
I'll take it. So Matthias, any thoughts on this game as we leave Astros and the Mets behind, start to warm you up for another New York franchise, Yankees and Mariners? We'll soon be joined by Eddie McCarthy in the booth as well.
Well, I know it's might be a little unprofessional for a broadcaster to say what team he usually roots for, but I am a Mets fan. I've grown up my whole life 20 minutes away from Shea or from City, whichever stadium they end up playing in. When you say Tomas Nido, the most unlikely of superstars and heroes, I think that is just about as correct as you can put it. Nido is not known for his hitting ability, and it's long been a theme in New York with the Mets that they have one catcher that can hit, but not a catcher that can field, and always vice versa. And it's always good to see Tomas Nido be able to find the bat. That was an exciting game. I got to catch most of the second half of it.
Well, I'm glad you were able to tune in, and we'll get ready for the first start of the year from James Paxton returning to Seattle. They'll take on Yusei Kikuchi. What are you looking for in this one? You got Big Maple headed back to the Pacific Northwest, as I think we might be using this time between games to knock out some other games that we are not broadcasting here on BotBall.
Yeah, well,
Eddie McCarthy joins the booth as well. Hello, Eddie.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Doing all right as we look at, for some reason, the Yankees batting stops. I can't explain that.
I do like those jerseys, I will say. You don't see usually the Yankees in those all blacks. Interesting choice for a uniform, but I'm into it.
I mean, you'll get your choice. I recommend, as I would always recommend for the Yankees, the standard road grays.
I'm with you on that. I think the Yankees they're great with their tradition. One of the few teams that have had 0 uniform changes over the years. They've pretty much worn the same thing since the dawn of their organization. And as a traditional baseball fan, I like.
As I think we might be simulating some of the games. We're not going to be broadcasting. Not sure. The only ones we'd have to avoid Yankees, Boston, Detroit, Oakland, Colorado, Arizona, as we're going to simulate the Phillies and the Marlins. Marlins picking up the win over the Phils, improving to 27-34. JT Realmuto, all 3 RBIs for the Phillies in this one. He spread them out too, first, second, and 7th inning. But Miami just bringing more. JT Realmuto adding triple in this game.
It's really good to see that rebuild for the Marlins has seemed to be taking a step forward. Yamamoto pitched well the last time I was on a call for them. Unfortunately, got pulled a little early and they ended up losing that game, but I don't think many people expected the Marlins to just be 7 games under 500, and they've struggled as of late. Their record honestly should be a little better than that indicates, going back to their play.
Yeah, home runs for the Marlins from less home run-like bats. Jonathan Villar, Isan Diaz getting home runs Zach Eflin takes the loss. Jordan Yamamoto gets the win. He improves to 4-6. Good relief outings from Eliezer Hernandez, Ryan Stanek, and Yimi Garcia. Adam Conley got knocked around in 2 minutes. Drew Steckenrider adds his 14th save.
Yeah, this is a bullpen for Miami that has not been their strong suit in this season. They've bled a little bit. Steckenrider has done a good job of closing out games. I believe he should still be in the top 5 in NL for saves, but it's really good to see Yamamoto back in the win column. You know, he improved a lot from last season, and although the record didn't show it last season, I thought he pitched really well and had a lot of control over his pitches.
Late offense in the Steel City, Cincinnati beating Pittsburgh 2-1 in what I believe will have been the Major League debut for Pittsburgh third base prospect Ke'Bryan Hayes, who was brought up on Sunday. Didn't play on Sunday. The Pirates off yesterday. Moustakas getting a solo home run in this one. Kurt Casale, the other RB for Cincinnati, as they take it over Pittsburgh. Let's see, did Hayes play? He sure did. Went 0 for 4 in his debut with a strikeout. So Ke'Bryan Hayes will have to wait another day for his first major league hit. Josh Bell, the lone RBI in the 8th inning for the Pirates.
Yeah, this is another big surprise we're getting in the NL. Cincinnati Reds, a lot of big additions in the offseason. You were wondering how much that would add up for them. They had a lot of injuries last season, but I still don't think many people predicted them to be 13 games over 500. Really just snipping at the tails of the Cubs. The Cubs have had a fantastic season, have maybe been the best team in the majors so far.
Yeah, and impressive for Cincinnati doing it without a couple of major bats. They are without Joey Votto still for a little while, and they are also without, cannot think of the other guy.
Jesse Winkler, I believe.
Yeah, Jesse Winker is out. Trevor Bauer has been out. Reds still keeping that pace going.
And one of the early surprises of the season, and you can see right next to them, the Orioles picking up a surprise win over the Cubs. For the Reds, when you lose big bats and big names like that, the most important thing is just keep trucking forward and try to stay as close as possible in the division race.
Yeah, John Means with the same number of hits as the Chicago Cubs. John Means 3 hits as the Brewers take it to the Nationals 7-2. Did I see that right? 2 runs on 16 Washington hits. That's almost unfathomable.
I'd love to see the players left on base stat there.
Lorenzo Cain, 3 RBI. How about Eric Sogard, nerd power, 4 RBI. All the damage done at the top of the Milwaukee lineup, visiting the defending World Series champs. Day off for Christian Yelich, and Milwaukee's still able to put up 7. Sogard with a couple of doubles, Cain with a homer. Not sure we'll get to see the left on base stats for Washington, unfortunately, but surely those numbers astronomical. Look at this, 3 hits for Turner, 3 for Eaton, 2 for Suzuki, 3 for Robles. Suzuki and Robles the only RBIs. Every offensive starter for Washington with a hit. They're only able to...
Well, the only thing I can think of for racking up 16 hits and only putting across 2 runs is poor base running, just really unfortunate spreading out of hitting, but I don't think you rack up 16 hits in a game and only put in 2 runs without making a bunch of mistakes yourself.
Well, a couple of mistakes on the fielding side, errors for Michael Turner and Adam Eaton, but...
Is this the most baffling box score?
Alec Bettinger gives up 11 hits over 5 2/3, gets the win. Joe Ross knocked out of the game early, only 3 innings. Nats had to piece it together with 5 relievers the rest of the way. Only gave up 1 run over 4 hits over the last 6 innings, but damage was done by the time Joe Ross came out.
Is this one of the most baffling box scores you've ever seen? It might be for me.
It's definitely up there. Now with 5 minutes before first pitch, I think that'll be it for myself and Chris Sacchi. Chris, any final thoughts? And we had...
That was a blast of a game. Astros having to use the National League rules, and we saw them on full effect. Of course, the one big NL rule that came into play, Tomas Nido in for the double switch, and in his first at-bat hitting that 2-run home run, giving the Mets the eventual lead that they would enjoy for the rest of the outing. Eric, it was a pleasure calling the game with you, and guys, enjoy your game. Yankees and Seattle, return of James Paxton. with his old team.
All right, thank you very much, Chris, and I'm going to sign off for the two of us. So, for Chris Sacchi, I'm the big fun to Eric Arment. Once again, final score from Beans. It's Mets 5, Astros 3, winning pitcher Justin Wilson. The save goes to Dylan Betances, player of the game, Tomas Nido. So that is going to do it for the two of us, and now we're going to hand it off to Matthias Weilman and Eddie McCarthy. It's the Yankees, it's the Mariners, it's Major League Botball on Twitch.tv.
Well, thank you, Chris Sacchi, and thank you, Big Fun, for the warm welcome. As you heard him probably say, Yankees and Mariners facing off. These are two teams coming in kind of polar opposites. The Mariners last in the AL West with a 26-36 record. The Yankees first and have been red hot the last two games with a 37-24 record. And first in the AL East, I'm Matthias Wallman, joined by Eddie McCarthy on MLB Botball. Eddie, what is something you're looking at in this game that really jumps off the page for you?
Well, what immediately stands out is the power that the Yankees have in this lineup. Really, 1 through 9, all of them can hit. And the key here for Kikuchi, the Seattle starter today, is a lot of these guys can be pitched to. You can get them to chase, but you cannot let them get their arms extended. And the big guys, especially Aaron Judge, Giancarlo Stanton, try and pitch them away. They can strike out if you pitch them in the right spot. But if you come in and you allow them to get those arms extended, it could be a really long day here for the Mariners, because this Yankee lineup has the potential, and they've done it numerous times this year. They can easily wreck a game.
Yeah, looking up and down this Yankees lineup, which we'll read to you in a second, they are absolutely flooding the league leaders in every stat. So we'll read you the lineups now that we have it. This is a DH situation. Left-handed pitchers will be used. Batting first is DJ LeMahieu at second base, followed by Gleyber Torres, the shortstop, Aaron Judge in right field. Batting third, Giancarlo Stanton, the cleanup at DH, Luke Voit, first base, Gio Urshela, the third baseman, Aaron Hicks, who just came back. He's only had 10 at-bats, but is batting .600 after going 3 for 5 yesterday. Out in center field, Brett Gardner, the left fielder, and Chris Iannetta behind the backstop at catcher. Those are subject to change. Sometimes they change these lineups depending on is a lefty or a righty, DH or no DH. Who are you looking at as a key to this game in that Yankees lineup, Eddie?
Well, I think the key is one of the keys, as you mentioned, is Aaron Hicks. If maybe this guy's going to come back down to earth. Usually when you miss a whole portion of the season due to injury, your return to the lineup is usually pretty slow and you're cold for a while. But this guy has been tearing the cover off the ball since he got back. But once again, I'm going to say this Yankees lineup, it is loaded 1 through 9. Mariners going to have to play a very clean game defensively and help out Kikuchi today if they want to come away with a win.
Absolutely. You look up and down this Yankees lineup. It's not the case that you get through the first 3 batters and your coast is clear. Throughout this entire lineup, you have 300-plus hitters. You have 250 hitters. Brett Gardner in the 8th spot hitting .274. Gio Urshela only batting .236, but he's got 10 doubles and 8 RBIs. Aaron Hicks now in the 7th spot. We talk about what he's been doing. And Luke Voit batting 5th, kind of someone that gets lost in this shuffle. Hit .263 last season with 21 home runs. This season already 9 home runs and hitting .327. We'll get to the Mariners lineup in a second, but let's touch on the pitching matchup real quick. On one side for the Yankees, it's James Paxton making his season debut. We were supposed to see Masahiro Tanaka, and that would have been exciting because between Yusei Kikuchi and Masahiro Tanaka, their high schools were actually pretty close to each other back in Japan. And Kikuchi, the first time he faced Tanaka, said it was almost like a dream come true because he was such a role model for him. It would have just been the 17th matchup between 2 Japanese pitchers in MLB history. Instead, we'll get James Paxton, the former Mariner, going up against Yusei Kikuchi. What do you see from these 2 pitchers?
Well, for Paxton, I think if you're the Mariners, you got to look to jump on him early. It's his first start of the year. It's been a long time for Paxton since he's been on a major league mound, and I've said it numerous times with Kikuchi so far. We haven't even started the game yet, but he's got to be very careful. He's got to tread carefully around these Yankees hitters. He's not a guy who likes to blow up the radar gun. Only logs that fastball around 92, 93, and he really heavily relies on those 3 off speeds which for him is the slider, change, and the curveball. And all those 3 off-speed pitches have to be working here, as the key for his success today is to keep the Yankee hitters off balance.
And you see the lineup for the Yankees just a little different from what we read. It's going to be Aaron Hicks at the 5 spot, Voit at 6, Brett Gardner at 7, Gio Urshela batting 8th, and it's still Chris Iannetta, the catcher, at 9th. We'll read you the Mariners lineup. Malik Smith, the center fielder, will lead things off, followed by Kyle Lewis, the left fielder, Mitch Haniger in right field. Outfielders for the Mariners going 1, 2, 3. Daniel Vogelbach, the DH, batting cleanup. Kyle Seager, third baseman. Evan White at first. J.P. Crawford, the shortstop. Tom Murphy, the only Mariner to get a hit last night against Garrett Cole, at catcher. And then second baseman Shed Long, rounding things off. Yusei Kikuchi, like we mentioned, a 2-5 record, a 4.76 ERA, a 1.41 WHIP. Kikuchi made a lot of adjustments to his form in the offseason. He felt a lot more confident, he said, after spring training, after his first couple starts, because he got that hitch out of his windup.
Yeah, and for Kikuchi, it's a tough test today, because sometimes, and especially in an afternoon game, it takes the pitcher some time to settle in. He really can't afford that time here, as he's going to attack right off the bat with this top of the Yankee lineup. So interesting to see what his plan of attack is right here.
And we're set with DJ LeMahieu leading things off for the Bronx Bombers. He fouls the first pitch off. No balls and 1 strike. LeMahieu 4th in the AL and batting average with a .345 average. He swings on the second pitch and hits it into the gap between right and center. LeMahieu going for 2. This one gets to the wall. Smith will play it off and get it into second. LeMahieu dives, and the Yankees have their first batter on with a sliding double.
Yep, right there is exactly what I said Kikuchi can't do. That's a fastball that's supposed to be inside, and when you're a left-hander, you can pitch the righties in, but you can't miss out over the plate, because if you do, they get their arms extended. Kikuchi misses his spot. DJ LeMahieu hitting .345 on the year. He's not going to miss that, and he doesn't. Drives it into the right center gap. It's his 12th double of the year, and the Yankees in great scoring position to start the game.
We know the Yankees have the power, but they have the speed as well. Next up is Gleyber Torres. The runner on second, nobody out. It just took the Yankees 2 pitches to get a runner in scoring position. Right now it's LeMahieu. Like you mentioned, the Mariners have to get off to a hot start here. They cannot fall behind to the Yankees. The 0-1 to Torres. That one is low and in there with the curveball. 0-2.
Yeah, that's what I like to see right there from Kikuchi. Now he's 0-2. This should not be a strike. He's got at least 2 pitches to waste here. Good spot.
And just like you mentioned, not a strike, but that one barely missing on the slider. Torres lays off. That's a strength for this Yankees lineup. They do not strike out a lot. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Torres with a runner on second, and he swings and rips one down the left line, but it'll hook foul.
Okay, so now we see Torres is a little bit early on that. It's still a 1-2 count. I think that go off speed away here. Let's see what they decide to do.
The 1-2. Off speed away it was. And Torres lays off 2-2. Jerry Hillsdale will be our umpire behind the mound today. We'll see how wide of a strike zone he calls. 2 balls and 2 strikes, nobody out. Runner on second, and Torres lays off again. And the pitch that just barely missed outside, and the count runs full.
It's a good job by Torres. He's a smart hitter. He knows they're trying to pitch him away. He's worked it into a full count, and now the count swings in his favor here.
Payoff pitch, and Torres rips one down the left field line. It gets into the outfield, The throw home is in time, and safe is LeMahieu. LeMahieu turns on the Jets, goes second to home on the shallow hit, and the Yankees have grabbed the early lead.
Yeah, Matthias, 2 things I really don't like about that. First off, the left fielder is playing way too deep. I don't know why he's that far back there. It's good hitting by Torres, don't get me wrong. He turns on that one, but the left fielder way too deep. If he was in a little bit more shallow, would have had a much better chance at getting LeMahieu at the plate. And the second ththing I don't like there is that Gleyber Torres should be standing on second base. Once that throw comes home and it's not cut off, if you're the base runner, you got to get to second.
Judge takes the first pitch low. Ball 1. Kikuchi has not gotten anyone out yet. Yankees already have a 1-0 lead, and now Judge rips one up the middle off the shortstop, and he can't come up with it, and everyone's safe at first. Good sliding stop by Crawford to keep the ball ahead of him. Excuse me, that one is too hard hit. And Kikuchi still has not recorded an out. He's got runners on first and second.
Yeah, it's a good stop right there. But the problem is, there's no way you're going to get Gleyber Torres at second. On the other hand, Judge, who moves pretty well for his size, but that ball was hit so hard that is it hard to recover after you're diving like that? But I think if he had thrown to first base, perhaps a much better shot at him right there.
Big hack on the first pitch by Stanton, who fouls it away. Stanton hitting .303 on the year. 18 homers, 5th in the AL. Runners on first and second as Kikuchi gets that one in for a low strike, 0-2. Nobody out, 2 runners on. Yankees a 1-0 lead. Here's the pitch. Stanton hits one towards second. This could be 2. The throw over to first. In time, double play. But the runner advances to third is Torres. Kikuchi's got his first 2 outs of the game.
Yeah, that is just what the doctor ordered. It's a gargantuan double play right there for Kikuchi. Just what he needed. He pitched Stanton on the outer half of the plate. Giancarlo, to his credit, trying to go with the pitch, but it's off the end of the bat, and it's an easy 4-6-3. Now Kikuchi in great position as he's facing Hicks with 2 out.
Oh, Hicks has been hot since coming off the IL. In 10 at-bats, he's batting .600. As he takes the second pitch, a looping curveball. Too far inside, 1-1. 16 pitches for Kikuchi so far. He's given up a run, and he's got Torres on third. 1 ball and 1 strike. And Hicks makes contact, a slow roller to third. Throw over to first is in time, and the side is retired, but not before the Yankees can strike first. 1 runner left on 3 hits. Top of the lineup coming for Seattle. And James Paxton will take the mound for the first time this season. The former Mariner spent 6 seasons over in Seattle, a 41-26 record in his time there. He saw his season dramatically improve last season when he started throwing more off-speed pitches, less fastballs. And we'll see what he can do against the Seattle lineup. Malik Smith leading things off for them. 232 average. And something interesting with these Mariners hitters and the team overall is they are a lot better on the road. A 12-16 home record. As Smith swings on the first pitch and fouls it out of play.
Yeah, I'm interested to see here how Paxton decides to go after these Mariners hitters. As we've mentioned a couple of times now, it's his first start back. Let's see if there's kind of a feeling out process or if he wants to go right at him. The jitters are expected here, as it's the first time he's been on a major league mound in quite some time.
Well, Eddie, you're a baseball player yourself. Have you ever had to return from an injury? Is it difficult to come back, especially when you're joining a team mid-season or in the early parts of the season?
It's especially difficult if you've been out for a long period of time, and it's an injury where your baseball activities are somewhat limited. If you're a hitter and you can continue hitting off of a tee, then you're going to be a little bit better because you've still got some of your timing down. Oh, that's a good bunt right there.
Bunt by Smith laid down. Thrower to first is in time. Good play on the hot corner by Gio Urshela, and there's one away.
Yeah, Urshela terrific over there at the hot corner. And he's wise to it, very smart. Malik Smith is a terror on the bases if he gets on. He's got he's got more stolen bases than anybody in the American League this year. And looking to try and sneak a bunt there for a hit, and Urshela smartly playing in there eliminates the bunt for a hit.
And Paxton is quickly ahead 0-2 on Kyle Seager, who has had his struggles on the season. Seager lifts one deep into right field. It's looping foul. Judge will have an opportunity to play it. Never mind, it's in the bleachers. Oh, Judge actually makes the catch through the bleachers, I imagine. That would not have happened in real life, but either way, there's two gone.
Yeah, I think we lost Aaron Judge briefly there in a little, I guess you should call it a crook in the wall. So it's certainly a peculiar out, but it's an out nonetheless. And for Paxton, he'll take it. 2 hitters faced and 2 hitters retired.
So good for Paxton in his first start, as Haniger swings through the first pitch, strike 1. There's a Mariners lineup that has struggled to hit so far. James Paxton in his first start has started off strong, working with a 1-0 lead, 2 away. Haniger swings on the second pitch. A fly out to first, no problem for Voit, and he makes the catch. 1-2-3, go the Mariners. Paxton strong in his first start. Urshela, Hicks, and Voit coming up for the Yankees. Excuse me, it's actually Voit, Gardner, Urshela. I had my card a little messed up. That lineups are set before Hicks had come back. It'll be Luke Voit, who's been on a tear this season, leading things off. Yusei Kikuchi, who misses on the first pitch.
Yeah, you mentioned it. Luke Voit on a tear. This is a very strong man who's got the ability to muscle the ball out of the ballpark, even on a pitch where he does not catch it very well. So, very dangerous hitter, Luke Voit here. Interesting to see how Kikuchi decides to attack him, considering he's at a disadvantage with the lefty-righty matchup in Voigt's favor.
Voit takes inside on the fastball, 2-1. Luke Voit, one of those hitters that filled in for the Yankees with a lot of injuries last season and did so valiantly.
Yeah,
Voit hit well.
Something I want you to take a look at right here is watch Kikuchi's delivery. This is especially difficult for hitters with a high leg kick, because watch as he's going to bounce the front leg right there. Very difficult for hitters to get their timing down. As you can see Voit there, he's a little early, a little bit thrown off. It's a bit of an odd motion.
Well, Kikuchi cleaned up a little bit of that motion and had it more intentional and not so much as a hitch after last season, as Voit stays alive and fouls it off. What Kikuchi wanted to work on is not really the hitch there, but more of a hitch in the throwing motion that was not allowing his fastball and his slider to get up over 90. The 3-2 misses inside, and Voit takes first with nobody on.
Yeah, it's a good job by Voit as he was up in the count 3-1, fouled off a couple of pitches because may have been a little bit thrown off there by Kikuchi, but good plate discipline, and the Yankees have a runner aboard with nobody out.
No one on, runner on first for Brett Gardner, who swings through the low fastball, strike 1. Gardner, the longtime Yankee, is in his farewell season, hitting pretty well, 274 average for the veteran.
Yeah, this is the veteran leader of this ball club, and Gardner, while his best years may be behind him, he's still a very respected player in this clubhouse, which is a very young clubhouse as well. Besides Gardner, who is 36 years of age, nobody in the Yankee lineup today is over 30.
Well, he checked his swing, but it doesn't matter. That fastball in on the corner, strike 3 called, and Kikuchi's got his first strikeout of the game. Good set of pitches from Kikuchi to switch it up and have control on that fastball. Last season, he barely got it over 92, and he was hitting more 94, 95 in spring training. With 1 away and 1 gone, Gio Urshela takes the first pitch for a strike. And Urshela lays off on the outside changeup, 1-1. He was another one of those players for the Yankees last season that was next man up and filled in very well with a lot of injuries. And Urshela lines one over to first. The throw over to second in time. Over to first for the double play is not in time. So Urshela gets on first with the bobble from Wong. 2 gone and still a runner on first.
Yeah, unfortunate that White had to bobble that ball over there at first because it was really just what Kikuchi needed. Had a rough first inning where he really ran up that pitch count. You want to be keeping it around 15 pitches per inning, and that would have put him at 30 pitches. But they still get an out, but a double play would have been perfect for Kikuchi right there.
Manaea hits one over to second. Flip over, no problem. And the inning is over. So the Yankees get a runner on, but nothing more than that as they go through the lineup for the first time. Vogelback, Lewis, and White coming up in the bottom of the second. It's New York 1, Seattle nothing.
Leading up for the Mariners.
In a much stronger second inning for Yusei Kikuchi, who really needed to calm down after giving up 3 hits and 1 earned run, but it could have been a lot worse for him.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It certainly could have been a lot worse, as it looks like this is going to be a pretty easy out for Paxton. I believe that's the catcher, Ionetta, who handles that one. But yeah, definitely a rough first inning for Kikuchi, and you hope because of the technology that they have in the dugout nowadays, hopefully he gets a chance to look at the pitch sequences for the top few hitters in the Yankee lineup, because he's right back at it as next inning the top of the order will roll over again for the Yankees.
And the pitch to Kyle Lewis misses high for ball 1. The way Paxton is pitching right now, Kikuchi might not have too much time in the bullpen. Paxton just 9 pitches to get through the first inning. Second pitch is in there for a strike. They had good control of that changeup early on.
Yeah, no signs of rust so far from James Paxton. He's really putting together a nice beginning to this game so far. Doing a good job getting ahead in the count, pitching to contact. Excellent so far in his first outing back.
Last season, James Paxton won his last 11 starts and picking up right where he left off as he gets the count even at 2-2. For everyone tuning in, thank you. You're watching Yankees Mariners. Yankees leading 1-0. It was LeMahieu who scored. He hit a double on the first pitch of the game. On the second pitch, excuse me. Now the count is even to Kyle Lewis. 3-2. Lewis fouls one off to stay alive.
Yeah, something we're noticing is for the right-handed batters, the pitchers are not getting the low strike on the outside corner. So now that's something you have to adjust to.
And Lewis swings through the 3-2 pitch. Strikeout number 1 for James Paxton, and there are 2 away in the bottom of the second.
Yeah, that's the problem you can run into with that big leg kick right there for Lewis. It's if you don't get it down in time. Right there, Lewis is timing off, really off-balance swing. It's a good spot by Paxton, though. Up in the zone. Impossible pitch to hit.
And Paxton misses low and inside to Evan White for the ball. White hitting .234 on the season. Here's the pitch. And he fouls this one off, 1-1. Well, offense has been a struggle to come by from the Mariners. Their pitching hasn't been fantastic out of the bullpen either. As White takes low, it's a ball. Yesterday, Garrett Cole had a no-hitter on them through 8 1/3. Before the lone hit came from Tom Murphy, an unlikely hero. Last game it was Tomas Nido, the unlikely hero. Yesterday, Tom Murphy, the one to break up Garrett Cole's no-no. 2 outs, nobody on, as this one is fouled off, and we'll try it again.
Yeah, but other than that one hit that Cole allowed, the Yankees completely dominated the course of play yesterday. Looks to be a little bit of a tighter game so far. So far today, at least.
And the Yankees didn't have to go to their bullpen. More importantly, the Mariners used 4 players out of the pen. As this bat is broken and chopped down the first base line, Ionetta will play it over to first, and that ends the inning. So far, so good for the Big Maple. 6 up, 6 down. Top of the lineup coming for the Yankees. You're watching MLB Bot Ball on Twitch.tv.
Leading off the
DJ LeMahieu doubled his first time up, and he'll get another crack as Kikuchi goes through the lineup for the first time on 32 pitches. Yankees and Mariners from Seattle. A day game, and it's interesting to note as Kikuchi gets the first pitch in there for a strike. The Mariners have a 12-17 record at home. The Yankees have been road warriors. They're 22-11 away, just 15-13 at home.
That's the ball.
Of course, that all goes down to the level of play on each opponent. Certainly affects it. They're looking to keep that trend continuing. 1-0 lead on Seattle here in the top of the third.
No pressure off the plate. Ball 2.
Pitches
See,
inside.
right there, that's a pitch I'm okay with. You set up inside to LeMahieu, and if you miss in, that's not a problem. But what happened in his first at-bat was they set up inside, and it snuck out over the plate, and that's when he could burn you.
Nope. Outside.
And LeMahieu takes low and outside, 3-1.
See, this is when LeMahieu becomes really tough, because if you're not going to get that pitch, it really limits what you can throw to him. Tough break right there for Kikuchi.
And LeMahieu swings on the 3-1. He gets it into the gap. Cutting it off and right is Haniger. LeMahieu will hold up at first. But he's got a double and a first to his name. Runner on first for the Yankees with nobody out.
Well, LeMahieu runs the 3-1 count. And for Kikuchi, what that means is you're going to have to pitch to him. LeMahieu knows he's going to get a fastball. He sits on it. It's over the outer half, and he drives it into right center field. Makes no mistake going the other way with that, and that's why he's having such a good year. So many other players, right-handers, will get a pitch on the outer half, and they'll roll over and just ground to short. LeMahieu, nothing of the sort. Goes the other way. Marvelous job right there.
Well, there's a reason he's second in the AL coming into this game in hits. Runner on first for Gleyber Torres, who singled in LeMahieu his first time up. He finds himself behind 0-2. Kikuchi his 40th pitch coming up. And Torres gets all of that one, but too late, and he fouls it off.
So now if you're Kikuchi, you're ahead 0-2 in the count, really trying to pitch to contact here and get a ground ball. Look for something low in the zone, perhaps an off speed.
Instead he goes high.
I'm not sure I like going up to Torres. I think you really need a ground ball here. I'd like to see him try and pound the bottom portion of the zone. Doesn't necessarily have to be a strike.
Perhaps guarding on the hit and run. The 2-2 just misses inside on the looping curveball. That was actually, now that made it 2-2, excuse me. LeMahieu on first, Yankees lead 1-0. Pitch misses low, and Kikuchi has fallen behind. And he's got himself a 3-2 count. Torres doing a good job of working himself back into this count.
See, that's where I would have liked. That's where I would have liked to see him go on the 0-2 or the 1-2.
Here's the 3-2, and Torres swings on it and fouls it off.
Second time so far today that Torres has fallen behind 0-2 and worked the count back into a 3-2.
1-0 Yankees lead, nobody on. LeMahieu on first, and Torres swings and grounds it over to third. Throw over to second, and in first in time, the double play. So Kikuchi gets the runner out and the batter out, and there are two gone for Aaron Judge.
Well, they didn't attack Torres low when I wanted them to, and that was when the count was 0-2, 1-2. But finally, it's the curveball down, just what he needed right there. And Torres turns on it, but there's not a whole lot he can do with it. Softly hit to third and nicely turned right there by the Mariners.
Well, Kikuchi's given up 4 hits and a run thus far, but he has gotten himself out of a couple jams. Second double play turned by the Mariners, with 2 gone in the top of the third for Aaron Judge, who's 1 for 1 on the day.
Yep, that ball went out.
Kikuchi's first pitch just misses outside on the curveball. You see his adjustment in that leg kick. When there's a runner on first, or runner on in general, he'll go away from it. If not, he's most comfortable, like you said earlier, kind of throwing off the timing. Judge waits, and he checks his swing on the high fastball, and wisely 2-0.
And now you run yourself into a little bit of trouble with Judge here. This is a 2-0 count on a very dangerous hitter. Tread carefully if you're Kikuchi.
And Judge swings on the 2-0 and is just able to foul it off the right side. He wants that one back. 2-1. That's what makes these Yankees hitters so dangerous. Not only is their power up and down the lineup, everyone's got the green light at all times. And Kikuchi misses upstairs and has fallen behind 3-1. Giancarlo Stanton is on deck.
Yeah, I think if
double play.
I think if I'm Kikuchi, I'll take my chances with Stanton. I don't give Judge anything to hit right here.
And you were both on the same page as Kikuchi misses inside and Judge takes the free bag. Second walk of the game for Kikuchi. So with 2 on in the top of the third, Yankees working with a 1-0 lead. And it's Giancarlo Stanton coming up to the plate. He grounded out his first time up. Stanton missed a large portion of last season with an injury, and he's come roaring back in 2020 as he takes the first pitch right on the inside corner, strike one.
Yeah, notice Stanton's stance right here as that left foot is almost over that batter's box line right there, almost goading pitchers to throw it inside. But the problem is, and what he really wants is, he says, okay, you can throw it inside, but if you miss, I'm going to get you. And that's what he does so often.
Stanton takes inside 2-1. Giancarlo Stanton, 8th in slugging in the AL, 5th in home runs, 3rd in RBIs. Went 2 for 5 last night. He waits, runner on first, throw over to first, the check is not in time. You mentioned earlier, Judge is a big boy, but he moves pretty well for someone his size.
Yeah, he certainly does, but unlikely for him to steal a base here. As
Stanton rips one to short, the throw over to second is in time, and Kikuchi makes it out of the third inning unscathed. One runner left on for the Yankees. Murphy, Lopes, and Long coming up for the Mariners. It's Tom Murphy stepping into the plate for the Mariners. The only hit from anyone on this Mariners side yesterday, something to be noted, is that they had to go deep in their bullpen, used 4 different pitchers. The Yankees never even went into it, and that is big for a team that is missing Aroldis Chapman.
Yeah, Chapman is out, but the Yankees have plenty of bullpen arms. But like you mentioned, so clutch yesterday from Garrett Cole, who delivered the complete game, especially when you're on the road. The worst thing for you is a depleted bullpen, and the Yankees, theirs is well rested today.
The chopper back to Paxton. The throw over to first is in time. First batter is down for Seattle. Paxton, 26 pitches and not allowed a hit yet. He has looked good.
Yes, he's looked very good, but like we were just talking about, it's a good thing that the bullpen is well rested because it's his first start. So look for Aaron Boone to have a bit quicker of a hook than normal, considering it's Paxton's first start back.
And it's Tim Lopes who takes the first pitch outside for a ball. And then Paxton comes back inside and gets Lopes to swing over it. 97 on the fastball. 1 ball and 1 strike. Now Lopes makes good contact on it, but is too late on it. Wants that one back, 1-2. The big maple on 1-2. Goes in the dirt, Lopes lays off. 2-2. And Lopes swings right over the knuckle curve. Strike 3 called, and there are 2 away.
Well, they go back-to-back knuckle curves in the dirt right there, and while Lopes laid off the first one, this is a beautiful pitch right there by Paxton. The first one bounced, this one a little bit higher to Lopes. It comes in looking like it's about to catch the bottom corner, and then the bottom just drops right out of it. Great pitch right there from Paxton.
Joe Shed Long, who would like his batting average to look a little different on this season, steps up to the plate and is quickly behind 0-1. Just a 117 average thus far for the youngster. And Paxton misses high and just barely inside.
Yeah, tough matchup right here for Long, facing a good lefty. in James Paxton, but he's done a good job. He's got the count in his favor right now. Let's see what he can do with it.
That's out.
Paxton misses low and outside. He has not dealt a walk thus far, is in danger of doing that now. He's fallen behind 3-1. On deck is Malik Smith at the top of the lineup. Paxton still is not allowed a hit as he delivers the 3-1 right down the pipe. 3-2.
Gotta jump on that right there if you're Long.
2 outs, the 3-2, and Long takes low, and he takes first base. First base runner for the Mariners in this game.
The center fielder, number 00.
Yeah, Long pretty much taking all the way on that at bat. I wouldn't really advise repeating that too many times. Thought he got a really good pitch to hit on the 3-1, but nonetheless, a base runner is a base runner, and you can't win games without him. And the Mariners have their first of the day as they get their top of the lineup back up again.
And the Moose is getting them up for Malik Smith, who leads the AL in stolen bases. He tried to bunt his first time up. Runner on first, 2 outs. Yankees lead 1-0.
Nope.
Paxton misses low, ball 1. Paxton has not really thrown that cutter. As I say that, he does miss with the cutter, but it's been mostly the changeup and the fastball to set up the knuckle curve.
Also, Paxton now working out of the stretch for the first time today. Has not thrown that way since the bullpen, so let's see if sometimes for pitchers it can be a little bit of an adjustment when you have such a good start to the game that you're only working through the windup for the first couple of innings.
Paxton being tested for the first time today. 1 ball and 1 strike. Smith hits one right back to Paxton. He'll go to first for the 3rd out of the inning. So the Mariners get a runner on first, but it doesn't matter. Still no hits for Seattle. Hicks, Voigt, and Garner coming up as we go into the top of the 4th on MLB Bot Ball. Well, it looks like I'm making up numbers today. The 1st inning coming up. It's been no problem for the Yankees in this one so far. A 1-0 lead. As the 5, 6, and 7 hitters are coming up for the New York Bronx Bombers. Earlier today, Seattle beat Toronto 2-0. Baltimore a 2-0 win over the Cubs. And the Mets took a 5-3 lead over 5-3 win, over Houston in the previous game. Coming up after this, a lot more action. Boston at Cleveland, McHugh and Clevinger. PK and the Jinx on that call. It sounds like a band. PK and the Jinx. I like the sound of that. As Kikuchi hits the strike zone, strike 1.
I got the count. 0-2.
Hicks rips through the second pitch, 0-2. So hard for a player to miss so much time last season and the beginning of this season for Aaron Hicks, but he has had no rust on him.
No, he certainly has not.
And he takes inside on the slider. Hicks went 3 for 5 yesterday, scored 3 runs and 2 RBIs. Here's the 1-2 from Kikuchi, and Hicks stays alive. He fouls it off the right side.
Yeah, something we'll notice is that for these right-handed batters, both these pitchers being lefties, umpire not so kind on the outside corner. He's been a little nicer on the inside corner, though, and you can see Kikuchi pounding that inside corner, although he goes outside right there. But really focusing on the inside portion of plate, especially in the early part of this at-bat.
There's really no one good spot to pitch at these Yankees hitters. And that one is low and inside, full count. Yankees lead 1-0 on the RBI single from Gleyber Torres, the second batter in this game. We've had nothing so far, although the Yankees have threatened at times. 3-2, and Hicks stays alive, pokes it over to the right. But Henninger is there for the out, and Kikuchi seems to have settled down recently.
We get to my favorite part of the broadcast, where we get to see the AA and AAA affiliates, and we have a great name today, as it's the Sod Poodles. I love looking at these at the AAA names just to see the lack of creativity when it comes to these big league clubs and naming their teams. You got some great names out there in the minor leagues.
I'd argue otherwise. I'd say it's more creativity.
I was introduced by the J-Man the other day to the New Orleans Biscuit, and I've seen the Chihuahuas. So we need some of that creativity in the major leagues if there's ever an expansion team in the next couple of years.
Well, you also have the Tri-City Valley Cats, the I believe AAA affiliate, the AA affiliate, excuse me, for the Astros. 2-0 to Voit, and he swings over it, 2-1. Tri-City Valley Cats was always offered to me as a former camper at a sleepaway camp in upstate New York. They always said they would bring us to a baseball game, and I guess they weren't lying, but we more expected to go to a Mets or Yankees game. Instead, it was the Tri-City Valley Cats.
Did they win?
I tell you, I think they lost every single time, but it makes for a great hat, I tell you what. Voit working ahead 3-1 with one runner out. And Voit swings on it and loops it foul on the right side.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier in the inning, Kikuchi really settling down here, as he's much more comfortable this second time through the Yankee order.
And Voit swings on one and lifts it deep, and this gets into the gap between center and left. Voigt's going to go for two, and they play it off the wall. They'll just cut this one off, and Voit is in there with a one-out standing double.
Well, I guess I spoke too soon, as I said Kikuchi looked to be settling in, and then he missed his spot over the middle, and Luke Voit jumps all over that one. Good job by Voit, and now he's in scoring position here for Brett Gardner.
13th double on the season for Voit, who somehow also has 2 triples. Not a fast player, has gone his way around the bases. Now Brett Gardner with a runner in scoring position and one out. He's 0 for 1 on the day. Fouls this one off, 1-1. Gardner batting .218 with runners in scoring position. Kikuchi looks back to second, now he'll deal. And that one catches the outside corner on the fastball, 1-2.
Yep, doesn't necessarily have to be a strike here from Kikuchi. If you trust your catcher, I might try and bounce something.
Instead, he elects to go inside. Not a strike, though. 2-2. Kikuchi is not pitched terribly, but he's up to 71 pitches. Still in the 4th inning. Yankees lead 1-0 as Gardner fouls it off. Count is still 2-2. Gio Urshela on deck.
Kikuchi's still well in line, though, for a quality start. If he can keep going the way he's been ever since that rocky first inning. He's gets Gardner there for so another job well done by Kikuchi, and if he can get Urshela now, he'll have himself another scoreless inning.
Got Gardner on that low fastball, 92, which is about where he's been working that fastball too. Strikeout number 2 on the day for Kikuchi. Gio Urshela, who's 0 for 1 today, steps up and swings on the first pitch and loops it into center. No problem. Camping out is Smith. And that'll end the inning. So the Yankees get a runner on, but Kikuchi takes care of the rest. 2, 3, and 4 hitters coming up. Mariners trail 1-0 on MLB Bot Ball. Time for bottom of the 4th. Yankees 1-0 lead on the RBI single from Gleyber Torres. We've seen some offense from them, but not a lot of scoring. The Yankees coming in scorching hot. 20 runs in the last 2 games. And Seager takes first pitch for a strike. You see the shift is on. Urshela over in the shortstop spot. Everyone on the grass.
It'll be a great time for Seager to bunt if he could lay one down here down the third base line. It wouldn't even have to be just down the line. He could practically walk to first base.
Seager hitting below the Mendoza line. And working with a 1-1 count. It's now a 2-1. Paxton deals, and Seager fouls it off. Counts even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Seager's just someone that has not panned out too well recently for the Mariners, and he's starting to get there a little up in age as he loops one foul on the left side. Giving it chase is Urshela, though, and he makes the catch! Gio Urshela travels the distance, and the pop fly over in foul territory has the Yankees with 1 away.
Great play by Urshela right there for 2 reasons. First off, he's playing basically shortstop right there, so he's got to run all the way down into foul ground. And second, this is a foreign ballpark to him, so not really familiar with the dimensions.
Now this one is looped into right field, going to second base, no problem, is Henninger. He's in there with a standing double. That's the first hit for the Mariners today.
Yeah, great job by Henninger. He gets a pitch right on the outer half. Doesn't make a mistake with it and try and roll over. Instead, just takes what he's given and lays that one into right field. Terrific hitting right there by Mitch Henninger.
Best opportunity for the Mariners so far. 1 out for Daniel Vogelbach. He popped out in the second inning. In foul territory to the catcher. Vogelbach, a big power hitter. Love to get the Mariners on the board here. Bottom fourth. Yankees lead 1-0. 1-0, and Vogelbach takes on the outside corner, and it's in there for a strike. Vogelbach was an all-star last season as the Big Maple throws back-to-back strikes, and he's ahead 1 ball and 2 strikes. And pitch number 50 for James Paxton gets him his 3rd strikeout of the day, and there's 2 away.
That right there, folks, is what James Paxton has that Kikuchi, does not. And it's that ability to blow hitters away. That one hit 96 on the gun by Paxton. He basically said, here's everything I got. You want to try and hit it? Try and hit it. Vogelbach could not, and he's worked himself 2 outs as Paxton.
Well, a fastball, 95 miles per hour and plus, is certainly helpful. It's not necessary, but you really see the difference between someone like Paxton and Kikuchi, and I'm not saying that's the only difference between them, as Paxton misses high 2-0, but you really see the difference when you have that blow-away fastball that you can go to.
Yes, in the major leagues, you have to know how to pitch. You have to have all of your pitches working if you want to be successful. But it certainly does help to be able to dial it up every now and then. A luxury that Paxton has, and yet Kikuchi does not.
Paxton working on 3 scoreless so far and misses low and falls behind 3-1. Henninger on second, White due up next. 2 outs. Yankees lead 1-0 in the bottom of the 4th, and strike 2 called. I'm sorry, I thought that was strike 3 for a second. I got ahead of myself, but Paxton has worked it back to a full count.
Biggest pitch of the ball game right here for Paxton.
Promise I won't call every strike 2 like that. The 3-2. And that one just barely misses outside.
What?
It looked like that one was good. Even though both of us have our doubts. The changeup just missed. That looked like it was in there. Home plate umpire sees otherwise.
You've heard me say a couple of times now that with these right-handed hitters and these 2 lefties, each one of them has had experiences where they've thought they've painted that outside corner, and the umpire just not going to give them that strike call, and Paxton is victimized right there.
Evan White has scored 3 runs in his last 5 games. He's 0 for 1 today, and he's working with a 1-0 count. Runners on first and second. Paxton gets that one in there. He fouls it off. Fastball hitting 95.
Now if you're Paxton, you have to bear down, show some of that mental toughness. You didn't get a call go. You didn't have a call go your way, but still got to fight through it and get this 3rd out right here.
Evan White, 11 RBIs on the season, a .234 hitter. Best chance for the Mariners to do damage today, and he swings through that one and hits it towards the left side. It had the carry, but it went foul. Paxton has struggled a little bit here in the bottom of the 4th, but a strike here would get him out of the inning. The 2-2 just misses outside again. It looked like it was in the same spot as the changeup, and the same call.
Yeah, that one a little bit farther outside, but still, these left-handers not getting that outside corner strike.
Henninger on second, Lewis on first, they'll get a head start. The 3-2, 2 outs, and that one misses outside again. Paxton could not get the cutter in there. Again, he has some words for the home plate umpire. I'm not sure I blame him. Same spot as the last two pitches we've had some doubts about. But just like that on back-to-back walks, Tom Murphy, is up with 2 outs and the bases loaded.
Oh my goodness. That was 2 consecutive batters who ran full counts with a curveball on the payoff in the exact same spot, which I think kissed the corner of that plate, and yet the home plate umpire refuses to give it to Paxton.
I agree with you, Eddie, but the show must go on. 1-1 to Tom Murphy. He had the only hit for the Mariners last night. I'm not sure we can call him a hero, but maybe to them he was. The 1-1, that one misses again outside, and I hear you laugh, and I think I know why.
Oh my goodness. You see James Paxton there, he's doing a good job keeping it together, probably a lot better than I would be, as he just took a break to set himself, grabbed that rosin bag, shook it around a little bit.
Bases loaded. The Yankees lead 1-0. The 2-1, and that's in there for a strike this time. And Murphy's working with a 2-2 count now. Bottom of the 4th, bases loaded with 2 outs. The 2-2. And Murphy hits one towards short. The throw over to second, no problem. That was the hit over to second. Paxton gets a couple questionable calls, but he's able to get out of the jam. 3 runners left on for Seattle. Yankees still lead going into the top of the 5th. And Eddie, I believe you were going to do play-by-play for innings 5, 6, and 7.
Yes, awesome. Thank you. I will take over. It's Eddie McCarthy and Matthias Weilman here on Major League Ball on Twitch on this Tuesday afternoon game. Coming to you from T-Mobile Park in Seattle, recently renamed T-Mobile Park as of last year, previously called Safeco Field. As it's going to be Chris Iannetta, the Yankee catcher, who leads things off. He'll be followed by the leadoff man LeMahieu, who's playing second today, and then the shortstop Torres. Iannetta, one of the catchers who's filling in until Gary Sanchez is back. Who has that torn groin right now, very difficult injury for a catcher. Estimated time for his return is 3 to 4 weeks. It's always so tricky with those groin injuries as they can linger. As Iannetta, he's gonna float one here into center. And so, from an unlikely source in Chris Iannetta, the catcher, the man hitting 9th today, the Yankees have their leadoff man aboard, with the dangerous part of their order coming up, as DJ LeMahieu, who's reached base twice today, a double back in the 1st and a single in the 3rd, will come to bat with a man aboard.
Yeah, LeMahieu's had no trouble seeing the ball today, and he would love to keep this parade going.
Yusei Kikuchi, in his 5th inning of work, ran into some trouble back in the 1st inning. A double by DJ LeMahieu led things off, and then the man following him, Gleyber Torres, would drive him in with a single. But since then, no runs scored for either side, as on the other side, Kikuchi's counterpart James Paxton, he's worked 4 scoreless. It's a 1-1 count to LeMahieu, as the fastball misses down in the zone. Count runs to 2-1. Iannetta, the catcher, leads off first, as the left-hander Kikuchi deals outside on the breaking ball, 3-1. Doesn't get any easier for him, as Gleyber Torres waits on deck. Count very much in LeMahieu's favor right now. The 3-1 grounded right side. Nice play over there by Long. The throw to second got 1. The throw to first, they got 2. What a play right there by Long, the second baseman. Nicely turned right there by Tim Lopez. And it's a brilliant double play right there for Seattle.
Yeah, you're going to see the replay here. He had to go the other way around, fielded it, spun around. That is not an easy throw to make. It is so easy to trip over your own feet, and you got to make sure to get that one out quickly. So LeMahieu might not be the fastest one, but he still has pretty decent speed over there, and it is so important to have those bases cleared when Gleyber Torres comes up.
Yeah, have to imagine usually it's a pretty ill-advised play to go to second, especially when you have to go that far to your right, as Torres gets into one down the left field line. gave it a good ride, but foul. But yeah, ill-advised to go to second if the ball's hit to the right and the second baseman has to go that far. Of course, he is helped out by the catcher, Chris Iannetta, who, just like pretty much every other catcher in the big leagues, does not run very well. Anyway, with Kikuchi bailed out by his defense, and he's going to get Torres to line out here into center, hit hard, but right at Malik Smith. And the Yankees go in order 1, 2, 3, middle of the 5th here in Seattle. Back here at T-Mobile Park for this matchup between the Mariners and the Yankees, as Heidi Watney reminds us to please donate to Meals on Wheels. All the broadcasters here who are bringing you Major League Ball on Twitch today and every other day of the week are doing this for free because it's for such a good cause, such as Meals on Wheels. Please donate. Even just a little bit will help. The link should be in the Twitch description. As Tim Lopez will lead things off for the Mariners right here. He struck out back in the 3rd inning.
Yeah, you saw the manager for the Mariners, Scott Servais, kind of talking with his pitching coach. Then I wonder how much more Kikuchi has left in him. He's getting close to 90 pitches, I believe, and he's thrown 5 good innings, just 1 earned run, and that was a really important one for him, because I think if he struggled there, you're more likely to go to your bullpen, but he's shown he can get through the first 2 batters of that Yankees order the 3rd time around.
Line, but caught right at Gio Urshela. And it's a screamer, but it's an out. And so Lopez is retired. And that's going to bring up the second baseman, Shed Long, who walked back in the 3rd inning. As James Paxton continues his strong day, only at 69 pitches, that being his 70th. Down in the zone for ball 1. And I think you mentioned it last inning, as the 1-0 from Paxton misses in the dirt, ball 2. You mentioned it either last inning or some point earlier in the broadcast. Kikuchi, as we'll let this one go here, as it's fouled away right there by Lopez. Yeah, Kikuchi had a difficult time in that 1st inning, but he's since settled down. But unsure how long you might want to ride him, considering that he doesn't really have blow-away stuff, and it's only a matter of time before the Yankees really figure him out.
Yeah, I think you play it safe and you maybe get someone warming up in the bullpen for that 6th inning. You're facing Judge Stanton and Hicks the first 3. If Kikuchi has no problem with them, you let him go.
Grounded to short, fielded by Torres. The throw to first is in time to get the speedy Shed Long. And James Paxton's got himself his 2nd out of the inning.
And back to the point, I think Kikuchi has pitched well and has earned himself another inning at least. I think you get someone maybe warming up in the bullpen, maybe throwing a little softer, just in case he runs into some issues. But if he can get through Judge and Stanton and Hicks, I say why not let him go through the rest of the order through the first 3. You got to remember as well, this Yankees bullpen completely fresh. No one pitched out of it yesterday, and you had 4 different hitters pitch out of it for the Mariners yesterday.
Malik Smith tried to lay down a bunt 2nd time today, but he fouled that one off, and so it's 1-1. And he lifts a fly ball into right field, shallow, easy for Judge, and that is going to do it for the Mariners in the 5th. They go in order. End of 5 here in Seattle, and the Yankees lead 1-0.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching.
All right, as we enter the 6th inning, a bit of a surprising move, as that is going to be the end of Yusei Kikuchi's day. He goes 5 strong, only allows 1 run, and that's going to bring up Matt McGill, who will come out of the bullpen. Maybe a little bit early here for the Mariners, as we mentioned it earlier. Bullpen is a little bit depleted after having to eat a lot of innings yesterday.
McGill didn't pitch yesterday, but I don't know if I agree with that decision. I understand you're facing very difficult hitters in Judge, Stanton, and Hicks, but he's pitching well. He's pitched well the last couple innings. I would have left him out there.
Yeah, perhaps Servais expecting some length here out of McGill. As you mentioned it, the heart of this Yankee order right here coming up, Judge, Stanton, and Hicks will be the task for McGill this inning, but he's off to a good start here. He's got Aaron Judge running a 1-2 count. Aaron Judge, what so many good things you could say about him. An all-star two years in a row back in 2017 and 2018. Also the AL Rookie of the Year back in 2017. Had such a nice start to his major league career, but he pops this one up right side. Waiting for it to come down is White, the first baseman. He'll handle it. And McGill has got his first out of his appearance as he gets Judge to pop out, and so that'll bring up Giancarlo Stanton.
Well, it's the same thing for both of these gentlemen, Giancarlo Stanton and Aaron Judge, as they are both fantastic players, but it's been injuries the last couple seasons that have hurt them.
You're right, it certainly hasn't. To bring up the injury, if you take a look at Stanton and you see that jaw protector that he wears on the left side of that helmet, very scary incident a couple of years ago as he was hit up high by a fastball. I believe it was in Milwaukee. And
I believe that is correct.
That would sideline Stanton for the rest of the year. Very serious injury. If it had been a little bit higher, there was a concern he might lose the eye. So scary moment, and Stanton ever since wearing that jaw protector.
Well, some
2-1 to count right here to Stanton.
Some face protectors are iconic. Continue.
Yes, the curveball from McGill misses inside. Of course, Jason Hayward, another guy who had a scary instance where the ball would hit him up high. He now wears the cheek protector as well, and a lot of other players around the big leagues have gone to it. Full count here to Stanton as Aaron Hicks, the center fielder, waits on deck. 3-2 on the way. Stanton will foul it down the right field line, and we'll do it again. Stanton made his MLB debut back on June the 8th of 2010, back when the Marlins were still called the Florida Marlins. As he grounds this one right side, it's going to be a tough play, but a nice job covering by McGill as he fields the throw from White, who made an excellent play going to his right. And McGill has retired the first two men he's seen here in his first inning of work in the top of the sixth. That'll now bring up Aaron Hicks, who bats from the left side for the first time today.
Well, the 3-1 putout is one of the nicest, I think, of infield putouts in baseball. When executed perfectly, Paxton getting over there in a hurry. Again, Stanton doesn't have good speed, but he'll hustle for that one. Good job from Paxton to hustle over.
Aaron Hicks came up with the Minnesota Twins, made his major league debut back on opening day in 2013. Again, he only recently came back from the IL, but he's come back strong as he was hitting 600 going into this one. As he flies this one deep into center, back goes Malix, and with 1 foot on the warning track, he'll settle under it, make the catch. So it's a long out, but an out nonetheless, and McGill works strong in his first inning. Seager, Haniger, and Vogelbach coming up next for the Mariners as we're in the middle of the sixth here in Seattle. As we welcome you back here to Seattle for the bottom of the sixth, and the Mariners turn at bat. Again, it's Eddie McCarthy, Matthias Wildman here in this second game of the day, the second of 7, I believe, that we have slated for you on Major League Botball on Twitch. You can catch them all right here, as we hope you stick with us for an exciting day of baseball. Of course, what isn't an exciting day of baseball? There's a bit of an awkward string right there by Kyle Seager, and he's quickly behind in the count, 0-2, so James Paxton's still continuing strong as he's into the sixth inning. 0-2 to Seager is hit hard but foul down the right field line. And Paxton really doing a nice job so far.
Yeah, Paxton got away with one there. That one caught way too much of the plate.
Nearly hit Seager right there, as I thought that might brush the jersey, but he misses inside on the four-seamer. Paxton still ahead, count 1-2. Down low, he misses on the curveball. Seager started to swing, managed to hold back in time. Now the count even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Again, he lines it hard down the right field line, but a little early on it, so it's hit foul.
I like that decision by Paxton to go inside on the fastball, set up with the knuckle curve outside. It's been working for him all day.
Goes with the fastball again, caught a little too much plate. This time Seager slashes it down the third base line. Still a foul ball.
I want to see Paxton start throwing that cutter a little more. He's reserved it until late in the game.
And Seager hits this one again. Gave it a good ride down the right field line again. So Seager certainly seeing the ball pretty well. But he's been either too early or too late, yet to put it in play. The 2-2 from Paxton misses high. I believe there's that cutter you're talking about, but way wild. And so Seager, who started 0-2, has now worked this into a full count. The payoff from Paxton, and Seager just gets a piece of that. It's a good pitch, but Seager stays alive. Of course, Kyle's brother Corey is a shortstop for the Dodgers, having a good season for himself as he grounds this one into the shift. It'll be fielded by Lopez, who's moved over, and it's a 6-3. I'm fielded by DJ LeMahieu. Still a
6-3.
No. DJ playing second today, so I was getting a little bit confused with the Mariners fielders. 4-3 into the shift. And after a bit of a botched explanation, it'll be Mitch Haniger who comes up here for the Mariners.
I'll pretend I didn't make the same mistake as you. I'll hide behind you on that one. Long battle from Paxton and Seager that time. Pitch number 11, it was finally Paxton that got him to ground right into the shift. Those are the kind of at-bats you want to watch, and I was just going to say that maybe the bullpen should get going. A lefty and a righty starting to throw for the Yankees. I have no problem with leaving Paxton in there as you go through the order for the third time. But something to watch as he's starting to approach 100 pitches.
Interesting you mentioned that as Haniger swings through the fastball right there. How long is Aaron Boone going to decide to stick with Paxton, who's pitched well, but it's his first start of the year? So might not want to blow him out too early.
Quite frankly, I'm surprised he's still in the game, not because of his performance, but because it is his first game of the season, and the bullpen is completely fresh.
Right side base hit, so Haniger is aboard, and it's a one-out base runner here for the Mariners as you get a look at James Paxton's line. Worked his way through 5 1/3 so far, and he's at 93 pitches. As we get a look here at Daniel Vogelbach, today's designated hitter who will be the batter.
Yeah, Paxton just 2 hits allowed, 3 walks is not great. He's had a little trouble with the control at times. A lot of those walks, 2 of them specifically, have been on pitches that we've kind of scratched our heads on, we should say that.
Yeah, so hard though for a manager to take out his pitcher, I would imagine, especially when Paxton is yet to give up a run. So Boone's going to ride him here. Hopefully he can get through 6. Behind on Vogelbach here 1-0 as it's Mitch Haniger at first base after the 1-out single. Vogelbach swings through the knuckle curve right there. Daniel Vogelbach, a second-round pick back in 2011 by the Chicago Cubs, as he grounds this one down the third base line, but foul. And so Paxton is ahead 1-2.
Well, in the kindest way possible, this is not a Mariners lineup that has a lot of power, so I am not too concerned if I'm Aaron Boone.
You've got a crystal ball right there, partner, as the 4-hitter Vogelbach. Paxton makes easy work of him, strikes him out on the curveball. And now, James Paxton in his first start back is 1 out away from what would be a really brilliant start with 6 innings and no runs allowed. Of course, that is dependent on him being able to retire Kyle Lewis right here.
I have to think that Lewis is the last batter he faces if he gets out of this inning.
1-1.
Evens the count on Lewis there at 1-1 as Lewis swings through that fastball. Paxton about to throw his 100th pitch here to Kyle Lewis, man out of Mercer University. Played both baseball and basketball in high school, but decided to stick with baseball. It's worked out pretty well for him as he's ended up in the major leagues. So Paxton behind 2-1 on Lewis. It is Haniger at first, who singled 2 batters ago. And Paxton, who just threw his 100th pitch here, will deal the 2-1 inside. That's up and in, ball 3. If Lewis can keep things going, the first baseman, Evan White, will be next. As it's 3-1 here, the count to Lewis. The offering from Paxton might have been ball 4, but it's fouled by James Paxton, and now it's the payoff, and the runner at first base, Haniger, will be moving. The 3-2 from Paxton. Lined, Down the line, will it stay fair? It will! It is a home run right there for Kyle Lewis. I wasn't sure if that ball was going to stay fair. Perhaps too long, Aaron Boone riding James Paxton, and on what is most likely the last pitch he will throw, it is Kyle Lewis who burns him for a 2-run home run, and just like that, the Mariners surge in front. It's 2-1 Seattle.
Well, you missed just as badly as you could if you're James Paxton. That off-speed pitch just hung in the air, and he served that one up on a platter. No doubt about it. 103 exit velocity, 400 feet. It just barely stayed fair. And Paxton had himself a great outing, but that one just way too much of the plate, and his day is done.
Yeah, the only question right there for Lewis was if that ball was going to stay fair, as it kept slicing towards that foul pole, but he was able to curl it inside, and so it's a 2-run home run, and as predicted, that will be James Paxton's day. So unfortunate, as he was brilliant, but on his 103rd pitch of the afternoon, he was in line for the win for the first 102, but with that 2-run home run, the best he can do now is a no decision, as Chad Green will come on here and try to get this last out in the 6th inning, as the batter will be Evan White.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't even know if Paxton missed on a pitch up to that one. He maybe missed a couple outside, but over the plate, he had tremendous control. That curveball just way too much. It was a hanger.
Had only given up 2 hits to that point, had Paxton, but the third was trouble.
1 ball, 1 strike.
As if you're just joining us just moments ago, it was Kyle Lewis with a 2-run homer, and that's put the Mariners on top 2-1. The Yankees, of course, DJ LeMahieu would double to lead off the game. He'd be singled in by Gleyber Torres. Since then, their bats have been quiet, as it's a 1-1 count right now to Evan White. White is going to foul this one away, and so the count is 1-2 on White. White was the 17th overall pick in the draft back in 2017 by the Astros out of the University of Kentucky, and he swings at that one and fouls it away to stay alive.
Yeah, White hit .293 in Double-A last season. He really had himself a nice season with 18 dingers. Good to see him up in the bigs.
Struggled a little bit in the majors, though, only hitting .234 coming into the day.
Yeah, but I don't mind that as much. You're a young player on a rebuilding Mariners team. You say you can never know what you have until you see it.
He's worked this count to a 2-2, and he'll watch the cutter drift outside. So it's a full count here to White. Should he be able to continue the inning, the catcher, Tom Murphy, waits on deck, as Chad Green runs a full count to the first batter he faces. The payoff pitch to White is grounded, left side. Urshela will field. The throw over to Voit is in plenty of time to get White, and so the Mariners are retired. But not before a 2-out, 2-run home run by Kyle Lewis gives the Mariners a 2-1 lead. We're at the end of the 6th, and it's Seattle leading 2-1. Back here at T-Mobile Park for the top of the 7th inning. And so it's a quality outing by Yusei Kikuchi, and we can close the book on him. We were able to do that last inning. He went 5, only gave up 1 run. And so while last inning's pitcher was Matt McGill, for this inning it's going to be Carl Edwards Jr. As we see, we mentioned that this Mariners bullpen depleted due to the absolute beatdown they were dealt by New York yesterday. Will this bullpen show signs of fatigue as they had to provide extensive cleanup duties during yesterday afternoon's ballgame?
And Carl Edwards Jr. was one of those pitchers that came in. He only got 1 out, but not before giving up 3 hits, 2 earned runs, just 1 strikeout. So he would like a bounce back here. Facing Voit, Gardner, and Urshela. I guess the soft part of this lineup, I'd say probably 7, 8, and 9 for the Yankees would be the softest part. It really is just a matter of who you'd rather face. It's not really arguing that Gardner or Urshela aren't better hitters than Torres and LeMahieu, but they are no slouches themselves.
Yeah, Voigt's certainly no slouch either, hitting .327 coming into the day. Reached base his first 2 times up, but this time he's retired as he grounds right up the middle, but perfectly positioned was the shortstop Tim Lopez. And so Edwards gets Voigt, the first batter he faces, to ground out, and that'll bring up Brett Gardner, who will bat for the 3rd time today. He's struck out twice so far.
And a couple arms warming up already in the Mariners bullpen. I say, why not? Keep them fresh. You know, even if they're throwing a little bit, you can never know. With this Yankees lineup, they can strike like lightning.
Yankees lineup so explosive, the offense can come from anywhere. As Gardner is in a good hitter's count here as he's ahead 2-0 on Carl Edwards Jr. Gardner grounds right side, and that one's going to sneak through the hole. Boy, both White and Long I thought might have a chance at it, but the ball evades both of them. Perfectly placed there by Gardner, and he's aboard, and the Yankees have a 1-out base runner. So with Gardner on, that's going to bring up Gio Urshela, the former Cleveland Indian, who is a member of the 2017 World Series, the 2016 World Series Cleveland Indians team that would lose in 7 games to the Cubs. So it's Urshela the batter with Gardner at first. Count 1-0 to Urshela. Edwards misses high once again, and the count's 2-0. And this is the 2nd consecutive batter where Edwards has run a couple of high ball counts, so perhaps a little bit of fatigue, as this one's going to sneak through Murphy. The throw down to second to get Gardner is not in time, as Gardner, 36 years of age, might not have the speed he had in his youth, but still plenty fast, and he capitalizes on perhaps the miscue there by Murphy, as that one seemed to catch him 5-hole. And so the Yankees, a runner in scoring position, with Urshela at the plate, 3 balls, no strikes to count to him, and Carl Edwards Jr. really struggling so far, Matthias.
Yeah, I think they'll score that one as a wild pitch as he finally gets a strike in there. Gardner's got good speed at second. Any ball hit into the outfield will probably score him. First time the Yankees have had a runner on second since the 4th inning. This is what they need. They need to start creating scoring opportunities.
Gio Urshela, who has a 3-1 count right now. He swings and misses through that one.
That's a good cutter inside. Really worked Urshela. It started over the middle of the plate and just worked inside. Perfect pitch by Carl Edwards Jr.
The catcher, Chris Iannetta, the weakest link of this Yankee lineup today, he waits on deck as it's a 3-2 to Urshela. It's inside ball 4, so Urshela will drop the bat and trot on down to first. And that'll bring up Iannetta, who did have a base hit in his last plate appearance.
And interestingly enough, they'll keep Carl Edwards Jr. in there. Now, a couple arms warming up, in the bullpen. One of them is Williams, who pitched yesterday.
Yeah, of course, with the new 3-batter rule, manager Scott Cervey would be well within his rights to take Edwards out now. But as we mentioned multiple times on the telecast today, this is a depleted and tired Mariners bullpen that the Yankees are facing. And so Cervey is definitely hoping for some length out of his relievers today. As it's Edwards facing Chris Iannetta. Drops in a nasty breaking ball right there, and the count quickly 0-2.
And I think he's probably going to go fastball low here to Iannetta. Try to get him to work into that double play.
The 0-2 to Iannetta, you're right, but it was a curveball that was down low. Edwards still very much in command, however, as the count is 1-2. Again, it's Gardner at second and Urshela at first. Iannetta, the man at the dish. Iannetta, the Yankee catcher, does not run well. Double play is extremely viable right here if you are a Mariners fan.
And if you want to look at the heat chart for Iannetta, where you want to pitch to him is high and away. That is where he misses, and that's kind of where Edwards Jr. has been setting up at this at-bat.
All curveballs so far with the 2-strike count to Iannetta. Now he's evened it at 2-2. Swing and a miss on the inside fastball as Edwards gets Iannetta to chase there. Bit of an awkward swing. Nevertheless, it's 2 out.
Yeah, it was the 2-seamer that ran in on Iannetta, and he's in plate protection mode on the 2-2 count. And that's the last batter for Edwards, who did a good job to get that second out.
So manager Scott Cervais decided he had seen enough from Carl Edwards as he comes in and retires 2 out of the 4 batters he faces, still responsible for Gardner at second and Urshela at first. And so Taylor Williams will come in, and his task will be to retire the dangerous DJ LeMahieu, who is 2 for 3 on the day, did ground into a double play back in the 5th inning. So it's a big spot for the Yankees right here.
Williams has given up 5 walks through 7 innings. He's got to be careful to control these pitches.
LeMahieu lines to third, but it's going to be caught there by Kyle Seager. And so the Yankees threaten but do not score. Time to stretch in Seattle. Mariners clinging to a 1-run lead. Back here at T-Mobile Park in Seattle as Chad Green, who came in and got the last out in the 6th, will continue work into the 7th, as he will face the bottom 3 in this order: the catcher Murphy, the shortstop Lopez, and the second baseman Long. As he misses on the outside corner, another questionable call on that outside pitch right there, which we've seen all day, just has not been a strike.
And a really tight strike zone, low, and I'm not sure if you can even call it tight, because those have been in there for strikes. That one just gets in front of Judge.
Murphy with a bloop single into right field, and the Mariner catcher is aboard with nobody out. Thought Judge might have a chance to catch this one, but he opted to let it bounce.
Yeah, that's interesting. Judge has long arms, too. I thought he could get down and stretch for that out.
And so with Murphy at first, the shortstop Tim Lopez will now be the batter, who was a 6th-round pick by the Mariners back in 2012. Made his Major League debut last season on June the 4th, and has since played a quality shortstop here for the Mariners. Lopez lines, but right at Torres. He'll make the catch. Good job at first by the catcher Murphy holding up to prevent the double play. So the soft liner from Lopez right at Torres. It's Chad Green's first out of the inning, and that's going to bring up the second baseman, Shed Long.
And this would be a great time for Chad Green to get a double play ball here. Get the Yankees back up to the plate quickly and get that offense rolling again. They're starting to run out of time.
Never completely out of time when you have the firepower that the Yankees have. But yeah, certainly next inning might be their best shot, as they'll have 2, 3, 4, Torres, Judge, and Stanton coming to the plate. So it'll be interesting to see who the Mariners decide to use as their pitcher to face the most dangerous part of that Yankee lineup. Right now, it is the Mariners who are up at bat, and it's Shed Long, the man hitting last in the order, at the plate. And he takes outside for a fastball that just missed. 97 by Green. So certainly a lot of heat on that, and he is not happy as he's going to stalk around the mound a little bit.
Yeah, really tight strike zone.
Certainly not the first pitcher to be a little bit displeased with some of the calls from the home plate umpire today.
Yeah, most of them have been on the left side. That time Chad Green missing on the right side.
So the count 2-1 to Shed Long, and again on the outside corner does not get the call. And Long, the man who was a 12th round pick back in 2013 by the Reds, has run a 3-ball, 1-strike count here. But he swings through that one. It is a full count to Long. Extremely unlikely that the catcher Tom Murphy will be running here. Only 1 stolen base attempt this season, and he was thrown out. The 3-2 to Long with 1 out from Green is fouled down the third base line, so we'll do it again.
It worked for Chad Green a couple pitches ago. The 98-mile-an-hour fastball up and in. I say go back to that.
What will Chad Green do right here? The payoff pitch once again to Long. Grounded right side, fielded by Vogt. They go to second for 1, back to Vogt for 2, and it's a 3-6-3 double play. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how we end the 7th inning. Coming up, it'll be Torres, Judge, and Stanton as the Yankees bat in the top of the 8th. With the Yankees up now and Gleyber Torres, I'm going to turn things back over to Matthias. He'll take you through the 8th and the 9th and possibly more.
Oh, thanks, Eddie. And as Torres swings on the first pitch and gets it through the hole, reminiscent of that Gardner hit last inning where he got it through the right hole. That one perfectly placed by Torres, and on the first pitch of the inning, he gets the Yankees their first base runner, and an important one, as the tying run 270 feet away from home plate.
Definitely a seeing eye single right there from Gleyber Torres, but maybe that's the break the Yankees needed. Not much offense since the first inning, where it looked like this game might be an offensive outbreak, but since then, this Mariners pitching staff, and it's been a collective effort, they've settled down and limited one of ball's most high-powered offenses to only 1 run through 7 innings.
Yankees runner on first with nobody out. A 2-1 deficit. As Judge takes the strike in there, it was LeMahieu who scored first. The first batter of the game, would come home to score, but then Kyle Lewis took the lead with a 2-run blast back in the 6th inning. Now the Yankees trying to claw back as Judge is way ahead of that fastball, 1-2.
Notice the action in the bullpen, both right-handers, as Giancarlo Stanton would be next.
Torres on first, and Judge rips it over to second. The throw over to second, and then over to first in time. 5-4-3 double play, and there are 2 gone.
How many times today, partner, have the Mariners been bailed out by double plays? In the first inning, they were bailed out, and a couple of other times in this ballgame when the Yankees have started to threaten. The pitcher does a good job pitching to contact, and again right there, Judge grounds it into the double play. It erases the bases, and it's a much less dangerous looking scenario here for Giancarlo Stanton as he comes to bat with 2 outs.
Well, by my count, that's the 4th double play as Yoshihisa Hirano comes into the mound to pitch. He did not pitch yesterday. He's been a good setup man for the Mariners thus far. First pitch is fouled off. Stanton, 0 for 3 today, has not been his day. First pitch, he hits it, the throw over to first, a foot race to first, and he's in time. Hirano has to work for his first out, but with his legs, a 1-2-3 go the Yankees. Time is running out here in Seattle as we move over to the bottom of the 8th. Mariners lead 2-1. And a pitching change for the Yankees. Tyler Lyons will pitch in his 4th game. And if you're afraid of horror films, look away at that ERA, 19.29 for Lyons.
Yikes, that's a great line though right there. Maybe one I'll have to start using. Afraid of horror films, don't look at the ERA.
Well, as someone who is afraid of horror films, I thought I'd throw that one out there. As Lyons misses on the first pitch, Malik Smith, the leadoff man, is up. He's 0 for 3 on the day. This one grounded into short. The throw to first is just barely in time, as Torres took his time, but the strong arm gets the first out of the inning.
You see, nicely dug out right there by Luke Voigt, and that's something the Yankees have done a very good job of today. And you can see, as evidenced by how fast that Malik Smith got down the line. Not somebody you want to have running around on the bases, 25 stolen bags on the year. He is a terror on the base pass, but he's 0 for 4 today, and that's a credit to this Yankees pitching staff.
And Seager 0 for 3 on the day and is batting under 200 on the season as he swings over the first pitch and misses quite badly. You saw the pitching matchup, the starting pitchers coming into this one. The former Mariner, James Paxton, went 5 2/3, giving up 3 hits, the 2-run shot, and 4 strikeouts, to go along with 3 walks. His Lyons is ahead 0-2 on Seager, and Seager swings through the off-speed pitch, strike 3 called, and there are 2 gone. On the other side, Yusei Kikuchi, 5 innings, 6 hits allowed, 1 earned run, 2 walks, and 2 strikeouts. And we both thought he got pulled a little early, but it has worked, and Matt McGill got a couple outs, and this Mariners bullpen has done their job as they're 2 away in the bottom of the 8th. Mariners working with the 2-1 lead. It's Mitch Haniger who takes ball 1.
But going back to that last pitch, and Kyle Seager, as he's retired for the 4th time of the day. As here, I'll let you take this one.
And this one is looped into right field, and he'll reach first base. Haniger is on base for the 3rd time today.
Yeah, Mitch Haniger putting together a really nice day for himself. Another great piece of hitting right there. Strokes it into right field. But going back to Kyle Seager, that guy is just in a dark place right now with the bat, as he is having a nightmare season. Came into this game hitting 191. That average is only going to fall down, and you wonder how long can we keep him in the 2-hole if you're Scott Cervais.
Well, Lopes might be able to move over to the hot corner from short. Not an easy adjustment, and Lopes has played there before, not his preferred position. He might be able to shuffle over. They have infield help through the Mariners. But for Seager, he is just not seeing the ball well here, and sometimes it's not really embarrassing. It's the good move to send your veteran down to AAA if he's just not seeing.
Yeah, not a great...
Vogelback now rips one to right, and this one is easily caught by Judge. I'll let you finish your thought when we come back. That does it for the 8th inning. Last 3 batters potentially for the Yankees: Hicks, Voit, and Gardner. The Mariners 3 outs away from earning themselves a win. Watching MLB Botball. Standing in the way of the Yankees making a comeback is Dan Altavilla, who is 6th in the AL and saved at 16. Go back to your point that you were making at the end of the 8th there.
Yeah, I was going to say it's been a rough start to the year for the Seager family in general, as Kyle's brother Corey, usually such a reliable bat in that Dodgers lineup, struggling to keep that average above 240. So the Seager's not having a great start to 2020.
And Altavilla misses on his first 2 pitches. He's fallen behind to Aaron Hicks, who was 0 for 3 today. (2-0). Hicks takes inside, right on the corner. 2-1.
Now you wonder here if Hicks can get on base if you run yourself into a sacrifice situation with Luke Voit. Voit, of course, swings for a lot of power, but also a great double play candidate. So if Hicks can find his way on, it'll be an interesting decision for Aaron Boone to make.
Altavilla has worked back into the count. It's 2-2 for Hicks, and now he rips one over near center. Coming over is the speedy Smith, however, and there's one away.
Boy, he made that look easy, didn't he? Hit very hard by Hicks, right on the screws, and that's kind of the bad luck that the Yankees have hit into today, and sometimes that happens. You have an offensive explosion the day before, and then the next day you just really can't buy a hit. They've hit into numerous double plays. Always seems to be a Mariner on the right spot today.
And first pitch hit by Voit down the right field line, and this one gets past the first baseman all the way back to the wall. Voit rounding first, the throw coming in, and he is in there for a standing double. Second double of the game for Luke Voit. With 1 runner on, the Yankees have life again.
That is clutch hitting right there from Luke Voit. Such a nice job, as it's a pitch on the outer half, and he goes the other way once again. And we're going to get a pinch hitter here, as it's going to be the end of Gardner's day. I believe that's Miguel Andujar, who's on deck.
Andujar missed a large portion of the season last season. Only played in 12 games, hitting .219 on the season, but an opportunity to bring in the tying run, who's on second in Luke Voit. First pitch to Andujar is high. Ball 1.
You know, I have to say I'm a little bit surprised at the move. I was expecting pinch runner, perhaps for Voit, so maybe Clint Frazier might come in. But no, instead they opt to go with the pinch hitter.
Andujar hits one right to the shortstop, scooped out over at first base by White, and there's 2 away. So the Yankees down to the final out. The pinch hitter does not work. The last batter will be Gio Urshela, who's 0 for 2 today and has a walk back in the 7th inning. Runner on second, top 9. Seattle leads 2-1. Looking to bounce back after an embarrassing loss yesterday, 12-0. First pitch is in there for a strike. And you see Urshela has struggled with runners in scoring position, hitting below the Mendoza line. Second pitch, Urshela cracks one into left field. And this one just barely goes foul. Urshela started taking steps over, but instead it's 0-2, and the Yankees down to their final strike. Here it is, and now Urshela hits one again. This one into shallow left, and it'll fall. Rounding third is Voigt. He's coming home. Here's a throw, not in time! Gio Urshela, the last batter, ties it for the Yankees.
The catcher.
How about that on their final strike? So tough for a hitter when you're inches away from a home run, but so much credit must be given here to Gio Urshela. He softly laces that one into left, and we got a tie ball game here in the ninth. Buckle up, partner. This is going to be a good one.
So a blown save for Dan Altavilla, who has been fantastic coming into this one. Now Chris Iannetta has the go-ahead run on first. 2 outs, 2-2 after the tying run home hit in by Gio Urshela. And Iannetta takes low and away, 2-0. Iannetta, his only hit came in the 5th inning. He struck out in the 7th. And that one just barely grazed by Gio Urshela. Kind of looped it into left, and great piece of running by not the fastest runner, but Luke Voigt able to come home. 2-0, and Iannetta is too late on, and he fouls it off.
Yeah, Aaron Boone, though, has some shuffling in store defensively as he takes out his left fielder in Brett Gardner, and so now he's going to have to figure out an outfield replacement.
And a nice changeup to take the brakes off there, and Iannetta swings over at 2-2, so Altavilla has blown the save, but he can get out of this ninth and give his boys an opportunity to win in the bottom. 2-2, Iannetta makes contact, flies it over to right, camping under it, no problem, is Henninger. And we are done with the top of the ninth, but not before Gio Urshela hits an RBI single, and the Yankees tie it up. Lewis, White, and Murphy the opportunity to win it for Seattle in the bottom of the ninth. You're watching MLB Bop Ball.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
And that is the shuffling going on, and Duhar going into left.
Now playing left.
Surprising.
Number 41.
And Duhar dominantly plays third base, sometimes over at short. Interesting to see that he goes over and left and not a double switch of shorts as Jonathan Holder comes into pitch and tries to send this one into extra innings.
Yeah, I was expecting to see maybe Clint Frazier, who's much more of a natural outfielder.
Well, Frazier does play outfield. He's on the bench. Tommy Canley and Ben Heller warming up in the bullpen. It's Lewis, White, and Murphy. Lewis gave the Mariners the lead to start with a 2-run bomb back in the 6th. And he takes the second pitch in there for a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. Jonathan Holder, the pitcher for the Yankees, trying to get them into extras, and that one is a changeup that got a lot of the plate, but there was no swing. 1-2.
Yeah, we've talked a lot today about how the Yankees offense has been held quiet, and how about the job, too, by this Yankees pitching staff? Aside from the 2-run home run by Lewis, the Mariners have really done nothing with the bat.
Now Lewis skies one, a looper over into right, no problem for Judge, who shuffles over a couple feet. First out of the ninth. Both these bullpens, like you said, have done a tremendous job of keeping things intact. A low-scoring game. The Yankees have acquired 10 hits to the Mariners' 5. All of the offense for the Mariners coming with 1 swing of the bat. Now Jonathan Holder will face the second batter of the inning, Evan White. Righty on righty as Holder gets the first pitch in there for a strike on the slider.
Holder living dangerously. That's a couple of off-speed pitches he's left hanging over the middle of the plate.
He comes back with the fastball at 95, 0-2. And White just barely able to fight that one off. Foul down the right field line. For the Yankees, if we do go to extra innings, it's LeMahieu, Torres, and Judge. Just about the perfect 1-2-3 hitters that you would want for the Yankees, but they got to get there first. 0-2, and White swings over the low fastball, strike 3 called, and Holder has the first 2 batters out here in the bottom of the ninth.
It's a good pitch right there by Holder, as this Yankees bullpen, aside from the blown save in the ninth, they've done well today. excuse me, not the blown save in the ninth. That was the Mariners. I'm sorry, I'm a little discombobulated here. The Yankees bullpen has pitched a clean game, and that's showing just sort of how well rested they are due to the complete game effort yesterday by Garrett Cole.
This one fouled off by Murphy. Again, the Yankees do not have Aroldis Chapman. It is so difficult to lose your closer because everyone has to shuffle. For the Yankees, it's been up and down for them, especially offensively. They struggled a couple series ago against the Twins, then came back and exploded against the Angels in their last game, an 8-1 win, then a 12-0 win on the Mariners yesterday. But right now, they find themselves in a 2-2 lock-horn battle. 1-2 from Holder. And he checks his swing, and he doesn't go around. I thought that one was in there anyway. But Tom Murphy lives to see another pitch. He had the only hit yesterday, and now he's facing the 2-2 count, and he rips one right up the middle, but over to get it is Torres. A throw over to first, not in time. Torres took his time, not the first time today, and Murphy, the catcher, able to beat it out. And the Mariners have the go-ahead run on first base.
Yeah, I was really surprised that Torres got to that ball and that the play was as close as it was. But it's a good job by Murphy.
Now Lopes swings on the first pitch and flies it over to center. Coming in is Hicks. And Hicks makes the catch to end the inning. Ladies and gentlemen, free baseball coming up. Of course, this is free anyway. To the top of the 10th we go. It's 2-2. New York and Seattle. And we're back here in the top of the 10th. It's not fair to say it's free baseball. It's free anyway. Matthias Wallman and Eddie McCarthy for Yankees and Seattle. Of course, donate to Meals on Wheels. We are doing this for free and gladly to raise money for people that are in need with the COVID pandemic that has everyone at home. For everyone watching, thank you for joining us. We know we're all missing baseball. There are talks right now of baseball potentially coming back. But that is on hold as DJ LeMahieu is the first batter up and is ahead 2-0 and fouls this one off. Coming up next, it's Boston at Cleveland. McHugh versus Clevinger. Pete K and the Jinx on the call. Again, they need to start a band. I don't know if either of them play an instrument, but Pete K and the Jinx sounds like Casey and the Sunshine Band to me. As LeMahieu takes low, and he will take first base. The go-ahead run for the Yankees, now on first with nobody out.
Well, this is a recipe for disaster if you're Dan Altavilla. Last thing you want to do is be putting the leadoff man on. And it's a disappointing outing for him, as that's going to be all. Perhaps one batter too long. I for one, was very surprised to see him actually come back to start the 10th.
Yeah, you usually don't see that from the closers, especially after blowing one. But Swanson now takes over with LeMahieu on first after the walk, and Gleyber Torres now rips one down the third base line.
Oh, what a play!
Throw over to second, to first, double play! The play of the game, potentially, to save that one from going into the outfield. Heads up play on the hot corner from Seager, and there are two gone.
How about Kyle Seager? You know, if you're struggling with the bat, there's one thing you can do to keep producing and to stay in the lineup, and that's to play a terrific third base. And all the credit in the world right there to Seager. So easy to go into the tank and lapse defensively because of the struggles he's been having with the bat right there. But that's a web gem right there. You're not going to see a much better play than that at third base. Huge. Uh-oh.
And now Judge crushes one into left field. No doubt about it. And it's out of here. The 5-4-3 double play. An inning, a batter go, excuse me. And then Judge comes right back and rips one 425 feet. The Yankees lead 3-2.
Well, such a tough break for the Mariners. I was not just getting ready to, I was singing the praises of Corey Seager, but it's back-to-back hard-hit balls given up by Eric Swanson. The only difference is this one went much higher and was hit much harder and ended up going much farther as Aaron Judge. That's the danger when you leave one out over the middle of the plate for him. It's a moonshot, as many of his home runs are, and the Mariners are now in a one-run hole in a game where runs have been at a premium.
Dinger number 14 for Aaron Judge as his hitting mate now, Giancarlo Stanton, steps up to the plate. He's 0 for 4 today. Now, who do you go to if you're the Yankees in the bullpen? You still have Adam Ottavino. Tommy Kahnle has not entered. Nestor Cortez Jr., the lefty, getting set for the Mariners. It'd be interesting to see who the Yankees go to in this save situation. A 3-2 lead after that solo go-ahead home run from Aaron Judge. That pitch is in there, 1-2. Swanson is ahead, and he would love to get out of this inning as quickly as possible.
Yes, the people whose scorecards only last 10 innings are going to be lining up to buy Aaron Judge a drink tomorrow if this result holds.
The 1-2 outside, and Stanton didn't bite. 2-2. I'm lucky. My scorecard goes until 12.
Yeah, I got 15 here, but then it's like a hard stop at the end of the page, so I'm not sure where I'm going to have to create new boxes.
The Judge doing all he can to prevent that, and an ugly swing from Stanton gets him down on strikes. So Swanson gets out of the inning, but not before giving up the moonshot to Judge. Long, Smith, and Seager coming up for Seattle will stay alive. We go to the bottom of the 10th here in Seattle.
Your attention, please. Now pitching.
Tommy Kahnle will be the one coming in for the save opportunity. A 3-0 record, a 3.52 ERA. You see that average against righties. He has been stellar. 31 strikeouts to 11 walks is a tremendous ratio. And we're going to get a pinch hitter, I believe, coming up for the Mariners. It's going to be Carlos Gonzalez pinch hitting for Long. Gonzalez hitting .250 on the season. He swings at the first pitch and hits it right into Chris Iannetta in the spot you don't want to be hit, but Iannetta seems to be okay because he's a computer.
Yep, interesting move here by Scott Servais. I think it's the right move, though. Put the veteran Carlos Gonzalez up. He's got some power, and he can certainly hit it out of the ballpark if he gets a hold of one.
But he's struggling here. Kahnle ahead, 0-2. The pitch outside, and Gonzalez doesn't bite. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Long had walked back into third and then grounded out the last 2 times. Grounded into a double play back into 7th. It's going to be Kahnle coming on to try to take the win for New York, who has clawed back in this one. 1-2, and strike 3 called. Kahnle on the changeup fools Gonzalez. The pinch hitter sits down, and there's 1 away.
So tough pinch hitting for Carlos Gonzalez, considering that it's the 10th inning and that he's pretty much done nothing except for sit on his hands for about 3 hours' time. So hard to get up there and start facing big league pitch. Tough break right there for Gonzalez.
Smith swings on the first pitch and grounds it off. This is the runner you want on if you're the Mariners, leading the AL, in stolen bases with 25. Unfortunately, has not reached base here today or in this series so far. A second one is grounded off the left side. Smith went 0 for 4 with a strikeout yesterday. He's 0 for 4 here today.
So crucial for the Mariners if this guy could get on base.
Kahnle working from the 0-2, and he chops one over to second, charging, throwing over to first in time. Good heads-up play from LeMahieu to charge on the ball, and the Mariners are down to their final out. No need to panic.
Excellent play there by LeMahieu, and by the way, for anybody who's listening and looking forward to the start of the Red Sox in Cleveland, we're going to be pushing that game back just a little bit. It'll start reasonably following the conclusion of this one.
Well, the game before us ended a little early. That was the Mets taking a 5-3 victory over Houston. This one going a little long now in the bottom of the 10th. Aaron Judge gave the Yankees the go-ahead run as Seager swings on it and grounds it into the shift. The throw over to first is in time, and this one is in the books. The Yankees strike first. The Mariners hit a 2-run shot, and on the last out, it was Urshela tying it before Judge gives the Yankees the win with his monstrous home run. 3 straight wins now for the Yankees, and they continue their dominance here in the American League.
Yeah, it's a goody performance here by the Yankees. Unlike yesterday, where there wasn't anything that the Yankees couldn't hit, today was more of a struggle for the Bats, as they hit into some bad luck, and they were stymied quite a bit by this Seattle pitching staff, but they persevere and they show why they're one of the best teams in ball, as they keep fighting, chipping away. Huge clutch hitting in the 9th inning, as it was Gio Urshela who would tie things up on the Yankees' final strike. And then, of course, Aaron Judge, who is our player of the game, and well-deservingly so. He knocked the home run that put the Yankees ahead in the 10th, as I think we're going to take a look at some highlights now.
Yeah, here you see in the top of the first, it was Torres who got that RBI single. LeMahieu reached base on the second pitch on the double. And it was all Yankees for a while. Paxton, the last batter he faced, just a little too long in there, but a good first outing of the season before Lewis went deep on the 2-run shot, and then it looked like Seattle would come away with the surprising win before LeMahieu ripped one over to third. Excuse me, this is not the home run. We're just showing a good heads-up play by Seager. It would not be the only one. A couple double plays. Good defensive game from both teams here. It was back and forth, a good defensive matchup. Like we mentioned, Paxton, his first start, pitched well. Kikuchi pitched well on the other side for the Mariners as well. And then you see this looper from Urshela, good running from Luke Voigt, got him at home.
Yeah, I was really glad to see Urshela hit this one into third. Not just for Urshela, who, don't get me wrong, it's a very good play, as we see Torres hit into a double play here in the top of the 10th, which is a great play by Seager. But I really thought that in his first start back, James Paxton pitched very well, and he pitched well enough to at least earn a no decision, which is what his team would deliver for him.
And speaking of delivering, I have a feeling we know which one is next. It is Aaron Judge. Too much of the plate from Swanson. That's not Ron Swanson. But Aaron Judge goes yard in left field, 425 feet, to give the Yankees the 3-2 advantage. The seesaw affair continued. And then it was Seager who grounded out into the shift, right into Urshela to end this one. It's Jonathan Holder who earns the win. Swanson gets the loss, and Canely his third save of the season. A back-and-forth game, kind of difficult to dissect, but a good win to pull out from the Yankees.
Yeah, certainly a back-and-forth affair, as the casual baseball fan looking at this one with two teams who are miles apart from each other as far as record is concerned and trending in complete opposite directions. Casual fan might look at this one and say it's going to be a blowout, and many people may have thought that it would be. But give credit to the Mariners, they hung tough for the entire ball game. Yankees just had a little bit more in the tank, as Aaron Judge with that home run in the 10th inning would put them ahead. Great pitching all day, though, by both teams. Excited for the conclusion of this one tomorrow.
Absolutely. Aaron Judge earning your player of the game, 2 for 4 on the day, including a walk back in the 3rd inning. Of course, that monstrous home run. Like you mentioned, both bullpens pitched well. Unfortunately for Swanson, it was that home run he gave up. He moved down to 5-2, and Aldavila blew the save earlier. Good outing from Kikuchi, all things considered. This one will wrap up. The Yankees rack up 11 hits for Seattle 6. But ultimately, it's the big homer from Aaron Judge that gave him the win. What was your biggest takeaway from this game before we swing it over to Boston and Cleveland?
Well, my biggest takeaway from this one is going to come from the Yankees, and it's a guy who gets kind of lost in the scorecard because he didn't have the big hit like Aaron Judge had in the 10th, but it was Luke Voigt. He reached base 3 times today. On twice, he had 2 doubles. He walked, and he was 2 for 3 on the day. Instrumental in that last inning, as he would double and eventually be singled home by Gio Urshela. Made a couple of nice plays at at first. So Luke Voigt, while he may not have earned my player in the game honors, Aaron Judge did, and deservedly so. Luke Voigt, huge part of the reason why the Yankees come out of here with a W today.
Well, Game 4 of 7 is wrapped up, but there is more to come. Next up, Boston and Cleveland. A good pitching matchup, as you can see, and we will just about finish this one. PK and the Jinx now in the chat, and they will take over broadcasting duties. I don't know if you guys play instruments, but the way your names sound together, you should really start a band. I know people are going to be mad at me for saying that. I've been saying it all game, but I won't stop. How are you gentlemen doing today?
We're outstanding.
Good. I haven't heard that. I haven't heard the banjo. That is really good. I like it.
PK and the Jinx sounds good, right? It's not just me.
I like it. I do think it's got a nice little ring to it. I think we got to look into it, man. The fans demand it. They demand a good band experience out of us. So we got to see if we can make that happen.
We'll already try and get the copyright going.
Well, we'll get out of your hair. From Eddie McCarthy and Matthias Wallman, sayonara for New York and Seattle. Boston and Cleveland coming up on MLB Bot Ball.
And there it is, PK, as we just wrapped up seeing the Yankees battle back in the top of the ninth inning and then pull out an extras to steal one from Seattle Mariners. Your first place New York Yankees, for those of you scoring from home, as we get ready to see the Boston Red Sox and the Cleveland Indians. The Red Sox coming into this one in third place in the AL East, sporting a record of 28-34. And listen, PK, we know it's still early in the ball season, but at some point here, the Red Sox got to get it going if they're going to compete for a wild card.
Yeah, and this has been an ongoing discussion for us throughout the year, as I feel like another thing I should trademark this year is the roller coaster season that is this Boston Red Sox team. 6-4 in their last 10 games, and we know what has gone on over the first 2 months of this bot ball season, the up and down, winning streaks, losing streaks, winning as much as 8 or 9 in a row, losing as much for 8 or 9 in a row, and now, just 6-4 in their last 10 games, but not making any movement against the Yankees, which is the scariest thing. They've been 9.5 games, somewhere between 7.5 to 10.5 games behind the Yankees for exactly 2 weeks. And clear with the Yankees when that didn't help there. On the mound for the Indians tonight, you got Mike Clevinger. This season so far has had a pretty good year for the Indians. This is 13th start, 5-2 on the year, Jinx, with a 3.70 ERA, and looking to battle against this Red Sox offense, who will have to keep their winning ways tonight, as they won the first game of the series last night. They want to keep even with the Yankees.
And there it is. Jose Peraza is in the box. Clevinger on the bump. He deals the first pitch outside, and we've got Major League Bat Ball action for you tonight. PK, you talked about it. Mike Clevinger, one of the many stud arms that these Cleveland Indians love to trot out. They've got Shane Bieber. They've got Clevinger. They've got Aaron Savale. A young, really dominant Indian staff has led them to the second best record in the American League, but believe it or not, they're in second place in their division coming into this one, as the Minnesota Twins have just been otherworldly so far. Clevinger deals the 2-1 to Peraza. Peraza drives that one out to the left, but the catch is made, and we've got one down here in the top of the first.
Yeah, a little bit of a tough luck season for the Indians. While they lead the way in the wild card, they would be first in any other division in the American League and first in 4 out of the 6 divisions in all of baseball. So they're just kind of a tough luck season so far. Again, not putting them out of it, because they're certainly in wild card contention, and quite frankly, they're not out of the division. The tough thing about this Central Division, watch your back if you're an Indians fan. The White Sox, 4.5 games behind.
Yeah, this division has been probably the best in ball so far, as we see Jackie Bradley up to the dish here for the Red Sox. Clevinger working quick. We got one out. He gets ready to deal the 1-1 here to Jackie Bradley Jr. A big swing and a miss, and Clevinger jumps ahead 1-2.
This is one thing that they've been the Red Sox and Roark have started done over the past couple of weeks, is get some more at-bats, do some lineup switches. You see JBJ in the lineup tonight. That was not the case for much of the month, at the end of the month of April and into May. Clearly no luck here as he goes down.
Yeah, Clevinger with the nasty breaking ball gets him fishing, and Clevinger with his first strikeout. And listen, it's early. It's way early. It's 2 outs into the first, but Clevinger looks to be on his game tonight, PK, as that breaking ball was absolutely filthy, as we see J.D. Martinez, 5th in All-Star voting, for those of you scoring from home, stepping up to the dish here. First pitch misses for a ball.
Well, J.D. Martinez is an example of where this Red Sox team has struggled over the past couple of weeks. Just 2.5 weeks ago, Jinx, J.D. hitting .310 on the season, and that average has dropped to .276. And while the power numbers look good from afar at 14 home runs, he has had a bit of a power outage at the plate over the past couple weeks as well. So if this Red Sox team, to your point, wants to get on a streak, they want to rip off 7 or 8 in a row and maybe close that gap in the American League East by 3 or 4 games. They need JD swinging the bat.
The 2-1 misses to Martinez outside. 3-1 as we see Rafael Devers getting ready on deck, hoping to get a crack at it in this inning. Yeah, it's interesting that, listen, the roller coaster season the Red Sox have had, it's really been all about their bats as Clevinger deals that one in there for a strike with a full count. They've lived and died by their bats this season, and their 20-34 record has really been due to the inconsistency when really we expected coming into this season for the Red Sox bats to be the catalyst. As Martinez flies that one out to left, shouldn't be a problem. He's there, he makes the catch, and that'll end the top of the first inning. Red Sox 0, Cleveland coming to bat. And we're back here in Cleveland as we see Colin McHugh on the bump there, getting ready to deal to this potent Indians lineup. And PK, tell me what you've seen out of McHugh so far this year.
I've seen a lot of McHugh because I feel like he starts every single game you and I call these days, Jinx. This is 8-star, 2-2 on the year at the 2.45 ERA. The thing that's impressed me the most about Colin McHugh is that strikeout to walk ratio, 45 strikeouts to just 9 walks on the year, this being his 8th appearance. He started off in the bullpen for the Red Sox through the first week and a half to 2 weeks of the season. And then with some injuries that have come to this Red Sox starting rotation by the likes of Chris Sale as an example of that, McHugh gets thrown in there and is done a really nice job starting. He's sort of been a tough luck loser, though, just 2-2 on the year. He could easily be, call it 6-2, or 5-2 rather, or 6-1, based on just not getting a whole ton of run support. And that's shown by that 2.45 ERA.
Yeah, there's no question. Gets ready to deal the 0-2 to Lindor, and he fouls it off to stay alive. McHugh coming over from the Houston Astros in the off season where he spent the first couple of years of his career. The 0-2 low and inside to Lindor. It's interesting, right, PK? He was used in Houston the same way, a little bit of a starter, a little bit of a reliever, thrust into the Red Sox rotation due to some injuries as he deals the 1-2 once again inside. And listen, you have to be thrilled if you are Ron Renneke with what you've gotten out of McHugh so far this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Last year with the Astros, as that one Lindor's followed off, last year with the Astros in 35 appearances, went 4-5 with a 4.70 ERA, and he has been around. He was with the start of his career with the Mets, moved on to the Rockies during the trade deadline.
As that one is grounded to second, the throw to first, and we got one down here in the bottom half.
As I was saying, went to the Rockies in that 2013 season, and then kind of found his home with Houston. 6 straight years with the Astros. All but 1 year was over 25 appearances. So they used him, and by the way, an innings eater, pitched a lot of innings for the Astros over those times. So not a bad pickup by the Red Sox when pitching was by far the biggest gap in this team. I think everyone thought the offense was going to be okay. And it's been up and down. We know that there's been some run support issues there. But McHugh is a reason why, if you have hope for the rest of the season with the Red Sox team, and by the way, they're not out of it. They're still within a few games of the wild card, and early enough in the season when they're not out of the division, has the opportunity to battle back. McHugh's going to be a piece of that.
Yeah, there's no question as he gets ready to fire the 2-0 into Oscar Mercado. That misses. 3-0 as we see the always dangerous Carlos Santana waiting on deck. And listen, with that guy on deck, the last thing McHugh wants to do is walk Mercado here. He's gonna, he gets the favorable call, and the count moves to 3-1. That looked a little bit low to me, PK. I don't know about you.
If McHugh gets that call all night, he's in for a good night, but it'll keep the Indians hitters on their toes for sure.
And the 3-1 to Mercado, swing and a miss, a big swing. And the count now moves to 3-2. We got one out, nobody on here in the bottom of the first. McHugh deals inside for ball 4, and after battling back to make the count full, Mercado able to work the walk, and now we'll see Carlos Santana stepping up to the dish with one on here.
McHugh tried to get away with it one there. He got the luxury of a low strike zone there on the previous pitch, and then tried to do that one this time on the inside. As up steps Carlos Santana, second in the American League this year in home runs. He's got 20 jacks on the season. The average could be a little bit better at just 252, but 20 home runs is nothing to bat an eye at. He's certainly had a great season at the plate from a power perspective with the Indians so far.
Yeah, listen, that's what they pay him to do. As a number 3 hitter, they brought him over, specifically for the power to really be the anchor in the heart of the lineup, and he's delivered in every stat imaginable thus far, this season, as we see the count move to 1-1 once again with Mercado on first base. McHugh readies the 1-1, offering to Santana. In there for a strike. Nice pitch by McHugh there. What did you see there, PK?
Yeah, what I like about McHugh's doing here is he's being aggressive to Santana. The Indians have been pretty patient at the plate to this point, but McHugh going right after the big power hitter.
1-2 fouled off by Santana. He stays alive. McHugh already at 17 pitches here, PK, with only 1 out.
Yeah, and we got to watch that pitch count because we know he's had Reneke's had a short hook all season with pitch counts.
Big swing and a miss there by Santana. McHugh strikes him out for his first K of the evening, and we now see the newest Cleveland Indian acquired in the offseason, Franmil Reyes, stepping up to the dish here with 1 on and 2 outs.
Yeah, Reyes so far on the season hitting .232, so not a great average to this point. Has had a double and 4 RBI in his last 4 games. See if that continues into tonight against the Red Sox.
So he swings through that one to move the count even to 1-1. McHugh up to 20 pitches here. And you talked about it. Reneke's had a short leash all season, so McHugh's got to settle down here. Probably needs to get out of this inning rather quickly here if he wants to have a chance to go deep in this game, as that one's in the dirt, to move the count to 2-1 here on Reyes. 2-1 from McHugh. Outside, and the count moves to 3-1 with Jose Ramirez waiting on deck. And McHugh is about to find himself in a world of trouble if he does not get out of the inning here. And the 3-1 misses outside. Ball 4, he walks him. The second walk of the inning for McHugh. And now he's going to have to deal with Jose Ramirez with 2 on and 2 outs here, PK.
Yeah, that's a shame to see both of those at bats. First of all, he just gets off the momentum, getting Santana to strike out on that curveball, and then two out of 3 hitters reach on a walk. Again, the pitch count on the rise. This Indians offense has a ton of power behind it. You just hope he has the ability to come back and not put himself in any more hurt here, as he's looked good outside for a little bit of control issues on those two at-bats.
And Ramirez dribbles that one back up the middle. They're sending the runner home. He'll score. Jose Ramirez swinging on the first pitch with an RBI single, and the Cleveland Indians, just like that, jump out to a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, well, McHugh, certainly the walk's hurting him so far here in the first inning. It's been sort of a shade of 2 McHughs. Getting Santana on that strikeout and then allowing that single up the middle. Aggressive base running, but with 2 outs, you got to do it if you're Indians. They take the 1-0 lead.
I love the pun there, PK. Well done. As we see Cesar.
I was hoping someone would be able to say it.
As we see Cesar Hernandez stepping up to the dish here. Still a dangerous spot. Runners on first and second. 2 outs, the 1-0. In there for a strike. Hernandez hitting over 300 on the season. As you can see, he's been hot as of late. 3 doubles in his last 5 games. The 1-1 here from McHugh to Cesar Hernandez. 1-0 Indians lead. We got 2 guys on. He fouls that one off, and the count will move to 1-2.
Well, this is what I like to see out of McHugh when he goes aggressive at the hitters, especially someone like Hernandez. He's got a high batting average. Go after him. Don't get beat by bases on balls.
And that one blooped down the left field line, but it's going to get into the stands, and we will do the 1-2 all over again from McHugh to Hernandez. His 29th pitch of the inning. Just misses low. Big breaking ball there for McHugh, but couldn't catch the lower part of the zone.
I don't mind that pitch there. You get Hernandez to swing at that. That was a pretty good breaking ball. Hung up there for a little bit, but I don't think Hernandez would have gotten much bat on it if he had swung at it. So I do like the pitch count. I like the attempt there between McHugh and Vasquez. Now I'd say just go after him.
And the 2-2 gets him swinging, and McHugh escapes, but not before giving up 1 run. We are through 1 inning here in Cleveland. Indians 1, Red Sox. And we're back here in Cleveland as we see Rafael Devers stepping up to the dish. A bit of a disappointing campaign thus far for Devers, PK, hitting just 264 after that breakout 2019 season.
Yeah, he would be one of the examples from a Red Sox offensive perspective that's been a little bit disappointing. But just like that, Jinx, you unjinxed him.
And Devers drills that one off the wall. That'll be extra bases. He's in at second, standing. And just like that, you called it, PK. Devers, right after I was ripping him, with a big double off the wall in right field. And the Red Sox are in business here to kick off the second.
Devers just missed a home run by a few feet. He was probably about 4 or 5 feet away from tying this ball game in the top of the second as you see Mitch Moreland come to the plate. But Devers, that's the type of momentum he might need. A couple of good games stretched together here. See if you can get the batting average up over 280, 290, get back to the 300 line.
Oh, Moreland drills that one back at the wall. Goodbye, sir. Mitch Moreland with a 2-run blast. And just like that, the Red Sox now take a 2-1 lead.
Clevinger, well, a couple things. First of all, I love the aggression at the plate by the Red Sox here early on against Clevinger. You don't want to fall behind early in the count. Moreland goes aggressive right off the bat, hits his 8th home run of the season. It was a no-doubter to right field. As long as it was going to stay fair, which it was by quite a bit, we knew that was gone as it goes to about 20 rows back, and Clevinger knew it right off the bat. That, as a pitcher, that just absolutely stinks. When you know it right off the bat, your team just got you the start in the bottom of the first, gave you a lead right off the bat of this game, and then you give it up in the top of the second in just, 3 pitches? Clevinger's got to be kicking himself right now. See if Pilar can add to it for the Red Sox.
Yeah, we see Kevin Pilar stepping up to the dish here. First pitch in there for a strike, but it's interesting. Clevinger looked absolutely dominant, in the first inning, and then he comes out here in the second, gives off a big double to Devers, which arguably could have been, out of the park, and then just like that, just weaseled right over the plate. That Moreland crushed, PK. It wasn't even close. I mean, that ball was in the stands. You talked about it, by a solid 15 to 20 rows. So, the tale of two innings so far for Clevinger. So dominant in the first, and now, 2 runs in already in the second with nobody out as he gets ready to deal the 2-2 here to Kevin Pilar. And low and away, and the count moves to full and Pilar.
Clevinger might be a little shaken here. Gives up like you said, the double and the home run back to back. The curveball's been okay, but you see those ones against Pilar, they're bouncing them in as Pilar fouls that one out. It fouls off. I wouldn't be surprised if you're Clevinger, maybe just to take a deep breath, see if you can't get Pilar here and start from scratch.
And he did not go, and Clevinger walks Kevin Pilar now, and here we go. We're going to come check on Clevinger and see if everything's okay now, as he just walked that batter after giving up the 2 big hits. And PK, can you see what they're talking about here?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm guessing it's more than likely just trying to calm him down a little bit. To your point, he had a great first inning, went 1-2-3 against these Red Sox. And then here, just trying to get him settled down a little bit, make sure, it's the bottom of the order. You get 7, 8, 9 coming up. Don't let the walks hurt you. Don't let that continue. to beat you up as the throw to first. COL ARI gets back. We do have a little Christian Vasquez trivia here tonight, Jinx. And it's going to be all, since we got the Red Sox versus Indians tonight, it's going to be all 2007 ALCS trivia. So for those that watch the 2007 ALCS game, it will be all 2007 ALCS trivia tonight, which should be pretty special. The first one is, who was the MVP of that series, Jinx? The MVP of the 2007 ALCS series between the Indians and the Red Sox. And we'll open up to our Twitch viewers and to all our Twitch fans and viewers. We appreciate it. We're doing this for Meals on Wheels. You see the donate below button below our feed on Twitch. We appreciate it. So if you have any guesses for the 2007 ALCS MVP, feel free to jump in.
As this one's grounding to first, the throw to second, back to first, double play, and the mound visit works wonders as Clevinger gets a much-needed double play out of Christian Vasquez, and now we've got 2 out here in the top of the second inning. And for those of you scoring from home, please chime in on Twitch. We're big Twitch guys, love interacting with the Twitch community. If you have any guesses at all on the 2007 ALCS MVP, we'd love to see those guesses show up in that chat box. We see Alex Verdugo step up to the dish, taking the first pitch outside for a ball.
Well, just what the doctor ordered on that double play ball by Clevinger. Great play by the Indians infield to be able to turn that double play in. By the way, a smart heads-up play by Clevinger. Sometimes you get in that spot where you've given up a double, a home run, a walk. You get that sharply hit ball in the infield, you sort of start to lose your baseball mentality. Your head's not in the game fully. He got right over, off the mound, covered first to get that double play. And what a double play it was. Put him into some good momentum here to see if he can't get out of this inning just down by 1.
Yes, he gets ready now. Just out that one high to move the count to 2-2, facing Alex Verdugo, acquired in the offseason, of course, in the Mookie Betts trade from the Dodgers. The 2-2 to Verdugo, fouled off again. Clevinger at 33 pitches. Verdugo hitting just .211 on this young dot ball campaign. Not what the Red Sox hoped when they got him, really as the centerpiece of that Mookie deal, PK.
Yeah, and Verdugo has, we know the troubles he had. Obviously had the injury way back at the start of the year. Didn't get a whole lot of playing time after that. Got back into the lineup a little bit later into the early month of May. And hasn't taken advantage of the time that he's had at the plate.
As he goes down swinging there. And listen, that ends the inning, but not before Mitch Moreland with a devastating 2-run shot to put the Red Sox ahead by a score of 2-1 here. We're through 1.5 in Cleveland.
And while we have a little break, the answer, and we do have a Twitch guess. We have a Twitch guess of Manny. Jinx, any guesses on the 2007 ALCS American League MVP for the MVP for that series?
I think Jacoby was still a Red Sox at that time. My guess would be Jacoby Ellsbury.
Both good guesses. The answer is the one, the only, the chicken and beer front runner himself, Josh Beckett. Pitched Game 1 and Game 5, got the win in both of those games, and that is the answer. So Josh Beckett went 2-0 in that ALCS and came away with the MVP.
There it is, Josh Beckett as McHugh kicks off here the second, already with an out, as we now see Roberto Perez sporting a crisp 172 batting average on this young campaign, stepping up to the dish here. And listen, PK, McHugh's going to have to work quick. That was big for him to already get, that first out on just 2 pitches, here. This is his 34th pitch. We know Reneke's got a quick hook as that one is fouled off. But, he's now got the lead. So you got to imagine he's going to be pitching with some confidence here.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the Red Sox have put him in a position. The offense put him in a position to have a little bit of confidence and see if they can take advantage of it. As you
drill that one into the gap, that'll be a ground rule double. Roberto Perez, he says, look at this 172 average and take that as he puts it into the gap. And just like that, McHugh's going to be in some trouble here.
Well, let it be known when Jinx says something good about a player, something bad happens. When he says something bad about a player, something good happens. So that's just kind of how you gotta take roll with the punches, as they say, Jinx. Would you agree?
Well, yeah, there's no question.
We literally call you the Jinx for that reason.
As the kids say, as Tyler Naquin steps up to the dish here, getting ready to face Colin McHugh. We got a runner on second. We got one out. We got a 2-1 Red Sox lead here in the bottom of the second inning. The 0-1 to Naquin. Dribble down the first baseline. That's going to be a fair ball. And he's out at first. I thought that was foul, PK, but the ump called it fair, and Naquin's going to be out at first. The runner does move over to third base.
Take every out you can get, although now you get to the top of the order, and this Indians top of the order is a tough one. So a big spot for McHugh, could pitch around that double via some great momentum to head into the third inning.
Yeah, the always dangerous Frankie Lindor in at the plate now with a runner on third. McHugh gets ready to deal the 0-1 to Lindor. Lindor's going to pop it up down the third baseline. The catch is made, and that'll run the inning. We're through 2 here in Cleveland. The Red Sox holding on to a 2-1 lead. And welcome back here as we start the top of the third inning with Michael Chavis stepping up to the dish. Hitting only 246 on the season, PK, but he's been hot as of late.
He has got that average all the way up to 246 for the young righty for the Red Sox. But yeah, had a good couple of games for him. See if he continues to get.
The 0-1 from Clevinger in there for a strike. And listen, that ump's been calling that low strike tonight, PK. That's the second time. We saw McHugh get the call, and now we see Clevinger getting. He's letting that low strike ride. So something to keep an eye on as this game progresses, as the 0-2 is swung on, looped out to left center. Not going to be trouble. The catch is made, and we've got one out here in the top of the third.
The batter, number 3.
Clevinger looks good so far, PK, as we take a look at the AL Central standings. We talked about it. The Indians sport the second best record in the American League, but unfortunately it's also the second best record in their division, as the Minnesota Twins have been absolutely fire out of 42-19 pace. And then our Twitch viewers talked about it. The Chicago White Sox right on the Indians' heels in third place. So certainly a competitive division as we see Jose Peraza step up to the dish here. He grounded out in the first, and he takes the first one in there for a ball. The second pitch here from Clevinger, also outside, and the count moves to 2-0.
Yeah, it's interesting as you take a peek at this Indians season and you see the second place to this point position in the division. The other thing that's kind of interesting on that is with the loss of Corey Kluber in the offseason, that trade. Obviously, we know Kluber missed nearly all of 2019 with an injury, and the Indians decided to pull that trade with the Rangers. You thought, well, geez, maybe this was kind of a sign that the Indians were, I don't want to say giving up on the AL Central. I think everyone knew that they're still going to be aggressive and still going to be competitive there, but potentially take a step back from a pitching perspective. Pitching has been pretty good for the Indians this year. Offense has been strong as well. So you're getting a glimpse at a team that I think actually has an opportunity to make a run here. And nothing against the Minnesota Twins. I love the Minnesota Twins, but do they have what it takes in the playoffs? We've never seen this Twins team be able to do much in the playoffs. They always seem to hit a brick wall, whether it be the Athletics in the past or the Yankees in the past. They always just kind of seem, no matter how good their regular season record is, they can't do much in the postseason. So if you're the Indians, get in with the wild card. You still get a shot at the playoffs. So I think if they're Indians, you get a shot to still get in the Central for sure. Wild card, absolutely. And just take the momentum and run with it to this point. Clevinger, if you look at the entire portfolio so far tonight, 2 1/3 innings inning, 2 mistakes, right? the pitch to Moreland for the home run, and the pitch to Devers for the double. Otherwise, this game would still be 1-0.
Yeah, Clevinger's pitched, despite the 2 runs, to your point, he's pitched well. As we see the 1-2 bat off here to Jackie Bradley Jr. And, it's an interesting point, PK, and I agree with you, right? Like, pitching wins in October. When you look at this team as that one's outside for 2-2, you got Clevinger, you got Bieber, you got Carrasco. I mean, this Indians rotation, it's one of the best in all of bat ball. And come October, that is not a team that I want to face in a short series, as he got some swinging there for his 3rd strikeout of the day. What a pitch from Clevinger.
That's a great pitch by Clevinger. Got Bradley guessing. Bradley goes down again. Just another example of JBJ not finding his way at the plate so far this season.
Yeah, as we see the first pitch to JD Martinez fouled off. Martinez 0 for 1 tonight. We talked about it. JD having when you look at it holistically, the numbers look good for JD, but he's been in a huge slump these last couple of weeks, seeing the average drop all the way down from 315 down to 275 as he swings through that one. The 0-2 now from Clevinger to Martinez. We got a guy on. We got 2 outs. And now he's going to miss low. And the count moves to 1-2. Clevinger working fast tonight. The 1-2 to Martinez inside, and he evens the count at 2 apiece.
Huge spot for JD Martinez here. Made it a 1-2-3 inning in the first. Got a runner on first. Can they do something here? You've seen Mitch Moreland, who has had struggled at the plate so far, hitting in the 230s this season. This is JD Martinez's opportunity maybe to come out of his slump over the past couple weeks.
That one misses outside. We got a full count here. And while we wait for that pitch, we're going to check in on Twitch, PK. We got Frango Mint says he hates the Twins, but they have won the World Series in his lifetime. So as this one is fouled off, and we'll do the 3-2 all over again. Let me ask you this, PK. Can you tell me what year the Twins last won the World Series? Because I actually think I know this.
The Twins won the World Series? Yeah, I think it was 1980. Oh, it was the Kirby Puckett one, right? Wasn't that 1990? No, it was the A's were 1991. Blue Jays were 92, 93. I think it was 80. Was it 89?
Listen, I could be wrong. Well, maybe we'll see if Frango can correct us as JD drives this one out to right field, but the catch is made to end the inning. I want to say it was 1991. That's what I want to say. I could be wrong.
Yeah, there was that stretch, right, where it was the A's won, then it was the Blue Jays won 2 years in a row in 92, 93. There wasn't a World Series in 94. So Franco says 87 and 91.
91, there it is. Look at that. Look at that. I might be a jinx, but I know my baseball trivia. All right.
It's a good one.
As we see Colin McHugh back on the mound here in the bottom of the 3rd, facing Oscar Mercado, the 1-0. Mercado drives it down the left field line. It's going to hook foul, though. The count moves to 1-1. Listen, PK, we said he had to have a quick inning in the 2nd, and he did. This is now his 42nd pitch, as it's a big swing and a miss by Mercado. But after touching 30 pitches in the 1st, you got to be happy to see McHugh have that quick 2nd inning and kind of even out the pitch count a bit as Mercado grounds it down the first base line. It's a fair ball, and that should be good for just a single. It is. Mercado stays at first, and the Indians have their leadoff guy on here in the 3rd inning.
Yeah, McHugh did his best to get that, looked like an off-speed pitch that stayed right over the plate. He's quite frankly lucky that Mercado just went opposite field with that right down the line and just got the single as it bounced off that sort of piece on the right field stands and jettisoned out right for him to stay at first. So lucked out for McHugh for sure.
Yeah, no question. As we now see the always dangerous Carlos Santana stepping up to the dish here. The 1-0 coming from McHugh to Santana. Big swing from Santana, and he fouls it off. You can see he was swinging for the fences there, PK. Clearly he missed it, but he thought that he got a pitch there to hit, and he just missed it. As we see McHugh now back ready to deal the 1-1. It's going to be high, and the count moves to 2-1.
Yeah, you take a look at Renicky and we have seen all season how he has not allowed these starting pitchers to go deep in the game. Last night, Erod ended up going 7 innings, which is a bit of a surprise, to be quite frank. Just gave up just 1 run for the Red Sox in that 5-4 win last night. And an example of just nothing going perfect for the Red Sox, even though they got the first game of this series and got the win. The bullpen came in and almost blew it. The Red Sox went in with a 5-1 lead in the 9th inning. The bullpen gave up 3 runs in the bottom of the 9th. And Taylor came in and got the save and got the only out, as the first 2 outs were retired, and then wheels kind of came off, 3 runs, and that led to a 5-4 win by the Red Sox. So I think hopefully Renicky is starting to see he's got to let these starting pitchers go a little bit deeper in the game moving forward.
And then McHugh misses outside there 3-2, but interesting, PK, while you were talking about that, he was just hammering Santana inside, literally 3 straight pitches inside, and Santana fouled them all off before moving outside there. It'll be interesting to see where McHugh goes with the 3-2 here. He goes outside, and Santana able to foul it off to keep the at-bat alive. And this has been a big at-bat here. This is now the 9th pitch upcoming here. Santana's been battling the 3-2, and he's going to loop that one into center field. That one is going to be caught, though, and we've got 1 out here now in the 3rd.
Yeah, he got Santana there, and Verdugo in to make the catch for the first out of the inning. Keeps the runner at first. Again, another example of if he could continue on this, if he could be able to pitch around. It's okay to give up a single. It's okay to give up a double. Just don't let him score. And if he can keep that same type of mentality here and work around those random walks. I mean, he almost got out of that first inning, by the way, James. That single up the middle was not very hard hit. In fact, Peraza almost got over to snag that up the middle. And, this could be a shutout so far for McHugh. Instead, leaks through into center field, 1 run scores, but has done a nice job in the second, wants to continue that in the 3rd.
Yeah, as the kids say, PK, that's what they call a seeing eye grounder. As McHugh gets ready to deal the 1-1 here to Franmil Reyes with the 1 out. Reyes, big hack, but he fouls it off, and the count moves to 1-2. Big spot here. The 1-2 coming up from McHugh to Reyes. We got 1 on, we got 1 out. It's the bottom of the 3rd inning. Pitch just misses well. We've seen the ump maybe give that call earlier in this game, but he lets that one go for a ball. The 2-2 now, upcoming grounded to short, the flip to second for 1, to first for 2, and that'll end the inning. Nice job by Colin McHugh getting the inning-ending double play. We are through 3 innings here in Cleveland, 2-1 Red Sox. And just like that, we're back in Cleveland. PK, it's crazy how these things happen.
It's always quick. It's always quick. And I'm sure if Heidi could talk right now, she'd talk about the Red Sox offense, as it looks like the camera is zeroing in there. And you see Devers come to the plate, followed by Moreland. And this is the example of this offense from an average perspective. Just aren't getting enough base runners on the base pass, James. You look at top to bottom, virtually every Red Sox hitter below 300 compared to their World Series season a couple of years ago and the luck that they've had in previous seasons when they have multiple players hitting over 300. And as Devers singles to right and keeps his good night going, that's what they need. They need, as you take a peek at the team leaders in hits, JD at 61 hits, hitting 276 on the season. Devers hitting with 60 hits, in the 260s. Peraza not having a great year at the plate either. So when you're a leading hitter at 61 hits, and then Pilar is 7th on your list at 40, it's not a formula that will get your offense to work.
As Moreland drills that one deep to right field, that one's off the wall. Devers, who's going to hold up at 3rd? Oh, I thought they were going to send him, but Devers, with knowing that there's nobody out here in the 4th, decides to stay at 3rd. Moreland again just crushing that one. And it's interesting, PK, Clevinger's had a pretty worry-free evening. Besides these 2 guys, this was the same formula the Red Sox used to jump ahead in the second, and we see it once again here with Devers followed by Moore with a couple of big knocks, and now we'll see Kevin Pillar stepping up in a big spot here with runners on second and third. Nobody out here in the fourth, and can another Red Sox bat step up here as we see Clevinger get ready to deal the 0-1 in to Kevin Pillar, the 0-1 in there for a strike, and he jumps ahead 0-2.
Devers and Moreland absolutely have Clevinger's number tonight. Both 2 for 2 on the evening, have gone back to back, and Clevinger just doesn't know how to pitch to him. Moreland once again goes aggressive, by the way, swinging at the first pitch and doesn't miss it. Could have gotten his second jack of the night, and instead it landed in the warning track for the double. When the Red Sox threatening here, you mentioned that throw. Good thing they held Devers at third, by the way. He would have been out by a mile because that cutoff was perfect throw to the plate. A really well executed play by the Indians on that one. So Devers would have been out at third, out at home on that throw. Like to take a step back, have it second and third. It's only 0. It's no out so far. Pilar goes down looking, but still got another shot here to get one.
Yeah, nice job by Clevinger. He just painted the upper part of the strike zone there, and Pilar stood at no chance as we see Clevinger retire him for his 4th strikeout here already with just 1 out here in the 4th inning. And everyone's favorite Red Sox, Christian Vasquez, now stepping up to the dish.
Yeah, Vasquez grounded out in the 2nd inning, and so far on the series, he went 1 for 4 yesterday in the Red Sox win. Red Sox won the first game of this series 5-4. So Vasquez was a difference maker last night.
Clevinger fires that one inside, and the count moves to 1-1. And PK, I don't know if you're familiar, but I mean, do you maybe have like some Christian Vasquez trivia for us?
I do have a little Christian Vasquez trivia. It's very exciting now. It's all 2007 ALCS. So I'll do it here, and if it gets exciting, I'll make sure to shut up and let you take the call, Jinx. But who was the Game 7 winning pitcher, starting winning pitcher in the 2007 ALCS, the Indians versus the Red Sox? Who was the Game 7 winning pitcher for Game 7 of the ALCS between the Indians and the Red Sox in Fenway Park, 2007? I have a funny story about this game.
Oh, I'm excited to hear the story as we see Vasquez with a big swing and a miss there on the Clevinger offering for his 5th strikeout now of the day. And listen, we talked about it, PK. Somebody other than Devers and Moreland had to step up. We now see Pilar go down. We see Vasquez go down. Can everyone's favorite punching bag in Boston right now, Alex Verdugo, step up and deliver in a big spot here as he takes the first one in there for a strike from Clevinger as he gets rid of the deal now. The 0-1 runners on second and third. It's a 2-1 ball game. We got 2 outs. Big swing by Verdugo on a pitch that was way inside, and Clevinger quickly ahead 0-2. And the 0-2 from Clevinger, and he gets Verdugo swinging after giving up back-to-back hits to kick off the inning. Clevinger strikes out the last 3 batters he faces. He escapes trouble within 3.5, and it's a 2-1 ball game.
While we take the break, we will take a peek at that Christian Vasquez trivia. 2007 ALCS Game 7 winning pitcher. Any guesses to you, Jinx?
I'm only going to guess this name because you mentioned him earlier. Was it Josh Beckett?
It was not Josh Beckett. I'm not that lazy to do the same answer for both the first and second question. It was actually Daisuke Matsudaka. We got a pitching mound. What is going on here, Jinx?
There's got to be an injury that we don't know about, because there's absolutely no logical reason that you would pull Colin McHugh after just 3 innings of work. He was at about 55 pitches. I mean, Martin Perez now in the game, but maybe Heidi will get some info for us later in this game, but that makes, barring an injury, PK, that makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, I wish I could have the benefit of the doubt and give Renicky the benefit of the doubt on that one. But with his short, just like that, given up. Jeez.
As Jose Ramirez drills that one into the right field gap, he'll be in at second easily. Standing, he goes to the lefty reliever, and just like that, Jose Ramirez is on with a big leadoff double here off Perez in the fourth.
Yeah, I just don't understand it. To your point, I'm sure we'll find out if there potentially was an injury. But this is just old hat for Ron Roenicke. And Roenicke has time after time had an early hook for seemingly no reason. It's as if he wants Alex Cora to come back and be the manager next year, and he's just giving him excuses to come back and be the manager. This is another example of Roenicke's inability to depend and rely on his starting pitchers to go beyond the 5th, 6th, 7th inning. In this case, to just get McHugh out there for 3 innings makes no sense to me. McHugh was cruising outside of that first inning, which we've already discussed. Could have gotten out of it without being, without giving up a run. Instead, that seeing eye single up the middle gave the Indians a 1-0 lead, but he was cruising up until that. Now you got Martin Perez, who has really not had a great season for this Red Sox team out of the bullpen. He originally was supposed to be a starter for them at the start of April, had the concussion issue, missed a few weeks to start the season, and hasn't been good dealing out of the bullpen. So I think a lot will question what Roenicke does here and that decision he made against pulling McHugh.
Yeah, that one's fouled. We'll check in on Twitch here real quick, PK. And listen, Ed _TO says it best. Virtual Roenicke has the biggest hook on pitchers. Listen, even the fans see it, PK. The fans know Roenicke's got no patience. He loves going to that bullpen as we see the count now move to 3-2 with Jordan on deck here. Listen, big spot here as we get ready to face to Cesar Hernandez. The 3-2 wind up the middle, 4 and out. First out here of the inning, and Perez retires him. But like PK, I mean, is there an angle that we're missing? Is there any reason that you could imagine on why we would see McHugh pulling after just 3 innings?
The only thing I can think of outside of an injury is maybe the entire Red Sox bullpen are free agents at the end of this season, and they just plan on letting all of them go, so they don't mind putting 100 and something games on each one of their arms. That's the only thing I think.
As the first pitch fouled off there for a strike. And yeah, listen, now the Red Sox have got a dilemma, right? We know their bullpen is certainly not one of the best in baseball, and this bullpen now is going to be tasked by having to work the next 6 innings in order to get out of this one here with a W. But Perez ahead, 0-2, runner on second, gets him swinging. And listen, maybe Roenicke knows something we don't, as Perez now gets the second out of the inning.
That was the ugliest swing I've seen all season long in ML baseball. I know it was a check swing, but clearly Ludlow went around on that one. Maybe Roenicke's got the vibe that he knows what to do with his bullpen. I hope he's right as a Red Sox fan. Otherwise, could be a long night for the Red Sox bullpen. And we'll see how long he sticks with Perez. We've also seen this where he puts a long reliever in there for 2, 3, 4 innings. We saw it with the Stank Man, Teddy Stankiewicz, back in the day. Teddy Stankiewicz, RIP, no longer with the Red Sox, was obviously released. But, we'll see. We'll see what happens with this bullpen.
Pour one out for the Stank Man for those of you enjoying a nice Pepsi tonight. The 0-2 from Perez to Perez. Runner on second, 2 outs outside. And Roberto Perez is going to stay alive.
A lot of jokes that could be said here. It gets confusing. Who gets the win? Perez versus Perez, the 1-2 pitch. Perez, it's just too much chance. I'm going to give up on it.
And Perez skies it to center field as Perez is going to get out of the inning here on harm. We are through 4 in Cleveland. It's Red Sox 2, Cleveland 1. And we're back as we get ready to see Mike Clevinger take on his 5th inning of work with Michael Chavis stepping up to the dish here. He flew out in his first at-bat in the 3rd inning. And listen, PK, other than Mitch Moreland and Rafael Devers, you got to say Clevinger's been brilliant tonight.
Clevinger has been excellent. we'll go back and take a look at that and discuss the top of the 4th inning. You have Devers leading off the inning with the double. You have Moreland Devers leading off with a single. Moreland first pitch swinging, doubling to right center field. Same spot, by the way, that he hit the home run, and it just wasn't far enough to hit the home run.
As he swings through that one for the strikeout, but it gets away. He's going to beat it out. And Chavis is going to be on with a strikeout and a wild pitch, allowing him to be safe at first. And now the leadoff man on as we see Jose Peraza step it up to the dish here.
Yeah, I just want to get a couple quick points about the 4th inning. You had Devers start off with the single, Moreland with the double, and then for Clevinger to get out of that inning and just go, if I'm not mistaken, Jinx, went on to, with a couple of key strikeouts there in critical situation, with the speed at third base in Devers and the infield back, by the way. But a ground ball in the infield is going to score Devers. A deep fly ball, even a semi-deep fly ball, is going to score Devers. And just the back-to-back strikeouts there was huge for Clevinger to get out of it. And, ultimately, to get out of that inning altogether, to go 1-2-3 after Devers and Moreland is it's just a little deflating from an offensive perspective of the Red Sox, and continue to talk about the offensive struggles. So this could be this is a huge opportunity for the top of the order to make a stance here and do something against Clevinger outside of those 2 hitters that you discussed.
Yeah, as we see Peraza single, and now the first 2 runners are on again this inning. Now you literally just ran through it, PK. The Red Sox squandered the same opportunity in the 4th. Jackie Bradley Jr. up now, gets ready to take the 1-1 here from Clevinger. It misses outside. Count moves to 2-1, and the question is, can the Red Sox alter the trajectory here in the 5th inning and instead get these runners in? The 2-1, big swing and a miss there from Bradley. Count moves to 2-2, and it's interesting. We talked earlier in the game, PK, that getting guys on base has been the Red Sox biggest struggle, all season. And tonight they've had a plethora of guys on bases. Bradley's going to ground this one to second. The flip to short for 1, safe at first. They just get the lead runner going to second. We'll now have runners, on the corner with 1 out. But, getting back to that point, the Red Sox have done a great job getting guys on base tonight. And the problem has been getting them knocked in.
Well, and on this one here, Bradley Jr. is lucky to be safe at first. He was about, less than half a second away from being the biggest dog of the game so far. 0 for 2 at the plate going into that at bat, 2 strikeouts. That time, battled backs, was 1-2, was able to ground out, and the speed down the line got him safe at first. So the Red Sox still out in this with the ability to put some more runs on the board. And JD Martinez is a huge spot for him to come through.
Big spot for JD here as he gets ready to take the 1-0 from Clevinger. Guys on the corner to 2-1 ball game. That one in there for a strike. And what do Red Sox fans love to see JD break out of his slump as we see Dominic Leone and Hunter Wood getting ready in the bullpen in case Clevinger faces more trouble. But a big spot here for the man named Julio Daniel Martinez. That one misses outside, and the count moves 2-1 on JD.
And while I have the opportunity, Fozzie, I want to thank all those great bartenders who continue to keep their ML Ball broadcasters refreshed, and the servers. Just mine. Her name is Anna. She continues to just keep me refreshed here. Keep the pipes going. Jinx, I'm sure you got someone that takes care of you as well. We can't thank these folks enough, working hard during these times to keep these broadcasters refreshed.
There's no question the bartenders are the real MVPs of this bot ball experience, as that one is fouled off to move the count to 3-2 here. Full count, runners on the corner. We got 1 out. Clevinger to Martinez. The 3-2, and it's grounded up the middle. The flip to second for 1. The throw to first. Not in time. And Martinez is going to get the runner in on the RBI ground out. And the Red Sox now take a 3-1 lead on the Cleveland Indians.
Well, I don't know what to say more than when you have the top of the order, or rather the second and third hitter with JBJ, who just beat out the double play at first, followed by JD Martinez, just beating the double play at first. This could be a lot worse for these Red Sox so far.
Yeah, there's no doubt, as we see now a big at bat here. Rafael Devers, who's crushed Clevinger so far. An interesting decision to leave Clevinger in to face Devers. We saw, Wood and Leone up in the bullpen, but they decide to leave Clevinger out to face Devers, the 1-1. And Devers skies that one to center field, but that's not going to be a problem. He's there. He makes the catch, and that'll end the inning, but not before the Red Sox get another guy in. Red Sox down with a 3-1 lead as we head to the bottom of the fifth inning. And we're back here, PK, as we see Matt Barnes and your boy Heath Hembry getting loose in the Boston bullpen, as we see Perez, though, coming back out for another inning of work, and he'll face the lefty Tyler Naquin here to lead off the bottom of the fifth. Naquin swinging on the first pitch, drives it right back up the middle, and Naquin will be on just like that with a leadoff single.
That ball went out faster back towards Perez than it did going out of Perez's hand. Perez has got something with leadoff hitters. Gave up that double to lead off the fourth inning to the leadoff hitter, and now giving up that single right up the middle. Scary part here, the top of the order for the Indians coming up in Lindor, who is 0 for 2 so far, but we know the capability that Francisco Lindor has at the plate. And the lefty on righty matchup doesn't give me much confidence, so Perez is going to have to do some magic here. A double play would be great at this point. Keep some fastballs down low in the zone and see if Lindor doesn't chase and ground out. You mentioned earlier Matt Barnes and Heath Hembry both warming up for the Red Sox in the bullpen. This is going to be a marathon game for the Sox bullpen tonight in Cleveland.
As this one's grounded to second, he takes it and the fires to first for the double play. A nice job by Martin Perez. Eliminates that leadoff base runner, and just like that, the bases are empty, as we see Oscar Mercado now stepping up to the dish.
That's why they don't pay us the big bucks here, Jinx. As a color commentary, I say he's got to go down in the zone, go a little off speed stuff, get Lindor to chase it, ground up the middle. Sure enough, ask and you shall receive. A little 4-3 double play, and Perez is cruising.
There it is, as we see that one fouled off, and the count moves now to 1-1 here on Oscar Mercado. And listen, PK, we got to give Renicky a little bit of credit, I think. We ripped him for pulling McHugh, but Perez so far, 2 scoreless innings here as he gets, pulls ahead on Mercado 1-2. And, if the rest of the Red Sox bullpen can continue to deliver like this, and he rings them up to end the inning. What a job by Martin Perez. 2 scoreless innings as he rings up Mercado there. We're through 5. It's going to be Red Sox 3, Indians 1. Red Sox coming to bat.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
And we're back, and we're now seeing a reliever in for Cleveland Indians as we see Dominic Leone coming in. He's 1-0, sporting a nice 4.78 ERA on this young bat ball season, and he'll have to face the bottom half of the Red Sox lineup, starting with Mitch Moreland here in the top of the 6th.
Well, there must be something in the water in Cleveland, because Renicky and Terry Francona both have real early hooks on both of their pitchers, while Clevinger hasn't lit up the world. Had a pretty good. I get it. You give up the run in the 5th inning, but it was a run off of 2 balls that could have easily led to double plays, and you have that quick hook on Clevinger. I don't quite understand it. Gets into the bullpen early here. Maybe the Red Sox take advantage of it. Now you've got, in a 3-1 game, a 2-run game with just a little less than half of the game to go, I don't know if I'm safe as a Red Sox fan if I'm Renicky with a 2-run lead with the bullpen already in there. And if you're the Indians, you're thinking, I don't know if our offense can even put up enough to keep pace with this. Battle of the bullpens in my mind, I think it goes to the Indians here compared to the Red Sox. We shall see.
Yes, we see a leadoff walk here issued. And listen, maybe you're the jinx, PK. You give the Indians the bullpen advantage.
I wasn't going to mention it.
Just like that, a leadoff walk to Mitch Moreland, as we now see Kevin Pillar stepping up to the dish. And, at some point here, somebody other than Devers and Moreland's going to have to step up. Can Pillar finally do something tonight as we see runner on first, and the Indians bullpen is now busy. Hunter Wood, who was warming up earlier, back up. And then everyone's favorite Indian reliever, Adam Simber, also getting loose, as well as we see the 1-0 to Kevin Pillar, misses low, and the count moves to 2-0.
Yeah, double barrel action in the Indians bullpen, just like the Red Sox bullpen. It's busy out in the outfield beyond those walls, as you've got a lot of action in the bullpen. Both teams got the arms going, which would tell you this could be a long night of pitching changes. Thankfully for ML Bot Ball, which, by the way, we do all for Meals on Wheels. If you want to take a peek and donate below, we would always appreciate it. We appreciate the Twitch commentary on the right side as well. But as we all know, with ML Bot Ball, the pitching changes go by pretty quick. So that's a plus.
That they do, as we see another walk. Kevin Pillar with a nice eye at the plate. That pitch was questionable, but nice eye. He takes it. Runners on first and second there, nobody out. And Christian Vasquez with an opportunity here to do some damage. And he's swinging on the first pitch. Whoops that one out to shallow left. The catch is made, and we've got our first out of the sixth inning. PK, do we still get Vasquez trivia?
Yeah, we'll go quick. It makes it tough for Christian Vasquez trivia, but the 2007 ALCS Red Sox against the Indians, who was the Cleveland starting pitcher. He's a lefty, by the way, that went 0-2 in that series. Lost both the games that he started.
As that one is popped up and the catch is made. And listen, after working into trouble, Dominic Leone doing a nice job with two quick back-to-back outs here to now move it to 2 outs here with 2 on in the top of the sixth. And Michael Chavis stepping up to the dish. And once again, for those of you tuning in tonight on Twitch, we'd love to hear any guesses you have what Cleveland Indians pitcher, who PK even told you was a lefty, took 2 losses in that pivotal 2007 ALCS, as that one misses high to Chavis. The count moves to 1-1.
Yeah, and gotta love how he's battling back here. Walked the first 2 hitters of the inning, and as that one's gonna go foul. Walked the first 2 hitters of the inning, first 2 reach, be able to battle back, go back, and get the next 2, and now 1 strike away from getting out of this against Chavis.
And he gets them swinging there to end the inning. Leone works in and then out of trouble. We are through 5.5 here in Cleveland, 3-1 Red Sox.
And Jinx, any guesses to that question, that Christian Vasquez trivia?
Well, when I think of the Indians from the late 2000s, I think of 2 guys, and they're both lefties. I think of Cliff Wade, I think of Karsten Charles Sabathia. Now, I'm trying to remember if Sabathia was already a Yankee or not. I think he might have been in 2007, so I'm going to say Cliff Wade.
So Jinx says Cliff Lee. EB_TO says Sabathia would be my guess, and he is correct. CC Sabathia was the tough luck loser. It was a weird series. I actually had a chance to watch a couple of those games, and Sabathia lost the first and 5th game. So that Josh Beckett versus Sabathia, Beckett won both 2, and Sabathia lost both of those 2. And he was kind of a tough luck loser. The bullpen broke down on both of these teams, by the way, back in that series. I think the closest game was there was 1 2-run game. The rest were like 6 or 7 runs between. So it was an interesting series, as the bullpens weren't great. But yeah, Sabathia was 0-2 way back in 2007's ALCS.
All right, well, there it is. I was close. I had one of the 2 guys. I just picked the wrong one, unfortunately, as that one is grounded to second. Perez back out now for a 3rd inning of work, and he gets the leadoff man down here for the first out.
speaking of Sabathia, has anyone seen those pictures of him in the offseason? That dude looks ripped. I mean, I'm talking, Sabathia I think is 6, I'm 6'8", and I'm pretty sure Sabathia is my height when I saw him. So I'm pretty sure we're about the same height. I think he's 6'7" or 6'8", somewhere around there. And he's always had, a bit of a beer belly. Dude, that guy is ripped over the past couple of months. The last picture I saw, Jakes, I don't know if you saw the same thing, but he looks like he's ready to rock and roll for 2020. Jinx, I think we might have gotten you muted on that one, as the 0-2 to Reyes is flown out deep to right center and bounces over the wall. One pops over the right center wall for the ground rule double. So Reyes reaches, once again with Perez, a lead off, with one out, reaches on the double. So Perez, every inning, has run into some sort of issue so far. Jose Ramirez comes to plate. He's 2 for 2 so far. The double and the single, he's got a run batted in so far, off to a nice start in 2020, hitting almost 300 on the year. Perez looks in. The 0-1 is just in there for a strike. We'll go 0-2. The Red Sox were down by 1 heading into the second inning. Mitch Moreland with the 2-run homer put them up on top 2-1, and the Red Sox added to their lead in the fifth inning with the insurance run, which makes it 3-1. As that one is pumped to first, Moreland over to grab it for the second out of the inning.
Now batting, the second baseman.
Well, Perez, who came in for relief from Colin McHugh. Colin McHugh pitched 3 innings, gave up a run in the first inning on a seeing eye single up the middle after 2 walks, gave up a RBI single, and then settled down nicely the second and third. 2 pretty strong innings for Colin McHugh, and then brought in Martin Perez. Renicky did in the 4th inning, and it has been the Red Sox bullpen since then. Perez has done a nice job so far shutting out the Indians. We take a peek at the double barrel action in the Red Sox bullpen. Is that 0-1 pitch is outside for a ball. And Jinx, I was just discussing how Perez has kind of gotten him in these positions where it's coming on in the 4th inning, gave up the leadoff hit in the 4th and the 5th, got the first batter retired in the 6th inning, but that now gives up the double. It's 1-1 to Hernandez. But so far has been pretty good for the Red Sox out of the bullpen in relief for Colin McHugh.
Yeah, no question. Perez, listen, we were up the decision, but he's worked in and out of trouble pretty much in every inning thus far. Big spot here in the 1-2 to Cesar Hernandez. Misses low. Count moves to 2-2. You got to imagine this is the last batter Perez faces tonight. The 2-2 to Hernandez. A hole in the ump. Calls that one a ball that looked like it just painted the outside corner, PK.
All you want out of a home plate umpire is consistency, and the consistency left or right, up and down, hasn't been there so far tonight.
The 3-2 to Cesar Hernandez. Runner on second. Hernandez lines that one out to right field, in there for a single. The runner holds at third, and the Indians now are going to have runners on the corner with 2 outs. And what do they do here? Do you leave Martin Perez out? Do you bring in a reliever, PK? Renicky's had a quick hook all year, and there it is. He brings in Matt Barnes. What do you think about the call?
Yeah, I don't like it. I think Perez was, for the most part, doing a pretty good job of getting out of it. I'm sure there's more to it here. We see the matchups. We know, what the opportunities are. Barnes on the season, though, this is 27th appearance. Hasn't been great. 1-3. 24 innings, a 4.44 ERA. You like the righty-righty matchup, whereas with Perez, it would have been a lefty-righty matchup against Leplo, but it's a number 7 hitter, right? You can't let that type of decision scare you. Instead, it's up to Matt Barnes here.
Yeah, here we go. The 0-1 to Jordan Leplo. Runners on the corners, 2 outs inside, and the count moves to 1-1. And listen, PK, I don't think would be, this would not be exaggerated if we said this could be the ball game, this at bat right here.
Yeah, I mean, you're into both bullpens. The Indians' bullpen has been, okay in that first inning relief for Clevinger so far. But yeah, this is a critical spot for the Red Sox and the Indians.
As the 1-1 misses low, so up below 2-1 now. Barnes coming in his first batter of the game. He set a PK. Tough campaign so far, scoring a 4.4 ERA for Barnes as he gets ready here. The 2-1 to Luplow. Big swing and a miss. Jordan thought he had a pitch there that could have, taken the lead. He was swinging for the fences. But instead he swings through it. Now we got the 2-2 here from Barnes. Misses high. We'll have a full count here, PK. Runners on the corner. 3-2. 2 outs. 3-1 ball game in the bottom of the 6th inning, and that one is going to be sky to right field. Not a problem though. He makes the catch and Barnes gets out of it, and we are now going to be through 6 full innings here in Cleveland. It's 3-1 Red Sox. As we see Hunter Wood now enter the game for the Indians. PK, tell me what you saw in that last at-bat there, from Barnes.
Yeah, I loved the aggressiveness from Matt Barnes. First of all, it goes to 3-2. He doesn't go with an off-speed or curveball. He relies on the fastball. 3-2 count with a perfect pitch, high and away, right at the strike zone. He'll get the fly out to right field. And by the way, don't underestimate that play where they didn't send the runner with 2 outs and Jackie Bradley Jr. in right field. We know Jackie Bradley Jr. has a cannon in right field. Indians decided to hold the runner at third. That's a big play there for a couple of reasons. One, you never want to put the pressure on the defense, right? You'd prefer to put the pressure on the defense if you're the offense sending the runner home. And when you get on the arm in right field like JBJ, who's at the plate now, you almost instinctively got to hold the runner at third, which is what the Indians did there. So just having Jackie Bradley Jr. in this game while he's 0 for 3 at the plate, he's struck out twice, almost grounded to a double play, but the threat of him as a defense in the right field has potentially paid off for the Red Sox. Maybe it pays off long term. We'll see.
Yeah, there's no doubt Bradley, known as one of the best defensive outfielders in the American League, as Wood now fires the 1-1 in there to Bradley for a strike. We got 1 out here in the top of the 7th inning. The Red Sox have a 3-1 lead. Wood with the 1-2 to Bradley way inside. And Bradley now works the count back to 2-2 from Hunter Wood. He readies, he deals. Bradley fouls it off, and we'll do it all over again.
What would be great for Bradley is to just, for his own self-confidence, to get something going here offensively. As he fouls off, it's still 2-2. Even just, I get it, he beat out that double play, but no one wants to beat out a double play. That doesn't instill confidence in hitters. He would love to at least get on base here.
And the 2-2, big swing and a miss, and Bradley's still searching to get some momentum going on offense as Wood gets his first strikeout of the night here as Bradley goes chasing that one out of the zone. 2 outs here in the top of the 7th, and J.D. Martinez stepping up to the dish. If you recall, PK, Martinez had that big RBI in his last at-bat via an RBI groundout. Guy was hustling down the first baseline, similar to Bradley, was able to beat it out to avoid the double play, and he got credit for the run batted in. And this is another guy that wants to get things turned around here as he gets ready to take the 1-1 from Hunter Wood. And a big swing. He wasn't anywhere close to that one. Count moves to 1-2.
First on JBJ, swinging and going down swinging for the 3rd time tonight. 0 for 4, reach base on that fielder's choice. Otherwise, 3 strikeouts.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the...
And we are through 6.5 here as Martinez goes down. Red Sox still up 3-1. Indians coming to bat, hoping to change things.
Your attention, please.
We will see the reliever in for the Red Sox, Heath Hembry, sporting a nice 3-3-2 ERA on the season. Barnes got it done in the 6th. Can Embry keep the trajectory and the momentum for the Red Sox going here in the 7th? He'll start things off here by facing Roberto Perez.
We're burning through arms in the Red Sox bullpen so far. You've switched Barnes for Hembree. Barnes came in for and closed out that 6th inning onto Hembree. Barnes obviously used a little bit over the past couple of games. You see Hembree with the 4-1 record. As you said, Jinx, a 3.32 ERA. He's been one of the bright spots in the Red Sox bullpen. You still see double barrel action that's out there. It's a consistent revolving door of relievers for this Red Sox team here beyond the 4th inning. So this will be an opportunity for Hembree to slow things down and see what he can do against the Indians and get this thing in the 8th inning.
Yes, he's already got the leadoff guy out as Perez lines that one out to second base for a quick out, as we now see Tyler Naquin stepping up to the dish here, 1-2, and they'll face Heath Hembree here with the bases empty in the bottom of the 7th as the Indians trail by a score of 3-1. First pitch is in their first strike. Hembree working quick, the 0-1 in to Naquin, fouled off, and it jumps ahead now, 0-2. And you can always tell when a pitcher's in the zone. He's got some pace working there on the mound. That one misses, count and move to 1-2, but Hembree clearly feeling it. He's pounding the strike zone early on tonight. Gets rid of the 1-2 here to Naquin. Oh, misses low and inside. That was a nice pitch by Hembree. I thought there was a chance he could chase it.
Yeah, good pitch by Hembree. Also wasn't that far outside of the zone. Love the aggression, especially if you're a infielder or outfielder on the defense for the Red Sox. What you want to see out of a late inning pitcher is to throw strikes, challenge the hitters, make them swing at it, make them chase. And that's what Hembree's doing. So you don't fall asleep, you don't get back on your heels. Instead, you're on your front toes. So a great spot for Hembree here.
As Naquin rounds that one to second, and he boots it. And Naquin is going to be safe at first. They're going to call it a base hit, PK, but that looked like an error to me. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, Michael Chavis going to his left there to try and snag that one. I'm getting another peek at it in the booth here. That looks like an error to me. I mean, it's not a backhand. It's in front of him. Didn't have to go too far to his left to snag it. Not sure why they give that a base hit. I would have put an error. And another example of the Red Sox defense, which hasn't been great this year. We've seen a lot of just up and down from different people taking different positions. The Bogarts injury, we all know how much that hurt a couple of weeks ago. Instead, we have sort of I'd call it a B to a B minus, even to a C plus on defense perspective.
Yeah, there's no question as Hembree gets him for the second out of the inning. Listen, Hembree is dealing tonight, PK, despite the base hit, the error, whatever you want to call it. Look at that pitch just painting the lower outside corner there for the second out of the inning. Red Sox still have guys up in the bullpen as we see Oscar Mercado stepping up to the dish. But listen, Ron Renick's got to be thrilled. We still got 2 more innings left, but this Red Sox bullpen has been nothing short of outstanding so far tonight as Hembree gets rid of the deal. The 1-0 misses outside to Mercado, 2-0. We talked about it. Hembree working fast. He's feeling it. He's in the zone. The 2-0 coming to Mercado. Big swing and a miss. Count moves to 2-1. And Mercado lifts that one to shallow center field. It's going to fall in now for a base knock. And listen, Mercado gets lucky there. Hembree with a nice pitch. Mercado just got the edge of the bat on it, and it bloops in for a single. And the Indians now have a pair of guys on here with 2 outs.
Well, as they make the pitching change with Ryan Brazier coming in, who's had an okay season with the Sox, 3.48 ERA. This is 33rd appearance. The decision to put Jackie Bradley Jr. in right field and have Verdugo in center is an interesting move. I just spoke about last inning how it might have saved the Red Sox a run with the arm in right field and the Indians holding the runner at third. But that one, that bloop into center, does JBJ come in and snag that one? Does he get a better read? Does he have better speed in center field than Verdugo? Does he come up with that shallow fly ball? Might hurt the Red Sox, we'll see, but it might be something we want to consider from a roster move in the future with Renicky to maybe put JBJ in center and Verdugo in right.
Yeah, now Carlos Santana up in a big spot here facing Ryan Brazier with 2 on, 2 outs, and Brazier jumps ahead 0-2 on the aforementioned Santana. Big pitch here from Brazier, the 0-2. Oh, misses high and in. That one almost hit Santana, but Santana able to get out of the way. Brazier now with the 1-2, runners on first and second, 2 outs, again misses inside, and the count moves to 2-2.
Well, Santana, with 20 home runs of the season, certainly going to be an all-star consideration for the year, on pace to eclipse his career high with home runs, 34 on the season, which he did back in 2016, then last year in 2019, looks to go way past that number. He's looking for one here for sure, Juice.
Yes, the count now moves to 3-2. The runners will be going with the full count and 2 outs. Brazier to Santana. The pitch. And Santana lines out into the left center field gap. That'll be extra bases. 1 run will score. The second runner round third. He'll score. And Carlos Santana with a huge 2-run double, and this game is now all tied up at 3 apiece.
Hate to always go back to questioning the manager's decision, but Renicky pulls Perez after what appeared to be a good couple of innings. Matt Barnes comes in, you pull Matt Barnes, you put Heath Hembry in. Heath Hembry allows a couple of base runners, you pull Heath Hembry. No reliever, by the way, especially someone like Ryan Brazier, who has closed before in his career, likes to come in with runners on bases. It's just not what they naturally like to do, especially when they're the closer mentality. You want to come in with a clean slate inning, and instead you come in with runners in first and second. So Brazier, while he won't get any actual runs attached to his stat line at the end of the night, gave up 2 runs allowed that were, on base before he went in. And those will go to Hembry, but instead, just not the decision, I think, of Renicky. I think you get a second question how he's handled this game so far from a pitching perspective.
Yeah, there's no question. Asking your bullpen to go 6 innings after your starter was really, fine. Through 3, wasn't really in any pitch count trouble. It's certainly going to be Monday morning quarterbacking tomorrow in Boston here, but Brazier still has to get out of this one with 2-2 to Fred Reyes. He gets him to ground to first, and that'll end the inning, but not before the Red Sox, the Indians, get 2 runs in, and this game now all tied up at 3 apiece after 7 innings here in Cleveland. And as we start the 8th inning now, we've got a new pitcher for the Indians. It's Oliver Perez, the journeyman lefty who's seemingly, it feels like he's pitched for just about every team in the big leagues at one point or another, brought in here to face Rafael Devers to kick off the top of the 8th inning. Lefty on lefty matchup here. So we've now got a tie ball game after Carlos Santana came through with a big 2-run double there in the bottom of the 7th inning, PK.
Yeah, Perez has got an interesting wind-up at the mound. We've seen this before. Hesitates on the delivery there. Devers 2 for 3 so far. An interesting move by Francona here. You've got the lefty-lefty matchup with Devers and Moreland, who have both had good, solid nights for the Red Sox against Clevinger earlier. Devers now 2 for 3. Interesting thought. I think it's a good move by Francona to get the lefty on lefty matchup.
Yeah, I agree with you. No doubt, lefty on lefty matchup always good as Perez misses outside 2-1, especially when you've got, Mitch Moreland coming up here on deck as well. Can't forget that 3-batter minimum rule now that we saw instituted for the 2020 campaign. So Perez will have to face at least the first 3 guys of this inning as he gets ready to deal the 2-1. And Devers fouls it off softly down the third baseline. Count moves to 2-2 here on Rafael Devers, top of the 8th inning. We got a tie ball game. PK. It's a 2-2 from Perez to Devers. He deals and misses well, and the count moves full 3-2. Big pitch here from Perez. Full count to Rafael Devers. He sets, he deals, and Perez fouls it off to stay alive.
Yeah, I like Devers' ability to work the count here. If you're Devers, though, Red Sox just need a base runner, try and get a little bit of action against Perez here early in the 8th.
We do the 3-2 again to Devers, and he fouls it off again. And this is a nice at-bat here from Devers, doing a nice job fouling off the offerings from Perez to stay alive. The 3-2 again from Perez to Devers. And now when a slide out to left field, not going to be a problem. The catch is made, and we got one out here in the top of the 8th inning.
Yeah, Devers, after a hot start, doubled way back in the 2nd inning and then singled in the 5th inning when the Red Sox left runners in 2nd and 3rd stranded. Not able to do it there as up walks Moreland, who's 2 for 2 so far. And really the majority of this Red Sox offense has been up to Mitch Moreland. He's 2 for 2 so far with that home run and the double. Was stranded on 2nd back in the 5th inning with nobody out. And looking to continue his hot night against Oliver Perez. This would be a good time for him to step up and continue his hot night so the Red Sox can run the board this late in the game.
Yeah, there's no question. Big spot here. Moreland swinging a hot bat tonight. Another lefty on lefty matchup here. The 1-1 coming from Perez to Mitch Moreland here in the top of the 8th inning with one out, nobody on. Misses well. Count moves to 2-1. And listen, PK, we didn't get a chance to talk about Moreland a lot tonight because his at-bats have been so quick. Every time he's up, he's hitting something for extra bases. But as the 2-1 is in there, for a strike, moves to 2-2.
It's why they call him Mitchie Two Bags, Jinx. Mitchie Two Bags loves him some extra bases, loves him some doubles, loves him some home runs. Doesn't love him a good batting average, but other than that, loves some extra base hits.
Hates the batting average, loves the doubles, loves the home runs, even loves a triple now and again for those of you scoring from home. And he loves fouling off pitches, which is what he did there to keep the count alive at 2-2. We've got Kevin Pillar on deck. Moreland trying to get something going here with the score tied here in the 8th inning. And Moreland grounds that one right into the shift. Fires to first. He didn't even have to run. He was out by. He could have just stayed in the batter's box. That throw was even before he even left the box. And we got 2 outs here with Kevin Pillar coming up to the dish.
You just got to be frustrated as a hitter at the plate when you, especially the lefty that hits right into the shift, which normally in any other defensive positioning would be a single into right field, is instead as easy as an out as it gets. To your point, you got the second baseman that's just 10 to 15 feet deep into the outfield grass, and it's a no-doubter out for Moreland, but just frustrating from the lefty. Should still feel good about the good game so far with the home run and the double.
Oh, yeah, he's got to feel great about his night. But, yeah, the shift has got to be frustrating for sure as Perez fires the 0-1 in there. First strike, count moves to 0-2 on Pillar. It's interesting, PK, and this we could talk about this the whole game, but, one of the rule debates that's come up over the last couple of years when you think about how do you make baseball, quote-unquote, more exciting, right? People have talked about eliminating the shift You know, people say it's eliminated some of the excitement out of the game, but when you see right there, that would have been a single, you know, except for the fact that the second baseman was playing like another first baseman. So who knows? Anyway, the 0-2 grounded to first, and that'll end the top of the 8th inning here. And the Indians get out of it with no damage. We're going to move to the bottom of the 8th inning with the score tied at 3 apiece. And we'll see Ryan Brazier stay in to at least start the inning here, and he'll face the always dangerous Jose Ramirez, arguably the best bat the Indians have here with nobody out in a tie ball game. But, you know, going back, PK, as Ramirez skies this one a deep center field back at the track, at the wall. Goodbye, sir. Jose Ramirez with a leadoff home run in the bottom of the 8th inning. And just like that, the Indians have battled all the way back to take a 4-3 lead here on the Red Sox. And what a job from Jose Ramirez. He took the offering from Ryan Brazier and skied it back out to the right center field. Bleachers just clearing the wall there. And the Red Sox now are going to go to Trevor Hodenberger after Brazier gave off that leadoff jack.
What a shot by Jose Ramirez for his 10th home run of the season. We've seen him hit bombs for the Indians before. Traditionally, you know, over 20. His career high in 2018, 39 home runs. That's his 10th home run of the season. But that was just one that just got over, but didn't miss it. And gives this Indians team the 4-3 lead. They lost game 1 last night. And it's an example of the Red Sox bullpen's inability to be able to keep a lead here, with Colin McHugh starting you off in those first 3 innings. Perez going after that with a couple of strong innings. And now you've got potentially a bunt getting laid down for the bunt single. Just kind of had this feeling the whole time, didn't it, Jinx? Like, it kind of just had the feeling that this Red Sox lead at 3-1 was not enough, and sure enough, they tied it up last inning and now take the lead here in the 8th.
Yeah, and listen, PK, it almost felt like the Red Sox were playing with fire this whole game. You know, after pulling McHugh after 3 strong innings, and listen, it started off well, right? You know, Perez fired, I think it was 3 scoreless innings out of relief, and you thought, hey, maybe Lederke knows what he's doing. But when you've got this Red Sox bullpen, which to begin with is certainly, you know, to say they're not one of the best in baseball is an understatement. You know, to rely on them to get 6 innings, you know, it's an aggressive ask, it's an aggressive task, and you saw it catch up with them later on in this ballgame as they've now squandered that 3-1 lead that they had, as that one misses outside here to Roberto Perez. They've already got 1 run in. I'm sorry, they've got 2 runs at 1 run in this inning. A runner on first, 1 out, and now Perez is ahead here on Hodenberger 2-0, and you just got to wonder if Lederke is managing himself out of a chance at a second season in Boston, PK.
Yeah, and, you know, outside of the big picture work, if you just look at the past couple innings, you just had the feeling that the Indians bullpen would outplay the Red Sox bullpen. And the Indians offense would outplay the Red Sox offense. And sure enough, that's how it's come to fruition here over the past, really, 2 innings, where the Indians have outscored the Red Sox 3-0. And now you're faced with the top of the 9th, where you've got the Indians closer coming in and the Red Sox offense that really hasn't done much all night outside of, I think it's 6 hits so far in the evening. And you've got Devers and Moreland with 4 of those 6 hits.
Yeah, no doubt, as the count moves now to 3-2 here on Roberto Perez. Hodenberger readies, and that one checks on the runner at first. He's back, he's safe. But big spot here for Hildenberger to limit the damage here to just the one run that we've already seen to give the Red Sox a fighting chance in the top of the 9th inning as he gets Perez swinging here for the second out of the inning. And that was a nice pitch there from Hildenberger.
Yeah, Hildenberger, challenged Perez there with the curveball. I liked it. A great pitch to be able to just challenge the righty, make some swing at it. Good pitch selection and good battery-made action between Vasquez and Hildenberger.
As we see Tyler Naquin stepping up to the dish. Naquin had a nice night at the plate. 2 for 3, couple of singles. He scored a run, hitting a brisk 255 in this young ball campaign as he gets ready to take the 0-1. And Hildenberger misses low. Count's going to move to 1-1 with 2 outs, 1 on here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Hildenberger deals inside. Count moves to 2-1.
We see a bunch of folks looking forward to the next game. We got Detroit at Oakland coming up after this game with Cookie Eater 45 and Beer and Buddha.
As that one skied to deep center field, but Verdugo is there. He makes the catch. That'll end the 8th, but not before we saw Jose Ramirez break up the tie game. Indians 4, Sox 3, Red Sox with their final chance coming up here in the top of the 9th inning. And here comes the Indians closer, Brad Hand, one of the best closers in all of that ball. A nice 1.42 ERA on the season, 28 strikeouts, just 6 walks early on, and the Sox have a tall task ahead of them here, PK.
Yeah, and he's going to get the Red Sox bottom of the order here, the 7, 8, 9 hitters. Hand has had a great season for the Indians. While he's blown 3 saves so far this year in 19 innings, this is 24th appearance, giving up 1.42 ERA, has been just outstanding, nearly almost unhittable with 28-6 strikeout to walk ratio has been great, and especially against righties. You'd think the righties would have the upper hand against the lefty on the mound. Righties are hitting just 150 against Hand this season, James.
Yeah, Hand has been absolutely dominant against righties all year long. As he gets ready to deal the 1-2 to the righty, Christian Vasquez here in the top of the 9th inning. Oh, that one looked like it could have been called for strike 3, PK, but the ump with that, that ever-moving strike zone tonight gives that one to the favor of the hitter. Count moving now to 2-2 from Hand to Vasquez, the 2-2. Oh, did he go? Oh, he went around. Vasquez down swinging, says the first base umpire, and we got 1 out here in the 9th inning.
Well, Vasquez doesn't like it, and neither do I. That looked like a check swing. Looked like he had control of the bat, didn't go over that outside of the home plate, and instead he's rung up by the first base umpire for the check swing on the 2-2 pitch. That's a tough one to swallow for the Red Sox. The Christian Vasquez trivia would have been who closed Game 7 of that ALCS trivia in 2007 ALCS.
Now that
who closed that game as Verdugo grounds out.
Yeah, we've quickly got 2 outs here now in the 9th inning.
Jinx? Who closed? Who got the save? Who got the save for that Game 7 ALCS 2007?
I'm gonna guess Papelbon. Just
one of my least favorite players of all time.
I'm gonna assume it's not the answer, by the way, because it would be too obvious because he was the closer. But
it is.
Is it really?
That's why it's the fourth. That's why it's the 4th question of the night.
All right. Well, look at that. Just throwing a hand in a prayer out there, and the prayer gets answered. As the Red Sox are down their final out, Michael Chavis up to the plate here. He swings through the 1-0 offering. Count moves to 1-1 from Brad Hand to Michael Chavis. Takes that one inside. 2-1. PK, why is Papelbon one of your least favorite? I mean, the guy closed an ALCS for you.
He's just a jerk. If you follow his career, he's just a straight jerk. It's a long story. I get so many stories. I covered the Red Sox in 2007. I was in the Red Sox clubhouse a lot that year. I was a producer for a sports station, and Papelbon is one of the all-time jerks. Just my opinion.
Fair enough. As Chavis grounds that one foul down the first base line, and he will stay alive. Another foul ball here as Brad Hayden trying to get the save.
One of these ML bot balls, Jinx, I'll tell you a lot of good 07 stories from that Red Sox World Series team. There's some great ones.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. That just means we got to call another game together at some point here soon, PK, as Chivas flies out to Jose Ramirez to end the game. Brad Hand with the save, and the Cleveland Indians battling all the way back, PK. They trailed for just about this entire ball game, and they battled back to steal one from the Red Sox by a score of 4-3. And listen, this one's on Ron Renicky, is it not?
Yeah, I think it is. I think 3-game series here. You win the first game coming into Cleveland last night with Erod getting the win in a 5-4 win. And then tonight, you walk out with a 4-3 loss, and the box score kind of tells it all, doesn't it? The Red Sox score in the second and the fifth inning, but ultimately lose it to the Indians.
For the victorious Cleveland Indians,
4-3. It's just you got to still question the reason for the Colin McHugh pulling after 3 innings. I get the 1 run in the first inning, but settled down after that. Then to expand upon that, you got Perez who comes in, pitches the 4th, pitches the 5th, pitches the 6th. They take him out, and then you get the blow up in the 7th inning with the 2 runs in the 7th. And then obviously the solo shot by Ramirez, who is your player of the game, by the way, in the bottom of the 8th. So I think, yeah, there's absolutely some questions you would make about some manager decisions, and an example where I think you just got to go with your starting pitcher a little bit more there. We take a look at the highlights, and this is the example of that seeing eye single right up the middle by Peraza for the RBI single. It's really the only time McHugh was harmed. And then you see the Moreland homer to right. That was a shot that gave them the lead after the Devers double. The Devers-Moreland 1-2 punch through the first 5 innings of this game that gave the Red Sox the lead 2-1. And then the Martinez fielder's choice, which gave them the lead 3-1, James.
Yeah, as we see Martinez there, with that almost double play, that ground ball, RBI single. And listen, at that point, you were through 5 innings. You were already into the bullpen. Red Sox had a 3-1 lead. You felt kind of good, but you knew they were playing with fire. And then there it was, Carlos Santana with that big double in the bottom of the 7th inning to tie the game up at 3 apiece. We saw Fred Reyes ground out to end that inning. We thought the Red Sox might have escaped fire, getting out of it with just the score tied. And then here it comes, the big shot, the game-winning run, the Jose Ramirez bomb, 400 feet to right center, proving to be the winning run here tonight.
Yeah, and if you're the Indians and Terry Francona, who also, by the way, made a move to the bullpen early, I think you feel good about your decision making. You mean, for the most part, great decisions all night. Right when to move Clevinger, and after that, Clevinger, who gave up those 3 runs, the bullpen was, for the most part, borderline perfect for the rest of the night. And I think that's the momentum you feel good about if you're Terry Francona and the Indians. So in any case, I think if the Red Sox, you put some blame on Renicky, you put some blame on management, and instead you've got opportunity all around here for what's to come for what should be a good rubber game match tomorrow between these 2 teams. And by the way, tomorrow it's the end of this 3-game series. And then up next, you got the Indians who go to Kansas City, and the Red Sox host the Brewers on Friday. So tomorrow's a big game for both of these teams.
Yeah, and before we hand it over to our great friends, Cookie Eater and Beardy Buddha, I just got to say that the Red Sox are getting dangerously close, PK, to letting the season get away from them. Especially when you look at what's happening in the AL Central with the White Sox and the Indians, and even in their own division, the Tampa Bay Rays. I mean, the Red Sox are going to fall too far behind here if they're not careful. So certainly an important rubber match tomorrow. But listen, let's welcome our good friends, Beardy Buddha Cookie Eater. Feels like a century since we talked to these guys, PK.
Yeah, it was about 5 years ago, I think, right, guys?
Give or take. It feels like 5 years. Nowadays, a day feels like a month and a week feels like a year. So that would make sense.
Well, I also just have to poke you a little bit. You brought up the AL Central, and you didn't even mention the team leading it. So, win Twins.
That's because everyone knows they're leading it. We know the Twins. It's a powerhouse. You got Minnesota, Cleveland. You got the Chi Sox. What's going on with the Tigers and the A's tonight, Beardy Buddha?
I don't know. We'll see what happens. Detroit's, I think, notched a couple of decent wins recently, actually. So we'll see how the Kitties stack up. But Cookie's gonna be all over that if they do.
Everyone's favorite former Yankee, Ivan Nova, on the bump. Everyone loves Ivan Nova.
Everyone? Who's ever? If you can name me 5, don't do it. If you can name me 5 people, then I'll agree with that.
I bet you I could. All fun.
It was good calling a game with you tonight, Jinx. Thanks for having me with you, my friend.
Have a good night, guys. Good luck.
See you guys.
Thanks, PK. Thanks, Jinx. Nice to see you, too. Been a long time, like you mentioned, but... Well, the 5 years have passed. We got to talk today, and now we're going to get to go to Oakland and to one of the weirdest stadiums in all the major leagues, Beardy.
Yeah, this is one of those classic former multi-purpose stadiums, and it was always between this and the old Metrodome for which one teams hated more, usually, in the major leagues. But Oakland's still swinging the bat here hot and launching them out here. The bunch of guys on these Athletics in the top 10 of the American League for home runs hit. So we might see some fly tonight. Nova's been all right, but does have a ERA in the mid-3s.
Yeah, Tigers getting that mid-3s ERA from Nova is probably considered a huge win for them. They got him just to eat innings, and he's maybe turned into a little bit of a better player than that for these Tigers. And, well, it'll be an interesting game today. Detroit been taking a few games the last few days, facing some pretty good teams, and now they'll be facing the AL West leading Oakland Athletics, who are led on the field by Sean Manaea.
Yeah, the lefty, we'll see what he can do against this Detroit lineup. There's not a lot of hitting in the Tigers lineup, but there are a few guys who can square it up every now and then. Manaea has given up 8 home runs on the season, and he'll have a good chance to pick up win number 6 on the year against this Detroit club.
So first pitch at 9:08 p.m. on the East Coast, 6:08 out there in Oakland. And it'll be Cameron Maben leading it off for the Tigers. Going to be a swing and a miss, so it'll become a 2-1 count.
Maben's done an okay job leading off for the Tigers this year, and playing solid right field though as well, which might factor in more with a pitching staff who's going to give up some contact.
Yeah, he'll ground this one to first base, shattered bat, and a great job by the first baseman to kind of dodge the shrapnel, get that and take it back in time to get a speedy Cameron Maben to give us our first out of the ball game. Bringing up Victor Reyes now.
Hey, look out, the toothpicks were flying. Not even the toothpicks, that was like the whole end of the barrel that was flying right at Matt Olson there.
Yep, that's some wood for the bonfire tonight. Reyes won't break his bat, but he will dribble one right back up to Manaea and he'll flip over to Osman to get the second out of the inning.
Nifty backhander there by the Oakland Athletics starting pitcher tonight. He's I always bring it up. Bert Blyleven always said that the pitcher is the most athletic person on the field at any given moment in a major league game.
Whoa, that's down.
Yeah, it takes a lot to be a pitcher, especially playing your position, pitching off the mound. There's just so little time from when that ball is hit and it gets back to you. Austin Romine, second pitch of his at-bat. It'll be a shallow fly ball in right field, and the second baseman will track back to get it. So it'll be an 8-pitch inning for Sean Manaea to finish this off in the top of the first.
A very efficient start for the Athletics lefty. Making his 13th start, and Nova's making his 13th as well.
Yeah, Evan Nova on the bump for the Tigers. 3-5 record ERA. Under 3.5, it's at 3.41, whip at 1.3. Just overall solid numbers. Probably with the numbers he's put up, if he can keep it up, he'll be a decent middle of the rotation option on a contending team.
Nope, that's inside.
Of course, the big if he can contain or maintain those numbers is a little bit above his career averages right there this season for Nova.
Ball.
Yeah, he's done about as well as you could expect with the light run support he often receives in that starting rotation. Just 3-5, but if he can put up some zeros today, like I alluded to, the Tigers have gotten a few wins against some good teams lately. So Kitty's looking to get win number 24 this season, and that's almost halfway home to their total win total of all last year.
Thanks for reminding me. Nova's struggling with his command early, though. He's gone 3-1 to Marcus Simeon, laying it off for Oakland. And boy, he's got a hot bat. Hit a hot ball there, but they'll call it the hot corner for a reason. Jamer Candelario, the Candyman, handles it for the first out.
Yeah, like pulling some hot taffy, he cools down the red-hot Marcus Simeon, who's really putting together a fine season, a career year so far compared to his career averages, and not backed up by much in Laureano, though. Just a 217 average.
Yeah, Laureano has hit a few out of the park, but average definitely leaves some to be desired.
Nope, outside.
Nova looks like he's getting that two-seamer in there all right so far. He's just got to get these Oakland hitters to chase that breaking stuff when he does try and locate it outside of the zone.
Yeah, and that's going to be the difficult part.
Ball two. 2-2 count.
Especially if these Oakland hitters made their game plan around making sure they weren't chasing and staying patient up there.
Full count.
Yeah, you saw Laureano lay off a tough changeup the one before, and then Nova goes in the dirt.
Of course, he'll leave that next pitch right down the middle, and it'll be hit to left field for a base hit.
Batting third, the designated
Laureano squares this one up nicely, and just a nice line drive, your classic single, and good way to start the evening for Ramon.
Of course, that single brings up one of the best bats in all the AL, Chris Davis. Not the Orioles' Chris Davis, of course. Chris with a K, Davis. batting .305 with not even double digit, 20+ home runs.
So, does this spelling of Chris Davis mean you're supposed to put extra emphasis on the first sound there? Chris Davis.
I suppose that's possible. I just think the Oakland A's always just had weird names. As a child, you know, they had Cocoa Crisp. I'm like, isn't that a cereal?
Oh, hey, I just saw scroll by in the chat a little bit ago. We got another subscriber. Bonish subscribed to Tier 1. Thank you.
Bonish, big shout out to you. Thank you for contributing to Meals on Wheels. And we'll actually go ahead, maybe we'll talk about that as Chris Davis continues that at bat. Beardy, you want to talk about that? I know you're a lot more passionate about it than I think I am. Of course, Davis is going to hit one through into left to keep that inning going. Runners on first and second now with the away.
Well, just like Davis delivers a one-out knock there to put 2 on, Meals on Wheels is going to deliver good hot meals to good folks all over the United States. There's probably a local chapter in every little nook and cranny you can think of, even the small hometown in Iowa that I grew up in. I used to go out and deliver meals as a little tot with my grandma, and volunteered for Meals on Wheels my entire life. It's a great organization, good cause. We hope you toss a couple bucks to Meals on Wheels on our link at PayPal below, or you can subscribe also. All of it's going to Meals on Wheels, and we appreciate the heck out of you, ball community. We've raised a good chunk of money so far in just over 2 months now.
Hard to believe. Well, it's hard to believe both, as we'll see a fly ball here off the bat of Matt Chapman. Always intense he is, but it will be caught by left fielder Stewart for the second out. Beardy, it's hard to, on one hand, it's hard to believe it's already been 2 months we've been doing this, and on the other hand, it's also really hard to believe that it's only been 2 months.
Yeah, I was looking at my, excuse me, sorry about that. I was looking at my stack of pregame notes. I'm a bit of a old timer. I write out all my pregame notes just so I can hopefully retain them a little better, but I have a big old stack of them under my backgammon board to keep them nice and flat. I just use an old notebook and tear it out like a sheet of loose leaf. It's the old-fashioned way, middle school way.
The count is 1 and 2.
Yeah, my procedure, I just got a nice little notepad in front of me. That's all I do for mine. So I actually cleared out my my stack just a little bit ago. I kind of wish I would have held on to them, but
I have a big 4-inch binder. I'm gonna put them in there, and then when all this bot ball's said and done, maybe we can do like a charity auction if anybody wants that crap. Who wants my old notes?
Maybe me. 1-2 pitch to Mark Kana. I didn't check his pronunciation before the game. I'm irresponsible. Kana. 1-2 pitch, going to be up high, and I'll swing through it for strike 3. So Oakland will strand 2 on. Did a good job to get things going, but just don't finish it off. We're heading on to the second inning. Still knotted up at 0 with 4, 5, 6 due up for the Tigers, starting with the second baseman, Jonathan Scope.
Yeah, I was going to point out there, Kana, that was his 69th strikeout on the season, and Nova's only struck out 35 batters, now 36 himself. So bad spot to get the K, but if there was one guy who was going to do it in this Oakland lineup, it was probably Kana.
One and one to Jonathan Scope, the big guy, already coming in with the trivia for the ball game. There's been one player who's collected 500 or more hits with 4 different teams. Who is he?
Well, you wonder, it's probably got to be a guy who's obviously hit close to 3,000, if not over 3,000.
Obviously 2,000 at the minimum.
Yep, apologies. I went to journalism school, so math not the strong suit.
It is probably closer to 3,000, though. I will give you that, because, well, odds are he didn't hit 500 a pop and then just switch teams on just like that. But, yeah, 4 more teams up over 2,000 hits and pretty even distribution among those squads. We'll see Scope pop up to the second baseman for the first out.
The designated hitter, Miguel Cabrera.
I don't even know who to begin to guess for that question.
I'd just like to say, put your bets down for a Miguel Cabrera stolen base attempt if he gets on base here, folks.
You know, Miggy actually played some first base in Detroit's last series. They were down in the desert playing those D-backs, and Miggy played some first base and actually looked pretty good with the bat down there, so we'll see if he can keep it alive.
That's good to hear. Good for Miggy to get his legs stretched out a little bit, but oh!
A misplay.
Yes. Send him, Gardy.
Play at second base. Ball goes right into the glove, so Miguel Cabrera is going to reach first base. I gotta think they'll rule that an error, but to wait and see. CJ Cron will get his cuts now, and he'll take strike one. Miggy's not moving from first. Those of you new to watching us, Miggy has a tendency to try and steal bags. We don't understand it, especially when there's a guy behind him like Crone who can hit the ball like this, high and deep. 2-run shot, CJ Crone.
The big fella got a hold of one.
Not the most impressive shot in the world, but not the shabbiest either. He got a hold of it, he sent it out. And hopefully we are seeing CJ Crone turn the page on his rather rough season as we head into June. Tigers lead 2-0.
I always got to bring it up too. That should be Crone's 10th home run on the season. Got robbed in Cleveland. I will never let the bot ball umpires down for it.
Yeah, one of the first games me and Birdie ever called together. Crone hit one off with a foul pole, and they ruled it a ground rule double.
It's a silly game. Anyway, somebody was asking in the chat, what they say? How much are we allowed to look this stuff up? Come on now, use your noodle, not your Google.
Back in my day, there was no Google. Christian Stewart will ground one. The always intense Matt Chapman will make the throw over to Oslin for the second out.
Third baseman, Gamer Candelario.
I'm going to guess like maybe Paul Molitor? Did he play for 4 teams? I don't know.
I wasn't looking at the notes. One of his teams was the Tigers. 2,700 plus hits and not in the Hall. I mean, no Pudge Rodriguez got inducted. Jamer Candelario grounds one early 3 unassisted to end the inning, so a 2-run shot from CJ Crone gets the Tigers on the board. But otherwise, a solid inning from Manaea. We'll head now to the bottom of the second, see if the Athletics can respond off Ivan Nova. You're watching ML Ball Prime Time.
The Athletics, the first baseman, Matt Olson.
Yeah, Nova has given up 8 home runs himself, as that was what Manaea had before that shot to Crone, but we'll see how long he can hold and keep inducing this weak contact against these powerful Oakland hitters.
So Matt, I've been calling him Oslin. Is it Olson?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Olsen.
Okay, so Matt Olsen will pop one up. Jamer Candelario, or not Jamer Candelario, Christian Stewart wanders into center to make that catch. Lots of names in this Oakland team I don't see very often, so should have done my pronunciation research, just didn't. Robbie Grossman, though, will take his cuts now with the one away. First pitch swinging, it's going to be lined into left for a base hit.
One of many former Minnesota Twins, so I'm kind of familiar. But Robbie getting cuts here, right field, takes that one the opposite way and gets on base with one out here for Oakland. So tying run at the plate now.
Yeah, time plate. Oh, my beardy, my English is going down the drain very fast today. Tying run at the plate, it's Austin Allen, batting .280. I don't think Allen's got to be a rookie. I don't remember hearing about this fella.
Played for the Padres last year.
Oh, that would be why the Padres are as irrelevant as you can get.
Geez, you're even a Dodgers fan, and they're same division. You should at least kind of somewhat be familiar.
Well, I'll be familiar with Mr. Allen now. He'll get this one right by Crone down the line. There'll be a base hit. Runner will go first to third. Grossman. But runners on the corners with just one way.
I'm gonna guess again because Mauder was wrong. I missed the hint. Did Curtis Granderson have that many hits? That can't be right.
I don't think Granderson played that long for 4 different teams, did he?
Yeah, no, that was a terrible guess. Ignore me once again on the trivia, folks.
Well, 4-6-3, just like that, Tigers get out of the shaky inning. So Nova's done a great job of minimizing the damage. 4 base runners in 2 innings, but no runs. 9-1-2 due up for Detroit. You're watching ML Baseball.
Leading off for Detroit, the shortstop, Nico Goodrum.
I was just going to bring up Goodrum's been hot recently after was originally near the top of this Detroit lineup and finds himself now all the way at number 9, but has recently been swinging a good stick.
Yeah, maybe a re-elevation could be in order. Austin Romine's been pretty cool. We could see him start to drop a little bit. 3-0-2 to Nico in this at-bat, though. Manaea looking for a quick bounce back.
Yeah, Romine had a real good first 3 weeks to the season, which basically propelled him to the third spot in that order, and his first year in Detroit has now slowed down a bit as I don't know if it's just maybe the catching finally starting to wear on you a little bit. You might be a little fresh still in the first month or so of the season, and then after blocking some balls and crouching in that position for however many innings, maybe it starts to take that toll as it does with most catchers.
Well, Goodrum will ground this one. It'll be a 4-3 put out to make it 1 away. And, you know, I think that's a pretty reasonable theory as to probably why Romine's slowing down. I think the catching's definitely playing a role. I like to think also, obviously before he was hitting 6-7 in that lineup, and maybe now hitting third, and with Miguel Cabrera behind him, a bit more pressure perform, and maybe combining that with that fatigue from catching and blocking balls and wearing down the body. He's just not producing as much as he was.
Oh, that's a cute little giraffe.
The kid.
The kid.
Well, the kid gonna get a harmless pop-up. Good job by Olsen to backpedal, get that one. Maben's retired to make it 2 away. That means Victor Reyes will bat with 2 down. Nobody on in this top of the third in a game that, well, it's still early, but so far it's been relatively smooth sailing.
Yeah, just Cron's big shot, and Reyes, another guy in this Detroit lineup who was, Reyes, another guy who was batting lower in the lineup and off to a super hot start, was put in at second after that, and had once had a average over 300, now sitting at 270. Tigers hoping he can pick it back up again. I think he'd be a good option number 2 for him.
No such luck in this at-bat. He'll fly out, easily handled out there and right. So Tigers go down 1, 2, 3. And that means we'll head now to the bottom of the third. We'll have the top of the order due up for Oakland. I'm Matt Vasgersian, joined by Mark DeRosa and Dan Plesac. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Just kidding, I'm Cookie. I'm joined by Beardy.
Get those imposters off the screen. Once again, our truck is messing with us. The production guys must be drinking again.
I can do a Matt Vasgersian. Marcus Simeon stands in. 0 for 1 on the day. He'll hit a fly ball here. That'll be right to right fielder.
Number 22.
Yeah, after so many hours, that kind of just gets ingrained in your voice if you play MLB The Show at all.
Ramon Laureano at the dish. It really does. We all love Matty V, though. We also all love Ramon Laureano, 1 for 1 on the day. He'll foul one off. It's 0-2. And here we talked a bit about the stadium and just how unique it is here in Oakland, but that foul territory is something else.
1 ball, 2 strikes, count.
Well, yeah, that's interesting. At least the Tigers are going to be used to it because Comerica's probably about the only one that can compare in terms of square footage of foul territory.
Even at Comerica, down the lines and right and left, it's not too bad once you get past the infield. Here, though, it's expansive all the way.
It's a little more like cricket.
Everyone fouled off, and even up to 2-2. Wouldn't be surprised to see Nova let 2 hits on here. It's random. That's what he's done in the first 2 innings.
Yeah, has given up those hits, but he's been, that's kind of been his MO this season. He's given up 69 hits in just about a tick shy of 69 innings pitch heading into this game, and seems to have these Oakland hitters just enough off balance, and that does make you wonder how long it'll hold up. But been effective so far today.
Nice numbers, you could say. There's Laureano making this into an absolute war zone right now, just fouling off pitch after pitch after pitch. Finally going to chase one and go down, swinging on the curve. That's just Nova's second strikeout of the ball game, and that can make it 2 away.
So you see there a good bender, and gets him swinging. Laureano put up a heck of a fight there. You got to give him some credit, as he does get a pretty efficient Nova to get that pitch count up a little bit. It's up to 44 now.
Yeah, and you got to think that even though he didn't reach base, he's got to consider that at-bat a win. He got to see a lot of pitches wear this guy down and maybe make things a bit easier for Chris Davis.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Davis in a 1-1 count. He won the home run crown in 2018 in the AL and was a big part in busting JD Martinez, who nearly was a Triple Crown winner that season. He was in it right down to the wire, but ended up falling short.
Ooh, nice pitch.
Just catches it, evens it up at 2-2, looking for the strikeout. Holbein set up down in the zone, but the ball actually ended up high, so maybe struggling with the release and finding that off-speed pitch.
Davis does have 20 dingers, so look out.
3-2. Curveball. That's been a great pitch for him today. Strike 3 again.
Yeah, another solid bender from Nova as that's Davis's 65th strikeout on the season.
Nearly 69, which is a pretty nice total. Seems like everyone's in almost every category has been right about that 69 mark
Leading
today.
off for the Tigers, the catcher, Austin.
I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
Get your head out of the gutter, Cookie.
I wish it was that easy. Through the first third, 4, 5, 6 are the innings in that middle third, and 3, 4, 5 going to lead it off for the Tigers. Austin Romine, who we talked about most of the Tigers hitting last inning, despite him not even being at the dish, getting his cuts now.
Correct answer to the trivia question was Rusty Staub.
I've never heard of them. Romine lifts one into right. That's one I have heard of. That easy fly ball to right field. We've seen quite a few of those today, and it's yet another routine one for the first out.
Jonathan, go.
At your Oakland A's minor leagues, the Aviators in AAA defeated the Aces 9-3, and the AA Rockhounds lost to the Naturals. So there's your farm update for all of you Oakland fanatics.
E-I-E-I-O.
Jonathan Scope, better known as Jonathan Scoop to some of our less experienced broadcasters, going to take ball 1.
Scope, like the mouthwash.
You know, Beardy, I'm kind of perplexed just how many people call him Jonathan Scoop.
That's all right. Names are tricky.
And that's definitely true, because I struggle with them more than anybody, but I don't know. I just feel like Scope's one of those guys who's been around forever, and I just don't know if it's because he's played for the Orioles and for the Twins that I really know his name, but I don't know.
The designated hitter, Miguel Cabrera.
We'll take strike 3 here, though, and Scope's retired. Just a grumpy old man sometimes.
They did give Miggy a single that first AB. How about another one?
Right back to second base again. This time, though, not nearly a chance for a play. So Miggy's 2 for 2. Still no power in that bat. But he's continuing that hot streak he's been on since he was down in Minnesota. 2 base hits and 2 at-bats here in this one. And we'll see if CJ Crone can replicate that 2-run shot he hit his last time up to make this a 4-0 game.
Good to see Miguel have that average over 200 now. For a while, he was hovering in the 180s, 190s. So north of 205 now with a couple of base hits today. And yeah, as you said, CJ Crone might be looking to double this lead for the Tigers.
Of course, we want Miggy hot before we got to start facing those Twins again.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
1-1 CJ Crone, and well, we'll talk about the AL West a little bit later on, but for the Tigers, it's an AL East, or they're not in the East anymore, it's an AL Central. That's proving
Man,
to be
you're not-
quite exciting.
You're not that old.
I'm not. It was way before my time we had the AL Central come into existence. 1-2 to Chrome. That one, give it a ride. It'll go foul. Man, the Twins, the White Sox, and the Indians all look like they have the capability to win that division. Right now, all three would be in the postseason if it ended today.
Yeah, it's real fun to see a 3-horse race in any division. I think it just adds to the drama, of course. Ooh, Manaea.
Chronal Chase, he'll be retired. And Manaea does a great job to strand Cabrera, keeps it 2-0, and gives his guys a chance to try and work back into it. Starting with the always intense Matt Chapman.
Yeah, as we were saying, the 3-horse race there in the Central, going to be a lot of fun. The Twins probably more surprisingly getting pretty solid starting pitching more than anything else. Their home run numbers haven't been anything crazy.
It's an easy fly ball from Maben, first out.
The left fielder, number 20.
But the White Sox and Indians both hanging tough. I think all three of those lineups, both among Minnesota, Chicago, and Cleveland, I think they all have, maybe the best 1 through 6 lineups in baseball. They're just super deep. You could maybe argue the Dodgers, but they've been off to a little slow start here in Pop Ball, offensively anyway. But the Central's been fun to watch so far this season, and as the summer heats up, you can bet those 3 teams might be trading places among the top 3 in the Central.
If you're the Tigers, what you're more interested in is the, either the battle or for 4th or 5th, depending on how you look at it. And between the Tigers and Royals, they're the polar opposites. They've both been awful. So far, Detroit's done a good job holding on to that 4th place position, but one could argue 5th place is the real winner because they'll get better draft pick selection. So we'll see how that race shakes out. Not as exciting, but it is what it is. Will be strike 3 to
The batter, the
I
first
already
baseman.
forgot how to say his name. Canna.
Canna.
Chapman and Canna down, so that means Olsen's going to come in now with 2 away.
Yeah, interesting that Nova has 4 strikeouts here tonight. As I said earlier, just 35 coming into this one, but he has these Oakland hitters really not able to chase or make contact on that curveball, and he's put out any fires pretty quickly that have arisen.
Yeah, it could have just as easily been 4-2 A's, but Nova's done a great job of staying clutch when he needs to, and well, the A's haven't really looked the same since the start of the 2nd inning. They went down 1-2-3 in the 3rd, and they're about to go down 1-2-3 in the 4th, with the middle of the order being those who were just up.
Olsen just gets contact. That was a defensive swing there on an 0-2 pitch.
Next 0-2, going to be fouled off. Nova has had some long at-bats, but all said his pitch count is still at, it'll be 62 through 4. They'll ring up Olsen. Strike 3 called, or maybe they'll say he went around on the swing. Not sure which, but regardless, K to end the inning.
5 punch-outs for Ivan tonight. What a great start for him, and hopefully it, if you're a Tigers fan, it holds up. As once you get into about that 3rd time through the order, things can sometimes get shaky.
Count 1-0.
Yeah, that's something we'll have to keep an eye on. And Sean Manaea comes back out now. He's been really efficient. He only threw 50 pitches through his first 4 innings, and now he'll give a 2-0 count to Christian Stewart. He'll be facing the bottom of the Tigers order this time around. Stewart, Candelario, and Goodrum.
The count is 2-1.
Stewart in the lineup today with Manaea being a lefty on the mound, so chance for Kristen to get some hacks in and try and prove that maybe he could be a little more of just a platoon guy.
Tigers got a glut of outfielders right now. It's hard to get everybody playing time with. Christian, he wanted that, just fouled. But yeah, obviously Stewart playing today along with Victor Reyes and Cameron Mapin, but there's also Harold Castro and Jacoby Jones in the picture. Those are just the 5 in the major leagues. We also have Travis Demerit, who has an argument for some playing time down in AAA, along with top prospect Daz Cameron, who we could see sooner than later as well. So really crowded outfield picture for these Tigers, and it's really getting to a prove it or lose it kind of point for a lot of these guys. Stewart will just lift this one harmlessly to center for the first out.
The third baseman.
Yeah, just hung in the air a little more than he wanted to, and easy play there for Laureano.
Brings up the Candyman, Jamer Candelario. Pretty good to start the season, but man, he's cooled off.
Cooled off, though he did have a 2-home run game last week, I believe. And yeah, another guy who you wish, if you're a Tigers fan, to see him maybe get that average about 40 points higher. And man, even then he'd only be about 246. So if Candy can at least bat 250, hit a couple extra base hits, maybe he can stick around here in Detroit and at least be a platoon guy, a utility guy in the future as they look to flip over this lineup and roster.
Tigers would love Candy to turn into a future asset. I know there was some discussion last season. He got some reps over at first base with obviously a wide open hole there with Cabrera at DH for the foreseeable future. Candy will get a hold of this one. Will be into the gap. That's going to be extra bases. Take the big turn, head for second. Looks like he'll hold up there.
7th double on the year for Jamer Candelario, and hey, an extra base hit. We were just talking about it, and lo and behold, he finds a gap here at Oakland Alameda County Stadium. Getting the Tigers looking to tack on to their 2-0 lead.
Nico Goodrum getting the hats now. But of course, Beardy, we can do a quick segue into draft talk because that first base position might have a hair appearance in the Tigers system really soon. Spencer Torkelson. See one grounded at first base. The flip over to first to be in time to get the out. Candelario will advance to third though on the play. But yeah, the big first baseman from Arizona State, Spencer Torkelson, is widely regarded as the favorite for the #1 overall pick. Don't talk to me about anything beyond that because I really don't know, and the MLB draft is generally a crapshoot, but these Tigers have a chance to get a real 5-tool slugging first baseman that has quite a bit of college experience and can climb through the ranks and maybe even be in this lineup by the end of 2021. Ground ball to short here, flip to Olsen at first to be in time, so great job to work out of trouble. Holding the Tigers at bay. Halfway through the game, bottom of the order due up for Oakland.
You know, if you would have asked me, hey Beardy, what position does a guy named Torkelson play? I would have guessed first base. Because that's the first time I've heard his name, and that's just the position that a Torkelson should play.
I see it. It's definitely, I mean, I guess I'm kind of biased because I've been hearing about him for like a year now because, well, if you're a Tigers fan, really the only hype in our city is the draft pick that the Tigers are getting, because I'm sure everyone knows the Lions in the NFL suck and the Red Wings in the NHL are rebuilding and the Pistons in the NBA have no idea what they're trying to be. Always sticking around like the number 8 seed and getting eliminated in the first rounds of the playoffs, so you know, kind of sucks to be a Detroit fan at this point, but we got the number 1 pick in the MLB draft, so take that. And we got Ivan Nova on the bump.
Not too long ago, my Twins were in that same spot, so it's a good times when your team doesn't have to worry about the draft as much.
Tigers hope to be competitive again in just a few years, but AL Central this year is showing it's going to be a crowded picture if and when they try and come back to being relevant with obviously that 3-team race. And it'll get a bit chaotic. Two 2-1, favorable call on the 2-seamer, going to make a 2-2 count to Austin Allen.
Another pitch, that's another pitch that's just been working real well for Nova tonight, and we'll see if he tries the curveball again here. Oh.
He did, but it missed terribly. Makes it a full count. A poor fastball in there, and CJ Crone will take it to the bag himself. With a 2 down.
Second baseman, Franklin Barreto.
So Franklin Burrito. I think you're supposed to roll those R's, but oh well.
No, I think his is just burrito.
It's really easy to just want to say burrito instead of burrito. I don't even know if there's a difference in my dialect between the two. I'm not gonna lie.
If Franklin Burrito doesn't open a burrito shop called Frank's Burritos after his playing days, I might I'll be very disappointed.
Well, you could just change your name to Frank and open it.
Sounds like a lot of work.
Well, Mr. Burrito gonna get this one down in center field, and Victor keeps it in front of him, but just misses making the catch.
Like spooning some meat into a flour tortilla. Franklin Burrito, the 2 out now.
Oh, Beardy. We'll see if Burrito can well, I'll leave it to you for the pun, but we'll see if he can get to home plate. Marcus Simeon getting the 2-out cut.
I can't help myself. I'm a writer at heart and a smart aleck, so look out. As all of our good bop ball folks know, they've listened to me ramble on solo calls, so.
Burrito adding a little bit of hot sauce in the mix. He'll take second base.
The feet first slide, too, and Scope couldn't get that tag down. Not sure if the throw was maybe just a tad late from Allen, but uh-oh.
Uh-oh, indeed, up the middle. Burrito's coming home. That's a terrible throw from Reyes. Runner will hold at first, though, and it's 2-1.
Now batting.
Big steal. Otherwise, that would have been runners on the corners.
Yeah, a couple 2-out base knocks, and Athletics looking to try and keep Manaea factored into this one for a decision, as he's been real solid today despite that home run given up to Crone, and we'll see if Oakland can push around this runner from first and tie this one up.
Yeah, it's been 6 hits allowed by Nova so far. Only 3 for Manaea, and 2 of those being singles to Miguel Cabrera, the other one being the 2-run shot off the bat of Crone.
Yeah, and you could even erase one of those singles from Cabrera's. Not sure that one should have been ruled a H.
Yeah, it looked like an error. Laureano, though, going to take strike 3. Nova works out of the jam, but does allow the 1 run, so Cleveland's made... Oakland's made up half the deficit. It's 2-1 as we're through 5.
Whatever the hell land we're in. We're in ML Bot Ball land.
Leading off for Detroit, the center fielder.
Cleveland, Oakland, ML Bot Ball land. Take your pick, folks. We're just happy to have you with us.
So with Manaea back on the bump, he'll pitch to Victor Reyes, taking ball 1. And maybe we'll talk a bit about the NL West now. I know me and Beardy are primarily AL West. This isn't even the NL. I gotta stop talking. Even though
So
it's my
past your
job to do
bedtime
that.
cookie. Holy cow.
It's not my day as Reyes takes strike 1, 2 on count. The AL West, which is actually being led currently by these Athletics. We'll say Reyes went around on a pitch that missed the zone by a ton, 2-2. And well, Oakland had a pretty commanding lead, and everyone else just seemed to be really bunched together. And starting to see a bit of diversification in that league as Reyes will go down on strikes. We got the Rangers up to 500 now. They are 4.5 back. The Angels, 5 teams back at 49 and 30. The reigning world champ, or reigning AL champs rather, the Houston Astros are at 27 and 34, 8 games out. And Seattle Mariners, despite the hot start, are in dead last in that AL West. They are 10 games back at first place.
Yeah, the Mariners were one of our big surprises early on in ML Bot Ball, and it's been shaken out since then. You kind of figured Oakland would be near the top as they made the wild card last year, but interesting to see the Rangers kind of putting on a charge. They were kind of hovering around 5 or 6 games below 500 for most of the last month, and recently have won some games, put together some nice series, and just 4.5 out behind this Athletic squad.
It's 1-2 now to Austin Romine. 2-2. Yeah, I think the AL West is going to be a really fun one to watch. I mean, Texas, their big acquisition, Corey Kluber, definitely paying dividends for them as they've, gotten up to second place. And of course, the Angels, with their big signing Rendon and new manager Madden, as well as the return of Ohtani to both sides of the plate. Romine goes down on strikes to make it 2 straight strikeouts from Manaea here to start the 5th, or 6th. Yeah, we're the 6th now.
Number 6, bud.
But it's a lot of excitement in that West, and of course I think many are happy to see the Astros nowhere near first place at the moment, although they did just get Verlander back. We'll say he had a setback in his injury, and not that we just all forgot that he was well past being due to be put back on the roster.
Yeah, just like there's no trash cans here in ML Bot Ball universe. There's maybe some lingering injuries sometimes, but I suppose that's in real life too.
The count is 1-2.
1-2 now to Jonathan Scope. Pitch number 83 on the day from Manaea. Gonna be a swing and a miss. So nasty pitch, gets 3 strikeouts this inning. And he's looking sharp, probably gonna be able to go at least 7. See if his team can get him back in line for at least a no decision. So we'll start with probably the best bat in this lineup, Chris Davis.
Yeah, this will be your best candidate to tie it in one swing in a lineup that features a bunch of guys who have 16 or more homers. Davis is tied for second in the American League with those 20 dingers on the season, and has that average at 305, which is pretty surprising. He's just a career 248 hitter. So Davis even making solid contact besides the home runs.
Forgive me if I'm wrong, Beardy, but isn't Chris Davis the guy who always has the same average like every single year?
That's a ball.
I think so. Yeah, I just looked at the summation, but yeah, I think it's him.
I remember reading about that. It's uncanny. I'll go ahead and pull up Baseball Reference while we see the 1-2 pitch on this high. Chris Davis. Two grounded foul. And yes, from 2015 to 2018, he batted .247 every year.
Spectacular.
Fell all the way down to .220 last season, though.
Yeah, perhaps he's just feeling good this year and swinging hot bat and really anchoring this Athletics lineup that is a big reason why they're the division leaders so far, and looking to keep pace, keep above pace in that AL West.
Well, he'll work a walk. No power swing here, but nonetheless, that puts the tying runner on. Lead off the inning. Chapman's blown out twice. This time, though, he'll just line it to first base, and I believe Crone slaps the tag on to get double play unassisted.
TP Crone with the quick leather.
I should have been a lot more enthusiastic on that, but I didn't understand what I just saw. It happened so quick.
Well, sometimes you're not sure if they when they swipe that quick, if they maybe swiped just air, but Crone heads up play there with the hot shot to snag it and then tag it.
Snag and tag.
Ball, that's out.
Little rhyme in there. Just as quickly as the threat got started, there's 2 away. And the inning will end a dribbler 4-3. Inning's over. Crone helps save any potential pain from the walk. And we're heading now top 7. 2/3 of the way through, 2-1 Detroit. And it's a guy who maybe we have some need to fear again. Miguel Cabrera at the dish.
Miggy's stringing them together, and I said I was going to be curious if Nova would come out for that 7th inning. We'll see in the bottom half of this one, but he was up to 91 pitches, I believe, at the end of 6.
Break 1 to Cabrera. We have double-barreled action in that A's bullpen, so Manaea had a much lower pitch count. They're giving him a chance to at least start the 7th, and we'll see how long he sticks around. 0-1 will be inside, and of course, everybody's favorite organist, I think I said that right, it's Shark Shavery is in the booth, and he's going to give us a beautiful 7th inning stretch.
Howdy, howdy.
Happy birthday to
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Count is 3-1.
Oh, happy Revolution Day.
Ooh, indeed. Kind of crazy to see.
One revolution around the sun, right?
Yeah. I can't believe I'm 29. It
I
feels
think
weird.
your voice dropped a little bit, Shark.
I think it may have.
Outside, ball 4.
Hit second puberty.
Miguel Cabrera works a walk.
The first baseman.
Miggy getting on base for my birthday. I am loving to see it.
2 for 2 with a walk, Shark, just for you.
I'll take it. It needs to be my birthday more often. Not really.
You'd get old pretty quick in that case.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'd be happy with having them maybe half as often. This last year just flew by.
Your attention, please.
With no health with the thing going on right now. Which I'll take this chance to say, you know, we do this for free, and if you do donate, you can consider it my birthday wish for you to all donate to any cause you do wish, to just say it. Any cause that's going to help out people in this world, just please do any part that you can do.
Very inspirational and very selfless as well, as we'll see. Manaea out of the game, Blackburn in, and CJ Crone, who drove in 2 in his first at-bat, looking to maybe give Shark a birthday home run.
Already had one, would love a second.
Be a birthday home run, but he does get a ball in the gap. And Miggy will go to third. Will they give the big turn home to Miguel? They won't.
I mean, probably the right choice. I still would have loved to see him hoof it out.
Number 14.
Going guard, he's probably just going to put the double steal on and have Miggy try and steal home in the next pitch.
I was gonna say if we had Gardy at third base coach there, Miggy would have been for sure going home.
Gonna have to give third base coach, who would that be now? Ramon Santiago talking to.
If I was third base coach, I would be very animated, just giving the wheel, just like, oh man.
So the lefty Christian Stewart going to be facing the first righty on the mound of the day. 2 runners in scoring position, still nobody out.
I would probably have the shortest career as a third base coach because I'd probably tear my rotator cuff the first time I saw a ball hitting the gap and doing the windmill.
You and me both.
My first base coach is where it's at. You just have to point or put up a stop sign and be able to yell back.
I'd love to see more animated first base coaches.
Two to Christian Stewart.
3 balls, 2 strikes.
The outside, 3-2. So it'll be a full count. In the strike zone and swung on. It will be a harmless pop-up and be handled in that field for the first out. Everyone will retreat. No chance to tag up.
Looked like Miggy was camping there safely at third. Bringing Candyman up, and I'd love to see something from him.
He's the Candyman.
Ball 1. Count 1-0.
1-0. You can see Candy doesn't have great numbers with RISP, but then again, his numbers aren't really great altogether, so that average isn't much worse than his overall average.
These are some big pitches here for Blackburn coming out of the pen and trying to put out this Detroit runners in scoring position situation and keep his A's in it and keep it just at a 1-run lead.
He'll get it done here. Infield playing in. Quick put out from Burrito. You make it 2 away. So he let those runners get to second and third, nobody away. Now there's 2 out. Nico Goodrum will look for anything to give his guys hope.
Oh, that's off the plate.
Definitely want to capitalize on these insurance runs late in the ball game.
And Nico came into this series hot. We'll see if he can continue it here, and never a better time for a base hit when you've been 0-2 today.
So the 2-0 going to catch the upper part of the zone. Make it 2-1.
Ball 3.
Low, so it'll now be 31 the count.
Nice change up there from Blackburn to get Goodrum swinging outside of the zone. We'll see if he stays in it or tries to get that fastball up high.
Big pitch, 3-2, 2 away. Fastball right on the black, and Goodrum protects. Change up or fastball?
Fastball.
Ooh, you guessed right. 2-seamer inside, fouled off again.
Yeah, he just can't get Goodrum on that 2-seamer. He might have to go breaking pitch here.
He does go to it, but Goodrum fouls that one off as well. Blackburn up to 20 pitches.
Nico's hanging tough, just needs to straighten one out here. Base knock will score a couple.
Another foul ball.
Blackburn just can't spin one by him.
This isn't even the first really long at-bat we've seen in this ball game. There was I believe it was, I forget who it was, but someone for Oakland had a monster run earlier in the ball game.
Yeah, Laureano fouled off about 5 or 6 pitches, I think, at one point.
It'll be 3-2 again. Nico Goodrum continuing to pour on the foul balls. He'll take ultimately ball 4 to load the bases.
The right fielder, number 4, Cameron.
Yeah, Blackburn couldn't get him chasing there, and juiced up now. We'll see if Cameron Maben can connect on one for his first hit of the night, but Blackburn's still in line to put out the fire here for Oakland and make sure Manaea doesn't have a couple more runs added to his total.
Maben is 0 for 3. Strike 1.
Blackburn has to be careful here. The 1-1 count, you just can't leave one over the middle, and he's been pretty good with it so far, but has been a little too picky. Just has to locate it.
Beautiful fastball there. Makes it 1-2. And yeah, up to 27 pitches, Beardy's point stands even stronger. You can't make a mistake. It's going to be easier and easier to make those as you tire out, but you got to buckle down here and just get that last strike.
That's in.
Just inside. Tried to go back to that inside part of the plate. Doesn't work this time. Evens up the count. Two. Oh! Swing and a miss and a chase. Tigers leave them loaded and it's stretch time. Thank you, Shark. Amazing as always.
Thank you. Happy to have some nice ball action to help wind down as my birthday comes to a close. Thank you, too, for being on the call. Fantastic as always, and I hope you have a great rest of your call.
Nope, that's the ball.
Thank you, Shark. Hopefully we'll see you on later tonight for that Arizona ball game. But in the meanwhile, Nova's day did come to an end. It's the setup man Gregory Soto, the left-hander in the face, Matt Olson. Start us in 7th.
Yeah, probably a wise decision, but Nova was solid tonight for the Tigers and couldn't ask much more from him. Through 6, just one run given up, and struck out quite a few considering his prior numbers this season.
This one's solid contact off the bat, but Victor Reyes sniffs it down in that right center gap. Got on his horse to get there, makes a fine play to make it 1 away.
Grossman, a possible table setter, has been a pretty solid on-base percentage guy throughout his career, and maybe not the highest average you've ever seen, but playing solid outfield and can at least put up some professional at-bats here for the A's, and they'd really love one here in the bottom of the 7th, down 1.
Well, the 0-1's going to get in there, so it'll quickly be 0-2 to Robbie Grossman. Oakland only down by 1, but down to their last 8 outs. You don't want to wait for the last second.
Found it funny doing my prep that Grossman does have 3 stolen bases on the season. He's been caught 5 times, and if you've ever seen Robbie Grossman run or play any type of baseball, you would not believe that stat line.
That he's stolen 3 bases or he's got caught 5 times?
Both. Because he shouldn't be stealing that many bases. Or trying to.
Understandable. Looks like here, though, he'll lift one really high to center, but it sinks down before Victor Reyes can get there. He'll hold it to a 1-hop. And that'll put a runner on first for Austin Allen facing the lefty Soto. Strike 1 on a slider.
As you see there, single tonight, and definitely a big at-bat here for the Athletics with Soto on the mound. You do wonder how that Tigers bullpen will hold up. Looks okay here.
Yep, 5-4 to 3. Candy to Scoop to Cron. Just like that.
You said Scoop.
And I said Cron, too. Jonathan Scope flips it to C.J. Crone. 4 through 7. Great job by Soto to work out of the jam. Oakland still missing that clutch hit that they haven't been able to get all day. Now they'll look to hold at bay the most dangerous part of this Tigers lineup. Theoretically, at least 2-3-4. Victor Reyes is 0 for 3. They'll keep Paul Blackburn out there, and he'll quickly get the 0-2 count to Victor.
Yeah, I can't say I'm surprised by the score tonight, but when I was doing my prep, I did notice that. Oh, he hit him.
Ouch.
Up next for the Tigers, the catcher, Austin.
Right off the leg, upper part.
A stinger to the quad there from Blackburn, who's on for his second inning of work. I was kind of surprised they brought him out for inning number 2, considering he did have a pretty high pitch count in just his one appearance there. So we'll see how long Blackburn can hang on. And when you hit the first guy in the later innings, not how you want to start things.
Always seems like those guys come back to bite you. And yeah, Goodrow made him throw a crap ton of pitches back in that 7th. So I gotta say though, I took some BP the other day, as some of you might know. I don't think I've mentioned it on air, but I will say I was hit by a pitch during the BP though, and obviously it wasn't a full-speed real pitch. And even if it was, with who I play with, it wouldn't be anywhere close to the major league speeds we see. But man, those things still hurt. It's a rough reminder.
Well, hopefully you at least got a good battle scar out of it or something. Good bruise at least for a week or two.
I might. I haven't really looked. My whole body's been aching. Roman will go down on strikes to make it run away.
Yeah, Blackburn gets him on the slider there, and that's the pitch that he ended last inning with to get out of the jam. And so Blackburn creeping closer to 40 pitches, but still looking solid here for the Athletics in his second inning.
Hope will foul one off to make it 0-1. Yeah, I can't emphasize the importance to all of you to stay in shape. Because once you get out of shape, it's really hard to get back, especially at the beginning. 0-2, Blackburn looking a lot more sharp in this second inning of work. Strike 3.
The two-seamer in there got in on the hands on Jonathan Scope, and he's pretty frustrated with himself for that way inside hack he took to strike out there with a runner on, and now 2 down for Cabrera.
Yeah, the big fella, Miguel, 2 for 2 with a walk, looking to reach base for the 4th time today. Maybe extra bases.
I got 1 ball, 1 strike.
Miggy did hit his 18th career triple earlier this season, so anything's possible.
1 ball, 2 strikes to count.
Swings through a curve, makes it 1-2. Get ready for that 1-2 pitch, Beardy. Swing. It'll get down. Left field. To make it 3 for 3 for Miguel Cabrera.
What a nice day for the Tigers' designated hitter, and it's good contact on that one. Nice solid hit, and just pulled it down the line, and base knock with 2 down.
Might be the first time in over a year Miggy's reached 4 times in 1 ball game. And CJ Crone also busting out in this one. Homer and a double. Gets 2 runners on with 2 away here.
Oh, that's out.
CJ seeing the ball well. You see there the runners in scoring position average. Not the best this season, but did have over 20 home runs last year for the Twins, despite battling a pretty significant thumb issue most of the season. And he'd love to hit another one here and give his Tigers some insurance.
Well, looks like instead he'll hit one Manaea. Oh, my bad. Simeon's handle it short. Oh boy. We got a pitcher playing short now, apparently. He'll go the short way to second, though. Marcus Simeon will. And for the second time in as many innings, Blackburn kills a Tigers threat. Keeps it low scoring, 2-1 Detroit, and Alex Wilson, the right-hander, out of the bullpen now, looking for his 7th hold.
21st appearance you see there, and death on lefties. Sub 150 average there for lefties against Nelson, so we'll see how this Oakland lineup will do against second option out of the Tigers bullpen we've seen here tonight.
Joe Jimenez and Brian Garcia up in the pen. Jimenez the closer. Brian been trusted with some pretty intensive relief outings, high pressure. They'll look to Alex, try and protect the 1-run lead. Nice play by Cronin, foul territory. Have yourself a day, CJ.
Yeah, somebody better buy him a beer after the game. He's having a good one here for the Tigers tonight.
Him and Cabrera are 1A and 1B today, our first base DH combo. Shortstop Marcus Simeon. One pitch. Easy pop out for Candelario. And Wilson's pitching really efficiently here. We're not even going to get a chance to talk about just how much I love Wilson's leadership out of the bullpen, like I do every time I see him pitch for some reason, because I can't come up with another narrative. It's just what really sticks with me.
There's a big reason he's out here in a big spot in the 8th inning with just a one-run game, and we'll see if Laureano can maybe get his pitch count up a little bit with another long at-bat.
Well, starts the foul ball streak off here, fouls off the first one, and we got the 0-2 count. So we'll see if he goes full-on protect mode here. Nope. Wider. Break 3, so it's a 6-pitch 8th inning for Alex Wilson. He'll go down 1-2-3.
That was a nasty. Oops, sorry, man. That was a nasty slider from Wilson. That was a good way to end his outing, and yeah, just a real quick one there. We blinked and it was gone, and we'll see what Petit can do against Detroit. Stewart at the dish.
Petit. Really trying to keep this game close for Oakland.
Oh, that's low.
Stewart looking for his first hit tonight. He not one to have a high average, but had done solid in his platoon work so far here for the Tigers, and again, probably in there more for his defense than anything else. But Kristen Stewart, got to get a hit, bud, if you want to crack this everyday lineup.
He's had some solid contact, like you alluded to, but we're just still looking for a big. I'd love a homer here. Let's just say that. Put all the pressure on, you know? That's not homer.
Cookie's looking for some insurance and nowhere to be found in that AB as Stewart comes up empty.
Petit, nice pitch. Gets one away. Now we'll face a guy who's known for giving candy to all the fans he meets. Not really, though. It would be cool if he did do that. It's Jamer Candelario.
you'd have to haul around a lot of candy. But Jamer had a nice double in the gap earlier this evening, and we'll see if he can try and... Not going to be one there.
Won't get anything going. It'll be 4-3 easy play for our favorite Mexican dish, the burrito, at second. Make it 2 away. That means what presumably will be the last at-bat for the Tigers is going to fall to Nico Goodrum. Save extras, which is entirely possible in a 2-1 ball game.
Ball 1, no strike.
Ball 1 low with the changeup.
Yeah, Yusmero's just got to attack him here like he has already. He's got 2 down and don't want to let up now with the number 9 hitter at the plate. We'll see where he's going to pitch this one to Goodrum. Ooh, nice pitch.
Four-seamer just kind of almost looked like it dropped into the top of the zone, almost like a sinker. Looked like it was tracked to go above it. It'll get strike 1, and then another four-seamer down. We'll hopefully make it 0-2.
Yeah, his four-seamer sure has a heck of a lot of movement on it, and let's see if Goodrum can figure it out. Oh, it almost hit him instead.
Instead, he's doing a little moonwalk-looking thing there. Save the walk, just bolting backwards to not take the hit to the knees and make it 2-2. Ooh, 2-2 with 2 away, fouled off.
Petit's fast. That four-seamer moves like a two-seamer. It's got a lot of break on it and a lot of spin, and Goodrum continues to foul it off here. Oh, not that
91. It's a slow four-seamer, but like you mentioned, a lot of movement. Paints the corner with it, gets the swing and miss. And Petit works 1, 2, 3 innings, so now we'll see part of the order 3, 4, 5. Starting with Chris Davis. Off the Tigers closer, Joe Jimenez, who blew a save down in Arizona this weekend, but otherwise is 14 for 17 in save opportunities.
The designated hitter, Chris Davis.
Outside, that's the ball.
The toughest out he'll be faced with is probably the first one, Chris Davis.
Yeah, if you're Jimenez, you don't want to get too picky, as Davis will crank one if you miss one.
Well, he cranked one even without the miss there. It goes foul.
Gotta get a fastball in there, Joe, if you want to be productive in this battle against one of the top sluggers in the league. You just got to rear back and fire him in there sometimes.
Yeah, not a guy you want to be pitching backwards to. For a fastball, it's going to be in there, and that will go off the wall. Looks like they'll send the runner to second, and he will get in there in no time, safe. Even with the hesitation it looked like at first.
That was an absolute laser, and heads-up play there by Kristen Stewart to set up for it off the wall. Got to it right away, and had kind of had a closer play there than maybe would have been expected, as Davis does get into second. But golden opportunity for Matt Chapman to tie this one up, and maybe even, God forbid, if you're a Tigers fan, walk it off. Don't do that.
Well, possibilities there. Matt Chapman's traditionally had a pretty good bat. 0-1 here. Tying run at second. Winning run at the dish. Grounded to second base. Runner will advance to third on the play, but they will get the outlet first. Take it one away.
The left fielder, number 20.
Big at bat here for Martinez. Does have 17 homers on the season, hitting .262. He's been real solid in that 5 slot for the Athletics, and needs to put one on the screws here, at least to deep enough to score it and tie this one up.
Joel Miss High 1-0, and Doug Oak, who will be part of the team calling the next game's popped up in chat, and he's getting some PTSD seeing that runner on third with a 1-run ball game. So you know what that means, Beardy.
I think it's some 99-cent baseball, something like that.
I thought it was like the nickel store.
I got the count 1 and 2.
1 and 2.
No, it's free baseball, just like regular ML bot ball, but any baseball is free baseball, so.
Well, Joe will get a strikeout, so he'll now just be 1 out away from locking the door for the Tigers. Any sort of a base hit ties it up, and Dinger walks it off, and it'll all be Matt Olson's responsibility. He's 0 for 3.
Well, at least it won't be a lame tie-up on a sac fly. Nobody wants to see that, but, well, unless you're an Oakland fan, but can't see that anymore. 2 down. Matt Olson looking for his first hit of the night, and he's batting about .254 coming into this one. He's another one of those guys who has 16 or more home runs in this Athletics lineup, and looking for a big one here.
2-1 count, so it's favorable for the hitter. I was about to state Beardy. Joe just missing. Oakland's known for that whole small ball, money ball kind of thing. You'd think they'd love a sac fly. Just foul.
Did you watch baseball last year? Just kidding.
I'm going to be honest, not really.
Oh.
No extras here, though. Joe Jimenez on the full count. Change up, gets strike 3, so that'll do it. Guardy smiling, Tiger smiling. Another defeat of a quality opponent. These Tigers are not good, but they're also not looking useless. They take game 1 here in Oakland. 2-1 your final, and we'll get that player of the game for you in just a sec.
Tigers got a nice start here from Nova. I wouldn't be surprised if Crone's going to get player of the game, but Nova was solid. He kept those Athletics hitters off balance just enough, and a solid 6 innings of work, just 1 run allowed. And yep, there it is, CJ Crone with the home run and double. No surprise there, he drove in the 2 runs of the game for the Tigers.
Yeah, Crone with the win, or not the win, the player of the game. Nova gets the win, allowing 1 run in 6 innings work. Manaea allows 2 in 6 innings work. He'll get the loss, fall to 5 and 6, and the save goes to Joe Jimenez. He'll get his 15th of the season. And great offensive days, not only for CJ Crone, but also Miguel Cabrera. 3 for 3 as well as a walk. And go ahead and take a look at the highlights here in a second. We get ready for the upcoming game. It'll be Colorado in the desert with Duggo, your favorite voice of the Diamondbacks, being joined by Bill GDPB, or whatever that's supposed to stand for. Colorado in the desert with Duggo.
Yeah, and you have to go back in this one. We saw Crone's homer, but the reason it was a 2-run homer is because Miguel Cabrera hit a little dribbler towards second, got under the glove of Franklin Burrito, and they ruled it a hit. Probably should have been an error, but how big was that comeback? And, that was the determining factor in this game, basically, is that Crone's homer was a 2-run shot because of that bungled play early.
I mean, like you said, if it weren't for that little screw up there, nearly an error, we would have been going to extras. Well, not necessarily, because we probably would have seen a lot of a different hitting and pitching approach from a lot of teams and boys out of the pen. It's hard to play the what-if game, but that came up huge. And, yeah. Go Tigers.
Just a big win for Nova. As I said a couple times, just 35 strikeouts coming, and he had 6 tonight. So, probably not what the Athletics were expecting on the bump. But Nova, the winning pitcher tonight, a fine outing. And backed up by that 2-run dinger. Again, Crone should have 10 on the season, but that was officially number 9 for CJ. And, Miguel Cabrera, the table setter almost all night. Good to see Miggy connecting and getting some through. And for sure on the last one, he actually made really solid contact on it.
Just got to find that speed. So, Game 2 of this series not going to be aired, but Game 3 will be at 7:15 Eastern on Thursday. And I'll be joined by Special FX for that one, and me and him will be calling Tigers baseball Thursday, Friday, and Saturday together, so you'll get your big dose of that. Meanwhile, Beardy, I think your next call is back in this 9 o'clock time slot again on Thursday, and we'll be joined by Matt Price with your Twins.
Looking forward to it as always when I can be on the horn for my good old Twinkies. But I think I heard some beeps and boops in my ear. Is there some fellas in the booth with us here?
Always, you know it. I'm always just sneaking right up on you.
Likes to play peekaboo.
Oh yeah.
Hey there, guys.
Going on. This is a new voice for me. What's going on, Phil?
How's it going, Duggo? Doing well.
Looking forward to some prime National League West action. Looks like we're rocking the Teals today.
Absolutely. Should be a fun one tonight with Mad Bum on the mound and a very struggling Colorado team on the other side of the ledger. And they're looking to buy a win. They're desperate. They're desperate right now with a record 9 games under.
Before we get into that, though, it's good to see what the Tigers can actually do when they have the ability to put Crone and Miguel Cabrera back in the lineup together. So good job bouncing back after that series here at Chase Field.
Yeah, I think that series in Chase Field did a great job for these Tigers, though, just to get them going. And I think Miggy got a little energy out of that. Crone got a little energy out of that. And I think the team overall is just a little bit psyched up now and ready to get going.
I mean, taking game 1 to that walk-off and taking a game against a really tough National League team off their own turf, no less. Must have been a huge boost for that Detroit team. So maybe you see some signs of life here. I don't know how much life you really want, though, as a team that's more likely playing for prospects than they are pennants.
Well, you need something for the fans to cheer for.
Got to throw them some meat every once in a while.
Debatable. I don't know, man. I'm a different breed of fan, though. Honestly, you give me a team that's rebuilding, and I get to watch, the young guys come up and develop through the system. I'm all about that. I'm kind of weird like that. I'll take that 2014, 2015 Cubs team kind of thing. I'll take that White Sox team the past couple years, and you watch these young cats come up and develop, and that's exciting to me. Not so much just watching guys play out the end of their careers. That's less fun to me.
It'd be funner in Detroit if anybody actually developed.
I don't know. What's Mize's ETA?
This year.
All right.
So hopefully we'll see him. Hopefully we'll see Matt and Scupo. And that'll give us something to root for. Of course, we still won't have an offense to speak of. That's not been the issue on the pitching side. But
I don't know, man. Like, how long do you think Torkelson's really going to have to spend in the minors? He's consensus #1 college bat. You know, he's not a senior. He's a junior, but you know, we haven't seen anybody make the leap straight from the draft to the MLB since Mike Leake, who just won, had a nice game for the Snakes last night. You know, but like, how long do you really need to have like a big college bat like that sit in the minors to develop?
well, Dougal, you're asking the wrong question. How long I think he needs? If I were him, I'd probably give him, assuming the minors are playing this year, up until September. Maybe I call him up.
Right.
Al Avila will not have him in Double-A Erie any sooner than the start of next year.
Right. Oh, jeez. Won't put him in. Oh my God, that's gross, dude.
He probably won't make the majors till he's 25 because Avila won't want to rush his progress.
Oh my God, that sounds awful, man. Like, here's to hoping that if we see something here in 2020, he makes at least the taxi squad straight out from the draft.
Selection is only 8 days away.
Is it really? Are we gonna do something fun with that? I really hope we do.
Draft June 10th and June 11th, and that's next week. So,
yeah, here's to hoping we do something really fun on that following Wednesday.
It looks like we're about to get this one underway. So, Beardy, do you got any final thoughts?
No, let's get the hell out of here and let these guys call their game, huh?
I'm all for that. So, Dougal, Phil, go ahead and take it away on behalf of me and Beardy. Thanks for tuning in, everyone, and stick around because this is going to be a fun matchup with some great commentators.
Awesome. Always appreciate it, Cookie. I'm joined in here by Phil as we take a look over here at Game 2 of a lovely National League West matchup. The Rockies, currently losers of their last 7, winners of only 1 of their last 10, look to try to even up this series against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Able to hold their own last night until the final swing of the bat. Final score was a 2-0 walk-off win on the backs of a Stephen Vogt home run. It was definitely something exciting to watch and good to see these Diamondbacks finally getting back to form after having what was actually a fairly rough May. You wouldn't think it looking at that record.
No, indeed, but they're hanging in. Good start to June. Stephen Vogt gets rewarded by being platooned and not getting the start today. But Madison Bumgarner, one of the pleasant surprises, a change of scenery, has really picked up his game 8-2 on the year with a 2.23 earned run average after an ERA hovering near 4. But it'll be a tough first 3 to face for him as Charlie Blackmon steps in to lead things off.
Madison Bumgarner coming into today, leading the National League with 8 wins. He was the first, I think, to 6 wins and 8 wins. Somewhere in there. I think John Lester was the first to 7, at least in the National League. There was somewhere in there. It's been a battle back and forth, but he's looking to be that elusive owner of number 9. As that will now tie it up 1-1 to the Rockies leadoff man, Charlie Blackmon.
All the weather is in his favor. Beautiful weather in Phoenix, 71 degrees here at game time. Allegedly.
71 in Phoenix. Yeah, right. When was the last time it was even close to 71 here, man? It's I'll get you the real temperature, man. We are rocking a smooth 106 degrees here at first pitch.
Oh, goodness.
That's Phoenix for you. That one's fouled off. It'll be 2-2 now to Blackmon.
Yeah, when I was in Phoenix back at the start of March, the first day there was, I think, maybe topped out at 60, and then it was a good 85 by the time I left at the end of the week.
Man, you get used to it right quick. Where are you at right now?
I'm in Connecticut, so I'm back on the East Coast. I was out in Major League Spring Training for the week before things kind of shut down.
As Blackmon puts that one in the air for the first time in this series. 4 ground outs yesterday and starts it off flying out to right for the first out of the ball game.
Now Daniel Murphy will step in, has not been that solid at the plate as of late, but a professional guy and is with his 4th major league team.
0-1.
That's crazy to think about. You know, like, I feel like I always forget where he's come from, even though I know I can think of every stint he's done, like, very vividly for different reasons. But, you know, I always forget that he's bounced around like that.
Well, as an East Coast guy and a Mets fan, to be completely honest with you guys, I remember Murphy, when he was first called up and as a, all hit, no glove type of guy, and he really developed into a key player for that Mets team and really took off with Washington. And now it's just a good veteran presence, moving first base as his position permanently now, and just kind of, you know what you're going to get out of a guy like Murph.
1-2 here to Daniel Murphy. Another guy looking for the first hit in this series, as that's a foul ball. It was a hapless one for the Rocks last night. Saw Mike Leake go out there and throw 7 innings, a 3-hit ball. The Rockies left a total of 5 on base throughout the game en route to getting shut out. It's another foul ball. We'll do 1-2 again. Pitch in from Bumgarner. Low, 2-2.
I had a chance to work Seattle, Colorado on Saturday night, and the Rockies were down most of that game against the Mariners. They battled back Nolan Arenado with a game-tying homer in the last of the night, and then they just fell apart in extra innings. It was good to see them battle a bit.
Another one roped in to right as Marte is able to get there. Good running play. That is now the second out of the inning.
Nice job by Starling Marte to really hustle down and get that ball in foul territory. He really had to get his wheels going to prevent Murphy from extending his at-bat. And now we mentioned Nolan Arenado, as I said, that game-tying home run from Saturday night continues to hit very well with a .310 mark on the year, 13 home runs.
The curious thing I've seen in the games here with Nolan Arenado, as that one goes low, 1-0. I found him being replaced on the base paths late in close games, and it's been much to the detriment of the Rockies. The first time I saw it was that 17-inning game that Jake and I called about a month and a half ago or so. Last night, Josh Fuentes is the man that always comes in to pinch run and play third. But, when you end up taking a huge bat out of this lineup, I have to start questioning Buddy Black.
Oh, for sure. And you not just take a great bat out of the lineup as he takes a strike high to run the count full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. But what you take is the game's best defensive third baseman in the National League off the field. I mean, he's won a Gold Glove every year he's been in the league, and that's just as important in the late innings.
As that one's ripped foul, so we'll go full here. 2 outs, 3-2 count here to Nolan Arenado. Pitch from Bumgarner's comes in. Swung on, another foul ball. Bumgarner's pitch count slowly creeping up here.
If you're the Rockies, you're hoping to do that and run him out of this game early.
And yet another foul ball. We saw San Diego Padres do this a couple nights ago. Just terrorize this Diamondbacks pitching staff with foul ball after foul ball. As that one's finally in play. One third baseman to another. 5-3 goes the last out of the inning. No hits, no runs. We head now to the bottom of the first. Going to be that Marte Parte due up here. So it's Peter Lambert going here for the Colorado Rockies. And a brutal 7.25 ERA in his rookie campaign in 2019. 89 innings pitched. Good for a 3-7 record. Looking a little bit better, but not saying much this year. Over 25 innings pitched in 5 starts. He's rocking a 4.68 ERA.
Well, it is improvement. Not much, but some.
as Starling Marte goes quick to the bunt, but that'll be foul here.
You like to get Starling Marte on base to kind of set the table for what's a pretty good top half of this Diamondbacks lineup against a bottom rotation guy like Lambert, who, as we mentioned, has not fared all that well this season.
As that one is going to be through the right side of the infield for a leadoff base hit for Starling Marte. Now we'll see the ever-looming question of which Marte is Lambert going to worry about more with this next at-bat.
That's a tough decision because Ketel Marte is slugged very well at the plate, and Starling 16 stolen bases on the season. Ketel's going to see some fastballs as he draws a throw over, and Starling will dive back in safely.
Usually it's get 2 pitches over for every pitch you see to the plate. Here as that one goes high, 1-0. A little bit different lineup for these Rockies here tonight across the infield and the outfield. Ian Desmond out there playing left field and hitting fifth. As that's a pitch out, it'll be 2-0. Nothing doing there with Starling Marte. And over there at second base will be Ryan McMahon.
And you can understand why Ketel has had such a good season at the plate because, when Starling Marte is on base, you're going to expect, a steady diet of fastballs.
As that one could be trouble, but Blackman will be there to put it away for the first out of the inning.
Looked like Ketel took that one off the end of the bat, maybe got a little bit under and out in front of that swing, and with one away, we'll see Escobar, who, just like Ketel Marte, can put the ball over the wall pretty easily. 16 home runs on the year.
Eduardo Escobar was definitely the most feared hitter in baseball through the month of April, but has had a very rough stretch here. Coming into play, he has finally dipped below 300 for the first time on the season. I hate to see that.
Well, he went 0 for 3 yesterday with a strikeout.
Got Snakes fans wondering if maybe it's time for a day off. See the manager still sticking with him there as Andy Young has forced his way into the lineup, playing out of his mind, or at least serviceably for the rookie. As that one's in the zone, 1-1 to Escobar. Another look over to Marte. Marte currently sitting in second in the National League with stolen bases with 16. As that's fouled off. 1-2 now to Escobar.
Runner.
As the runner goes, that'll be a nice hit and run, more or less. As, the throw from Lambert pulls Murphy off the bag. And is that going to be ruled a base hit or an error? I'm not entirely sure on that.
Well, 9 times out of 10, that should be an error, a throw that drew the first baseman off the bag. It pulled Murphy away. Lambert got to that ball. It was just a little nubber back up the middle. We'll see how they eventually score that regardless now. 2 men aboard for Peralta.
Peralta has just swung at first pitches all year, not stopping today. Fouls that off. It'll be 0-1 here. Pretty much you put anything in the zone in that first pitch and he's going to bite. Ball in the dirt. He's corralled. Now 1-1 to Peralta. And so if Eduardo Escobar was the most feared hitter in baseball in the month of April, David Peralta has taken up that mantle here in the National League. As that's looked at for a strike, 1-2. Peralta hitting back around 350 again, slugging over 600. 48 runs lead the league, actually tied with his teammate Ketel Marte. 2-2 to Peralta. Is low. We're going to run it full. We got runners at first and second. Only 1 out here for these Diamondbacks. Lambert comes set. Payoff pitch to Peralta. Swung on, and another foul ball.
Oh, this season has been quite the bounce back for Peralta. Was limited last year to 99 games, just 12 home runs. Looks more like the player from 2018 with that 30 home run season. And now the bases are loaded for Walker.
This should be tasty. We have seen Christian Walker come really back into his own in the last month or so. He was very Adam Dunn-like without the home runs in the month of April. And you see there, right-handed pitching has been just eaten up by Walker.
Yeah, hitting .312 against righties, so that sets him up nicely here with Lambert having to deal with a bases-loaded situation.
As Christian Walker looks at one low and away, and that'll be ruled a ball. So Christian Walker already working ahead here. Pitch is right down the chute, but early to that one. So that'll be a foul ball, 1-1. Walker had the day off yesterday against left-handed pitching. Platoon mate at first base, Stephen Vogt, as we said, was the hero with that walk-off two-run shot in the ninth inning. We got bases juiced, only one out. Count is 2-1 to Christian Walker. And he looks at a big breaking ball there for strike two. Oh my God, those are the kind of pitches he is going to regret not being able to square up.
Yeah, that one just right down the heart of Broadway, a little bit above the knee. Should have cranked that one, but coming out after that breaking pitch got him twisted a little.
Oh, another one just right. That belt-high fastball. That's the kind of thing that Christian Walker needs to turn on. Do it again. Gets a good lot of that. Blackman's going back. He's going back. He's not going to get there. That is a grand slam for Christian Walker. Ooh, you love to see that.
Yeah, to the opposite field. That one, and it looked like he didn't get all of that off of the swing. It went 378 feet down the right field line. You know, give him a lot of credit. Here's a guy that strikes out a ton, but he fouls off a few pitches, stays with it against Walker, goes inside out, and is able to get that just over the wall in right field. And just like that, the Diamondbacks a huge lead here in the home half of the first.
Man, we saw this Diamondbacks team struggling after coming out of a couple rough series against the Cubs and the Nationals. But it feels like ever since that series against St. Louis, it has just been back to basics, man. They're out there. They're hitting the ball, they're putting them together, and they're winning ball games again.
Yeah, they certainly are, as they're trying to, they're right in the hunt for the wild card, but perhaps also with an eye on the division. They're not terribly far from the Dodgers, and there's still plenty of time left in this season.
As Nick Ahmed here, you want to talk about guys that get taken out in late inning replacements that have no business doing so. Gold Glove and potential Silver Slugger here at shortstop. Nick Ahmed is usually the target of those double switches late in game, and it makes zero sense to me.
Well, Ahmed, as you mentioned, two-time Gold Glove winner. He's got some pop he can hit. Batting .269 on the year with 8 home runs. So he's on pace to put up some similar power numbers compared to a year ago.
That one's looked at for strike one. 3-1 to Ahmed as the Snakes have taken a 4-0 lead early on, as that is going to be a walk as well.
All right, now, if you are Peter Lambert, you got to wonder how long you're in this one, because it has been a rough go.
Man, like this is the kind of start we expected to see yesterday out of Kyle Freeland, and that ended up just being a beautiful pitcher's duel all game. Instead, we're seeing all the offense here today as rookie Andy Young takes the first pitch he sees foul. 0-1 now.
That's a ball.
feel like every game I've gone into a big thing about Andy Young. Don't want to keep harping on it, but has he ever been on your radar, Phil?
No, he has not. I have not seen him play.
Nick Ahmed breaks for second, and he's in there with a stolen base. Not exactly the guy I'd be looking at for a stolen base, but in there plenty of time, going feet first even.
Oh, why not? But you look at Andy Young, Indiana State product, and he's bounced around a bit, was a draft pick of St. Louis, and really just kind of, made the rounds throughout the minor leagues, showed some pop down in the minor leagues, but again, nothing exceptional, but he gets a chance up and has a chance here with Ahmed at second base to make this a 5-0 game.
Payoff pitch to Andy Young is roped over to that Gold Glover and just vacuum at third base Nolan Arenado for the second out. Ooh, man, that could have been trouble. That is the wrong place to hit a ball. If there's any area that you want to avoid, it's anywhere near that third base bag. As Carson Kelly wastes no time, quickly popping out on the first pitch he sees to end the inning. So the Diamondbacks send 8 men to the plate, and they get 4 runs on the back of a beautiful grand slam here by Christian Walker. We are through 1. Diamondbacks on top, 4-0.
Leading off the Colorado, the shortstop, Trevor Story.
Man, if this game keeps up like this is going to be a long one.
We may be here for a long time. I don't see any free baseball tonight.
Oh,
I
no.
see free runs being handed to the D-backs.
So it'll be Trevor Story due up here after that long bottom of the first. It's that ball one from Madison Bumgarner. You'd like to think maybe that time gave Bumgarner a little bit time to relax, calm down after having a long, or at least it felt like a long first inning.
It did. It almost felt like a rain delay. It might have felt like a rain delay to Bumgarner sitting there watching 8 men come to the plate and not just getting those 4 runs, but a lot of long counts, a lot of pitches in that first inning from Lambert.
2-1 now as Story swings through that one.
Ball 3.
3-1. Seen Bumgarner do a good job of limiting walks. Currently second in the National League in WHIP, while also being second in the National League in innings pitched. 3-1, loses him. So that's a leadoff walk here for Trevor Story, first base runner for the Rockies.
Story came in, of course. His power has been his story, to pardon the pun. 19 home runs, coming in at 276 batting average. But he also, he can find his way on base here. Is Colorado maybe just try to scratch and claw their way back? There's still plenty of baseball left to be played tonight.
Look over to Story at first, gets back in there. So Story's 6 for 7 in stolen base attempts this year. A little bit bigger of a threat than you'd expect, as that's a pitch out there. It'll be 1-0.
Meanwhile, we see Ian Desmond, the left fielder, 294 coming in. He's got some pop, 7 home runs, or check that, 5 home runs on the season. And Story's going to make Bumgarner work a little bit. You mentioned the 6 stolen bases.
It'll be 1-1 now. As fastball able to find the zone. Man, I was having a big discussion last night with my partner about, and that one's going to be another stolen base. Now the shortstops with a stolen base apiece in this one.
Yeah, that throw pulling to the third base side of the bag. The throw got down quickly from Kelly, but again, not to the right side of the bag, and Story able to get his hand in and put the Rockies with their first man in scoring position in this game.
2-2 here to Desmond, but as I was saying before I was rudely interrupted by Trevor Story, Ian Desmond is just one of those really bad contracts that, we just had a big conversation about exactly what has Jeff Bridich really been doing with this team. Like, as that is strikeout number 1 here for Madison Bumgarner.
Batting fifth.
Yeah, Desmond certainly is not paid off on his contract. Had a poor campaign a year ago, hitting just .255. He still has a little bit of pop in his bat, but the speed has gone away from his game. I know he's been an all-star a few times, but really not worth the payoff.
Ryan McMahon comes up here, and he takes a first pitch strike. As we look over to that trivia question, big guy always coming up clutch. Trivia question of this game: who are the last 3 teammates to hit 40 home runs in the same season? Oh, and 2 here to McMahon. 1 out, man on second here for the Rocks. That one's ripped foul. Guest came in for Upton, Goldie, and Pollock, and that was not the case. Like, I almost want to say Arenado, Story, but I don't know who the third would be. It's probably actually a little bit older than that. It's another foul ball. I don't know, Phil, you got any guesses? Usually he's pretty good about keeping it team-related to the game at hand. As that one's held up, it'll be 1 and 2.
Yeah, Story's never hit 40.
Okay.
I know Arenado has hit, I think, 41 one time, so I'm still percolating on this one. I don't know. Does this go back to the Larry Walker days? That's kind of where I'm going with this. That's kind of what's in my mind.
So it'd be Walker, Helton, and who am I missing? 2-2 to McMahon. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts here for Madison Bumgarner.
Batting seventh. The catcher,
Ooh, Walker is 1 of 3, so it'd be Walker, Helton.
Walter.
Who? Oh, no to Helton. Okay. Man, his trivia is always like so spot on. Tony Walters up here at the plate. Left-handed catcher here for these Colorado Rockies. Takes a ball 1-0.
See, now I have the answer. I knew 2 of the 3.
Okay.
Off the top of my head, and then the third one I now know, but Walker is one of them.
Okay. Looks like Big Cat Galarraga was one, as that one is lifted to shallow center. Ahmed camps under that one to put it away. So the Rockies will strand a man in scoring position. First man left on base for the Rocks. As we are heading to the bottom of the second, Snakes still on top by 4.
Leading up for the Diamondbacks, the pitcher, Madison Bumgarner.
9-1-2 due up here for the Snakes. Madison Bumgarner leading off the inning here.
Count 1-0.
Lambert deciding to pitch around a little bit to Madison Bumgarner. Bumgarner hasn't quite been his swinging self this year. Currently sitting 3 for 23 on the year. Does have a double.
And normally, as far as pitchers go, is a legitimate threat at the plate.
We did see Zach Gallen come about a foot short of a home run 2 nights ago. Man, I was screaming, man. I was losing my mind as Bumgarner swings at that one way inside as Lambert gets his first strikeout of the day.
Right fielder, Starling Martinez.
So it'll be the Marte Parte time. Starling Marte started it off strong. It was the first run to come across out of that 4 runs in that first inning.
Yeah, if we got any more guesses on the trivia question?
A couple folks trying to take some shots there. No to Jose Guillen. No Cargo. Way out of time there.
Yeah.
We saw some Bichette guesses as that one's on the ground past a diving Arenado. Long throw by Story. But that will be there just in time to beat Marte to the bag. 2-1.
Yeah, it's a tough play for Story, who had to come in on that a little bit and get behind the diving Arenado. Tried to catch that ball first. But just a good job against a very speedy Starling Marte. A little bang-bang play at first.
That'll bring up Ketel Marte, still looking for his first hit and will have to wait. He also grounds out to that man, Trevor Story. Fourth out of the inning. They go down in order. We are through 2. Arizona still on top off that big Christian Walker grand slam, 4-0.
Leading off for Colorado, the pitcher, Peter Lambert.
That'll bring up pitcher Peter Lambert. And the big thing that's standing out to me about his batting line is limited sample size, only 2 for 6 on the year, but 2 runs as well, no walks. So every time he ends up on base, he's come around to score. One from Bumgarner. Swung on and missed. 1-2. So you see similar approaches from both these guys against these fellow pitchers. Not attacking the zone exactly. Playing a little bit more cat and mouse. 2-2. They'll say he went. That is strikeout number 3 here for Bumgarner.
Batting 9, the center fielder.
As we said there earlier, just John Lester and Clayton Kershaw up there at 8 wins, tied with Bumgarner. That's pretty much every name on that list except Jimmy Nelson. That you could have told me that's from just about any year in the past 5, and I believe it.
Oh, for sure. It's major league royalty when you look at pitchers these last handful of years. A couple of guys that you can include in that list, like a Jacob deGrom, although he doesn't seem to get the wins. He certainly puts up numbers in every other category. But yeah, absolutely.
Will be David Dahl here batting 9th. He takes 2 straight balls here from Bumgarner. David Dahl hitless yesterday. Got switched out in a double switch that brought Garrett Hampson into the game. Went 0 for 2 before that. As he is looking at a 3-0 count here from Bumgarner. Pitch comes in from Mason Saunders. They rule that one a strike. Man, just looking at those vague views of Chase Field's making me miss the stadium. I made the mistake earlier of opening up the ballpark app.
Oh,
I was trying to. Oh yeah, no, it was bad. I was going through it because I was trying to remember if I was at Chase for the last time Peter Lambert pitched there of August last year. As payoff pitch comes in, and they will call that a walk. All right. Weird things happen, I guess. Second walk of the day for Bumgarner. But I was trying to see if that was there, and sure enough, as soon as I open the app, it's like, hey, you've got 2 tickets to tonight's game.
Oh no, that hurts.
It did. I hadn't opened that since probably last September.
1-0.
Yeah, his lineup's going to flip over here for Colorado. Blackman takes a ball. He's got Dahl on first, 1 away in the inning. Dahl gets back over to first here. Yeah, that really hurt me, man. That was I didn't realize how much I'd missed the stadium until I really saw that.
1-1.
Big swing, 1-1 now.
Yeah, it makes me cherish the 1 week I had in Arizona for spring training and getting to see a handful of games, because it's going to be a while before any of this gets.
And Dahl is a little bit slow getting back. He's picked off on the bases.
Ooh. That's a nice move there from Lambert.
Good job of Bumgarner to pick him off there. As Blackman pops that up, Carson Kelly is able to grab it. And that is now the third out of the inning. They go down in order pretty unconventionally as we now head to the bottom of the third. The Eduardo Escobar. It looks like they did rule that an error. Says he is 0 for 1 today. Actually, usually it'd say reached on error. I don't know. Would they have just ruled that a fielder's choice?
Count 1-0.
No, that doesn't even make sense.
No, it wouldn't be a fielder's choice. That was for sure an error.
Lambert starts off Escobar. Splitting the count now. 1.
Ball, that's inside.
Inside 2-1. So you said you're a Mets fan. Give me some story about that after this, as Escobar takes that opposite field, but Ian Desmond is there in time for the first out of the inning.
Well, what do you want to hear? What kind of stories? I have plenty.
I don't know, man. Just hit me with some beautiful after dark baseball. Just hit me with your story, man. I don't know. It's first time we've worked together. It's always fun to hear the stories that come out of a guy, you know.
I'm a lifelong Mets fan. I've started following the Mets. I can tell you, and it was before the '86 team. I date myself there. First full season I followed the Mets was the same year that the Mets traded for Keith Hernandez. Now more people know him as a broadcaster, but back in 1983, it was one of the best trades probably in Mets history, where they gave up a couple of relief pitchers to get Keith Hernandez as Peralta strikes out, and that's Lambert's second K of the game. So that is when I started watching the Mets, and yeah, just a lifelong love affair with them all these many years. I usually get out to about 10 or 15 games a year at Citi Field, and it's a good time.
You a Queens guy then?
No, I am not. You know what? Here's the best part. I'm a Bronx guy.
Okay.
Born and raised in the Bronx. I live in Connecticut now. And I fly out to center field. We'll have to pick this up in the next inning.
That is 1-2-3 there for the Diamondbacks, as we are now through 3. Diamondbacks still clinging to that 4-0 lead. Heading now to the top of the 4th. Nasty part of the lineup. Murphy, Arenado, Story.
The first baseman.
So yeah, obviously my love of the Mets, Daniel Murphy, kind of fitting, leeds things off, although he broke my heart when he went to the Nationals.
He broke my heart in 2015, as I grew up on Lake Michigan my entire life, so Cubbies blue runs in my blood.
Mm-hmm.
So that 2015 was a heartbreaker. I still have a hard time dealing with that, even though I'm about to marry into a Mets family.
Oh, all right, look at that. See, you married up. It's good.
Yet we've both put ourselves down now as Diamondbacks season ticket holders, as Murphy lifts that one into center for the first out of the inning. Ketel Marte able to get there.
Now batting, third baseman, Nolan.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing. My wife is born and raised in central Wisconsin. So they are huge they are big Brewers fans. So we are a split household.
Meanwhile, my father, born and raised in the Chicago suburbs, had the audacity to retire to Wisconsin and somehow become a Brewer fan. I thought that was pretty unforgivable.
Oh no, that's another smart move. You got some. You got obviously a wife who's a Mets fan. You know, a dad that figured it out and started following the Brewers. These are good things. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Nothing.
2-0 to Arenado becomes 3-0. Story standing there on deck. He's been a nasty man all year. See that slugging percentage at .629, almost 20 home runs and 20 doubles to his name, leading the league in home runs as Bumgarner gets the first strike in here to Arenado. Basically what I'm trying to get at is you'd like to keep Arenado off base if you can, and we will. 3 unassisted goes Arenado for the second out of the inning.
Trevor Story.
Frango's asking where in Wisconsin.
Oh, where in Wisconsin? About an hour outside Eau Claire, in a very tiny town. That's where she grew up, Pleasantville, which doesn't sound like a real name for a town, but there are many of them across the country, including one in Wisconsin.
Trevor Story takes strike 1 here. Career numbers against Bumgarner, 9 for 40. Both guys spending their career here in the NL West. That one is through the left side for the first hit of the ball game for the Rockies. Yeah.
Number 20.
Yeah, they had a couple of base runners via the walk. Yeah, first base knock is Story now 1 for 2. He has reached twice. And now Ian Desmond, we talked about his horrible contract. He'll have a chance to try to earn a little bit of it here. 2 outs.
See if he's got horrible contact as he looks at strike 1 here.
We'll get back to the trivia question, and we've answered 2 of the 3 with Larry Walker and Andres Galarraga, 2 former Expos. Desmond was an Expos draft pick back in 2004.
Bumgarner looks over to first. Story breaks for second, and not going to be even close, as that is now the second man caught stealing or thrown out on the base paths for the Colorado Rockies. They finally get their first hit, and it is nullified. We head down to the bottom of the 4th. So for these Diamondbacks, this half inning is going to be featuring Nick Ahmed, Andy Young, and Carson Kelly. And probably good a time as any to remind everybody what we do this for. Everything we get from your donations and your subscription goes directly to Meals on Wheels. I did see earlier in this game, Birthday Boy Shark Shavery hooking it up with the subscription. So another shout out to you as well. Happy 29th birthday. And 20 years that I've known you, Shark. Nick Ahmed up here. Takes a strike 0-1. He walked and stole second in his first plate appearance. Fouls that off. It'll be 0-2, and I love you too, Mark. The 0-2 pitch. It's going to be outside here to Nick Ahmed. Ahmed's been a little bit free swinging on this team, as many of them have, but it's worked out fairly well for him. You can't really argue with the results, as they, along with the Washington Nationals, just 2 nights ago were the first 2 teams to eclipse the 300 runs scored mark. 2-2 now to Ahmed. And they'll call that strike 3.
Just on the corner.
The second baseman.
That's a rough call, man. I don't know if they were saying that was in the zone or he went around. Not sure what Blue was really signaling back there.
Second strikeout of the game for Lambert, who's really settled down since that rough first inning where he gives up the grand slam to Christian Walker, and he walked a couple guys. It was an error on him. And since then, he's retired, now 9 in a row.
Bring up Andy Young here. Ahead in the count, 2-0. Lined out on that laser to Nolan Arenado. So hopefully his fortunes can turn around a little bit there. 3 straight balls make it 3-0. Diamondbacks could do something here in the bottom of the order, as they lose him on 4 straight pitches, so they'll have a man on with only 1 out here.
Now batting, catcher.
A third walk for Lambert in this game, and Kelly, who popped out back in the first inning, will come to the plate and try to move the runner over with Bumgarner in the hole on deck.
Carson Kelly comes up here after popping out to his fellow catcher in his last at bat. Stranded Ahmed over there in scoring position. See what he can do with a man on first and 1 out, as it's a 1-1 count. Pitch comes in from Lambert, and that's on the ground. Story with the beautiful flip. And they turn 2-6, 4-3 to end that inning. God, that was a beautiful play. I'd love to see that one back. So here for the Rockies duo-up, going to be Ian Desmond, Ryan McMahon, and Tony Walters.
Well, Desmond gets to start the inning at the plate after Trevor Story was thrown out trying to steal second on what began as a pickoff play from Madison Bumgarner. That play went 1-3-6, but the other defensive gem was the double play that ended the bottom of the 4th inning, started nicely by Trevor Story with that little one-hand flip to get things going. And as you mentioned, Doug, I would have liked to see the replay, the truck just not getting it done today. They're just not getting it done. Should have seen that replay.
It's always production's fault. As somebody who's worked in production for I don't know how many years now, it's always production's fault. Kidding, it's not the production manager's fault, man. They got a call for it. Give me the G, man. Like, let's go. When 1 turns to 1-1 here to Ian Desmond. Maybe I'm just getting antsy for work. Got nobody on a headset screaming at me, and I don't like it.
Well, I'm usually the one screaming.
Hey man, as long as it's somebody, you know. I got my IEMs in. You're in my head. You're screaming at me. Like let's have fun.
There you go.
3-1 here to Ian Desmond, as Bumgarner prepares the nicest pitch of the ballgame, as that's fouled off. A long strike to bring it to 3-2. Payoff pitch to Ian Desmond. Going to be on the ground, just foul. Ooh. We'll do it again, as that one should be another long foul ball right in front of that Rockies bullpen out and right.
Desmond really working this at-bat on the southpaw.
That's ball 4.
As he loses him. Bumgarner, uncharacteristic right now. He's got 3 walks now through 4+.
Second baseman.
Yeah, came in with just 20 on the season and just under 81 innings. But that's the only way Colorado's been able to get on base. The lone hit was from Story, and then he got thrown out. So regardless of that, the Rockies haven't done much offensively. Nothing, in fact.
Off the plate, ball 1.
1-0 here to start out Ryan McMahon. Lefty on lefty matchup. Kind of curious. The right-handed hitting Brendan Rodgers against the right-handed throwing Mike Leake last night, and now we got lefty-lefty here on second base.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a head-scratcher. You see McMahon 0 for 11 lifetime against Bumgarner, so still searching for that first hit against him. And McMahon, I know, has been struggling at the plate as of late.
Foul ball there brings it to 2-1. I don't know, I guess I can't question that much. We see the Diamondbacks do the same thing at first base. Left-handed Stephen Vogt playing against lefties. Right-handed Christian Walker crushing righties as that one's into the gap, but playable on the track for Ketel Marte. 1 away.
The catcher, number 14, Tony Walters.
Bring up the catcher, Tony Walters. He popped up to Nick Ahmed in shallow center in his first at-bat. First pitch from Bumgarner finds the zone now. You know, you'd think you'd almost start to see a little bit more success out of some of these guys, you know, because they've seen Bumgarner just so many times as a lifelong member of the National League West, but we have just seen such a career resurgence out of Bumgarner as the move over to Desmond at first keeps him honest.
Yeah, oftentimes that resurgence comes with the change to the opposite league, right? You go from the NL to the AL or vice versa, or at least another division.
Right.
Go out, but no, not the case here with Mad Bum.
As that one's just foul. The first base bag brings it to 1-2. You know, we've seen it with these Diamondbacks. We saw Cole Calhoun come out to a great start, the former Buckeye native and ASU grad, as he gets Sonny Walters going down on strikes for the fourth strikeout of Bumgarner's day.
Lambert. Your attention, please.
2-way now. As that's going to do it for Peter Lambert. I'm not sure I agree with that. What do you got any thoughts on that?
No, I think it might be a little early to hook him. He had that rough first inning, but he's been really solid ever since. He's allowed, since that first inning, just the one walk to Young back in the bottom of the fourth inning, and then quickly got him out. The inning ending on that double play from Kelly. So he had retired 9 in a row, basically 11 of the last 12 hitters that he faced in this game. I don't see this at all.
I mean, they got 6 solid innings out of Kyle Freeland last night, so the bullpen isn't exactly taxed, but there's no reason to. You know, you're down by 4. And it's not like the bases are juiced and you're really threatening. You got 2 outs and a man on first. Best you can do is cut the lead in half. Instead, they're going to go with the fun 3-1 toss to end the inning. Yeah. It just makes no sense to me.
Well, it is what it is, and now we'll get to see the Colorado bullpen as we get set to go to the home half of the 5th.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please.
It'll be Chichi Gonzalez here, long man for the Rockies, coming in here. 16 innings pitched in a brutal 7.31 ERA.
Leading up for the Diamondbacks.
Has better luck against lefties than he does righties. As it'll be the right-handed Bumgarner and Marte due up first. Trying to get a line here on Peter Lambert.
And the book closed on him. He went 4 innings, allowed 2 hits, 4 runs, 3 earned, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts.
There we go. One and one now to opposing pitcher Madison Bumgarner. Big swing and a miss there. 1-2. Change up by Gonzalez. Just low. Right, like I said, man, I know Madison Bumgarner's got the reputation, but the numbers don't back it up. I'm surprised to not see more aggression in the zone, as there we see it. High fastball taken for strike 3. Strikes out the first batter he sees.
Up next to the Diamondbacks, the right fielder.
Now a good start for Gonzalez. Well, for Lambert, they said all the runs were earned, but clearly there was an error on Escobar, unless... I don't...
Did they call that a fielder's choice then?
They might have. I don't see that. I thought that was an error that pulled Murphy off the bag, but we don't get to see the line score and gameplay very often. So
that's nuts. Starling Marte takes one right down the chute for strike 1. Saw him eclipse 1,100 hits just a few nights ago. Right now sitting on a 1-for-2 ball game. His single started out the game strong for the Snakes. But outside of that first inning, really hasn't been a whole lot going on.
Now Brian Shaw, the right-hander, warming up in the pen. This may not be a long outing for Gonzalez.
Marte gets a big swing into that one. Ranging back is David Dahl. Glove on it for the second out of the inning.
The center fielder, number 4.
So quick 2 down here for the Snakes. 2 down quick for Chichi Gonzalez. Brings up Ketel Marte swinging from the left side of the plate. And that was something curious that I've noticed with this Rockies team construction. I feel like a lot more teams are seeing switch hitters somewhere in their roster, and these Rockies do not have one. Oh, 0-1 pitch to Marte. Misses outside, 1-1. Another ball outside, 2-1. Del Marte 0 for 2 on his day. Flew out to right, grounded out to shortstop. Fouls that off. It'll be 2-2. And that one's going to be on the ground, but foul over to the Golden Glover out there in right. Nice souvenir for whichever kid's standing over there by 110. That goes high, so we'll run it full here. 2 away. Eduardo Escobar stands on deck. Marte looking to reach base for the first time today, as he'll do it on the walk. Diamondbacks able to get a runner on here with 2 outs.
Now we'll see what Escobar can do here. He's 0 for 2, reaching on a fielder's choice.
Yeah, they're just saying ground out.
Which is not.
No.
Not a ground out. And apparently our official scoring skills are not worthy of Chase Field in ball.
Hey, man, some weird things happen. Just blame it on ball. Don't blame it on Chase Field. That's what did Chase Field ever do to you?
Well, I said Chase Field in ball. So
that's fair. That's inside. That'll be 2-0 here to Escobar. As that one's right back at him. And that's not going to be a ground out. Oh, no, that actually will be a real ground out. We'll go 1-3 to get the last out in the inning. So we are officially through 5, folks. 4-0 Arizona on top. Only runs being on that big grand slam by Christian Walker. Heading now to the top of the 6th.
The center fielder, David Dahl.
Bring up David Dahl. He walked back in the 3rd and then was thrown out on the base pass. Takes a ball outside, 1-0. So you're saying you were here in Arizona this spring. Which ballparks did you have a chance to hit before all this went on?
Well, we went to Maryvale twice to see we saw the Brewers all week. As I mentioned, my wife is a huge Brewers fan, and her family came out, and my brother-in-law and his wife came out as we see the first ground out to start the inning, and Peralta quickly checked that Dahl quickly down. So 1 away here for the Rockies in the top of the 6-3 the putout. So we saw them twice at Maryvale. Then we saw them play the Reds at Goodyear and the Padres in Peoria.
Man, they're all such gorgeous ballparks. Maryvale really is such a hidden gem, you know? Like, it got a huge boost, like, in that renovation that they just did in the past couple of years. Huge boost. Incredible ballpark. But the problem is, it just got that reputation of being in such a nasty neighborhood that nobody bothers with it.
You're right. It's not a great neighborhood, and it's the second time we've been there, and my wife and I had gone 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And obviously it was a much different place than this season. And it was really nice, and we enjoyed going out there as Blackman lifts that one deep to right field near the track. And That'll be shy of the track for the second out. So 2 down here for the Rockies. So it was nice to see it because it felt like seeing a different park once again. But yeah, they were all nice. Goodyear's nice. I enjoyed Peoria. I think from a fan point of view, I enjoyed the access at Peoria a little bit more because you're seeing a lot of these parks start to go with the netting all the way down the line, and Peoria doesn't really have that yet. So it felt a little bit more accessible, to the players and the atmosphere.
One big thing that can't be understated, the difference in those two ballparks. Talking about accessibility, even just talk about getting into the park, just the huge lots that they have out there in Peoria versus having to fight for street parking out in Maryvale.
Oh, the Maryvale parking was brutal. It was brutal, and then it's a good, depending on what time you get there, good quarter-mile walk inside.
No, I think last time I went out there was with my brother and fellow broadcaster on here, Russell Mudgett. And, I think we ended up with a case of beer in the back of the truck, and, we got like 3 beers in each hand, and we're like just chugging them as much as we can as we walk in, like that like half mile into the ballpark, parked in some residential area. 1-2 here to Daniel Murphy, 2 outs in the inning. Big curveball brings it to 2-2. Bumgarner over 90 pitches now. That's another foul ball. Man, if anybody that's listening, if you haven't experienced Cactus League baseball, definitely do it.
Oh, it is a lot of fun.
As that one's going to be up the chute. Murphy able to get his first hit of the ball game, just the second all day for the Rockies.
Yeah, and what was great was we did an Airbnb, which worked out really well for us because we all got to stay in one house, and my in-laws just loved it. They had recently retired a couple of years ago, and they're like down for this now every year. So we're hoping to get back next spring training. Should spring training be what we think of as spring training? Who knows? But hopefully it is, and we'll get to go.
Well, there you go. Let me know if you ever back in town. Ever want to catch a Snakes game? I got the hookup.
There you go. Yeah, I haven't been to Chase Field in ages. I've only gone once, and I did enjoy that park.
It's definitely something different. As Nolan Arenado's up here with a man on and 2 outs. I'm used to it now, especially with this oppressive heat.
Yeah.
We took a trip up to Chicago this past summer, caught games at both Wrigley and the Cell, and it just felt weird for some reason to have baseball outside. I don't know why. It felt so weird. One pitch to Arenado, skied out to left, long run for Peralta. Makes the grab at the track for the 3rd out of the inning. So just the second hit for these Rockies means nothing. It's still 4-0 heading to the bottom of the 6th.
Leading up for the Diamondbacks, the left fielder, Jason.
Is that the dangerous David Peralta? Walk and a run, or a walk and a strikeout. There's a run in there too. So if modern baseball has taught me anything, he's due for a home run here, right?
Yeah, why not?
Let's get the real 3 true outcomes of baseball going on here. As that one's low, 2-0.
Gonzalez entering his 2nd inning of work, just 1 walk. He's looked solid so far. In fact, the Rockies pitching, they take away that first inning from Lambert. They have pitched well in this game.
You see the Diamondbacks do that sometimes. They get out to that quick, that just burst of energy in that first inning, and it just trails off from there. And it's a real mixed bag. Their pitching hasn't been, lackluster, but there's certain guys that do have the ability to blow it, as Peralta's able to get his 2nd walk of the day. Leadoff walk here in the 6th. The Diamondbacks have a man on as we look at the big hero so far in this one. Towering grand slam by Christian Walker. With the Diamondbacks up by 4. So far, those 4 runs are the only runs we've seen today.
And that was a part of a long at-bat against Lambert and worked off several foul balls before poking that to the opposite field.
Call that a strike. 0-1 here. So we've seen some production out of these first basemen for the Snakes last 2 days. It was the Stephen Vogt walk-off last night, and right now it's looking like that 4-run shot by Christian Walker is really going to be the difference maker. 1-2 here to Walker. No outs. Peralta over at first. Pitch from Gonzalez is fouled off.
Should that hold, it'll be the second straight game that one swing of the bat has determined the entire outcome.
Diamondbacks fans looking for at least one more run as that one gets by Tony Walters, and late decision by Peralta to break for second. Yes, he's going to be just barely in there. So, I've seen that a couple times out of these bot ball managed base coaches. It's wild. They hesitate so long to send them. Walker fouls that off. Now 2-2.
Yeah, I don't know how you can be indecisive on a wild pitch that was that wild. This wasn't just a bouncer in the dirt, got a few feet away.
Full count, 3-2.
Crazy. As it'll go full here against Christian Walker. Peralta able to move into scoring position. Payoff pitch is right down the chute, and that could be the 5th run. It will be. They're going to send Peralta as Christian Walker is going to be safely into second with an RBI double. So Christian Walker is really the offense for this team here today.
Another nice piece of hitting from Walker. He's a guy that's often feast or famine, but he does not look like that in this game. Worked a long pitch count on that first home run back in the first inning. This time takes a 3-2 pitch again, going the opposite way. That's a hitter swing, not a slugger swing.
Beautiful piece of hitting. As Diamondbacks improve this lead now to 5-0. And Diamondbacks fans really know what time it is now with 5 runs. 5 runs for your Arizona Diamondbacks means 3 free tacos at Taco Bell with the purchase of a large drink between the hours of 4 and 6 p.m. Available at your participating Arizona Taco Bells. Nick Ahmed goes down on strikes here for the first out here in the bottom of the 6th.
Andy Young.
Now back-to-back strikeouts for Nick Ahmed.
Second of this game for Rodriguez.
Bring up Andy Young, still looking for his first hit. As he wastes no time, and he's got extra bases himself. That's going to be an RBI here for Andy Young as he is safely into second, knocking in Christian Walker. Making it 6-0 Diamondback.
Well, it's come in bunches for this Arizona team, and again, just playing these hitters to pull. There was all sorts of room down the line in right field, allowing Young to get that ribby double, just his 4th RBI of the season for the rookie.
Man, he came up mostly as a lip service thing in the St. Louis series. Wanted to see all of those guys from that Goldschmidt trade on, featured at Busch. As we saw Andy Young go 2 for 4 in his MLB debut, and he's played well enough to stick in this lineup. The problem is the guys that get stuck on the bench, it's hard to justify that. Tim LeCastro's done a great job being the speedster and defensive wizard that he is. We've seen Steve Vogt's been more useful off the bench as a pinch hitter. But Ildemaro Vargas, he's got an OPS. Oh, my God, is that yet another opposite field? It won't be. That'll be foul. 2-1. Ildemaro Vargas, the switch hitting utility man, he's got an OPS right around 900 off the bench. And Cole Calhoun had an incredible April out there in right field, but just no place for him. It's 2-2 now to Carson Kelly. That one's on the ground to the left side, unfortunately. They'll put that away for out number 2 in the inning.
The pitcher, number 40, Madison.
Unfortunately, no advance, as the ball would be hit right into that running path for Andy Young at second. Brings up Bumgarner. They'll let him hit here. Pitch count creeping up to 100. Not sure if it's just lip service or what Torrey's got up his sleeve. See if he comes out to start the 7th.
Yep, that ball went out.
Bumgarner 0 for 2, a couple of strikeouts in this game, but he's going to get a fastball count here up 2-0.
Come on, base hit now.
2-0 pitch from Gonzalez. It'll be on the ground, but foul. So if you're Torrey, what are you doing to start off this 7th?
If you're going to let Bumgarner hit, you're going to start him on the mound.
Another opposite field hit, but Blackman is going to get there for this one. Finally ends this inning. 2 come across on some big doubles out of Walker and Young. It is now 6-0 Arizona on top as we head to the top of the 7th.
Leading off for the Rockets, the shortstop, Trevor Story.
Joined here in the booth in the 7th inning. You know what time it is, folks. It's Shark Shavery in the booth, the featured birthday boy and organist here on Bot Ball.
Does he also get to play Happy Birthday for himself?
Ooh.
I do not know. As simple of a song as it is, I do not know how to play it, but I also wouldn't do that.
You got me looking up sheet music now for you, buddy. You see Ragtime Happy Birthday.
Oh, man, that is my language.
Is that a thing?
Anything could be ragtime.
Let's see. As that one's going to be just the 3rd hit of the ball game here for the Rockies. As Trevor Story's aboard via the single, 2nd of the day for him.
Yeah, he's been the one Rocky that's been able to contribute 2 for 2 with a walk. He's reached base all 3 times.
Give me a double play. We need this over in 4 minutes.
Oh, so it's still your birthday? That's
yeah,
right. It is
Easter.
this late. You guys on the East Coast, man, screws me.
Yeah, yesterday it was too early, and now it's going to be just too late. But, we can say somewhere. Arizona time.
There you go.
It's always your birthday somewhere.
That's like big brains right there.
You know, it's always 5 o'clock somewhere. Nah, it's always your birthday somewhere. As Ian Desmond takes ball 2. Bumgarner up over 100 pitches now.
And no sign of the pen warming up for the D-backs.
As that one's on the ground, we are not going to see a double play as that's bobbled by Eduardo Escobar. He does get the out at first as Story moves up to 2nd.
Second baseman, Ryan McMahon.
Kind of rough out there by Ed. I think he really is cruising for a day off. Maybe he's botching those plays as a plea to Torrey, like, please let me sit.
Torrey will be like, nah, man, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Get out of this yourself.
There we go. There's that Diamondbacks bullpen. It's Yohan Lopez and Silvino Bracho. 2 righties getting loose out there in left field for the Snakes. So Ryan McMahon looking for his first hit. He's got Trevor Story standing on 2nd, only 1 away. Curveball is outside. It'll be 1-1. I'm like getting worried for you, Mark. I just really want a double play here.
I mean, I do too, but you know what? I'm pretty happy with the results of this game thus far, so
1 ball,
can't complain.
In the zone there to McMahon. It's 1-2. Story takes his lead. Pitch comes inside to McMahon. Fastball slipping to 89 here late in the game.
3 balls, 2 strikes.
Another one inside. It'll run full. Curious to see if we'll see Story move here with 1 out. Gets him striking out. Number 5 of the day for Bumgarner.
The catcher, number 14.
Don't show me those plays. Show me a pitch and a hit high caught. A liner, shortstop.
And that quick line out to get it here. Well, it's still June 2nd. Tony Walters popped out and struck out. As that is a quick liner.
And I'm playing it right now. Sorry to cut you off there, bud. I've been having my eye on the clock. I did it. I got it. Thank you. Oh, man. But hopefully these Diamondbacks can keep things rolling. Thank you for having me, as always, Doug. Have a great rest of the call.
You got it, buddy. Keep on rocking in the free world, as that one is going to be just foul of that right field pole. Chichi Gonzalez out here for, this is now his 3rd inning of work.
Yeah, it is, and he's pitched well. That's his 3rd strikeout as he gets Marte swinging on a slider that kind of went high and tailed a little bit outside. As Marte now 1 for 4 in this game. He had singled to start the home half of the first, but has made out in his last 3 at-bats, and now here's Ketel Marte, who walked his last time up.
Like to see him get a hit here. You see his average has now slipped below 300 as well. 298 after going 0 for 2 today. .10 pitch is going to be laced into the glove of David Dahl in center field for the 2nd out.
The 3rd baseman.
Really thought that was going to drop.
Escobar.
Instead, just a very hard hit ball out to Dahl for a quick 2nd out. Brings up Eduardo Escobar, talking about shots up the middle. He's gone straight back to the pitcher twice today.
Inside, ball 1.
Takes ball 1 here. .10 pitch. Fouled off 1-1. Outside 2-1. So are we maybe starting to see a little bit of the wheels coming off for Chichi here? Nope. Oh my God. And that's another ball misplayed by the pitcher. He is just attacking those pitchers today.
Yeah, 2nd time Escobar is reaching on basically the same type of little nubber back to the mound. I don't know if they'll call that. Well, they called it a ground out back in the 1st. I don't know what they call it here with 2 down. You can call that an error on Gonzalez, but if in any case, we won't know until we see it later on. But Escobar on 1st for Peralta.
Come around to score both times. He's been able to work a walk. Starts off this at bat 1-0 with Escobar standing on 1st. That one's fouled off, bringing it out to 1-1. Walters